On the vast continent of Jiu, at the solitary peak of the Xinxiao sword sect, a young man in his 20s reclined beneath a millennium-old tree. With his hands clasped behind his head and his legs crossed casually, he rested with a blade of grass between his lips, indulging in a moment of tranquility. The extinguished campfire nearby, along with scattered bones, bore witness to a fierce battle that had transpired. The young man's name was Lin Feng, the esteemed senior disciple of the Xinxiao sword sect, and the sole disciple of Su Mubai, the master of the Haoran sword, one of the legendary 7 swords of Xinxiao. Su Mubai was no ordinary figure. His exceptional talent ranked among the finest in the history of the sect, hailed as a once in a 100 years genius. Had he not suffered an injury that stunted his growth, he would likely have ascended to the position of sect leader. Alas, there are no what-ifs. A fallen genius ceases to be a genius. The 7 swords of Xinxiao, renowned throughout the continent, consisted of the Haoran sword, Tai sword, Laming sword, Qinyuan sword, Yanlong sword, Honglian sword, and Bingpa sword. The current wielders were Su Mubai, Luo Yintian, Zhao Ziwen, Zhangzhe, Lu Yi, Lu Hongwan, and Leng Hanshuang, the youngest among them, yet to reach a century in age, while the others were nearing 3 centuries. The vast age disparity was due to the arduous process of gaining recognition from the 7 swords. Each sword's master often experienced long periods of unavailability, as only those acknowledged by the swords could wield their true power. The 7 swords could engage in battle independently, each possessing unique attributes, but when united, they formed a formidable array, surpassing mere addition in strength. It was a pity that Su Mubai had fallen behind. Otherwise, the sect's might would have ascended to new heights. With great difficulty, all 7 swords had found their masters, yet one had faltered, a matter of lament. "Where is Lin Feng, my nephew?" A voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Lin Feng opened his eyes, rose, and gestured with a flick of his wrist. Whoosh! The 3-foot-long azure blade, hanging from the tree, instantaneously unsheathed and expanded. He stepped onto it, transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Sword flight was a fundamental skill for sword cultivators, attainable upon reaching the 2nd realm, the Condensation Sea. In the air above the peak, a stunning woman hovered gracefully. She was Leng Hanshuang, the master of the Bingpa sword and Su Mubai's junior, as well as Lin Feng's aunt. Lin Feng approached her, clasping his hands in salute, bowing as he spoke. Lin Feng greets Aunt Leng. "Follow me." Leng Hanshuang cast a glance at Lin Feng before turning to depart. "Of course, Aunt Leng," Lin Feng replied, trailing behind her. While Leng Hanshuang glided effortlessly through the air, Lin Feng followed on his sword. There was a fundamental distinction between floating in the air and sword flight. The latter required merely reaching the 2nd realm, while the former demanded the 5th realm of air control. The disparity in power between the two was immense. Lin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. Aunt Leng rarely visited the solitary peak, nor did the other sect members, given that he was the only one present. His master had been absent for an extended period, and his only junior had taken refuge under another master. As the senior disciple of the Xinxiao sect, Lin Feng's reputation was hardly reflective of his capabilities. The solitary peak had long lost its significance. Had Su Mubai not still been alive, it would have been overtaken by others in the sect. Su Mubai, being one of the 7 swords of Xinxiao and the elder brother of the current sect leader, Luo Yintian, held a respected position despite his diminished power. The members of the sect were compelled to show him deference. Should anything happen to Su Mubai, the Haoran sword and the solitary peak would inevitably be contested by many. Even if Lin Feng could not gain the sword's recognition, possessing it remained a dream for countless members of the sect. It was expected that Lin Feng, as Su Mubai's only disciple, would inherit the sword. However, despite being the senior disciple, his capabilities were insufficient to shoulder such a responsibility. The Haoran sword, a hallmark of the Xinxiao sect, could not be entrusted to one of mediocre talent. Soon, they arrived at a secluded hall within the sect's main peak, where several other masters of the 7 swords awaited. In the center of the hall lay an ice coffin, before which a beautiful young woman knelt, weeping softly. Lin Feng's heart sank as he recognized his junior sister, Su Xiao, the only daughter of Su Mubai. With their matriarch long gone, the only reason for such sorrow could be one. Was the person within the ice coffin Su Mubai? Had his master passed? Lin Feng stood frozen, his mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. Only when the pressure became unbearable did he release a slow breath, his thoughts drifting back over 20 years. He had once been an infant abandoned in the wilderness. The reason he retained memories from infancy was that he was not originally from this world. Within the infant's body resided an adult soul. Lin Feng hailed from Earth, a prodigious young scientist whose intellect surpassed even that of Einstein. His research was at the forefront of global advancements. Unfortunately, he was too young and impetuous, eager to share his groundbreaking discoveries with the world. This naivete drew the attention of several powerful nations, offering lucrative terms to acquire his technology. As a patriotic youth, Lin Feng refused to sell his hard-earned findings to foreign powers, intending to contribute to his homeland. The outcome was tragic as he neared his country's borders. An enemy nation unleashed devastating nuclear weaponry, turning Lin Dong and the surrounding area to ashes. What transpired next was lost to Lin Feng. When he awoke, he found himself on the Jiu continent. Fortunately, his research had reached his homeland through alternative channels, ensuring that China would soon rise, propelled by his contributions, a testament to his existence. Having experienced death, Lin Feng matured deeply, reflecting on his past actions with a sense of folly. If only he had been more discreet, he mused, perhaps he would not have faced such dire consequences. Now, it was too late. With the heavens granting him a second chance at life, Lin Feng resolved to live wisely, vowing never to repeat his past mistakes. However, upon reincarnation in this new world, Lin Dong encountered a grave predicament. He had been abandoned once more, this time in the wilderness. Most critically, as a mere infant, he lacked the means to survive. While others traversed worlds as favored children of destiny or members of noble families, Lin Feng found himself as a forsaken babe, unwanted and alone. Yet, these challenges were trivial with his intellect. He could thrive anywhere. But as a mere infant, his options were limited to crying. After an hour of relentless wailing, exhaustion overtook him, and hunger gnawed at his being. He felt himself teetering on the brink of starvation. Was he to embark on a path toward death so soon after rebirth? What awaited him beyond death? He could likely never return to Earth. His physical form had been vaporized under the nuclear assault. Just then, Lin Feng's cries attracted the attention of a beast. With cold, emotionless eyes, it fixed its gaze upon his frail body, poised to pounce at any moment. As Lin Feng awaited his demise, a figure descended from the sky, landing before him. It was Su Mubai, seeking herbs to mend his own foundation. Upon seeing the nearly unconscious Lin Feng, he paused, contemplating for a moment before slaying the beast with a single strike. He then lifted Lin Feng, taking him back to the Xinshao Sword Sect, adopting him as his true disciple. Disciples of the Xinshao Sword Sect were categorized as outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. The number of true disciples was exceedingly rare, while inner disciples were somewhat more numerous and outer disciples were the most common. Regardless of their entry time or age, outer disciples addressed inner and true disciples as senior brothers or sisters. The same respect applied among inner disciples when encountering true disciples. At the age of 5, Lin Feng witnessed Su Mubai return, bloodied, cradling a young girl Su Xiao. Lin Feng had never met Su Ziyou's mother, and Su Mubai seldom spoke of the events of that day. As Lin Feng was the first true disciple to join, he naturally became the senior brother, albeit one of little significance. The members of the Xinshao sect privately whispered their doubts. With Su Mubai incapacitated, his disciple was deemed a waste. Lin Feng's presence was so minimal that he rarely visited the solitary peak and abstained from participating in the sect's annual competitions. Most disciples were aware of a senior brother's existence, but had never seen him. Who would pay any heed to such an inconsequential figure? Reflecting on his past, Lin Feng's eyes grew misty. Su Mubai was not only his master, but also his adoptive father. The debt of gratitude he owed was immeasurable, compounded by the fact that without Su Mubai, he would not be alive today. The thought of losing his most revered master felt like the earth collapsing beneath him. Chapter 2. The other shore flower. Lin Feng, burdened by a heavy heart, approached the ice coffin step by step. Upon glimpsing the familiar visage within, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. It was truly his revered master. The one who had rescued, nurtured, and imparted his skills to him had departed from this world. How could he, without having repaid his master's kindness, allow this to happen? A surge of regret washed over Lin Feng. He should not have concealed anything from his master. At the very least, he ought to have given his master cause for pride, allowing him to hold his head high before the entire sect. He needed to prove that despite his own shortcomings, his disciples were not without merit. During his time on Earth, Lin Feng's audacity and arrogance had led to dire consequences, resulting in his demise. Since his rebirth, he had exercised utmost caution, adhering to the philosophy that humility was paramount. He had thus cultivated an unremarkable persona, striving to avoid drawing attention. High-profile actions only invited jealousy and animosity. Why invite such troubles? Yet, the reality was that a once great scientist, who had stood at the pinnacle of Earth in his 20s and surpassed the intellect of even the likes of Einstein, could hardly be considered mediocre. He simply chose not to reveal his brilliance. Even his master, Su Mubai, remained unaware of Lin Feng's true potential, illustrating just how adept he was at concealing his capabilities. Only those who had faced death could truly appreciate the value of life. The thought of not being able to repay his master's monumental kindness gripped Lin Feng's heart with pain, and tears streamed down his cheeks involuntarily. "Big brother," Su Xiao cried, collapsing into Lin Feng's embrace. Their childhood bond was undeniable. When Lin Feng was merely 5 or 6 years old, he had taken on the responsibility of caring for Su Xiao due to Su Mubai's frequent absences. Had it not been for the fact that the Haoran sword was unsuitable for women, Su Xiao would not have become a disciple of the Chaoxiao Peak. "Do not weep, junior sister. Though our master is no longer with us, you still have your elder brother. I will not allow anyone to bully you," Lin Feng reassured her, despite the turmoil within him. Just as the siblings embraced in their sorrow, a voice broke the somber atmosphere. "Enough of your tears. Brother Mubai is not dead." Lin Feng and Su Xiao turned sharply to see Luo Yuntian, the headmaster of the Shenxiao sword sect and also the master of the Tai sword, a fellow disciple of Su Mubai. "Master uncle, did you just say master is alive? Is that true?" Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. "Indeed, Brother Mubai is alive, but he has been afflicted by a potent poison known as soul-devouring powder. Its victims fall into a deep slumber, with their souls gradually consumed until they perish entirely. The duration of this affliction varies according to the victim's strength. Brother Mubai can endure for about 6 months. To cure this poison, we must concoct a spirit pill using the other shore flower as the primary ingredient. The Shenxiao sect possesses all other necessary herbs, but the other shore flower is exceedingly rare, and we do not have it," Luo Yuntian explained. Upon hearing that Su Mubai was alive, Lin Feng and Su Xiao rejoiced. However, Luo Yuntian's subsequent words plunged their hearts back into despair. The Shenxiao sword sect was one of the most prestigious sects in the Lianzhou region, and if even they lacked the mystical herb, its rarity was beyond comprehension. "How could they possibly find it, Master Uncle? Where can we find the other shore flower?" Lin Feng pressed, determined to rescue his master at any cost. "Do not concern yourselves with the other shore flower, you two siblings. Rest assured, we will find a way. Brother Mubai is not only a member of the Shenxiao sword sect but also our brother. We will do everything we can to locate the flower," replied Luo Yuntian. "Master Uncle speaks true. Xiao, do not weep. We will find a way to save Brother Mubai," said a woman adorned in a flowing red gown. Her figure captivating. She was Lu Hongwan, Su Xiao's master and the master of the Honglian sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao. Among the 7 swords, only 2 were suited for female wielders, the Honglian sword and the Binghua sword. "Thank you, master. Thank you, esteemed uncles." Su Xiao expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed uncles," Lin Feng echoed, bowing in appreciation. Since Luo Yuntian had chosen not to disclose the whereabouts of the other shore flower, further inquiries would be futile. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Shenxiao sword sect, he was merely an unremarkable disciple, unworthy of their attention. It seemed he must seek a solution independently. The vast archives of the Gutsuan Peak surely contained records on this matter. Aside from rescuing his master, there was another pressing issue that Lin Feng was deeply concerned about. Who had harmed his master? Lin Feng continued, "Master Uncle, I have another question. Please enlighten me." "Speak," Luo Yuntian replied. "Who inflicted such harm upon my master?" Lin Feng's voice trembled with barely concealed fury, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Lin Feng, I understand that Brother Mubai's situation weighs heavily on you, and I can empathize with your feelings as a disciple. However, the purpose of gathering you siblings was not merely to convey this information. I believe that as Brother Mubai's closest kin, you deserve to know his condition. As for vengeance, do not concern yourself. The Shunshao Sword Sect shall not suffer in silence. Otherwise, we would allow any rogue to trample upon us. Luo Yuntian spoke calmly, though the fury simmering beneath was palpable. It was well known that the Shunshao Sword Sect was one of the most formidable forces in Lianzhou, a sect of sword cultivators with overwhelming offensive capabilities. Few dared to provoke them. Not only was Master Su Mubai poisoned and unconscious, but the Haoran sword, one of the 7 swords, had also gone missing. For the Shunshao Sword Sect, this was both a loss and a disgrace. Regardless of the enemy's backgrounds and connections, they would pay the price for their actions. The Haoran sword was the sect's emblem and could not be allowed to remain lost. Otherwise, the 7 swords would become the 6. Moreover, the combined might of the 7 swords was far greater than that of the 6. The return of the Haoran sword was imperative. I understand. Master Uncle, may I take my master back to Gutsuan Peak? Lin Feng inquired. Best not to. The conditions at Gutsuan Peak are currently limited. Should anything happen to Brother Mubai, we would be unable to respond in a timely manner. It is best he remains here, where we can monitor the situation. Luo Yuntian declined. Then I must trouble you, Master Uncle. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude once more. Bowing deeply, he agreed with Luo Yuntian's reasoning. Should he bring his master back and something go awry, it could worsen the situation. It was indeed wiser to keep him under the watchful eyes of the elders. All Lin Feng needed to do was find the other shore flower. Oh, not be so formal, Lin Feng. The matter concerning Brother Mubai is a secret of our Shunshao Sword Sect. You siblings should not divulge it to anyone else to avoid unnecessary trouble. Your primary focus now should be on cultivation. When Brother Mubai awakens, you can surprise him, Luo Yuntian instructed. Yes, Master Uncle. Yes, esteemed Uncle. Lin Feng and Su Xiao responded in unison. Well then, if there is nothing else, you may return. With us siblings present, Brother Mubai will surely be safe. Thank you, Master Uncle. Thank you, esteemed Uncle. The two then departed together. Upon exiting the side hall, Lin Feng could not help but say, Junior sister, if you have the chance, do come back often. Gutsuan Peak is not only our master's legacy but also your home. Yes, I will, big brother. But I must focus on my cultivation. I need strength to protect you and father. Su Xiao replied earnestly, Junior sister, you should not bear such burdens. Lin Feng sighed. Big brother, my mother is gone, and now my father is gravely injured. I cannot even seek vengeance against our enemies. Am I not useless? Su Xiao's tearful gaze met Lin Feng's. Not at all, junior sister. You have worked very hard. You are just still young and need time to accumulate strength. Every formidable figure in Lianzhou has spent hundreds or even thousands of years building their prowess. Lin Feng comforted her hastily. But big brother, I cannot wait that long. I must work harder than others, the young girl declared resolutely. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, merely letting out a sigh. The little girl who once trailed behind him, calling him big brother incessantly, had now grown. Do not worry about me, big brother. I will take care of myself, and my master treats me well. I will earn the recognition of the Honglian sword. Junior sister, do not pressure yourself too much. I will always be here for you, Lin Feng said for the first time, feeling a deep concern for Su Xiao. The young girl bore far too much for someone her age. With her mother long gone and her father now on the brink of death, she should not have to shoulder such burdens. Despite Su Xiao's impressive talent, she was still far from avenging her master. Only by obtaining the recognition of the Honglian sword, one of the 7 swords, could she hope for a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, all was in vain, and I understand, big brother. Thank you. I will return to my cultivation now. Go ahead. Su Xiao took to the skies on her sword. Lin Feng summoned his own sword, which emerged from his back, rapidly enlarging before him as he followed suit. He intended to return to Gutsuan Peak to peruse the archives for information on the other shore flower. Although Luo Yuntian had suggested leaving the matter to the sect, Lin Feng preferred not to place his hopes in others. Furthermore, he had another task awaiting him, to uncover the identity of the one who had harmed his master. Chapter 3. The 9 Nether Secret Realm within the side hall of the Shunshao Sword Sect. After Lin Feng and Su Xiao departed, Luo Yuntian finally spoke up. Let us proceed according to plan. Yes, Master Uncle. The other 5 members replied in unison. Cole Junior sister. For this operation against the Rakshasa sect, you should refrain from participating for now. Return and diligently study the materials regarding the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Your age fits within the regulations perfectly. When the realm opens in a month, you can enter incognito to seek the other shore flower. I will dispatch someone else to divert attention from the outside. Regardless of the cost, We must obtain the other shore flower to save Brother Mubai. He has sacrificed so much for our Shenxiao sword sect. We cannot let our esteemed contributors feel disheartened. Luocha instructed Cold Hanshuang. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I will accomplish this task, Cold Hanshuang replied. Well then, everyone disperse, Luo Yuntian nodded. Once the others had left, Luo Yuntian remained, pondering. He felt a lingering confusion. Logically, the Rakshasa sect would not dare provoke the Shenxiao sword sect. Yet, they had not only grievously injured Master Su Mubai but had also stolen the Howran sword. How could such a minor sect withstand the wrath of the Shenxiao sword sect? Was there someone orchestrating this from the shadows? Who could it be? The Wujimezong or the Seven Kill sect? Moreover, with the imminent opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, why did Brother Mubai have to suffer from the soul-devouring powder at this critical juncture? Did someone intend to lure the Shenxiao sword sect to send more forces into the Nine Nether Secret Realm? What could their purpose be? These questions weighed heavily on Luo Yuntian's mind, necessitating careful unraveling. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, Su Mubai's vengeance could not be overlooked, and the Howran sword could not remain lost no matter the adversary's intentions. Those who dared provoke the Shenxiao sword sect must brace themselves for the consequences. Upon returning to Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng immediately began poring over the archives. The library at Gutsuan Peak was vast, books piled high like mountains. Once a thriving establishment, Gutsuan Peak had now fallen into decline. After 3 days of relentless searching, Lin Feng finally located information on the other shore flower in an ancient tome detailing various rare herbs from the Jiu continent. The other shore flower, known for its affinity for cold climates, primarily grows in frigid regions. Its petals resemble dragon claws, vivid red, with scaly roots and slender, pointed leaves. The flower blooms singularly in an umbrella-like cluster and is said to be the flower of the underworld. After finishing the description of the other shore flower, Lin Feng discovered that it had appeared in a place known as the Nine Nether Secret Realm. He quickly sought information about the Nine Nether Secret Realm. The Nine Nether Secret Realm was rumored to be a passageway to the underworld, filled with dense cold energy and devoid of sunlight. The flora and fauna within, having absorbed this chilling aura for eternity, sometimes mutated, giving rise to various exotic herbs and beasts. Those who entered must tread carefully, for a moment's lapse could lead to demise. The Nine Nether Secret Realm opened once every century. Lin Feng calculated the opening date of the Nine Nether Secret Realm and felt a flicker of joy. It would open in just over a month, lasting for 3 months. His master could endure for half a year, providing ample time to Aunt Leng, as he found the other shore flower within the Nine Nether Secret Realm and combined it with the supporting herbs from the Shenxiao sword sect to concoct a spirit pill. He could save his master. However, Lin Feng suddenly froze. The Nine Nether Secret Realm opened only once every 100 years, yet his master had coincidentally been poisoned by the soul-devouring powder at this critical time, necessitating a journey to find the other shore flower. Was this mere coincidence? Unlikely. It indicated that someone was targeting the Shenxiao sword sect. Clearly, he could not rely on the sect to find the other shore flower. He must depend on himself. Having discovered a method to save his master, Lin Feng shifted his focus to another pressing matter. Who had caused his master's injuries? As a disciple, it was his duty to avenge his master. However, uncovering the identity of the assailant would not be easy, considering that the headmaster had mentioned it was a secret of the Shenxiao sword sect, known only to a select few among the higher-ups. With this in mind, Lin Feng faced a dilemma. Despite being the eldest disciple of the Shenxiao sword sect and having been present for over 20 years, his infrequent excursions from Gutsuan Peak had limited his acquaintance with the sect's hierarchy. He was relatively familiar only with the other 6 members of the Seven Swords alongside his master, while his knowledge of the rest was scant. Thus, to ascertain the identity of the one who harmed his master, he could only approach the 6 senior uncles. Which one should he approach? The headmaster was out of the question. If he had intended to share information, he would have done so by now. Among the remaining 5, Lin Feng deliberated before ultimately deciding to seek Cold Hanshuang. He knew her to be a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. When Lin Feng was very young, as Su Mubai often left the sect, he had been entrusted to Cold Hanshuang's care. Of course, that was over 20 years ago. Since Lin Feng had become self-sufficient, he had lived with his junior sister Su Xiao at Gutsuan Peak until she became a disciple under Lu Hongwan. With his choice made, Lin Feng proceeded to the Yunu Peak, overseen by Cold Hanshuang. Upon entering, he was stopped by 2 female disciples. Yunu Peak only accepted female disciples, Male disciples from other peaks were required to announce their presence before entering. Please hold on, senior brother. May I ask where you come from and your purpose for visiting Yunu Peak? The two female disciples inquired politely, having recognized Lin Feng as a true disciple but not knowing him personally. I am Lin Feng. From Gutsuan Peak. I wish to see Cold Master Uncle. I would appreciate it if you could inform her, Lin Feng replied courteously. Lin Feng? From Gutsuan Peak? The two disciples exchanged astonished glances before simultaneously exclaiming, You are Lin Feng, the eldest disciple? The title of eldest disciple rendered Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Since entering the Shenxiao sword sect, he had scarcely left Gutsuan Peak, primarily to maintain a low profile and survive. In his past life on Earth, his youthful arrogance had led to his downfall. Having been reborn, he had no intention of repeating those mistakes. The powerful factions on Earth wielded devastating weapons such as nuclear bombs, and those in Lianzhou were equally formidable. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for understanding. He remained so low-key, yet how could some still recognize him? Little did he know, as the senior disciple of the Shenxiao sword sect, that mere title alone rendered any attempts at humility futile. If Lin Feng were to rank beyond the top 10 within this generation of the sect, it was likely that the disciples would be oblivious to his existence. However, Lin Dong's notoriety was not one to be envied. The higher echelons of the Shenxiao sword sect could only describe him with a single term: useless. The disciples, however, appended another descriptor: mysterious. The label of useless was a common refrain, while mysterious stemmed from the fact that many had never laid eyes on him. Upon encountering the legendary senior disciple for the first time, it was no wonder that the two female disciples from Yunu Peak were taken aback. I am Lin Feng. I kindly request that you inform Elder Leng. Lin Feng spoke again. Why yes. Senior Lin, please wait a moment. I will notify him right away. One of the Yunu Peak disciples replied, turning to enter the peak. The other remained behind, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely. In the realm of Liuzhou, a senior disciple of any sect was typically a formidable figure, as they represented the sect's standing. Yet, the senior disciple of the Shenxiao sword sect was regarded as a failure. This was a frequent topic of discussion among the disciples. The enigmatic yet inept senior disciple before them piqued everyone's curiosity. The remaining Yunu Peak disciple lamented inwardly, Senior Lin Feng is quite handsome, but alas, his strength is woefully inadequate. Otherwise, he would have surely captivated countless sisters. Lin Feng paid little heed to others' perceptions of him. Soon, the disciple who had gone to deliver the message returned. Senior Lin, please follow me, thank you, fellow sisters. No need for formality, Lin Feng responded as he followed the guiding disciple into Yunu Peak, marking his first visit there. The Shenxiao sword sect contained two locations that male disciples greatly yearned for, the first being Yunu Peak, home to its enchanting female disciples, and the second being Chaoxiao Peak, overseen by Lu Hongwan. However, distinctions existed between the two peaks. Yunu Peak, governed by Leng Hanshuang, admitted only female disciples, whereas Chaoxiao Peak welcomed both genders. Comparatively, Yunu Peak was more alluring. As Lin Feng traversed the path under the curious gazes of numerous female disciples, he finally encountered Leng Hanshuang. I have met Elder Leng, Lin Feng respectfully stated. Senior Lin, there's no need for such formality. Please, speak of your purpose for visiting. Leng Hanshuang replied with an impassive demeanor. True to her name, her character mirrored a chill, imparting an icy aura to all she encountered. If she were on Earth, she would embody the archetype of the aloof Ice Queen. Elder, I have come to inquire about the identity of the individual who has grievously harmed my master. I seek your enlightenment. Lin Feng clasped his hands and articulated his intent. He understood that Leng Hanshuang preferred straightforwardness over circumlocution. Lin Feng, the master has already addressed this matter. Regarding Mu Bai, our Shenxiao sword sect will take care of it. You should focus on your cultivation, striving to inherit Mu Bai's legacy, lest others take advantage. Do not concern yourself with other matters, Leng Hanshuang replied. You misunderstand, Elder. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of my adversary. I have no intention of taking action, of course, with my current strength, I am incapable of doing anything. As my master's sole disciple, I believe I deserve to know who my enemy is. This knowledge would serve as motivation for my relentless pursuit of improvement. I implore you to enlighten me, Lin Feng earnestly stated. After a moment of silence, Leng Hanshuang contemplated and ultimately conceded that Lin Feng's reasoning held merit. Mu Bai had but one disciple, raised from childhood, fostering a relationship akin to that of father and son. Sharing this information would not pose a significant risk. Once resolved, Leng Hanshuang chose not to withhold the truth. Lin Feng, I can divulge this information to you, but you must keep it confidential, for it is a secret of our Xinjiao sword sect. I only share this with you out of consideration for your status as Mu Bai's sole disciple. Rest assured, elder, I shall guard this secret fiercely and disclose not a word. Lin Feng pledged eagerly. The one who harmed your master is the Luocha sect. Luocha sect? Is that sect formidable? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled, as he had never heard of it. His ignorance stemmed partly from his sheltered life since being brought into the Xinjiao sword sect by his master, Mu Bai. His exposure to external affairs was limited, having only learned of a few prominent powers through his master's occasional mentions. The absence of mention indicated that Luocha sect was likely not among the most powerful factions within Lizhou. The Luocha sect is not particularly strong, Leng Hanshuang clarified. Then how could they dare offend the Xinjiao sword sect? Lin Feng's tone was laced with disbelief. The Xinjiao sword sect ranked among the top 4 powers in Lizhou. What was the Luocha sect in comparison? In the past, the Luocha sect would not have dared. However, now they have allied with the Wujimo sect, which emboldens them. Your Uncle Zhao and Uncle Jiang ventured to the Luocha sect to avenge your master and reclaim the Haoran sword, but they were ambushed by the Wujimo sect's grand elder, Qian Daoxiong, and could not reach the Luocha sect. They must return to confer with the master about future plans, Leng Hanshuang explained. Now I understand, Lin Feng nodded, having recognized the Wujimo sect from his master's teachings. Like the Xinjiao sword sect, it was also one of the foremost powers in Lizhou, and the two sects had always been bitter rivals. With such backing, it was no wonder the Luocha sect dared to grievously injure his master. Thank you, elder, for your guidance. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, clasping his fists. Lin Feng, you are Mu Bai's only disciple, and he has high hopes for you. Though your talent may be lacking, it is not the sole determinant in our cultivation realm. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for shortcomings. If you devote yourself entirely to your practice, it is not impossible for you to inherit Mu Bai's Haoran sword and Gutsuan peak. Otherwise, given Mu Bai's current state, it won't be long before the Haoran sword and Gutsuan peak change hands. Leng Hanshuang's words instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Feng, who was typically unflappable. The thought of the Haoran sword and Gutsuan peak changing ownership was unacceptable to him. Both belonged to his master, and none would take them away. Elder, I beseech you for further clarification, Lin Feng said, taking a deep breath. You know that Mu Bai was injured in his foundation during a mission in his youth, which has kept him stagnant in strength for years. All of us, his fellow disciples, have since surpassed him as the master of the Haoran sword. Mu Bai's current prowess no longer befits his title. Many within the Xinjiao sword sect covet the Haoran sword and Gutsuan peak. The only reason they have not acted is that Master Mu Bai has been protecting them. But now that he is severely injured and the Haoran sword is lost, it is certain that someone will seize this opportunity. You must prepare yourself mentally. Lin Feng, who had always adhered to a philosophy of low-key existence, found the sect's internal intrigues distasteful. However, should anyone dare to touch what belonged to his master, he would never allow it. I understand. Thank you, elder. Lin Feng bowed once more in gratitude. Enough. Go back and cultivate diligently. Even if the Haoran sword and Gutsuan peak are lost this time, you can reclaim them with strength in the future. I have faith that you will not disappoint Mu Bai's expectations. Lin Feng learned further details about the Luocha sect from Leng Hanshuang, discovering it was composed of former fugitives. He formulated a plan before departing Yunu Peak and returning to Gutsuan Peak. Today's events imparted a crucial lesson. In the Nine Continent, being excessively low-key was imprudent. If he had displayed even a hint of his talent, perhaps Gutsuan Peak would not have fallen to such a state. Nor would anyone have dared to covet the Haoran sword and Gutsuan peak. That night, a shadowy figure stealthily departed the Xinjiao sword sect, racing westward with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of thousands of miles to the west, the Luocha sect lay nestled. At that moment, a clandestine meeting was in session within the Luocha sect, attended by a dozen decision-makers. One of them voiced a concern. Sect leader, is this course of action not too risky? The Wujimo and Xinjiao sword sects are the top superpowers in the Luzhou region. If we recklessly involve ourselves, your concerns are valid. However, I must emphasize that in the past, I would never have engaged in the strife between the Wujimo and Xinjiao sword sects. But the situation has changed, the Luocha sect leader replied. What has changed? The supreme elder of the Wujimo sect, Wuji Daoren, recently made a breakthrough. As these words fell, all present were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Wuji Dao Ran has broken through. Does this not signify that the Wujimo sect will completely suppress the Xinjiao sword sect? Witnessing their astonishment, the Luocha sect leader smiled slightly and continued. The Wujimo sect is collaborating with the Seven Kill sect to gradually dismantle the Xinjiao sword sect's power. Once Wuji Daoran stabilizes his realm, they will launch a decisive assault on the Xinjiao sword sect, obliterating this long-standing adversary, and then turn their sights on the Qingyun sect. When the Wujimo sect reigns supreme in Lizhou, the Luocha sect will soar to great heights alongside them. This is our only opportunity. We cannot afford to let it slip. With the sect leader's explanation, the Luocha sect higher-ups grasped the rationale. No wonder the leader dared to severely injure Sumu Bai, one of the Xinjiao seven swords, and seize the Haoran sword. He had already prepared an escape route. The following day, at noon, under a radiant sun, a colossal phantom sword measuring 100 feet in length suddenly appeared above the Luocha sect, its tip plunging downward. Boom! The sect's protective formation barely held for a moment before being utterly obliterated. The immense force sent tremors through the entire Luocha sect, causing countless structures to teeter precariously. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Luocha sect? Seeking death, are you? A thunderous voice bellowed, as dozens of high-ranking Luocha sect members charged out. However, upon witnessing the enormous sword in the sky, they were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. Boom! The immense sword continued its inexorable descent. The Luocha sect's disciples could not even approach it, ultimately left to watch helplessly as the phantom sword penetrated the main hall, annihilating it completely. The overwhelming impact reduced everything nearby to ruins, even pinning the high-ranking members of the Luocha sect to the ground, rendering them immobile. The 100-foot sword embedded itself a third of the way into the earth, with the remaining two-thirds still protruding. In that moment, the Luocha sect members realized that atop the sword's hilt stood a figure. Who are you? How has the Luocha sect wronged you to warrant such brutality? You've denied us even the chance to plead. The Luocha sect leader questioned loudly. He understood that, given the direct assault, begging for mercy was futile. The Luocha sect had committed numerous misdeeds in secret, comprised of a band of brigands, making it difficult to ascertain the identity of their assailant. The figure atop the sword remained silent, slowly turning to reveal a face concealed by a ghostly mask. Then, with a stamp of his foot, boom! The giant sword plunged another third of the way into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed. The already ruined Luocha sect was entirely leveled, its disciples suffering catastrophic casualties. Only a handful of the more powerful Luocha sect members remained, clinging to life. With just a single strike, the Luocha sect was obliterated, a testament to the overwhelming might of the assailant. Fool! Do you not fear retribution? The Luocha sect leader cursed vehemently, realizing that his life's work had been reduced to naught. He had intended to rise through the ranks with the support of the Wujimo sect, only to be blindsided by this sudden attack that annihilated everything. Where are the Wujimo sect members? Did they not promise to ensure the safety of the Luocha sect? Why have they not yet appeared? The figure draped in the ghostly mask remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon the Luocha sect leader. He was none other than Lin Feng, who had stealthily slipped away from the Xinjiao sword sect to avenge his master, Sumu Bai. His initial display of power was nothing short of terrifying. Should the higher-ups of the Xinjiao sword sect learn that this so-called useless senior disciple had single-handedly obliterated the Luocha sect with a sword, their reactions would be beyond comprehension. Though the Luocha sect was not particularly strong, it was still considered a mid-tier sect, not easily extinguished at will, especially by a single sword strike. Are you from the Xinjiao sword sect? The Luocha sect leader asked, only to quickly dismiss the notion. Impossible. You cannot be from the Xinjiao sword sect. The Wujimo sect assured me they would monitor all movements of your sect's experts. You cannot be one of them. Who exactly are you? Just as Lin Feng prepared to unleash his strength against these nefarious individuals, he suddenly sensed something and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a sword that soared from the ruins to his side. The Haoran sword. Gazing upon the familiar long sword, a wave of emotion surged within Lin Feng. At that moment, an angry roar echoed from afar. Bold thief! How dare you commit such slaughter? Today, I shall send you to your grave. Upon hearing this voice, the Luocha sect leader's expression lit up with hope. Elder, save me. The newcomer was none other than Qian Daoxiong, the grand elder of the Wujimo sect, who was seething with fury. To the Wujimo sect, the Luocha sect was merely a pawn, yet one still of value. Their mission was to ambush the Shenjiao Sword Sect members and weaken their living forces while ensuring the Luocha sect's safety. Now, with the Luocha sect destroyed, how could this not be a slap in the face to the Wujimo sect? For a superpower like the Wujimo sect, maintaining face was paramount. Otherwise, who would be willing to assist them in the future? Standing atop the giant sword, Lin Feng regarded the approaching figures with unwavering resolve. He leapt into the air, wielding his master Su Mu by Haoran's sword, and unleashed a strike towards Qian Daoxiong and the others. What began as a seemingly mundane sword strike transformed into a tempest of energy, the heavens themselves shifting as a massive sword aura surged forth, brimming with overwhelming might, aimed at the Wujimo sect members. Sensing the astonishing power of the sword aura, Qian Daoxiong's heart sank. What? Sword intent? Who is this person? How could he comprehend such formidable sword intent? Moreover, the sword intent emanating from Lin Feng instilled within him a sense of suppression. Scatter! Qian Daoxiong commanded. The dozens of shadows behind him dispersed in all directions, evading the impending strike. They too sensed the restraining power within the sword intent. Lin Feng, undeterred, charged forward, laughing heartily, at a hint of Haoran energy. A swift breeze across 1,000 miles. It seems the Grand Elder of the Wujimo sect is not all that impressive. I shall spare you this day, but mark my words. Our paths shall cross again, and I will take your lives. As Lin Feng departed, the scattered shadows regrouped around Qian Daoxiong. Grand Elder, the sword intent he has mastered poses a significant threat to us. If we do not eliminate him, he will surely become a major concern for our Wujimo sect. Qian Daoxiong fixed his gaze on the direction Lin Feng had fled, his fists clenched tightly, shaking with rage. The sudden turn of events had prevented him from confronting that sword strike head-on. Reflecting on it now, he realized that even with so many of them, despite the adversary's mastery of sword intent, it should not have been insurmountable. After all, he had dealt with sword cultivators for many years, understanding that while sword cultivators were indeed formidable, they could still engage in battles above their level as a matter of course. Furthermore, the Wujimo sect's dark arts were no trifling matter. When did such an extraordinary sword cultivator emerge in the Lijiu realm? Qian Daoxiong did not believe Lin Feng to be from the Shenjiao sword sect, for within that sect, few possessed such strength, and all were under the watchful eye of the Wujimo sect. If he were not a member of the Shenjiao sword sect, then who could he be? The news of the Luocha sect's destruction spread rapidly. Everyone is curious about the identity of the enigmatic figure known as the Ghost-Face Man with the capability to obliterate the Rakshasa sect with a single sword strike, and to leave unscathed from the assault of the formidable Grand Elder of the Wujim Demon sect. Qian Daoxiong, along with dozens of other elite practitioners, it is evident that this individual is no ordinary person. The more mysterious Lin Feng becomes, the more it piques the curiosity of those around him. The Wujim Demon sect is also investigating Lin Feng's true identity. Within the boundaries of Lijiu, the only sword cultivation force capable of posing a threat to the Wujim Demon sect is the Shenxiao sword sect. All others pale in comparison. Moreover, the powers of the Shenxiao sword sect are under their vigilant watch. This has left the Wujim Demon sect somewhat perplexed. What force could cultivate such a powerful sword cultivator? Initially, they intended to slowly undermine and weaken the Shenxiao sword sect's strength, waiting for their ancestor to stabilize his realm before striking decisively. However, the emergence of this mysterious powerhouse has completely disrupted their plans. The higher-ups of the Wujim Demon sect would never have imagined that the source of their troubles would be the so-called wasteful elder brother of the current generation of the Shenxiao sword sect. Chapter 5. Comprehending the sword after annihilating the Rakshasa sect, Lin Feng refrained from engaging with the reinforcements from the Wujim Demon sect. Once he subdued his enemies with his sword intent, he swiftly departed. It was not a matter of fearing their numbers. Rather, he wished to keep his identity concealed. He had gleaned some fundamental information about the Grand Elder of the Wujim Demon sect, Qian Daoxiong, from Leng Hanshuang. His position as Grand Elder attests to his undeniable strength, and should a confrontation arise, his identity as a disciple of the Shenxiao sword sect would inevitably be exposed, leading to suspicions about him. After all, apart from sword intent, everything he knew was taught by Su Mu Bai. The Wujim Demon sect and the Shenxiao sword sect have been adversaries for many years, and both sides are well aware of each other's capabilities. Without absolute certainty of silencing witnesses, Lin Feng opted for a strategic retreat, he would have ample time to deal with the Wujum demon sect later. There was no rush. Their audacity to employ the Rakshasa sect against Su Mubai had already placed them on Lin Feng's kill list. As for those who survived from the Rakshasa sect, they had been thoroughly crippled, and their continued existence would be more torturous than death. The Wujum demon sect, being a malevolent force, would not sustain useless individuals. While numerous top-tier forces within Liju were focused on Lin Feng, he had already returned quietly to Gutsuin Peak. However, he would no longer remain idle as before. In a month, he would venture into the Jiu You Secret Realm to seek the elusive other shore flower for his master. It was crucial to seize the time to enhance his own strength. Previously, Lin Feng felt secure within the prestigious Shunshao sword sect, believing that as long as he did not provoke others, solitude on Gutsuin Peak would suffice, allowing him to live a long life. However, the incident with Su Mubai had shown him that the Shunshao sword sect was not invincible, and this place could also be unsafe. To ensure longevity, he must stand at the pinnacle of the food chain, Gutsuin Peak. Beneath a millennium-old tree, Lin Feng sat cross-legged with closed eyes, utterly still. Any sword cultivator witnessing this scene would be envious and awestruck, for Lin Feng had entered a profound state known as comprehending the sword. The ability of sword cultivators to engage in battles beyond their level with such ease, becoming figures of reverence in the cultivation world, is fundamentally rooted in this understanding. Comprehending the sword is a crucial element of a sword cultivator's combat prowess, rivaling even advancements in realms. Each layer of comprehension results in a significant surge in offensive capability, categorized from lowest to highest as sword force, sword intent, sword domain, and sword way, with each layer further divided into 4 stages: subtle, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and ultimate. Only those with exceptional talent in the sword way can achieve such understanding. At this moment, Lin Feng was at the second realm of comprehending the sword, sword intent, and had reached the 3rd stage, major accomplishment sword intent. Upon achieving ultimate sword intent, he would have the opportunity to grasp sword domain. Comprehending the sword is the foundation for sword cultivators to battle beyond their level. Yet it is not something one can simply choose to understand at will. In Liju, the vast majority of foundational sword cultivators exhaust their lives achieving only the subtle or minor accomplishment of sword force. Those who attain ultimate sword force are exceedingly rare, and even fewer have grasped the 2nd layer of sword intent, while reports of anyone comprehending the 3rd layer of sword domain in Liju remain unheard of, let alone mastering the ultimate sword way. Lin Feng's ability to comprehend sword intent at such a young age is a testament to his formidable talent. Should he choose to reveal himself, he would instantly become a focal point of cultivation within the Shunshao sword sect, gaining renown across Liju. Previously, Lin Feng had believed that relying on the strength of the sect was sufficient, thus neglecting his cultivation. Now, circumstances had changed. With his master still in a coma, although he had avenged him, the quest for the other shore flower in the Jiu You Secret Realm remained. The Jiu You Secret Realm opens once every 100 years, and each time, it brings forth a tempest of bloodshed and intrigue, with numerous factions vying for their fortunes. Lin Feng dared not place all his hopes on the Shunshao sword sect. It was plausible that the Wujum demon sect would lay traps within the Jiu You Secret Realm, waiting for the Shunshao sword sect to fall into them. Having been adversaries for years, both factions knew each other well, while he remained an unpredictable variable for the Wujum demon sect. Thus, Lin Feng aimed to enhance his combat prowess as much as possible before entering the Jiu You Secret Realm. For a sword cultivator, the fastest way to bolster combat effectiveness is not through realm advancement, but through comprehending the sword. Advancing in realm requires gradual accumulation, while understanding the sword may come in a flash of enlightenment. If Lin Feng could progress further to reach the 3rd realm of comprehending the sword, sword domain, not only would he be prepared for the forthcoming expedition into the Jiu You Secret Realm, but he would also possess the strength to dominate in Liju. Half a month later, beneath the ancient tree at Gutsuin Peak, Lin Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, revealing a hint of disappointment. This latest endeavor in comprehending the sword had consumed half a month, resulting in his sword intent advancing from major accomplishment to ultimate, yet he had failed to grasp sword domain. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. After all, he had diligently devoted himself, yet the outcome did not meet his expectations. If other sword cultivators were to learn of Lin Feng's sentiments, they would likely be exasperated. Transitioning his sword intent from major accomplishment to ultimate in merely half a month is a feat of extraordinary talent. Such rapid progress in comprehending the sword is virtually unparalleled in all of Liju. Yet Lin Feng dares to express dissatisfaction? Truly, comparison breeds frustration. Although he ultimately did not attain sword domain, Lin Feng sensed that he was not far from its threshold. He merely needed an opportunity. However, when that opportunity would arise remained uncertain. Alas, if only he could venture to the sword tomb to comprehend the sword. The conditions here pale in comparison. Achieving sword domain may prove challenging, but the sword tomb should offer a chance. Lin Feng lamented to himself. The sword tomb he referred to is the burial site of swords from the Shunxiao sword sect's inception, housing numerous ancestral swords, including many renowned blades. The sword tomb is a sacred ground for sword cultivators and the optimal place to comprehend the sword. As the elder brother of this generation, Lin Feng was naturally the most qualified to enter the sword tomb. However, he had consistently concealed his strength and talent, resulting in his status as a nominal elder brother within the Shunxiao sword sect. He had never even participated in a sect competition. The right to enter the sword tomb is determined by the sect competition, and thus, Lin Feng currently lacks access. Unless he reveals his sword talent before the sect master and the higher-ups, he would be guaranteed immediate attention from the sect, and not only could he enter the sword tomb, but he could also consider it his home. Yet, Lin Feng was not inclined to take such actions at this time. With the experiences of his past life, he firmly believes in one principle. Humility is the key to longevity. Unable to enter the sword tomb to comprehend the sword, he could only research the Jiu You Secret Realm. It is said that within it lies a myriad of precious materials, opening once every 100 years, attracting countless forces to seize their fortunes. However, entry into the Jiu You Secret Realm comes with restrictions. One must be under the age of 100 years. Should one exceed this age, they would be mercilessly crushed by the natural forces within the realm. This means that each individual can only enter once in their lifetime, significantly limiting the pace at which various factions can sweep through the Jiu You Secret Realm. After all, the age limit ensures that many powerful cultivators are deterred. Moreover, no faction would dispatch all their carefully nurtured prodigies into the realm. Should they be annihilated, it would spell trouble. Each time the Jiu You Secret Realm opens, there are always fortunate individuals who acquire tremendous opportunities, shocking the world, prompting countless cultivators under the age of 100, regardless of their talent, to seek their luck, hoping to discover rare materials that could alter their fate. Lin Feng is uninterested in other precious materials. His singular aim is the other shore flower. He is confident that with diligent cultivation, even without any auxiliary materials, he could surpass the majority of prodigies within Liju. As time passes day by day, Gutsuan Peak remains like a forgotten corner. Even as the Shunxiao sword sect holds its grand ceremonies, this place is overlooked. Lin Feng relishes the tranquility. Were it not for Su Mubai's predicament, he would wish to linger here indefinitely. With no worries for food or drink, he could enjoy the scenery and indulge in barbecues. What could be better? Why venture out to fight for survival? Lin Feng's choice to remain idle stems from two reasons. First, his experiences on Earth have taught him the wisdom of remaining low-key. Second, he feels no sense of belonging in this world, as if it were merely a dream that could awaken at any moment. Few individuals earn his regard, but his master Su Mubai and his junior sister Su Xiao undoubtedly hold the first and second positions in his heart. They are his Achilles' heel. To touch them would invite death. Chapter 6. Yiching Xien. 2 days later, Lin Feng finally completed his review of all information regarding the Jiu You Secret Realm, including how many times it has appeared, what precautions to take upon entry, how many individuals' fates were transformed by venturing inside, among them, even notable figures, and how many perished, becoming fodder for beasts and nourishment for plants. Upon discovering that only individuals under 100 years of age are permitted entry, Lin Feng felt a slight sense of relief. Though he seldom leaves Gutsuan Peak and rarely learns about the outside world, he has gathered some basic knowledge about Liju from his master Su Mubai. The age limit of 100 years means that even prodigies have their limitations. True powerhouses are those who have lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. This significantly increases his chances of obtaining the other shore flower. Furthermore, the other shore flower possesses potent toxins. Even if he acquires it, he cannot consume it immediately. It requires other medicinal herbs to neutralize its effects before it can be refined into a remedy without side effects. Even if someone else discovers it first, he could reclaim it. Whoever possesses it must hand it over willingly. Otherwise, they should not blame him for being ruthless. To save his master, Lin Feng would not show mercy. Feeling pleased after acquiring this knowledge, he ventured into the dense forest of Gutsuan Peak, capturing a creature resembling a rabbit from Earth. and then fished a few from the nearby pond. He proceeded to grill his catch at his usual spot. Before long, the meat sizzled, exuding tantalizing aromas, and he seasoned it with his secret blend, devouring it heartily. Arriving in this unfamiliar world, Lin Feng's greatest satisfaction lay in the abundance of food available everywhere, far surpassing anything he had tasted on Earth. The meat was succulent, tender, and melted in his mouth. Even without any seasoning, it was delectable. He recalled the first time he ate. He nearly swallowed the bones whole. Since then, he had developed a passion for grilling meat beneath the towering trees, making it a daily ritual. A single missed meal left him feeling off-kilter. Currently, Gutsuan Peak was solely Lin Feng's domain. He could do as he pleased, eating until satisfied before taking a nap or climbing a tree to admire the scenery. His days were blissfully carefree. Over the years, he had feasted on everything that flew, ran, or swam. His grilling skills had become increasingly refined. Had he been on Earth, he would have undoubtedly run a packed barbecue restaurant. While Lin Feng indulged in his feast, a figure appeared in the sky, riding a flying sword. She gazed at Lin Feng, who was devouring his meal, her strikingly beautiful face devoid of any expression, her eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. The newcomer was Yiching Xien, a direct disciple of Leng Hanshuang, ranking 6th among all true disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect, making her Lin Feng's 6th junior sister. Both were well known within the Shenxiao sword sect, yet their reputations were starkly contrasting. One a prodigious talent, the other a wasteful elder brother. Among the current generation of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, only 4 have taken on true disciples. Haoran sword Su Mu Bai, Tai sword Luo Yuntian, Laming sword Zhang Ziwen, and Bingpa sword Leng Hanshuang. The remaining 3 have yet to find suitable successors. Lin Feng, my master requests your presence. She has matters to discuss with you. Yiching Xien stated coldly. She did not address him as elder brother but called him by his name directly. In her eyes, aside from entering the sect slightly earlier, Lin Feng was unworthy of the title of elder brother within the Shenxiao sword sect. This sentiment was echoed by other disciples of the sect as well. Yiching Xien did not harbor animosity toward Lin Feng, yet she certainly held no affection for him. With time, it was evident they belonged to different worlds. With Lin Feng's talent, he would ultimately fade into the crowd, while she was destined to ascend to the core leadership of the Shenxiao sword sect. Leng Hanshuang was looking for me? All right, I'll come once I finish eating. Would you like to come down and try some? The meat I grilled is not something everyone gets to taste. Consider yourself lucky today. Lin Feng smiled as he looked up at Yiching Xien. Hovering in the air, he had already sensed her arrival, but chose not to acknowledge it. He was accustomed to her addressing him by his name. After all, she was a prodigy, and it was natural for her to disregard a slothful elder brother like him. No thanks, you need to come with me now. My master is waiting for you, Yiching Xien replied, her expression unchanging. Very well, Lin Feng tossed aside the bone in his hand and brushed off his hands, nonchalantly wiping them on his clothes, a habit he clearly had developed over time. This action caused Yiching Xien, soaring in the air, to frown slightly. Who would have thought that the elder brother of the Shenxiao sword sect would be such a slovenly individual? After cleaning his hands, Lin Feng soared on his sword to join Yiching Xien. Qing Xien, let us depart. Yiching Xien led Lin Feng to Yunu Peak, where they landed and ascended on foot. The Shenxiao sword sect comprises 16 peaks. With the exception of Gutsuan Peak, which no one oversees and can be accessed directly, all other peaks require one to walk, a rule that must be observed lest one be deemed disrespectful. As they traversed through the curious gazes of many disciples of Yunu Peak, they soon reached the awaiting Leng Hanshuang. Master, I have brought Lin Feng here. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Yiching Xien respectfully stated to Leng Hanshuang. Qing Xien, please remain for the time being. Yes, master. Lin Feng, I greet you. Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting and bowing deeply. Lin Shizi, no need for such formalities. I called you here today to seek your opinion on a matter, Leng Hanshuang said. Please, master, go ahead. In less than half a month, the Jiu You Secret Realm will open. Within it lies not only the other shore flower that Mubai needs, but also many precious materials that could alter one's fate. The sect intends to send a group in. Would you be willing to join them? Of course, it is fraught with danger, and a moment's negligence could result in being trapped there forever if you are unwilling. I will not force you, Leng Hanshuang said, awaiting Lin Feng's response. She had considered this decision from multiple angles. Even if Su Mubai survived this time, he would be utterly crippled. It would not be long before others turned their sights toward Gutsuan Peak. Even the sect master could not guarantee its safety. Given Lin Feng's current talent, breaking the deadlock seemed all but impossible. The only way forward was to enter the Jiu You Secret Realm and take a chance. This was their last opportunity. Upon hearing Leng Hanshuang's proposal to accompany the Shenxiao Sword Sect into the Jiu You Secret Realm, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for how to respond. He was determined to enter the Jiu You Secret Realm, yet he did not wish to follow alongside the other members of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. That would be far too inconvenient. Given the age restriction in the Jiu You Secret Realm, most powerful cultivators could not enter, allowing him to navigate freely within it. Master, I think I will pass, Lin Feng contemplated before ultimately declining. It is far better to act independently, so why complicate matters? In Lin Feng's view, Shenxiao Sword Sect disciples under 100 years of age were merely burdens. If danger were to arise, would he come to their aid? Rescue efforts may indeed reveal one's strength, yet to stand idly by and watch others perish is utterly unacceptable. After all, one is a member of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Thus, it is better to adopt an approach of out of sight, out of mind. Yiching Xien, standing to the side, displayed a look of disdain. This senior brother was not only slovenly but also cowardly, bringing shame to the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Leng Hanshuang was equally surprised by Lin Feng's refusal. She had anticipated that he would eagerly accept such an opportunity. It seemed she had overestimated this junior disciple. Initially thinking him merely lacking in talent, she now realized he was also weak in character. One could not help but wonder how Mubai had taken on such a disciple. Lin Feng, you need not worry excessively. Yiching Xien will also be entering this time. Just stay close to her. With her protection, you should face little danger. You must understand that this is your only chance for a turnaround. If you miss it, it will be challenging to recover. You remember what I told you last time, don't you? Leng Hanshuang patiently advised. Lin Feng certainly recalled what Leng Hanshuang had mentioned previously. Many eyes were on the solitary peak of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, and with the sect leader gravely injured and requiring substantial resources for healing, it would soon be impossible to maintain the status quo at that point. If he wished to remain on the solitary peak, he would inevitably have to reveal some of his strength. Given this, it was better to enter the Nether secret realm alongside the sect members. Once inside, he could seek an opportunity to slip away discreetly, revealing only a modicum of strength when necessary, thus providing an excuse for any revelations. Moreover, since Leng Hanshuang had good intentions, to refuse her further would seem ungrateful. With this in mind, Lin Feng acquiesced. Then I thank you, Uncle Leng, he expressed with cupped fists. No need for thanks. You are Mubai's disciple and have grown under my watchful eye. I only hope you can protect the solitary peak and not let it be taken by others. Lin Feng vowed not to disappoint Uncle Leng. That's good, Yiching Xien. In half a month, you will take Lin Feng with you into the Nether secret realm. Yes, master. Yiching Xien replied respectfully, although she was reluctant to bring along Lin Feng. The sect leader's command was absolute. In Yunu Peak. Leng Hanshuang's word was law. Please take good care of him, Sister Yiching Xien, Lin Feng said courteously. You're too kind, Brother Lin Feng. In the presence of Master Leng Hanshuang, Yiching Xien dared not address him by name. Despite being true disciples, the senior brother held a position above her. Chapter 7. Blackwater Crows. 7 days later, atop the main peak of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, thousands gathered, men and women, young and old, all bearing 3-foot-long swords, some clad in green robes, others in blue. Lin Feng and Yiching Xien were among them, both dressed in green. In the Shenxiao Sword Sect, attire was significant. Disciples were required to wear green robes. Regardless of whether one was an outer disciple, inner disciple, or true disciple, the green robe was mandatory. However, distinctions were made. The outer disciples wore green sashes, inner disciples wore yellow, and true disciples wore white. The blue robes denoted the position of stewards. Those who failed to advance from outer to inner disciples before the age of 40 automatically became third-level stewards. Similarly, inner disciples who did not progress to true disciples by 50 would become second-level stewards. Stewards were classified into 3 levels, third, second, and first, correlating to the realms of condensing sea, breaking void, and communicating spirit. Third-level stewards were the most numerous yet the weakest, performing menial tasks within the sect, their status only slightly above that of outer disciples. Second-level stewards had a better standing, needing only to manage the third-level stewards. First-level stewards held a status higher than many inner disciples. Should a first-level steward break through from communicating spirit to skyward ascension, they would instantly join the ranks of elders, surpassing even ordinary elders in status. The thousands gathered on the main peak were disciples and stewards of the Xinqiao sword sect, set to enter the Nether secret realm. Among them were 4 true disciples, all in their 20s, regarded as the Crme de la Crme and key targets for the sect's cultivation efforts. 128 inner disciples, all under 50, held significant potential for development. Some even possessed talents rivaling true disciples, often overlooked in the beginning. Each year, during the sect's grand competition, inner disciples would strive to impress peak masters or elder groups, hoping to be selected as true disciples deserving of focused cultivation. 812 outer disciples made up the bulk, most barely qualifying for entry into the Xinqiao sword sect. The fate of most outer disciples was to endure until their time expired, becoming third-level stewards, with only a handful advancing to inner disciples and eventually becoming second-level stewards. The transition from outer disciple to true disciple was exceedingly rare, with few instances recorded in the sect's history. The remaining stewards numbered over 1,000, primarily middle-aged individuals of average talent, barely qualifying for acceptance into the sect, facing immense challenges in achieving anything significant without extraordinary fortune. Stewards were the most eager to enter the Nether secret realm, yearning for a chance to prove themselves. Without this opportunity, they risked a lifetime of mediocrity. Even a modest elevation to the rank of elder would vastly improve their status and resources. To be respected and gain access to superior cultivation resources, one could only strive to ascend. Achieving the rank of peak master or elder group member would place one within the core echelons of the Xinqiao sword sect. Whenever the Nether secret realm opened, various factions from Luocha dispatched numerous disciples to seize opportunities, in their quest for fortune. They also underwent valuable training. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse can never truly thrive. To grow stronger, one must venture out and face the trials of life and death. At this moment, the sect leader, Qian, was encouraging the departing crowd. Although termed encouragement, it was more akin to rousing their spirits. He recounted how many had soared to greatness since the Nether secret realm's inception, ultimately becoming formidable figures in Luocha. The message was simple, yet the impact was palpable. In this era of survival of the fittest, who does not desire strength? Who does not aspire to become a powerful figure, wielding dominion over the lives and deaths of others? Lin Feng stood as an exception, while others exerted themselves to grow stronger. Observing the exhilaration on the faces of the assembly, Qian sensed the moment was ripe and gestured grandly. This expedition into the Nether secret realm will see our Xinqiao sword sect take the lead. Elders, I entrust these individuals to you. I expect the same number you take with you today to be returned in 3 months, whether they arrive as corpses or living souls. Understood. Sect leader, Elder Gu Mingzhou, one of the 12 elders, stepped forward with a respectful salute. He was indeed a powerful member of the elder group. Let us depart. In an instant, Gu Mingzhou soared into the sky, followed by the rest who took to their swords in pursuit. To ensure the safety of their disciples, the Xinqiao sword sect dispatched 24 elders of at least Skyward Ascension realm to accompany them. The procession moved majestically towards the Nether secret realm's entrance. The sight of 2,000 flying swords in the sky was a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Feng, concealed within the crowd, made efforts to remain inconspicuous. Planning to slip away quietly once inside the Nether secret realm, deliberately keeping his distance from Yiching Xien. Unlike him, she was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also the pride of the Xinqiao sword sect. Renowned throughout, the throng of admirers surrounding her was a testament to her popularity. Lin Feng wished to avoid drawing attention. The unfamiliar faces around him made him realize that after 2 decades in the Xinqiao sword sect, he knew so few people. Despite being one of the top powers in Luocha, the sect was vast, continuously absorbing new disciples each year. As the senior brother for over 20 years, he had indeed been too reclusive, rarely venturing out in a gathering of over 2,000. He could count the acquaintances he recognized on one hand. As the senior brother of the Xinqiao sword sect, he felt he had fallen short. Meanwhile, various factions across Luocha were sending out their own teams, eager to seize the opportunities the Nether secret realm offered. Each opening of the realm was a grand event for Luocha. While it may not dictate the immediate future of the region, it certainly held significance. Everyone hoped for their disciples to unearth fortunes within the Nether secret realm and ascend to new heights. After 2 days of flying, the Xinqiao sword sect's entourage arrived at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains. This mountain range was one of Luocha's 3 forbidden zones, fraught with peril. requiring utmost caution even from the strongest. Fortunately, the entrance to the Nether Secret Realm was situated at the mountain's periphery. Otherwise, the Sect's team might have faced annihilation before even reaching their destination. The 3 forbidden zones were no trifling matter. Even the outskirts demanded vigilance. Lin Feng, blending into the crowd, gazed at the legendary 10,000 Great Mountains, finding little remarkable beyond the vast, endless forests. At this moment, Elder Gu Mingzhou spoke loudly. "We are about to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains, one of Li Zhou's 3 forbidden zones. Stay close and do not lag behind. I lack the time to wait for you. The sect leader entrusted me to bring you all back, whether as corpses or living souls, is up to you. Understand?" "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. They knew the sect leader's words were mere formalities. Whether facing the treacherous Nether Secret Realm or even a simple mission, one could not expect many to set out and return. "Very well, follow me." Gu Mingzhou led the way into the 10,000 Great Mountains. The 2,000 continued to soar forward on their swords. An hour passed without incident. Lin Feng occasionally glanced down at the dense forest beneath, curious about the dangers said to lurk within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Alas, nothing transpired. Just then, a vast, swiftly moving black cloud appeared ahead, closing in rapidly, accompanied by a cacophony of cries. Caw, caw, caw. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt little alarm, yet those around him seemed intoxicated, their sword flights becoming unsteady. "Wake up!" A booming voice rang out. In an instant, everyone regained their senses. "Attention! These are Blackwater Crows. Their attack power is weak, but their cries possess potent hallucinatory effects. You must maintain your resolve. Do not let your guard down. If you succumb to their illusions and fall, you know the consequences." Elder Gu Mingzhou warned loudly. "Yes, Elder," they responded. "Proceed." As sword cultivators, they were to possess unwavering determination, ready to slice through whatever lay ahead. Jiu Mingzhou led the charge. Wielding his sword, a blade of light surged forth, slicing into the dense flock of Blackwater Crows. The other elders followed suit, unleashing dozens of sword beams into the throng. Countless Blackwater Crows fell from the sky, their deaths inciting a frenzy among the remaining birds, which screeched even louder. Several weaker disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect could not withstand the assault, falling into the hallucinations and plummeting down. The moment they hit the forest below, their agonized screams echoed, a dot before descending into silence. The scene unfolded rapidly, instilling fear within the remaining disciples, who steeled themselves. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. It appeared that the forest beneath concealed great horrors. The elders of the Shenxiao sword sect had the opportunity to save the fallen disciples, yet they refrained from acting. Firstly, their focus needed to remain on the larger group, and secondly, it served as a test. If one could not withstand even the low-level mental assault of the Blackwater Crows, it indicated limited potential, rendering further investment of energy and resources unnecessary. Such is the reality and cruelty of the world of cultivators. Once one chose the path of cultivation, they must prepare for the possibility of life and death at any moment. It was not only the disciples. Even Su Mubai, once a prodigy of the Shenxiao sword sect, was abandoned after sustaining serious injuries. Were it not for Luo Yuntian ascending to the position of sect leader, feeling a sense of nostalgia, and considering Su Mubai's sacrifice for the sect, the solitary peak and Howren sword would have long since changed hands, and Lin Feng would not have become the senior brother of this generation in the Shenxiao sword sect. Chapter 8. Qing Yun's sect. The disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect encountered the flock of Blackwater Crows mid-air. Although elders were diligently clearing the skies of the crows, their sheer numbers allowed many to infiltrate the ranks. Everyone drew their swords from their bags, slashing at the encroaching Blackwater Crows while maintaining their flight. The combat effectiveness of the Blackwater Crows heavily relied on their cries. Their tactic involved disorienting their prey with sound before moving in for the kill and feasting. Once their cries lost effect, their strength diminished significantly. Lin Feng wielded an ordinary sword, dispatching any nearby Blackwater Crows that approached. To remain inconspicuous, he feigned difficulty in combat. The battle raged on, with numerous Blackwater Crows being slain and falling into the forests below. Disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect occasionally fell as well. Minutes later, several Blackwater Crows approached Lin Feng, letting out a piercing shriek. Just as he intended to strike them down, he noticed a figure swiftly moving toward him and feigned momentary distraction. Once the Blackwater Crows around him were dispatched, he slowly regained focus. "Thank you, Sister Yi, For your rescue? Lin Feng expressed gratefully with cupped fists. The figure he had seen was indeed Yiching Xien. To avoid revealing his strength, he had chosen to wait for her assistance. At the same time, two unfriendly gazes fell upon Lin Feng. Yiching Xien, as the pride of the Shenxiao sword sect, had many admirers, including several prodigious talents. Her cold demeanor, which offered no words to anyone, made her willingness to help Lin Feng all the more noticeable, inevitably stirring resentment among some. Among the 4 true disciples heading to the 9 Nether Secret Realm, both Zhu Jie and Yang Fan held affections for Yiching Xien. Do not mention it. Since I promised Master to ensure your safety, I will do my utmost. From now on, stay close to me to avoid any unforeseen incidents. I cannot explain to Master and Uncle Su if something happens, Yiching Xien replied expressionlessly. Then I must trouble you, Sister Yi. Although Lin Feng wished to distance himself from Yiching Xien, she was indeed acting to protect him. He decided to wait for an opportunity to leave after entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Following Yiching Xien closely, he observed her deftly wielding her sword, dispatching the Blackwater Crows that dared to approach. True to her status as a true disciple of Leng Hanshuang, her strength was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among her peers. Her resolute heart rendered the Blackwater Crows' cries ineffective against her. Before long, the bothersome crows were completely eradicated in this battle. Approximately 30 disciples from the Shenxiao sword sect would remain forever lost in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Following the elimination of the Blackwater Crows, Elder Gu Mingzhou led the group onward to their destination, showing no signs of regret or sympathy for the fallen disciples. The Blackwater Crows could be deemed the lowest tier of danger in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The elders had already mitigated most of the threats. If disciples could not survive such an encounter, it was simply a reflection of their inadequate strength. Such was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. 2 hours later, the Shenxiao sword sect's party arrived at a valley, their intended destination, the 9 Nether Valley. This place had not originally borne the name 9 Nether Valley, but it had been renamed after the opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a designation that had endured for thousands of years. Upon arriving at the 9 Nether Valley, Gu Mingzhou noted that several small to medium-sized factions and individual cultivators had already arrived ahead of them. They gazed enviously at the vast procession of sword-wielders soaring through the sky, as other factions had transported their disciples using large magical artifacts. Only the Shenxiao sword sect arrived flying on their swords. The sword cultivators are truly the aspiration of the vast majority of practitioners. Not only are they formidable in strength, effortlessly engaging in battles beyond their level, but the mere act of flying on a sword is immensely impressive. It is essential to understand that practitioners, before reaching the realm of flight, cannot remain airborne for extended periods and must rely on flying artifacts. Each flying artifact holds immense value, making them unattainable for many. However, sword cultivators differ. Upon reaching the Condensing Sea realm, they can learn the art of sword flight. Such a privilege is unattainable for other practitioners. Were it not for the exceptionally stringent requirements for sword cultivators' qualifications, the Shenxiao sword sect would have undoubtedly become the foremost power in the Liao continent long ago. Wow! The Shenxiao sword sect has arrived. Sword flight is so cool. If only I could find a disciple from the Shenxiao sword sect as a partner, then I could fly alongside them. How splendid that would be, a woman exclaimed. Immediately, a man retorted, Are you dreaming? Who among the disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect isn't a genius? Do you think they would even glance your way? Can't I just dream about it? You are the one dreaming, and your whole family is dreaming. This exchange was merely a microcosm of the scene. Whether from smaller factions or solitary practitioners, upon witnessing the members of the Shenxiao sword sect, envy was etched on their faces, wishing fervently to be among them. A contingent of over 2,000 individuals flew over the gathering place below, proceeding toward a small mountain close to the 9 Nether Valley, which serves as the Shenxiao sword sect's encampment. Each time the 9 Nether Secret Realm opens, they station themselves here to send their disciples inside, waiting for 3 months. There are 4 such small mountains, corresponding to the 4 major powers of the Liao continent: the Shenxiao sword sect, the Qingyun sect, the Wujin demon sect, and the Qixia sect. The Shenxiao sword sect shares a favorable relationship with the Qingyun sect, while the Wujin demon sect has closer ties with the Qixia sect. The 4 top-tier forces have formed a delicate balance, but recently, the Wujin demon sect seems intent on disrupting this equilibrium. The Shenxiao sword sect was not the first to arrive. The Qingyun sect and the Qixia sect had already reached their destination. As thousands finished setting up camp, a voice called out, Brother Gu. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to lead the team. The newcomer was Wang Chuan, an elder of the Qingyun sect, accompanied by 3 young individuals. I also didn't expect Brother Wang to be sent by the Qingyun sect. Gu Mingzhou responded, stepping forward to greet him. They were old acquaintances. Luo, why don't you get acquainted with some of the esteemed disciples of the Shenshao sword sect? Once inside the 9 Nether secret realm, you will need to cooperate with each other. Brother Gu and I have matters to discuss. Wang Chuan instructed his 3 disciples. Yes, elder, they replied in unison. Inside the hastily erected tent of the Shenshao sword sect, Wang Chuan casually inquired while savoring tea, Brother Gu. I heard that your Shenshao sword sect has encountered some troubles recently. Just a minor issue. We have been contending with the Wujin demon sect for so many years. Haven't we been doing just fine? What can they possibly do to us? Gu Mingzhou replied nonchalantly. That is true. However, Brother Gu, do remain cautious. Those from the Wujin demon sect are always plotting to dominate the Liao continent. If you need assistance, the Qingyun sect will not hesitate to help. That I appreciate your offer, Brother Wang. By the way, I've heard of a mysterious sword cultivator who, after annihilating the Luocha sect, managed to scare off the notorious Qian Daoxiong with a single strike. I wonder which esteemed member of your Shenshao sword sect that might be? Please allow me to keep that a mystery, Brother Wang, Gu Mingzhou replied, as he genuinely did not know. The upper echelons of the Shenshao sword sect had previously convened to discuss the matter, but to no avail. They could not even pinpoint a suspect. Few sword cultivators in the Liao continent possessed the capability to repel Qian Daoxiong with a single strike, and all known to do so are from the Shenshao sword sect. There had never been any mention of sword cultivators from other factions exhibiting such prowess. Of course, the Liao continent is vast, and there could be hidden masters practicing in the shadows, but what reason would they have to assist the Shenshao sword sect? Since Brother Gu prefers not to disclose, I shall not pry further. Let us proceed as in previous times, joining forces in this excursion to the 9 Nether secret realm. I have a feeling the Wujin demon sect is up to something. If they dare to act, we shall gladly respond, Gu Mingzhou retorted fiercely. Meanwhile, the 3 true disciples of the Qingyun sect, Li Luo, Su Wei, and Yang Guangji, congregated with Shenshao sword sect's Yiching Xien, Lin Feng, Yang Fan, and Zhu Jie.as all were true disciples. They quickly found common ground. In such circumstances, inner disciples of the Shenshao sword sect were not permitted to participate. Li Luo and Yiching Xien, both regarded as exceptional talents, soon became familiar with one another. Su Wei, Yang Guangji, Zhu Jie, and Yang Fan also engaged in lively conversation, while Lin Feng remained solitary in a corner, disinterested in superficial pleasantries. Despite the jovial atmosphere, should personal interests come into play, animosity could arise instantaneously. After a while, Li Luo turned to Lin Feng and asked, May I ask who this junior is? Sisterly, he is no mere junior. He is our esteemed senior brother Lin Feng of the Shenshao sword sect, Zhu Jie replied with a smile. Oh, so it is senior brother Lin. Li Luo offered a polite acknowledgement. Su Wei and Yang Guangji glanced over with curiosity. While Lin Feng was not well known, the title of senior brother from the Shenshao sword sect held weight. Everyone knew that the sect's senior brother was a recluse, a good-for-nothing who never participated in the sect's competitions. Little did they expect to encounter him today. The trio surveyed Lin Feng with intrigue. Unfazed, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The more others looked down on him, the happier he became. Chapter 9. The Secret Realm opens. The number of participants from the 4 top-tier sects entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm was roughly equal. Any excess could result in unforeseen incidents jeopardizing the sect's foundation. Thousands of years ago, there was an instance where an entire contingent perished within, with none returning. Conversely, sending too few would risk losing opportunities to other factions, as the treasures within held considerable value. If one does not obtain them, others might catch up. Gradually, a tacit understanding developed among them. Every 100 years when the 9 Nether secret realm opened, the talented disciples dispatched would amount to no more than 1/10 or 1/12 of the sect's total. Regardless of circumstances, they could adapt. The members of the Qingyun sect departed swiftly, all awaiting the opening of the 9 Nether secret realm. Lin Feng, intent on quietly distancing himself from Yiching Xien, was suddenly called back. Lin Feng, when we enter the 9 Nether secret realm, we will be scattered, each appearing in different locations. I will leave a signal for you. Once you see it, hurry to join me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. There are dangers lurking everywhere in the 9 Nether secret realm. Please be cautious. Understood. Thank you, Qing Xian, Lin Feng replied with an outward calm, though inwardly he was elated. He had initially planned to find an opportunity to slip away upon entering the 9 Nether secret realm, But now it seemed he would part ways immediately. Seeking out Yiching Xien, that was out of the question. At that moment, a massive flying vessel emblazoned with the characters Wujin appeared in the sky. The Wujin Demon Sect, one of the 4 top-tier powers of the Liao continent, had arrived. At the bow of the ship stood Daoxiong, the Grand Elder of the Wujin Demon Sect, a tall man with graying beard and a menacing demeanor. Upon seeing him, the crowd instinctively recoiled, a wave of primal fear surging within. He was a notorious figure, his hands stained with blood. Even a mere glance from him was enough to terrify the average person. Both Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan were taken aback at the sight of Daoxiong. This demon has come, they thought. Decades ago, in pursuit of demonic powers, Daoxiong had slaughtered millions in a city, leaving the Liao continent in shock. During that period, the Wujin Demon Sect became the common enemy of all, with both smaller factions and solitary practitioners denouncing them vehemently. Many members of the Wujin Demon Sect mysteriously vanished during missions. Although the sect was powerful, they dared not challenge the entirety of the Liao continent. Ultimately, they had no choice but to keep Daoxiong hidden and declare that he had received the most severe punishment from the Wujin Demon Sect. Ensuring that such incidents would not recur as time passed, the fervor of that incident faded, and only recently had Daoxiong resurfaced in public view. Not long ago, he had ambushed renowned sword cultivators Zhao Ziwen and Zhang Zhe on their way to the Luocha sect, forcing them to form a yin-yang sword formation to escape. Jiu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan could hardly believe that the Wujin Demon Sect had sent Daoxiong this time. Clearly, this expedition to the 9 Nether Secret Realm would not conclude easily. All 4 top-tier powers of the Liao continent had now gathered, while smaller factions and solitary practitioners continued to arrive, nearly sealing off the 9 Nether Valley. Despite the known dangers of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, which had previously led to complete annihilation, the allure of the treasures within was too compelling. Born in this era, no one wished to remain stagnant, even if it meant risking their lives. 2 days later, a tremendous roar echoed from within the 9 Nether Valley. Boom. Following that, a spiral vortex appeared in the sky, spinning relentlessly. Everyone present understood that the 9 Nether Secret Realm was on the brink of opening. Who would seize the opportunity to soar to greatness, and who would find their demise in a foreign land remained an enigma. As time trickled by, crack, a lightning bolt cleaved the center of the swirling vortex above the 9 Nether Valley. Following that, a massive passage materialized before all. Daoxiong soared into the air, announcing loudly, "Ha ha ha. The 9 Nether Secret Realm has opened. All members of the Wujin Demon Sect, listen closely." Once inside, he paused, revealing a chilling smile. "Those who follow me shall thrive, while those who oppose me shall perish. Anyone who stands against the Wujin Demon Sect will be ruthlessly eliminated." Though the 9 Nether Secret Realm is a sealed space where murder and theft are commonplace, uttering such words before nearly all the forces of the Liao continent required considerable audacity. Even the Qisha sect, known for its previous camaraderie with the Wujin Demon Sect, frowned at this moment. "We will adhere to the Grand Elder's command." All members of the Wujin Demon Sect responded in unison, their faces alight with bloodthirsty grins. What they dared not do outside, they felt emboldened to accomplish within. Go forth. Opportunities await you. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Wujin Demon Sect. The members of the Wujin Demon Sect surged forth, each rushing toward the spatial passage. The other 3 major powers were not to be outdone, commanding their disciples to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm as well. Lin Feng, blending into the crowd, deliberately distanced himself from Yiching Xien, aiming for independent action once inside. Being with the sect members felt constraining. While their goals were treasures and opportunities, his singular focus was the mythical Other Shore Flower. After all 4 major forces had entered, the smaller sects followed suit, and finally, the solitary practitioners, Jiu Mingzhou, the elder of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, observed the entrance to the 9 Nether Secret Realm with a stoic expression, though concern brewed within. Thousands of disciples were venturing inside, but how many would emerge alive? An hour later, the passage into the 9 Nether Secret Realm sealed shut, requiring a 3-month wait for it to reopen. During this time, no one could breach the closure. The Shenxiao Sword Sect retained over 20 elders to guard the area for 3 months, awaiting the return of their disciples. "Well, everyone has entered. Shall we engage in a wager as per tradition?" suggested Liao Jun of the Qisha sect, a notorious figure with blood on his hands. The Qisha sect and the Wujin Demon Sect operated quite differently. The Wujin Demon Sect was arrogant and domineering, always seeking to dominate the Liao continent by force, compelling all to bow beneath their might. Conversely, the Qixia sect preferred a low profile, adept at concealing their actions. However, how virtuous could a sect defined by killing truly be? Liao Jun's suggestion for a wager was simple. Each time the 9 Nether Secret Realm opened, the 4 top-tier powers would stake a treasure, and 3 months later, the faction with the most surviving members would claim the wager. The outcome of treasures might not hold significant value, but face mattered greatly. The victor would overshadow the other 3 factions, bringing glory to their sect. As Liao Jun finished speaking, a monstrous claw lunged toward the Shenshao sword sect's encampment. A sword ray emerged, colliding with the colossal claw. Boom! The violent clash shook the surroundings. Once calm returned, Gu Mingzhou, wielding a long sword, glared angrily at Daoxiong, demanding, "What are you up to?" Daoxiong, "Nothing much. I've just been in seclusion for too long and wanted to stretch my legs." Daoxiong replied with a grin. "Why am at my Shenshao sword sect if you're merely exercising?" Gu Mingzhou accused. "It seems you were targeting us, and what of it?" Daoxiong scoffed. "The Wujin demon sect instigated the Luocha sect to covertly act against my Shenshao sword sect. We have yet to settle that score. Do you wish to declare war? If war is what you want, then war it shall be. Does the Wujin demon sect fear your Shenshao sword sect? Fine. Since the Wujin demon sect seeks war, I shall notify the sect leader immediately." Gu Mingzhou snapped, infuriated. "Suit yourself, but before you do, allow me to test whether your Shenshao sword sect has made any progress over the years." With that, Daoxiong waved his hand, and the heavens instantaneously darkened. The once clear sky gradually shrouded in darkness, accompanied by countless terrifying sounds echoing throughout the realm. Gu Mingzhou's heart sank at the sight. Wasn't this Daoxiong's infamous skill, the devouring demon technique? It was this very technique that had allowed him to massacre millions in a city. Daoxiong, are you intending to kill everyone here to cultivate your devouring demon technique?" Gu Mingzhou shouted. Fear etched the faces of all present. The reputation of Daoxiong and his devouring demon technique was renowned, even more so than that of the Wujin demon sect's leader. Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect watched Daoxiong with a grave expression, prepared to ally with Gu Mingzhou. Only the members of the Qixia sect appeared to relish the unfolding drama. "I harbor no such intentions, provided your Shenshao sword sect can break my technique. Today's affair will conclude," Daoxiong stated calmly. While the 4 top-tier sects stood before him, numerous smaller factions were also present. Even as the Grand Elder of the Wujin demon sect, Daoxiong dared not act against so many. Decades ago, he had become the enemy of the Liao continent and had no desire to repeat that experience. "Very well. You have made that claim. Today, I shall witness the power of your devouring demon technique." "Form the formation," Gu Mingzhou bellowed. The elders of the Shenshao sword sect swiftly mobilized, each summoning their swords. 24 swords converged to form a sword formation that shot skyward. Gu Mingzhou also raised his sword, merging it into the formation. The sword formation transformed into a colossal sword hundreds of feet in length, piercing the heavens. Crack! A resounding boom reverberated as the sky was pierced. A beam of sunlight poured down, and then the entire sky shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless shards. The darkened sky returned to clarity. Clap, clap, clap. Daoxiong applauded mockingly. "Not bad, not bad. A splendid sword formation that managed to break through 50% of my devouring demon technique. The destructive power of sword cultivators is indeed formidable. I, Daoxiong, keep my word. Today ends here." His words darkened the expressions of Gu Mingzhou and the elders of the Shenshao sword sect. The combined strength of over 20 individuals barely managed to counter 50% of his technique. What if it were at full power? This demon had grown increasingly powerful after decades of seclusion. Chapter 10. The hunt begins. The gray, oppressive sky instilled a sense of foreboding. The once silent forest erupted into chaos as countless birds and beasts emitted cries. Here lay the 9 Nether Secret Realm, which opened only once every 100 years. At this moment, tens of thousands stepped into the secret realm. However, they did not arrive in a singular location, but rather were dispersed across various corners of the realm. In a certain area within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a middle-aged man licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Donning a black robe that concealed his head and body, he murmured to himself. "The hunt begins." Simultaneously, hundreds within the 9 Nether Secret Realm echoed his actions and words, donning identical black robes. Their mission was not to seek treasures, but rather, faux kill in a distant corner. Leng Hanshuang shed her disguise, revealing her true self. She was precisely of an age that conformed to the rules, being the youngest among the 7 swords of the divine sky in terms of strength. Leng Hanshuang was undoubtedly one of the most formidable individuals of her age group, with few comparable talents across the entirely continent. Logically, a powerhouse like her entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm under the guise of regulations should signify an invincible presence. Yet, at this moment, uncertainty clouded her mind. While mingling among the rogue cultivators, she had encountered numerous strong individuals, far inferior to her, yet abundant in number, all exuding a palpable aura of bloodshed, which aroused her suspicions and reality. Rogue cultivators were the least threatening group. They lacked talent and support, relying solely on their own efforts. Even with minor fortuitous encounters, substantial achievements were unlikely. Typically, only 1 or 2 prodigies might emerge from their ranks. However, the sudden appearance of so many strong contenders this time was evidently abnormal. Leng Hanshuang realized that this venture into the 9 Nether Secret Realm would likely not be straightforward. Nevertheless, she felt no fear. This was the confidence of being one of the 7 swords of the divine sky. Upon landing, Lin Feng found that, as Yiching Xien had said, there was no one around, which filled him with joy. He retrieved a white outfit from his Qinkuan bag to replace his blue robe and donned a mask, transforming his appearance to the point where even his closest master, Su Mubai, and junior sister, Su Muyao, might not recognize him. Finally, he felt free. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Here, he need not worry about revealing his identity. No one could possibly guess he was the discarded eldest disciple of the divine sky sword sect. As for safety, with a bone age under 100 years, Lin Feng truly did not regard anyone as a threat. His priority was to find the other shore flower before considering anything else. Swiftly, he traversed the forest, his speed so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Even within the dense woods, nothing impeded Lin Feng's pace. The other shore flower favored cold environments. To locate it, he needed to find a water source, preferably a pond. Suddenly, a chilling scream drew Lin Feng's attention, prompting him to halt. Analyzing the cry, it suggested the unfortunate individual was in grave peril. He wondered whether it was a human or a beast that caused this distress. Sensing that the sound was not far from him, Lin Feng decided to investigate. He moved toward the source of the scream. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the scene, discovering a corpse clad in a blue robe sprawled on the ground. It was a disciple of the divine sky sword sect. Lin Feng approached and crouched down to examine the body. The corpse had severed tendons in its hands and feet, indicating it had endured torment in life, with the fatal wound inflicted upon the neck, suggesting a human assailant rather than a beast. Although he did not recognize the deceased, witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before him stirred discomfort within Lin Feng. After all, they belonged to the same sect. Furthermore, all disciples entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm shared a singular mission: to seek the other shore flower. Regardless of success, Lin Feng felt gratitude toward these individuals. What puzzled him was that they had only just entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm. There was no time to seek treasures or opportunities, rendering the motive for murder unfathomable. If they had perished at the jaws of beasts, it might have been acceptable, but they had been slain by human hands after suffering torment. What enmity could provoke such malice? Why was he killed? Lin Feng murmured softly. The scene fell silent. With no one responding, he pressed on. We have only just arrived. Why would anyone want to kill him? Still, there was no reply. Lin Feng rose, his icy gaze piercing into the shadows of the dense forest. From the darkness emerged a figure cloaked in black robes, astonished as they regarded Lin Feng. How did you discover me? Why did you kill him? Lin Feng countered. What a ridiculous question. He is but an ant. If I wish to kill, I need no justification. The black-robed man scoffed. Is that so? Then in my eyes, you too are an ant. Does that mean I can eradicate you at will? Of course, if you are capable, the black-robed man retorted, and in an instant, he lunged towards Lin Feng, dagger aimed at his throat. Instinct warned Lin Feng that this masked individual was not to be trifled with. He must strike first. He had no desire to prolong the confrontation, opting instead to eliminate the threat immediately. As the dagger drew near, poised to slice through Lin Feng's neck, the black-robed man suddenly felt a chill wash over him, his strength dissipating. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had already tapped his forehead with a fingertip, his speed so astonishing that it left no room for reaction. Who are you? The black-robed man stammered in shock. He could not comprehend how, apart from the leader, there could be another formidable presence in the Nether secret realm capable of rendering him powerless. I am an envoy sent by heaven to punish demons like you. Descend into hell and repent. This world is not suited for you. As the black-robed man widened his eyes in disbelief, the next words he intended to utter were silenced as he departed this realm. Oblivious to the nature of the being he had encountered, Lin Feng, capable of annihilating the Rakshasa sect and deterring the Grand Elder of the Wujum demon sect, was no foe for such a lowly figure to provoke. If unleashed, Lin Feng himself was uncertain of his limits. He had yet to exert his full power, continuously concealing his strength at times. He yearned for a full frontal battle, yet the desire to remain incognito rendered it impossible to find a worthy opponent. This wish remained unfulfilled. Having effortlessly dealt with the enemy, Lin Feng's figure vanished into the woods, continuing his search for the other shore flower. The battles within the Nether secret realm were far from confined to this one. There were conflicts among humans as well as between humans and beasts. Generally speaking, treasures and rare resources were often guarded by formidable beasts. To obtain such treasures, one must first confront these guardians. As time passed, the death toll steadily rose. Within a single day, it had exceeded 1,000. At this rate, the tens of thousands who entered would quickly dwindle. However, this was merely a transient phase. Similar patterns had appeared in the past. Upon initially entering the Nether secret realm, ignorance of the circumstances led to high casualties. After all, each individual only had one opportunity to enter the realm in their lifetime. As familiarity grew, various factions would establish signals to gather their members. The more individuals present, the greater the safety, and naturally, the death toll would gradually decrease. Chapter 11. The Nether secret realm was vast. With tens of thousands entering, it was akin to a stone cast into a pond, the ripples soon fading into tranquility. Lin Feng traversed the dense forest for an entire day, encountering only a few individuals, all of whom he managed to evade. He did, however, come across a variety of medium to large beasts. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted a small stream. Where there was a stream, there would be a pond. Following the stream downstream, he soon found a stagnant pool. Yet, the outcome was utterly disappointing. The area around the pool was littered with tracks from various birds and beasts, clearly indicating it was a drinking spot for them. The other shore flower, being a precious resource, would undoubtedly be guarded by fierce beasts. Thus, in places where the flower thrived, other wild animals would not dare to approach. This knowledge had been gleaned from ancient texts prior to entering the Nether secret realm. After some reasoning, he concluded that there would be no other shore flowers in the stagnant pool before him. He continued his journey, never expecting to find the flower immediately upon entry. The Nether secret realm required a full 3 months of confinement before one could exit, allowing ample time. However, having time did not imply one could be complacent. The sooner he found the flower, the sooner he could find peace of mind. 3 days swiftly passed. Lin Feng continued along the stream, discovering several ponds along the way, none of which bore the other shore flower. After merging with over a dozen tributaries, the once small stream had transformed into a river with a significantly increased water flow. This indicated a large lake must lie downstream. Otherwise, it could not contain such a volume of water. He only needed to follow the flow, and he would inevitably arrive. After advancing several dozen kilometers along the river, the sounds of battle reached Lin Feng's ears. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but then reconsidered. What if there were disciples from the Divine Sky Sword sect involved? As a member of the sect, he could not completely disregard the lives of his fellow disciples. He stealthily approached the conflict. Upon observing the two battling parties, he confirmed that no disciples from the Divine Sky Sword sect were present. One side consisted of the black-robed individuals he had seen before, while the other was comprised of disciples from the Qian sect. Lin Feng found this puzzling. It seemed that the individuals from the Wujum demon sect and the Seven Kill sect had not donned black robes. Yet these black-robed figures were formidable, exuding a ruthless demeanor, clearly intent on extermination. Which faction had dispatched them? As Lin Feng pondered, the battle neared its conclusion. Although the Qian sect had superior numbers, they were no match for the black-robed figures. Merely 5 black-robed individuals had cornered nearly 20 Qian disciples, leaving only 6 or 7 still standing, while the rest lay lifeless. Who are you? Why do you seek to annihilate the Qian sect? Do you not fear our retaliation? Luocha demanded angrily. Her talent and strength were commendable, Yet she was utterly outmatched by the more experienced and ruthless black-robed figures. In truth, if Li Luai had wished to flee, there was still a chance. However, as a true disciple of the Qing Sect, she could not abandon her fellow disciples to escape alone. Both the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Qing Sect are on our kill list. You can only blame yourselves for choosing the wrong faction, one of the black-robed individuals replied. Are you members of the Wujum Demon Sect? No need to inquire. I shall not divulge unless what? Unless you all perish, the black-robed individual declared, charging toward the surviving Qingyun disciples to resolve the battle swiftly, lest it drag on. Engage, Li Luai shouted. Initially intending to buy some time, she recognized that with the enemy unwilling to relent, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Aware that her demise was inevitable, she would not show an ounce of retreat, nor would she plead for mercy. As a true disciple of the Qingyun sect, she would not tarnish their reputation even in death. As the two sides were about to clash once more, the remaining strength of the Qingyun sect was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the black-robed figures, who could easily wipe them out. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air, followed by 4 piercing screams. As Li Luai and the other Qingyun disciples turned to witness the scene, they were struck to their cores by the sight before them. 4 of the 5 black-robed figures were impaled by branches, pinned to a tree, barely clinging to life. The remaining individual was grasped by the throat by a suddenly appearing man, rendered utterly helpless. Who sent you? What is your purpose in the 9 Nether Secret Realm? Speak, and I may spare your life, Lin Feng inquired hoarsely, looking at the captive black-robed figure. Despite his desire to avoid interference, he could not resist acting in this instance. Lin Feng was indifferent to the fate of the Qingyun disciples, but the black-robed individuals had mentioned that the Divine Sky Sword Sect was on their kill list, compelling him to intervene. If he did not act, more disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect might perish at the hands of these 5 black-robed figures. In light of this, it would be prudent to eliminate them and extinguish this threat at its inception. The 5 black-robed figures, still alive, gazed at Lin Feng with fear and disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. How could they have been simultaneously dispatched? Even if this were the external world, it was understandable, given the abundance of strong individuals. Yet, they were in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Those entering could not have a bone age exceeding 100 years, or they would be crushed by the forces of heaven and earth. This meant that Lin Feng's bone age was under 100 years, an utterly mad revelation. Who are you? The black-robed figure being choked managed to stammer after a prolonged struggle. You have no right to ask me. Reveal your objectives and the identities of your superiors, or else die. Dream on. Lin Feng discerned the answer immediately. He had long sensed that these black-robed figures were trained professionals, unlikely to divulge information. Since they were unwilling to speak, he would put an end to their nefarious lives and send them to join the deceased they had wronged. With that, he tightened his grip, snapping the figure's neck. The remaining 4, witnessing this, opened their mouths, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The branches had not only pierced their hearts, but also shattered their internal organs with immense force, extinguishing their lives. The scene left the Qingyun disciples in stunned silence. Even Li Luai, a prodigy of the sect, was taken aback. The strength of those 5 black-robed figures was something she understood better than anyone. Yet they had been so easily dispatched by someone whose bone age was under 100 years? Li Luai, who prided herself on her talent, felt an immense blow to her self-esteem at this moment. The person before her could no longer be merely described as a genius. Lin Feng discarded the corpse of the black-robed figure and was about to depart when he heard Li Luai's voice behind him. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. He turned slowly, revealing his masked face to the disciples of the Qingyun sect. There is no need for gratitude. Even without you, I would not have spared these black-robed figures. Regardless, you saved us, and that is a fact. Please, allow us to know your name. And once we exit, the Qingyun sect will certainly pay you a visit, Li Luai said, clasping her fists in respect. No need. It was merely a trivial matter. You need not dwell on it. Farewell to you. It may be trivial, but to us, it was a life-saving act. Before Li Luai could finish, the figure had already vanished. Lin Feng had no desire to engage in further conversation with the Qingyun sect, opting instead to depart directly. Watching the spot where he had disappeared, Li Luai remained in a state of profound contemplation. What faction could cultivate such an extraordinary disciple? Without a sword, it was evident he was not from the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Those from the Wujum Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect would never come to their aid. Were there other factions within the Li continent capable of nurturing such a prodigy? Chapter 12. The identity of the black-robed figure's Lin Feng continued his search for the other shoreflower. To him, nothing held greater importance as for saving Li Luai and the others from the Qingyun sect. It was merely a matter of convenience, easily forgotten afterward. The existence of the black-robed figures had made Lin Feng slightly vigilant, yet he did not dwell on it. While he would not dare to speak of it outside, within this realm, he could slay as many black-robed figures as appeared. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Nether secret realm, a battle had just concluded. 3 black-robed figures lay lifeless on the ground. Standing before the corpses was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, Leng Hanshuang, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of the divine sky. Even before entering the Nether secret realm, while mingling among the rogue cultivators, she had sensed the presence of many powerful individuals. It was now confirmed that the black-robed figures before her had changed their attire. While she did not know their intentions for entering, she was certain it was not for benevolent purposes. After inspecting the bodies, she found no valuable items. Leng Hanshuang frowned. These black-robed figures were clearly trained professionals, each ruthless and unafraid of death. Had she not possessed overwhelming power over them, the outcome of this battle could have been uncertain. Not having found any clues, Leng Hanshuang, unwilling to dirty her hands, merely removed the upper garments of the black-robed figures, leaving their lower bodies untouched. Even in death, she did not wish to taint her vision. After a thorough examination of the arms, chest, and neck, she found no leads. She then flipped one of the black-robed figures over, revealing a large, red character for kill engraved across its back, occupying nearly half of the surface area. This character was not merely inscribed but carved into the flesh, having fused with the body. At a glance, Leng Hanshuang felt a surge of murderous intent envelop her. It was evident that the one who had etched this character was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, such a potent murderous intent would not exist. Leng Hanshuang stood still, contemplating for an extended period, when suddenly her gaze narrowed. Could it be that they are, upon considering that possibility, a wave of concern washed over her? The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. It seemed that the quest for the other shoreflower had to be postponed. She must eliminate as many of these black-robed figures as possible while also locating her personal disciple, Yiching Xien, along with the other disciples of the Shenshao Sword Sect, to inform them of the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, the Shenshao Sword Sect would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses during this expedition into the Nether secret realm. As the days slipped by, 10 days had swiftly passed. Battles erupted almost incessantly within the Nether secret realm, claiming lives. Some perished at the jaws of beasts, others were slain by the black-robed figures, while some fell victim to conflicts over treasures. Yet, compared to the first 2 days of their arrival, the death toll had significantly decreased. The merciless slaughter by the black-robed figures finally caught the attention of both the Shenshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect. Initially focused on searching for treasures and opportunities, the members of both sects began to gather in large numbers through the signals they had previously established. After all, no treasure or opportunity could compare to the value of life itself. The Shenshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect amassed several teams, banding together for warmth and protection. The smaller groups numbered a few individuals, while the largest reached 50 to 60 members. As time progressed, the number of those gathered continued to swell. Yiching Xien found herself among the largest contingent, accompanied by another true disciple of the Shenshao Sword Sect, Yang Fan, a true disciple of Leng Hanshuang. One of the 7 swords of Shenshao, Yiching Xien held a position of considerable esteem within the sect, both in terms of talent and status. If all went as expected, she would eventually grow to become one of the next 7 swords of Shenshao. In the absence of the sect's core leadership, true disciples wielded absolute authority, and thus, she naturally became the backbone of the team, even prompting Yang Fan to yield to her. At that moment, Yiching Xien and Yang Fan's team was resting after a recent encounter with a squad of 6 black-robed figures. Following a grueling battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing their foes, but the cost was steep. 8 members of their sect had perished. This loss weighed heavily on Yiching Xien, facing 6 adversaries with a numerical advantage of 5 to 1. Incurring the loss of 8 lives while achieving victory left her with little cause for celebration. The combat tactics employed by the black-robed figures were exceedingly bizarre. They seemed utterly indifferent to their own lives. Yiching Xien felt as though she were battling a horde of emotionless corpses, engaged in a harrowing contest of attrition where they inflicted damage upon their enemies at an alarming rate, leaving her deeply troubled. Does anyone have any thoughts on these suddenly appearing black-robed figures? The disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect remained silent, still reeling from the shock of the recent battle. In the same realm, sword cultivators typically boasted the strongest offensive capabilities, albeit with relatively lower defenses. Faced with the death-defying black-robed figures, they felt utterly helpless. After all, sword cultivators are human, while their opponents seemed akin to unfeeling, deathless beings. Yiching Xien, these black-robed figures are clearly not ordinary. They are ruthless, and during combat, they exchange injuries as if it were a game. Even in their final moments, they seek to take someone down with them. Such individuals are not products of a typical faction. I sense their purpose for entering the Nether Secret Realm is far from simple, Yang Fan said, his expression betraying a lingering fear. Despite his superior strength compared to the black-robed figures, he found himself unable to deliver a fatal blow due to their reckless disregard for self-preservation, leaving him momentarily disoriented in a normal confrontation. The weaker party would undoubtedly seek an escape route, holding on to the hope of future vengeance. However, these black-robed figures were different. Their sole focus was to inflict as much damage as possible before their demise. The Shenxiao sword sect had a considerable advantage in numbers today, yet still lost over a dozen members to eliminate the enemy. Yang Fan is correct. These black-robed figures may not be here in search of treasures or opportunities. Before we regroup with our senior brothers and sisters, we encountered numerous corpses, some of our own, others belonging to various factions and wanderers, all slain by human hands. Initially, we believed it to be a conflict over treasures, but now it seems highly probable that it was the work of the black-robed figures, an inner sect disciple added. We've witnessed many similar occurrences on our journey. Others echoed in agreement. They don't seek treasures or opportunities. Their sole focus is on killing. What could their motive possibly be? Yiching Xien questioned, bewildered. No one could provide an answer to her inquiry. The emergence of the black-robed figures cast a shadow over everyone's psyche. What was once a quest for personal opportunities in the Nether Secret Realm had now devolved into following the larger group. Regardless of their motives, we must revise our plans. No one can act alone any longer. We must unite if we hope to survive. You all witnessed the combat prowess of these black-robed figures. If only a third of us were present today, the outcome would be uncertain, Yiching Xien declared decisively, establishing the strategy for the Shenxiao sword sect's survival in the Nether Secret Realm. Initially, she had intended to divide the group to seek treasures and opportunities, including the other shore flower, but for the sake of safety, collective action had become imperative. Chapter 13. The Valley of the Medicine King. Yiching Xuan's resolution garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Given the current circumstances, even if they were to split up in search of opportunities, no one was willing to take the risk. Encountering the black-robed figures could cost them their lives. What good would opportunities be then? After a period of rest, the group marched onward, leaving behind unique signals from the Shenxiao sword sect to summon more individuals to join them. The black-robed figures continued their relentless slaughter in the Nether Secret Realm, but as time passed, they too began to suffer losses. While these individuals were indeed formidable, their numbers were ultimately limited. With tens of thousands of individuals from various factions and wanderers having entered the Nether Secret Realm, the black-robed figures were outnumbered by a factor of 10 to 1. To kill efficiently, they had to disperse. Initially, they had achieved considerable success when everyone was still isolated, but as the threat became apparent, the various factions began to consolidate their forces, making it increasingly difficult for the black-robed figures to secure victories. Of course, the black-robed figures had their countermeasures, which involved increasing their group sizes. As their numbers grew, any ensuing battles would undoubtedly turn exceptionally brutal. However, none of this pertained to Lin Feng, who remained solely focused on locating the other shore flower. He would evade encounters with members of other factions and unleash ruthless vengeance upon the black-robed figures. Along his journey, the number of black-robed figures he had dispatched exceeded 10. After 2 more days of travel, Lin Feng arrived at a precipice overlooking a majestic waterfall. Standing at the top, he gazed down at the sheer drop of dozens of meters to a vast, deep pool below. By the pool's edge, he spotted 2 groups of individuals. One group was, predictably, composed of the familiar black-robed figures, while the other bore the insignia of the Valley of the Medicine King. The Valley of the Medicine King represented one of the most unique factions in the region. Their strength was formidable, second only to the 4 top-tier sects, classifying them as a major power. Yet, they never aligned themselves with any faction. Regardless of whether it was the Wujima Demon Sect, the Seven Kill Sect, or even the Shunxiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, all maintained amicable relations with the Valley of the Medicine King. After all, everyone faced injuries from time to time, and the Valley of the Medicine King excelled in this regard. However, when requesting medicinal aid, the Valley would decide whether to assist based on the requester's talent and background, essentially a form of investment. Su Mubai had once sought help from the Valley of the Medicine King, but alas, his injuries were too severe, rendering his foundation completely ruined. Even if healed, his future potential would be limited, and the remedies for restoring one's foundation were exceedingly rare. Thus, the Valley of the Medicine King ultimately declined his request, leaving him with the advice to come only under the banner of the Shunxiao Sword Sect. Despite Su Mubai's injuries stemming from a sect mission, the core leadership of the Shunxiao Sword Sect had to consider the greater good of the entire sect and would not expend significant resources for one fallen prodigy. It was perhaps this circumstance, compounded by Luo Yuntian's ascension to the position of sect leader, that allowed Su Mubai to retain his title as one of the seven swords of Shunxiao in the position of the master of Gutsuan Peak. Otherwise, the positions of Haoran Sword and Gutsuan Peak would have long since changed hands. After being denied assistance, Su Mubai had no choice but to accept the harsh realities of the world without harboring resentment toward the sect. He began to search for spiritual herbs capable of restoring his foundation, which eventually led him to encounter the infant Lin Feng. Aside from the black-robed figures and the Valley of the Medicine King, something emerging from the depths of the pool captured Lin Feng's attention entirely. It was a colossal serpent beast. Its enormous head towered several meters above the water's surface, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light that sent shivers down his spine. This was merely a fraction of its body, with the majority concealed beneath the water's surface. Lin Feng estimated that this serpent exceeded 30 meters in length. The presence of such a massive creature in the deep pool indicated the likelihood of hidden treasures. He wondered if it could be the other shore flower. Neither faction chose to retreat in the face of the serpent. The black-robed figures were intent on hunting the beast to obtain its inner core and any treasures it guarded. The Valley of the Medicine King's confidence stemmed from years of their operational conduct. Regardless of the faction to which the black-robed figures belonged, they had undoubtedly benefited from the Valley's assistance in some capacity. Across the entire region, only the Valley of the Medicine King boasted the lowest mortality rate during excursions. Including the 4 top-tier factions, none wished to provoke the Valley of the Medicine King, for they could very well find themselves in need of help one day. Hiss. The serpent emitted a series of warning hisses. Attack. The leading black-robed figure commanded. 9 figures surged forth in an instant. The serpent sensed the impending threat and unleashed a frigid breath. The cold rapidly spread, crystallizing the air into countless ice shards. Upon contact with the cold, the black-robed figures found their movements hindered. With a resounding roar, the serpent leaped from the water, revealing its massive form spanning 30 to 40 meters. It swung its tail towards the black-robed figures. The chilling air had rendered the black-robed figures sluggish, and while most managed to evade the serpent's attack, 2 were struck by its tail. Boom, boom. The 2 black-robed figures, unable to dodge in time, were sent flying by the serpent's tail, crashing to the ground and creating 2 sizable craters. The overwhelming force shattered their internal organs, and blood gushed from their mouths as they lost their combat effectiveness. The sheer horror of that single strike was palpable. Save them. Zhuge Qingyun, the deputy leader of the Valley of the Medicine King, urgently commanded. They did not concern themselves with whether the injured were righteous or wicked. If they were of any healing value, they would extend assistance. The black-robed figures were powerful, wreaking havoc in the 9 Nether secret realm, and clearly held some value. The members of the Valley of the Medicine King quickly rushed to the 2 black-robed figures' locations, initiating their healing efforts. The leader of the black-robed figures was enraged. In just one encounter, they had lost 2 combatants. This could not continue. Monstrous beast, you seek death. Form a formation. End this swiftly. The remaining 6 black-robed figures, upon receiving the command, withdrew from the serpent's vicinity, positioning themselves around the deep pool. The 7 of them formed a formation, encircling the serpent while biting their fingertips to draw blood, using their crimson essence to inscribe characters in the air. The words kill appeared in blood-red letters. Once all 7 characters were fully formed, a crimson barrier enveloped the serpent. Perhaps sensing the encroaching danger, the serpent thrashed violently within the barrier, ramming against it repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier held firm but wavered precariously, unlikely to endure for long. After all, the serpent's strength was formidable. Its tail had already incapacitated two black-robed figures. While maintaining the formation, the black-robed leader prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the serpent. As the barrier neared collapse, the other black-robed figures no longer held back. They bit their tongues, pouring their blood onto the characters of Kill. The barrier, which had begun to dim, regained its stability. Hiss! The serpent continued to roar in defiance, exhaling cold air that caused temperatures to plummet. Soon, even the barrier froze solid. With a thunderous crash, the frozen barrier shattered under the serpent's assault. However, just then, a flash of red light appeared, followed by the serpent's agonized cry. As the smoke cleared, its lifeless body floated on the water's surface, a large gaping wound in its head, blood cascading forth and staining the pool red. The black-robed figures appeared drained and dispirited. Chapter 14. The ice python having slain the beast, the black-robed figures finally exhaled in relief. The serpent had exerted considerable pressure on them. Without the formation to restrict its movements, the battle would have been significantly more arduous. Just as they prepared to reap the rewards of their victory, a voice interjected, "Clap, clap, clap." Indeed, quite an impressive display of combat. The crowd was startled. Unbeknownst to them, a masked figure had materialized in the center of the pool, standing atop the serpent's corpse, applauding. "Who are you?" the leader of the black-robed figures inquired. His tone was calm, yet a tempest brewed within him. The fact that the stranger had appeared without his notice indicated that this individual was far superior in strength. "This is precisely what I wish to inquire. Who are you to instigate such wanton slaughter within the 9 Nether Secret Realm? Speak, and I may grant you a merciful end," Lin Feng retorted, his voice gravelly. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figures braced themselves for confrontation, instinctively resorting to their formation despite their dwindling strength. Lin Feng simply observed, waiting until the formation was fully established before he spoke again. "Impressive formation, but regrettably ineffective against me. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for not offering you a chance." As he spoke, Lin Feng advanced toward the leader of the black-robed figures. Each step resonated with a rhythm akin to a heartbeat. As he drew nearer, the sound of their hearts quickened in tandem. Upon reaching the black-robed leader, the latter felt overwhelmed, clutching his chest in agony. Gasping for breath, at that moment, a mere barrier separated them. Gazing at the masked figure before him, the black-robed leader was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread. He was no match for this opponent. Even if he wished to flee, his body felt entirely unresponsive. Coming to a halt, Lin Feng raised his right hand and effortlessly pierced through the barrier, akin to tearing through a mere sheet of paper. As the hand approached, the black-robed leader could no longer endure the mounting terror. Death itself was not frightening. It was the paralyzing fear of the moments leading up to it that was unbearable, even for those trained in combat. "Flee!" the black-robed leader cried out, biting his tongue to regain control of his faculties. He turned and fled without looking back, desperate to escape this perilous locale. However, just as he took a step, a hand descended upon his shoulder like a mountain crashing down. In an instant, a surge of sword energy pierced his body, wreaking havoc upon his organs and muscles. "Ah!" the black-robed leader screamed in excruciating pain. The other black-robed figures, witnessing this, hastily turned to flee. Yet, before Lin Feng, they had no opportunity to escape. Moments later, all the black-robed figures lay lifeless, leaving the members of the Valley of the Medicine King in stunned silence. Such speed, such power. They marveled at how effortlessly Lin Feng had dispatched the black-robed figures. He then turned toward the center of the pool, preparing to claim the serpent's remains. Creatures like the serpent were treasure troves themselves. Aside from the invaluable inner core, every part of their being, from skin to blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, held immense worth. "I am Yiching Xien from the Valley of the Medicine King. I have seen the esteemed senior." A voice interrupted Lin Feng. He glanced up at the speaker. "What is it, senior?" "This ice serpent holds great value for my Medicine King Valley. I humbly request that you part with it, senior," Yiching Xien said respectfully. Despite being the young master of the Medicine King Valley, he exhibited no trace of arrogance. He had witnessed the entirety of the recent battle, and Lin Feng's displayed prowess, coupled with the rules of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, compelled Yiching Xien to adopt a more humble demeanor. "You wish to possess this serpent?" Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, Zhuge Qingyan nodded affirmatively. What do you intend to offer in exchange? That depends on what you seek. Senior. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by this response. He was well aware of the reputation of the Medicine King Valley, which was said to be capable of healing any ailment. If even they could not, no one in the entire Li continent could. Regardless of what I desire, would you truly be willing to part with it? Lin Feng retorted. Absolutely, Zhuge Qingyan replied with conviction. The ice serpent was indeed useful to the Medicine King Valley, but it was not indispensable. His motivations were rooted in his admiration for Lin Feng, seeking to establish a favorable rapport, which was customary for the Medicine King Valley. Were this in the outside world, Zhuge Qingyan would not have regarded Lin Feng with such esteem. However, the Nether Secret Realm had restrictions, allowing only those under a century of age to enter. Together, these factors indicated Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, placing him among the elite of the Li continent. The Medicine King Valley had always favored forming alliances and investing in such prodigious talents, as it was their long-standing principle of survival. Then, I seek the flower of the other shore. Does your Medicine King Valley possess it? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng articulated his need. He held little hope, yet the flower of the other shore was the only item that currently held his interest. Other treasures offered him no allure. The flower of the other shore? Zhuge Qingyan faltered. That is far more precious than the ice serpent. I cannot ascertain whether it exists within our valley's collection, and even if it does, I lack the authority to access it without the approval of our higher-ups. Senior, the flower of the other shore is an exceedingly rare and exceptional treasure. Even if our Medicine King Valley does not have it, the Nether Secret Realm is the ideal environment for its growth, and it has been found here before. If I happen upon it, I shall certainly exchange it with you. Then let us wait until you find it, Lin Feng replied, dismissing further conversation. He stored the serpent's massive form into his cosmic bag and proceeded directly toward the base of the waterfall, where he believed there might be treasures guarded by strange beasts. Upon entering the waterfall, he discovered a spacious cavern, over 10 meters high and reaching depths of 40 to 50 meters, the deepest part of the cave. Lin Feng found several unhatched serpent eggs, sensing vibrant life within them, indicating they would soon hatch. Additionally, a palm-sized plant with dark green leaves and stems grew inverted from the cave's ceiling, its roots embedded in the rock crevices. After a careful examination, he could not identify its value, but knowing it was guarded by a strange beast assured him of its worth. To avoid damaging the treasure, Lin Feng drew his sword and expertly sliced away a large section of rock surrounding the plant, placing it into his cosmic bag. Fortunately, his cosmic bag, a gift from Su Mubai, was spacious enough to accommodate all these treasures. Once he completed this task, Lin Feng meticulously inspected the cave to ensure he had not overlooked anything before exiting. The members of the Medicine King Valley remained by the pool, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, Zhuge Qingyan spoke again. Senior, did you uncover any treasures within? Indeed, treasures abound, but if your Medicine King Valley desires them, you must offer the flower of the other shore in exchange. Having said this, Lin Feng leaped away, his figure vanishing into the dense forest. He harbored no fondness for the Medicine King Valley, which he viewed as morally ambiguous. Thus he had no desire for further discourse unless they could provide the flower of the other shore for negotiation. Uncle Chiu, can you discern this person's identity? Zhuge Qingyan inquired. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head. Returning to the young master, when this individual dispatched the black-robed man, he did so with overwhelming strength, employing no Sect techniques. Thus, I cannot ascertain his identity at present. Is it possible he is a prodigy secretly nurtured by the Divine Sky Sword Sect? Zhuge Qingyan asked. Further point, one of the 7 swords of Divine Sky, Su Mubai, has been afflicted by the soul-devouring powder and requires the flower of the other shore as an antidote. This person's explicit desire for it raises connections between the two. It is possible. However, we cannot dismiss other factions. Chapter 15. Encountering danger in the Nether Secret Realm, Leng Hanshuang wore a grim expression, a chill emanating from her body, freezing the surrounding vegetation. Beneath her feet lay the corpses of over a dozen disciples from the Divine Sky Sword Sect, 3 of whom were inner disciples. 3 days prior, she had encountered the remains of several Qingyun sect disciples and confirmed they had perished at the hands of the black-robed men. After much deliberation, she resolved to pursue them and eliminate the threat at its source. After 3 days of pursuit, she found herself confronted with a multitude of corpses belonging to Divine Sky Sword Sect disciples, which incited her fury. How dare they kill divine sky sword disciples under her very nose? Though her mission into the Nether Secret Realm was to search for the flower of the other shore, as one of the 7 swords of divine sky and the leader of Jade Maiden Peak, she could not idly stand by while members of her sect were slaughtered. The flower of the other shore was undoubtedly important, but the lives of thousands within her sect were paramount, especially since her true disciple, Yiching Xien, was among them. Finding a successor among the 7 swords of divine sky was no simple task. Thus far, they had only discovered 4, with 3 remaining unaccounted for. Only by vanquishing the majority of the black-robed men could she safely seek the flower of the other shore. The deaths of numerous divine sky sword disciples solidified her resolve to eradicate the black-robed men, ensuring they would be too terrified to show their faces again. After a moment, Leng Hanshuang took several deep breaths, calming herself before continuing to follow the trail left by the black-robed men. However, as she turned, an object in the dense forest caught her attention. It was a bloodied white belt. Having regained her composure, Leng Hanshuang's heart raced with anxiety, for the white belt could only be worn by true disciples. Had one of them escaped and was now being pursued? Who could it be? Could it be Yiching Xien? Her mind raced. Why Yiching Xien was unlike other true disciples. She was not only Leng Hanshuang's meticulously nurtured disciple, but also the inheritor of the Ice Soul Sword. Should anything happen to her, it would be a long time before they found a suitable replacement. Even if it were not Yiching Xien, the death of any true disciple would be a significant loss for the Divine Sky Sword sect. Each true disciple was a pillar for the future of the sect. With no time to spare, Leng Hanshuang swiftly pursued, discovering numerous fresh bloodstains along the way, further affirming her suspicions. Her speed increased several-fold. 2 hours later, Leng Hanshuang arrived at a valley and, without hesitation, entered, unafraid of potential ambushes. Perhaps she believed her strength could handle any eventuality. Any schemes would be futile in the face of absolute power. If this were the outside world, she would not be so reckless, aware of the hidden old monsters within the Li continent. However, within the Nether Secret Realm, she felt both confident and secure. The valley was vast. After entering, she advanced for another 10 minutes, whereupon she discovered a figure lying motionless on the ground. It was a man dressed in the blue robes of a divine sky sword disciple. Leng Hanshuang's heart leaped with joy. It was a stroke of fortune that it was not Yiching Xien. She approached and turned the person over. Zhu Jie, the true disciple of Pingyang Peak. She reached to check for a pulse at Zhu Jie's nose, detecting a faint breath. Just as she prepared to assess his injuries, all surrounding sounds abruptly ceased. At that moment, several black-robed figures surged in from all directions, their speed so swift that they reached Leng Hanshuang in an instant. However, just as they believed they had the upper hand, a bone-chilling cold radiated from Leng Hanshuang. Every black-robed man who came into contact with this freezing aura was instantly immobilized, frozen solid in place. In an instant, those nearest to Leng Hanshuang became mere ice sculptures, a bunch of insignificant pests daring to lay hands on a member of the Divine Sky Sword sect, truly seeking death. Leng Hanshuang scoffed, in a wonder she was the master of the Ice Soul Sword. Her power was formidable, yet she knew that today, she would not leave this valley. The 7 swords of Divine Sky had already lost the Howran sword. Now, another sword would fall, reducing them to the 5 swords of Divine Sky. A group of black-robed men emerged from the dense forest, and the one at the forefront spoke, clearly the highest ranking among them. "You think you can escape?" Leng Hanshuang remained unfazed, her confidence unwavering. "You truly believe you can keep me here in the Nether Secret Realm? To deal with you, we have made extensive preparations. Today, you shall not leave. Is that so? Then let us see. If you cannot keep me, when the Nether Secret Realm opens once more, the entire Li continent will learn that your 7 Kills sect has resumed practicing the forbidden technique of the Killing God decision. At that time, the 7 Kills sect will once again become the public enemy of the Li continent. I shall be most eager to see how you explain this to all the factions." Leng Hanshuang spoke coolly, having deduced the black-robed men's identity. A millennium ago, the 7 Kills sect had cultivated an exceptionally terrifying force that had waged war continuously, growing stronger with each battle, even threatening to elevate the sect to a position of dominance over the Li continent. However, as this force grew in strength, it gradually slipped from the control of the 7 Kills sect, becoming a merciless machine of slaughter, leaving no survivors in its wake. As the situation escalated, all factions across the Li continent united to combat this force. After eliminating them, they collectively sought an explanation from the Seven Kills sect. Realizing the gravity of the situation and their culpability, the Seven Kills sect had no choice but to offer up their accumulated wealth over millennia to placate the factions, vowing never to practice the killing god decision again, thus preserving their existence. Since then, the Seven Kills sect had suffered significant losses, never fully recovering. Theo think that after a millennium, they would secretly resume practicing the killing god decision. It was clear that their secrecy had unraveled. Yet, Leng Hanshuang, you will not have the opportunity to leave. I am curious. Do you not fear being consumed by slaughter, becoming emotionless machines? That existence would indeed be worse than death. Leng Hanshuang inquired. That is not for you to worry about. After a millennium of research, our Seven Kills sect has improved the killing god decision, eliminating its side effects. Now, you should focus on how to escape my web. As long as you perish here, no one will know our identities as for the future. Once our Seven Kills sect unifies the Li continent, who would dare defy us? The black-robed man declared arrogantly. Leng Hanshuang did not respond further. A silver-white sword, exuding a chilling aura, had materialized in her hand, and the temperature around her plummeted. The Ice Soul Sword. One of the 7 swords of divine sky. Forged from the heart of eternal ice, it required the utmost cold energy to unleash its full potential, one that ordinary individuals could not wield. Anyone lacking the requisite power would instantly be frozen upon contact. Leng Hanshuang's mastery of extreme cold energy had reached an advanced level, and combined with the Ice Soul Sword, her power was formidable. The battle was about to commence. Leng Hanshuang, allow me to witness what makes the Ice Soul Sword so extraordinary. As you wished, boom. A clash of white and red energies erupted within the valley, marking the beginning of their fierce confrontation. The white represented Leng Hanshuang's extreme cold energy, while the red embodied the collective killing intent of the black-robed men. Both forces contending against one another. Ha ha ha. Leng Hanshuang, the Ice Soul Sword is nothing remarkable. If this is all you are capable of, you shall remain here today. A series of red lights ascended from the valley. To confront Leng Hanshuang, they had not dared to underestimate her. They had prepared 3 layers of formations, each meticulously arranged at great cost. No one could afford to underestimate the sword cultivators of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, especially one of the 7 swords. With the formations bolstering their power, the killing intent began to suppress and consume the extreme cold energy until only the crimson aura of slaughter remained in the valley. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, followed by Leng Hanshuang's voice, a sword of frost, freezing 1,000 miles. White sword energy cleaved through the air, rending the killing intent asunder. Leng Hanshuang seized the opportunity and dashed through the breach, swiftly fleeing out of the valley, leaving a trail of ice in her wake. She was not foolish. Her adversaries had come prepared, and with the formations in play, she could not unleash her full potential. Continuing the fight might indeed lead to her demise. Chase. Dozens of shadows pursued in the direction Leng Hanshuang had fled. Chapter 16. The dark river time raced forward, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lin Feng had unearthed numerous rare treasures within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, yet the flower of the other shore remained elusive. The most promising lead had been the encounter with the Medicine King Valley and the black-robed men at the deep pool. But regrettably, the ice serpent they guarded was not the flower he sought. Though only a third of the time had elapsed, with 2 months remaining until the secret realm's closure, the prolonged absence of the flower of the other shore began to weigh heavily on Lin Feng's mind. In the evening, fatigue and hunger overtook him. He found a somewhat spacious spot by the riverbank to make a fire. From the ice serpent's carcass stored in his cosmic bag, he cut a large piece of meat to roast. The ice serpent had been the most delectable strange beast Lin Feng had encountered since entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm, its nutritional value exceedingly rich. The meat was tender and juicy, sizzling with oil as it cooked over the fire, and when seasoned with a secret blend of spices, it was utterly delightful. Yet, no matter how delicious the food, it could not alleviate Lin Feng's troubled spirit. Should he find the flower of the other shore and have time to spare, he imagined he would feast upon every strange beast encountered in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. The meat of these strange beasts far surpassed that of ordinary wildlife, and their strength was incomparable. Once sated, Lin Feng reclined against a large tree to rest. The chorus of insects surrounding him and the occasional distant roars of unknown beasts did little to disturb his peace. After nearly a month of relentless searching for the flower of the other shore, he had scarcely rested, and the psychological strain had begun to take its toll, even on his resilient physique. As he closed his eyes to recuperate, subtle movements in the surrounding dense forest began to manifest, their sounds masked by the cacophony of insects. Before long, a spider the size of a basin, bearing a visage reminiscent of a human face, emerged from the thicket, drawn by the aroma of roasted meat, fixating on the resting Lin Feng. This was a man-faced demon spider, entirely black, a gregarious creature with potent venom, known to hunt by night in the shadows. After observing for a moment and realizing Lin Feng remained still, the man-faced demon spider launched an attack, propelling itself toward him. However, it was swiftly cleaved in two by a surge of sword energy, its green blood splattering forth, inadvertently awakening a hornet's nest. Countless man-faced demon spiders, each the size of a basin, sprang forth from the forest, yet they met the same grim fate as the first. All severed in half, their bodies accumulating into a small mountain, their green blood mingling with the nearby river, poisoning a vast multitude of fish and shrimp in mere moments, highlighting the potency of their venom. Only after no more man-faced demon spiders dared to emerge did Lin Feng slowly rise, gracefully leaping onto a tree branch. Despite the surrounding chaos, he remained untouched. Perched on the branch, Lin Feng focused his gaze on a section of the dense forest, and with a subtle gesture of his finger, a wave of sword energy swept forth. Screech, a piercing cry resonated from the thicket, and a massive man-faced demon spider, significantly larger than its predecessors, comparable to a small car, emerged, its limbs already severed, green blood cascading from the wound, rapidly corroding the vegetation below 0.2 bowls of size. With scarlet eyes fixated on Lin Feng, fangs extending over 10 centimeters long, a standoff ensued between him and the colossal spider beast. It was Lin Feng's first encounter with such a massive arachnid creature, igniting his curiosity. Approximately half a minute later, the human-faced demon spider launched an attack, spitting out several strands of silk towards Lin Feng before swiftly retreating. After easily evading the attack, Lin Feng leisurely followed behind, noting that this human-faced demon spider exhibited signs of intelligence, unlike the previous ones. He was intrigued and wished to observe its lair. After about 10 minutes, the human-faced demon spider arrived at the entrance of an underground cave, leaping in without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng observed that the cave's entrance was remarkably large, with a diameter of several hundred meters. Likely serving as the spider's den, he stepped forward, surprisingly finding himself suspended in midair without falling, gradually making his way to the center of the cave, his body beginning to descend slowly. This feat required no external assistance, indicating that he had reached the fifth realm of cultivation, the realm of aerial control. Even in the continent of Li, this level placed him among the ranks of the powerful Qian, the Shenxiao sword sect. Common elders were at this level. Thus, Lin Feng's currently displayed cultivation was already comparable to that of an ordinary elder of the Shenxiao sword sect. After descending over 100 meters, Lin Feng finally reached the bottom of the cave, which was engulfed in darkness, where one could not see their fingers in front of their face. However, for a high-level practitioner like Lin Feng, night vision was a basic skill, allowing him to clearly perceive his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a layer upon layer of white bones, indicating that many creatures had perished at the hands of the human-faced demon spider. Lin Feng even discovered several human skulls among the remains. As he surveyed the area, he noticed numerous small caves dotting the surrounding rock walls, varying in diameter from several decimeters to several meters, with one even reaching 30 to 40 meters. Suddenly, a cacophony of high-pitched squeaks erupted. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared at the cave entrances. Most would be petrified in such an environment, but Lin Feng remained composed, devoid of any panic. It was not an act. He simply did not regard the human-faced demon spiders as a threat. With a mere thought, he could eliminate all these grotesque creatures in one swift move. The sounds grew louder, and from the largest cave emerged an enormous human-faced demon spider, its size comparable to that of a 3-story building. Amidst the throng of smaller spider beasts and the colossal one, Lin Feng maintained his calm demeanor. The massive spider emitted a shrill scream, prompting all the surrounding human-faced demon spiders to leap out of their caves and charge at Lin Feng. Standing in the center, Lin Feng concentrated, and countless sword energies manifested out of thin AI art in mere seconds. He decimated all the human-faced demon spiders, their corpses collapsing to the ground, covering the white bones beneath. This was the frightening power of a high-level sword practitioner, with unparalleled lethality and destructive capability among all cultivators. Yet, sword practitioners also possessed vulnerabilities. Their defenses were low. If one could withstand a sword practitioner's assault, they might seize the opportunity to counterattack. Perhaps sensing the formidable presence of the human before it, the colossal spider retreated swiftly back into its cave, and Lin Feng followed suit. After walking several hundred meters, he encountered many cocoon-like structures hanging from the cave's ceiling, varying in size, presumably wrapped food prepared by the spider. Continuing deeper, he finally reached the spacious depths of the cave. However, as Lin Feng scanned the area, he found no trace of the spider beast. It had disappeared without a trace despite having seen it enter. There had been no forks in the path. Lin Feng felt frustrated, suspecting he had overlooked something. However, he decided against continuing the search as it would be a waste of time. After all, it was merely a spider beast. While others might find value in its inner core and venom sacs, which could fetch a high price or be exchanged for cultivation resources, Lin Feng deemed it unworthy of his time. Just as he prepared to turn away, a massive semicircular stone deep within the cave caught his attention. It appeared to have been moved. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it had been shifted from the side, likely by the spider to block its escape route. With a swift flick of his finger, he released sword energy, slicing the massive stone into numerous smaller pieces. Another cave emerged before him, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Could this lead to an underground river? Hearing the sound of flowing water below, Lin Feng leaped without hesitation. During his month in the Nether Secret Realm, he had followed the small creek discovered at the outset and had traveled an unknown distance. Now, the creek had morphed into a river, and he had encountered many deep pools, yet the elusive other shore flower remained unfound. Doubt began to creep into Lin Feng's mind. Would following this path truly lead him to the flower? The other shore flower thrived in cold environments, and the underground water temperature was surely lower than that above ground. Perhaps tracing the underground river would yield results. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng dove into the water. The further he descended, the louder the sound of rushing water became. After about 10 meters, he finally glimpsed the scene below. Indeed, it was an underground river with a significant flow rate. As his feet touched the icy water, he immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness, much lower than the surface temperature. This was the ideal habitat for the other shore flower, dark, damp, and cold. Lin Feng reflected that his month of effort had been in vain. Had he known, he would have sought the underground river first. Nevertheless, it was not too late, as there was still ample time before the Nether Secret Realm closed. He had no intention of pursuing the direction of the spider's retreat. Instead, he stepped onto the water's surface, following the river downstream. After traveling several hundred meters, a sudden sound pierced the air. A small, crimson, thumb-sized venomous snake shot out from a crack in the rock, lunging at Lin Feng with incredible speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, causing the very air to vibrate. Lin Feng merely raised his hand, catching the snake, which emitted a defiant hiss. After a brief struggle, the snake attempted to bite Lin Feng's hand, only to be decapitated by a swift sword energy. Discarding the severed remains, Lin Feng continued onward. After progressing several dozen kilometers, he faced numerous attacks from small underground creatures. The underground river was far more dangerous than the surface. These small beings possessed potent venom, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. After advancing further, Lin Feng spotted the massive spider beast hanging above the underground river, its red eyes warily fixed on him while emitting warning squeaks. "Considering you led me to this underground river, I shall spare you. Depart swiftly," Lin Feng declared to the spider beast. Yet it remained fixed on him, clearly unable to comprehend human speech despite its emerging intelligence. As Lin Feng drew closer, the spider's warning intensified. "You refuse to leave? Why are you making a commotion here? If you do not depart, do not blame me for not offering you a chance." Lin Feng continued to approach, puzzled. Why had the spider beast not fled? Was it lying in wait for him? With its massive size, it occupied a significant portion of the river's space, making ambush impossible. Despite his confusion, Lin Feng pressed forward. When they were merely a few dozen meters apart, the spider beast suddenly launched an attack. Puff, puff, puff. Webs and venom were spewed forth in rapid succession. Typically, once ensnared by a web, Ordinary creatures had no chance of escape, especially with the addition of venom. Unfortunately for the spider, its opponent was Lin Feng. A flicker of sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the spider beast in half from several dozen meters away. Its green blood splattering everywhere. A dark green orb flew from the corpse, landing in Lin Feng's hand. After a brief examination, he stored it in his spatial pouch. It was the spider beast's inner core. The most precious component within the bodies of extraordinary creatures, worth a fortune. In truth, the spider beast possessed another valuable item. Its venom sac, but Lin Feng had no interest in it. As he stepped over the massive carcass, Lin Feng finally grasped the situation before him. No wonder the spider beast had waited for him here. It was not seeking to ambush him or courting death. Rather, the path ahead was blocked. The water of the underground river flowed entirely from the subterranean passage. To proceed further down the river, one would have to dive. Clearly, the spider beast lacked such an ability. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng summoned countless sword energies to form a protective shield around his body before plunging into the underground river. The sword energy shield repelled the water, preventing it from touching him. The bottom of the river became significantly narrower, with the current growing more turbulent, sweeping Lin Feng deeper into the ground as he floated along with the flow. On the surface of the Nether Secret Realm, a team of over 100 was engaged in the hunt for a giant beast known as the Horned Bull. The Horned Bull was a massive creature with formidable defenses but minimal offensive capabilities. Countless flying swords and sword energies rained down upon it. Although the attacks merely pierced its skin, failing to inflict significant harm, their sheer volume overwhelmed it. Even ants could kill an elephant when in numbers, let alone this multitude of highly potent sword practitioners. As time passed, the Horned Bull's body became riddled with wounds. Both its eyes were blinded, and a deep gash marred its neck, staining the ground with blood. Finally, with a thunderous crash, its mountainous body collapsed. Next came the time to reap the rewards of victory. This team was led by Yiching Xien of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, whose numbers had swelled to nearly 200. Such a vast assembly would deter even the black-robed teams from engaging, as the disparity in numbers was insurmountable. Unless they could gather a significant force of black-robed individuals, they would not dare to make a move, lest they invite death. The black-robed figures were not foolish. Aware they were outmatched, they refrained from unnecessary confrontations. Their killing god technique had not yet reached mastery, differing significantly from the mindless killing machines cultivated by the 7 Kills Sect a millennium ago. During this time, Yiching Xien guided her team through the dense forest, seeking out extraordinary beasts. Upon discovery, they would swarm and slay it, claiming its inner core and any rare treasures it guarded. There were advantages to having a large group: safety. However, this came with the downside of finding too few treasures to go around. Inner disciples and deacons might receive a share, but outer disciples received nothing. Unfortunately, outer disciples ranked lowest in strength and status. Over time, some of the older outer disciples began to harbor discontent. They had entered the realm seeking great opportunities, yet following the main group meant they were deprived of even the most ordinary treasures. Thus, a dozen outer disciples discreetly broke away from the main force. Just as they did, they encountered a 6-man black-robed team. The outcome was inevitable. They not only lost their lives but also exposed the location of the Shenxiao Sword Sect's main force. The black-robed figures, upon noticing the large congregation of Shenxiao Sword Sect members, were cautious. 2 of their stealthiest members were dispatched to track the sect's team while leaving markers along the way, while the others sought assistance. The primary target of the black-robed teams entering the Nether Secret Realm was the Shenxiao Sword Sect, and they would not miss the chance to eliminate the sect's main force. Unbeknownst to Yiching Xien and her companions, their team had already fallen under the scrutiny of the black-robed individuals. She believed that the large numbers of the Shenxiao Sword Sect would deter any black-robed incursions, unaware that a far greater crisis was looming. Deep within the Nether Secret Realm, there lay a sinkhole approximately 7 to 8 meters wide. Though the opening was modest, it concealed an entirely different world beneath, resembling a small paradise. The sinkhole was home to a variety of rare plants and spiritual herbs, with a natural spring at its center, continuously gushing forth copious amounts of water. This water formed a large, deep pool, with a stone pillar rising over 10 meters tall at its center. Soft light filtered down through the opening above, bestowing an aura of mystery upon this secluded realm. Logically, such an exquisite environment would attract a plethora of creatures. However, curiously, the sinkhole was devoid of any animal life. This could only suggest one possibility. The sinkhole was the territory of a powerful beast. Regardless of how favorable the environment, other creatures dared not intrude. At that moment, the water in the pool began to ripple gently, and a head emerged from the depths. It resembled that of an ice serpent, but this one was silver in color and bore two horns a few centimeters long atop its head. As the head broke the surface, its body gradually rose, coiling around the stone pillar, ascending slowly until its entire length was wrapped around it. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this was a transformed dragon, a Jiao. The Jiao entwined itself around the stone pillar, its head raised as if absorbing the radiant light cascading from the opening above. Lin Feng, unaware of how much time had passed, felt a faint glow ahead. In an instant, he was swept out of the underground passage by the current. The figure of Lin Feng suddenly surfaced in the deep pool of the sinkhole. Disoriented in this unfamiliar environment, he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting the silver Jiao coiled around the stone pillar, his mouth unconsciously fell agape. What a magnificent creature! Its entire body gleamed silver, its scales reflecting light. It was far more beautiful than the ice serpent he had encountered previously and likely possessed far greater power. It was no longer merely a serpent, but had transformed into a Jiao. Was it absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate? Lin Feng speculated, marveling at the fortunate encounter of a Jiao favored by the heavens. As it absorbed the celestial essence, he made no attempt to disturb it. The transformation of a serpent into a Jiao was no simple evolution. It required enduring the tribulations of heaven. The success rate was exceedingly low, likely less than 1 in 10. The vast majority perished in the heavenly tribulations, making it rare to encounter a Jiao. Due to Lin Feng's silent arrival, the Jiao remained oblivious to his presence, continuing to bask in the radiant light. Having lived in this secluded realm for countless ages, it had not encountered any creatures daring enough to intrude, leading to a sense of complacency and confidence in its own strength. In the entire Nether secret realm, few beasts of equal caliber could rival the Jiao. It was a dominant existence. Minutes passed, and Lin Feng grew somewhat bored. Upon reaching the deep pool, he stepped onto the ground and dissipated the protective sword energy surrounding him. When he raised his gaze to the Jiao again, the creature lowered its head and met his gaze. A silent standoff ensued between man and beast. The Jiao, having undergone heavenly tribulations, possessed a level of intelligence far beyond that of the spider beast or ice serpent. While it might not rival human intellect, it was not far behind. It would never have anticipated the sudden appearance of a human in its domain. Throughout the Jiao's long existence, it had encountered many humans. After all, the Nether secret realm opened once every 100 years, drawing tens of thousands of entrants each time. Some inevitably stumbled upon the sinkhole's entrance, but all were devoured by the Jiao without exception. It must be said that humans, as the apex of creation, were quite delectable. Esteemed Jiao, my apologies. I stumbled here by accident and was unaware this is your territory. If you do not wish for my presence, I shall take my leave now, Lin Feng greeted. He believed that such a high-level beast would comprehend his intentions. The more powerful the beast, the higher its intelligence. When creatures reached a certain level, their intellect could rival that of humans. Lin Feng was not afraid of the Jiao. He simply recognized the difficulty of a serpent's transformation into a Jiao. To achieve success is to be favored by heaven and earth. In the absence of grudges, there is no need to indiscriminately instigate slaughter. Just as Lin Feng took his first steps, he suddenly froze in place. The surrounding environment, coupled with the formidable guardian of the dragon-like beast, was precisely the auspicious ground he had long sought for the growth of the other shore flower. Whether it existed or not, this was undoubtedly the most promising place he had encountered, and he could not simply walk away. Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards the dragon, which had not once diverted its attention from him. Perhaps regaining its composure, the dragon felt its authority was severely provoked. How dare a mere human intrude upon its domain? Was it seeking to steal its treasures or plotting against it? Whichever the case, it was deserving of death. With a roar that resembled neither dragon nor beast, the dragon unleashed a sound into the heavens. After all, it was not a true dragon and could not produce an authentic dragon's roar, yet it was far superior to the hiss of a serpent. Following its successful transformation, the dragon's vocal cords underwent a tremendous change. As it cried out, the imposing might of the dragon emanated around it. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him. accompanied by several whirlwinds that lifted the water from the deep pool, creating a magnificent spectacle akin to a dragon sucking water. Seeing the dragon's domineering demeanor, Lin Feng was incensed. How audacious! He had already offered an apology. Yet this long serpent showed him no respect, as if it thought him devoid of temper. After discovering the high likelihood of the other shore flowers' growth in this location, Lin Feng had been seeking an excuse to take action. Now, with the dragon having initiated hostility, he could not be blamed. The dragon's howls continued, its momentum rising, seemingly declaring its sovereignty to the surrounding beasts and demonstrating its might. Lin Feng retrieved the Howren sword from his bag. The moment he grasped the sword, a transformative change overtook him. His hidden strength erupted, and his ultimate sword intent was unleashed. For a long time, Lin Feng had strived to appear unremarkable, not wanting to draw attention. Though he was alone on the lonely peak, it was, after all, the territory of the Shenxiao sword sect, and making too much noise could easily attract notice. Moreover, there were ancient beings in seclusion within the forbidden areas of the Shenxiao sword sect. However, in the depths of the Nether secret realm, it was a different story. Here, no one knew his identity, and even if discovered, no one would link him to the wasteful senior brother of the Shenxiao sword sect. He was free to unleash his full power and explore the limits of his abilities. Now that the dragon had come to him, so be it. He would engage in a battle with all his might. Yet, just as Lin Feng was about to unleash his hidden strength, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. It was as if even heaven and earth were astonished. In the deepest part of the Nether secret realm stood a resplendent palace, its entrance adorned with 3 prominent characters. Nether Palace. Inside, a faint silhouette appeared, gazing up at the sky, murmuring to itself about how many years had passed before someone could stir the very elements of this realm to last. It seemed the wait had not been in vain. Chapter 19. The acquisition. Lin Feng was reveling in his newfound strength. Immersed in unparalleled joy, he was finally able to unleash his full power in combat, akin to a long-repressed individual experiencing a sudden eruption. At this moment, the dragon was left in shock by the display of Lin Feng's might. Its roar had fallen silent, and the atmospheric disturbances in the sky surpassed even those experienced during tribulations. This human was far too powerful. It was no match for him, and a confrontation would surely lead to its demise. After millennia of cultivation, it could not accept such a fate. The arrogance and disdain in its eyes transformed into sheer terror. Lin Feng, oblivious to the dragon's change, raised the Howren sword slowly, its tip aimed at the dragon. Come, if you desire a battle, I shall oblige. The moment Lin Feng pointed his sword, the dragon felt an immediate tightening of its body, locked in place by Lin Feng's tremendous aura. He dared not move, as though any action would lead to its instant demise. Merely this small gesture had nearly shattered the dragon's courage, revealing the extent of Lin Feng's formidable power. As Lin Feng prepared to strike, he sensed something amiss. The dragon's roar had ceased, along with its once dominant aura. The haughty gaze was replaced by one of fear and vulnerability, even shedding a few tears. This scene left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't a fight about to ensue? Why had the dragon suddenly lost its resolve? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, he found himself at a loss. The dragon had clearly lost its fighting spirit. How could he proceed with the battle? Reluctantly, he lowered the Howren sword aimed at the dragon. At this moment, the dragon was finally able to move. It slowly lowered its head into the water, leaving only a small portion above the surface, and then cautiously approached Lin Feng, gazing at him with pleading eyes. This sight, if witnessed by others, would surely leave them astounded. From a distance, one could see a silver-white dragon bowing its noble head in an attempt to appease a mere human. Lin Feng was equally perplexed by this sudden turn of events. After contemplating for a moment, he approached the edge of the deep pool, reaching out to stroke the silver horn atop the dragon's head. Akin to petting a cat in his previous life on Earth, the dragon squinted its eyes in delight. Realizing that his overwhelming display of power had intimidated the dragon, leading it to submit, Lin Feng understood that the dragon possessed intelligence. Recognizing it could not win, it had promptly surrendered. He had to admit, the dragon's intelligence was indeed high. Had a battle ensued, he could not guarantee he would not slay it. Since it had already submitted, then from this moment forth, he was its master. From now on, you shall be known as Xiaobai, Lin Feng declared, stroking the dragon's head. The dragon nodded eagerly in response, seemingly in agreement. Lin Feng smiled, pleased to have tamed a silver-horned dragon as a companion. While on Earth, people had cats and dogs, he now had a dragon. Even if it wasn't a true dragon, it was still a significant upgrade for mere pets. If given the chance, he would seek a genuine dragon to bond with, elevating his status to new heights. After amusing himself with Xiaobai for a while, Lin Feng realized that although the dragon was intelligent, it could not fully comprehend his words without accompanying gestures. This was a reasonable outcome, as Xiaobai had lived in the isolated Nether Secret Realm, which opened only once every century. Even when it did open, not everyone could find it, leaving it with little exposure to humans. With the conviction that Xiaobai would quickly learn to communicate effectively, Lin Feng shifted to the main topic, inquiring about the treasures Xiaobai guarded. He was eager to ascertain whether the other shoreflower was among them. As one of the most powerful beasts in the Nether Secret Realm, Xiaobai surely possessed a variety of treasures. Since its transformation, nearby beasts had either become its prey or vacated the area, leaving behind spiritual herbs that were relocated to this auspicious ground. Over the years, the surrounding treasures had been thoroughly scavenged, and the remaining ones were quite valuable. Every plant that Lin Feng laid eyes upon was a rare treasure, comparable to a meticulously cultivated medicinal garden belonging to a major power. The spiritual herb he had obtained in the lair of the ice python was hardly noteworthy in this place. Xiaobai, unaware of Lin Feng's specific desires, could only guide him to search for treasures within the auspicious ground. After searching for a considerable time, however, Lin Feng was growing anxious as the other shoreflower remained elusive. Without it, to him, all other treasures were mere illusions, devoid of allure. In his desperation to locate the other shoreflower, Lin Feng animatedly explained and gestured to Xiaobai. Yet after much effort, Xiaobai remained perplexed. Observing the dragon's pitiful expression, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. If only he had a photograph to show Xiaobai. It would be an instant recognition. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng picked up a branch and began sketching the general shape of the other shoreflower in the earth. Yet, the result was far from satisfactory. Not only did Xiaobai seem confused, but Lin Feng himself could not distinguish it from any other flora. With a sigh of exasperation, he pondered what to do next. Ultimately, he resolved to continue searching, fearing that after appending the entire area, he might discover the absence of the flower, a scenario he could not bear to accept. Suddenly, it struck him. The rarity of the other shoreflower far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual herbs. The more precious the treasure, the more nutrients it required, often necessitating that such spiritual plants grow in isolation, unable to coexist with other flora. This meant that the other shoreflower would surely be found in a location devoid of other plants. With this newfound understanding, Lin Feng began to search for barren corners devoid of vegetation. There was none there, nor there. As Lin Feng focused intently on finding the other shoreflower, Xiaobai gradually submerged its body into the pool, stealthily slipping away. In truth, Lin Feng had sensed Xiaobai's movements long ago but chose not to intervene, tacitly allowing its departure. If it wished to leave, so be it. Lin Feng's purpose in entering the Nether Secret Realm was to seek the other shoreflower to cure his master Su Mu Bai. Even if Xiaobai was a treasure trove, having spared its life initially, he had no intention of killing it. Ultimately, he would release it for bringing it out of the Nether Secret Realm? That was out of the question. Xiaobai's large form would be impossible to conceal, and being a rare dragon that had survived tribulations, it was laden with treasures. The moment they exited, powerful beings lurking outside would undoubtedly hunt Xiaobai for its riches. In such a case, would he save it or not? Rather than placing himself in such a predicament, it was better to let it go now. Disregarding Xiaobai's departure, Lin Feng continued to search for the other shoreflower. After a short while, the waters of the pool rippled in waves as Xiaobai re-emerged, nudging Lin Feng gently with its head. "Don't bother me. I'm busy," Lin Feng said dismissively, displaying a calm demeanor towards the dragon's return. Xiaobai nuzzled against him again. "What is it?" Lin Feng turned to look at Xiaobai. The massive mouth of the dragon opened, revealing a plant that had appeared countless times in Lin Feng's dreams. This was... Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, joy overwhelming him in an instant. Chapter 20. The departure. The object that Xiaobai had presented was none other than the other shoreflower for which Lin Feng had ventured into the Nether Secret Realm. At last, he had found it. His master would be saved. In that moment, Lin Feng shed all burdens, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Ever since Su Mubai had been injured, he had felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing it was his fault that his master had ended up in such dire straits. If only he had revealed his talents from the outset, he would have undoubtedly received focused training from the Shunshao sword sect, perhaps even capturing the attention of the ancestors in seclusion within the forbidden grounds. His words would then carry weight, and no one would dare disregard him. Perhaps the Shunshao sword sect would reevaluate Su Mubai's value, unwilling to abandon him with a prodigious disciple like Lin Feng in their ranks. After all, their bond, though not father and son, was closer than that. With the Shunshao sword sect's support, Su Mubai might not have needed to venture out alone, and thus would not have been injured. Even if he had not revealed his talents before the higher-ups of the Shunshao sword sect, merely accompanying his master on outings would have prevented today's outcome. It was this reasoning that weighed heavily on Lin Feng's psyche. Unlike Su Shiyao, who lacked the means to effect change and could only urge herself to work harder, Lin Feng possessed the ability but had not acted. If Su Mubai were to perish, he would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Thankfully, Su Mubai was merely gravely injured. As long as he could bring back the other shore flower, the master would awaken. There was still time. After calming his excitement, Lin Feng gently patted Xiaobai and carefully took the other shore flower in his hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiaobai." Xiaobai sensed its master's joy and rubbed against him affectionately. From that moment on, Xiaobai's status in Lin Feng's heart soared. Should anyone dare harm the dragon, he would retaliate with lethal force. With the other shore flower secured, the purpose of his journey into the 9 Nether Secret Realm had been fulfilled, and all that remained was to await the next opening of the realm. However, Lin Feng had no intention of rejoining the Shunshao Sword Sect S group, as that would impose constraints upon him. Wasn't it far more liberating to be alone? "Xiaobai, I must take my leave. Will you stay or accompany me?" Lin Feng gestured towards the entrance of the pit, asking symbolically. He assumed Xiaobai would choose to remain. Its submission had stemmed from fear of his strength, and it likely hoped he would depart swiftly. If he left, it would still be the sovereign of this place. However, Xiaobai continued to nuzzle against Lin Feng, emitting soft sounds. "Do you mean you wish to come with me?" Lin Feng asked uncertainly. Xiaobai nodded vigorously in response. "Are you sure? I am about to leave this realm for the outside world, which is perilous. Your large form may attract danger, and if one is not careful, you could be hunted for your treasures." As he spoke, he gestured emphatically, emphasizing the risk of its size in the outside world. It was not that Lin Feng was unwilling to take Xiaobai. Rather, he was concerned that its size would draw unwanted attention. After all, having gone through tribulations and transformed successfully, it was a rare dragon, laden with treasures. Once they emerged, even the top powers would be envious. The Qian bag was incapable of containing living beings, and the great elder of the Wujimo sect was still lurking outside. If he did not act, even the Shunshao sword sect would struggle to protect Xiaobai. Thus, it was better for it to remain in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Xiaobai seemed to grasp Lin Feng's concerns. It soared into the air, circling a few times, and to Lin Feng's astonishment, its massive body gradually shrank. Ultimately, before Lin Feng's wide-eyed gaze, it transformed into a slender white snake, roughly the size of a pinky finger. Once shrunk, Xiaobai flew to Lin Feng's side, joyfully circling around him. Lin Feng extended his hand, and Xiaobai promptly settled into his palm. Looking at the petite white snake, it was hard to believe it had recently been a colossal dragon. It was truly miraculous. He had not anticipated Xiaobai's ability to shrink. "Since you can do that, then you shall accompany me from now on. When the opportunity arises, I will help you become a true dragon and soar through the skies." Lin Feng exclaimed, laughing heartily. Xiaobai rolled happily in his hand. Confirming that Xiaobai wished to leave with him, Lin Feng prepared to gather the precious spiritual herbs from this auspicious ground. Had Xiaobai chosen to stay, he would not have disturbed these items, but if he was leaving, it would be wasteful to leave them behind. After spending 5 long days, Lin Feng finally completed a significant task. He had transferred all the slightly rare spiritual herbs from the auspicious ground into his Qian bag. Upon returning to the lonely peak, he could plant them in the medicinal garden. The more precious the item, the more delicate it was. He had to bring the soil along to ensure their survival in the Qian bag. Given the large quantity, it had taken him quite some time. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt it was worth the effort. After locating the other shore flower, his spirits had lifted. The thrill of unearthing treasures was an endeavor he relished. Each time the 9 Nether Secret Realm opened, thousands risked their lives to enter. What was their objective? Was it not for these spiritual herbs? If any faction were to discover this auspicious ground, one could only imagine their exuberance. Of course, after the excitement, they would become Xiaobai's next meal. With the might Xiaobai had displayed, even if all 4 top powers joined forces, they would only serve as a source of sustenance for it. Xiaobai, we are leaving. I shall take you to the outside world, where you can enjoy a life of luxury, no longer confined to this small place. Lin Feng declared, extending his hand. In a flash, the little white snake darted into his sleeve, coiling around his arm. From an outside perspective, no one could detect its presence. Then, Lin Feng soared into the air, emerging from the pit's entrance and landing on the surface, swiftly selecting a direction to depart. The path he chose coincided with the direction of Yiching Xien and the others, but they were still quite far apart, and it would be some time before their paths crossed. Meanwhile, 2 figures clad in black robes stealthily followed behind the Shenshao Sword Sect's large group, leaving subtle markers along their path. 4 individuals dispersed in search of assistance. One of the cloaked figures followed the clues left by the 7 Kill Sect and located a team led by the true disciple Miao Kuan. The cloaked figure was a secret weapon cultivated by the 7 Kill Sect, known only to the true disciples. Miao Kuan met with the cloaked figure and learned of the whereabouts of the Divine Sword Sect's main force. Nearly leaping with excitement, he immediately summoned everyone to prepare for a surprise attack. The 7 Kill Sect had long been in clandestine alliance with the Wujimo Sect, aiming to gradually eliminate the living forces of the Divine Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, and slowly encroach upon the 2 major sections, severely injuring the valiant swordmaster Su Mubai, luring the Ice Soul Sword wielder Leng Hanshuang into the 9 Nether Secret Realm to capture her, and then annihilating all members of the 2 sects who entered the realm were merely appetizers. A series of grand actions were yet to follow. It remained to be seen whether the Divine Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect could withstand it. Chapter 21. Reciprocity. 7 days later, the main force of the Divine Sword Sect encountered an ambush set by the 7 Kill Sect. Caught unprepared, and with the 7 Kill Sect having strategically laid traps beforehand, the Divine Sword Sect suffered significant losses. However, under the leadership of Yiching Xien, they ultimately escaped the 7 Kill Sect's formation. Now, the Divine Sword Sect found an open area to rest. This battle made them realize that threats did not solely come from the cloaked figures, but also from the 7 Kill Sect and the Wujimo Sect. A shadow loomed over everyone's hearts, including Yiching Xuan's. She sat alone on a branch of a large tree, deep in thought. Before entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm, Yiching Xien had sought information. In the past, those who entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm were usually treasure seekers or fortune hunters. Some formed teams, while others acted alone. When members of different factions encountered each other, unless one side overwhelmingly overpowered the other, killings for treasure were unlikely. They would typically go their separate ways to avoid mutual destruction or inflicting heavy losses upon themselves. Although many had perished in the 9 Nether Secret Realm each time it opened, this occasion was entirely different. Not only was there an additional group of mysterious cloaked figures, but the 7 Kill Sect had also begun to act against the established rules. In the recent battle, had the Divine Sword Sect been even slightly fewer in number, or had they been more indecisive, they could have faced total annihilation at the hands of the 7 Kill Sect. What was truly happening? The more Yiching Xien pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Did the 4 top factions intend to end years of peace and prepare for war? The severe injury of Master Su Mubai was a foreboding sign. Although the assailants were from the Rakshasa Sect, the mastermind was the Wujimo Sect. Who was the ghost-faced sword cultivator that annihilated the Rakshasa Sect? So many questions troubled Yiching Xien, making her feel that a significant event was imminent. Despite her concerns, she dared not show even the slightest sign of vulnerability. The Divine Sword Sect needed her to maintain order. If she faltered, the chances of everyone surviving would diminish further. Yiching Xien took a few deep breaths, striving to calm herself, and began to contemplate their next course of action. Initially, she had gathered so many people to confront the cloaked figures, but she had not anticipated the involvement of the 7 Kill Sect. With a larger number of adversaries, the target became more substantial, making it easier for the 7 Kill Sect to close in a direct confrontation. The Divine Sword Sect feared no faction. Had the 7 Kill Sect not laid an ambush that caught them off guard, the outcome might have been uncertain. Yiching Xuan's greatest fear now was that the 7 Kill Sect would locate the cloaked figures or the Wujimo Sect to aid them. that would spell disaster. Dispersing the group would increase their chances of survival, but it would also make them more vulnerable to being picked off one by one. The best solution would be to locate the Qin sect. The two sects joining forces would enable them to confront any two of the three factions, the Seven Kill sect, the Wujmo sect, or the Cloaked Figures. However, the Nine Nether Secret Realm was vast. Where could they search for the Qin sect? Yang Fan, another true disciple, had unknowingly approached Yiching Xien from behind. He gazed at the woman he longed for, his heart ablaze. Merely seeing her silhouette was enough to captivate him. He yearned to rush forward, embrace her, and kiss her. Yang Fan had not intended to enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm. As a true disciple, he lacked for training resources and possessed considerable talent, rendering such a perilous endeavor unnecessary. However, upon learning that Yiching Xien would enter the realm, he changed his mind. He thought that if he could find Yiching Xien upon entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm, perhaps their 3 months of companionship would spark some chemistry. Even if it didn't, he could leave a favorable impression. Many within the Divine Sword sect admired Yiching Xien, and a good impression could provide a significant advantage. Another true disciple, Zhu Jie, shared the same sentiment, which is why they both entered the realm. However, neither anticipated the dire dangers that awaited them. Zhu Jie even lost his life, while Yang Fan faced peril multiple times. Yet, danger also bore its own benefits. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. The greater the danger, the more it could foster bonds. Fixating on Yiching Xuan's silhouette, Yang Fan suppressed his inner turmoil and softly said, "Senior sister, we must depart. Otherwise, the Seven Kill sect will catch up with us. Then let us go." Yiching Xien replied, leaping down from the branch without once turning to look at Yang Fan. Those who cultivated extreme cold true energy often exhibited aloof personalities. Leng Hanshuang was like this, and so was Yiching Xien. Such an aura only served to heighten a man's desire to conquer. Perhaps accustomed to Yiching Xuan's demeanor, Yang Fan paid no mind and jumped down after her. Shortly after the Divine Sword sect's group departed, the Seven Kill sect arrived. Upon seeing the recently extinguished campfire and the scattered animal bones, they realized that the Divine Sword sect had just rested there. Miao Qian angrily cursed, "Damn it!" They fled so swiftly. He understood that they needed to catch up to the Divine Sword sect's group quickly. Having gained a significant advantage through their unexpected ambush and prearranged formations, they could not afford to allow the Divine Sword sect to recover and prepare for a confrontation, lest they face dire consequences. "Chase!" Miao Qian shouted, leading the charge in the direction the Divine Sword sect had taken. 2 hours later, it was evening. The Seven Kill sect followed the traces left by the Divine Sword sect to a hillside where the trees grew denser. Suddenly, Miao Qian halted. "What's wrong, senior brother?" A disciple of the Seven Kill sect inquired. "Something feels off. There's a problem." "What kind of problem?" Just as the two were speaking, a sharp command echoed, "Form up! Avenge all the fallen disciples of the Divine Sword sect." Hundreds of sword lights shot out from the surrounding dense woods. "An ambush! Prepare for battle!" Miao Qian shouted in shock. He could not have imagined that the Divine Sword sect, having suffered a heavy defeat in the morning, would dare to ambush them that evening. They were nothing short of madmen. The sword lights descended upon the Seven Kill sect's ranks, and in the absence of any defenses, the first wave of attacks from the Divine Sword sect resulted in dozens of casualties among the Seven Kill sect. Seeing this, Miao Qian gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastards!" He then shouted, "Listen up, people of the Seven Kill sect, charge forward, or we will be used as live targets." No sooner had he finished speaking than a long sword thrust directly at him. Clang! Miao Qian swiftly deflected the sword. The long sword landed in Yiching Xuan's hands, and she struck again at Miao Qian. The two instantly clashed in combat. The other members of the Seven Kill sect began to rush into the surrounding woods. The battle between the two sects commenced. Throughout the day, the Seven Kill sect and the Divine Sword sect engaged in 2 battles. In the morning, the Divine Sword sect was ambushed by the Seven Kill sect, but by evening, they returned the favor. One cannot deny that the Divine Sword sect executed this counterattack with great finesse, catching the Seven Kill sect completely off guard. This demonstrates that the leaders of the two factions, Miao Qian and Yiching Xien, were both formidable. Chapter 22. Seeking allies. The fighting did not last long before it concluded. As the saying goes, a step ahead is a step ahead. In this battle, the Divine Sword sect maintained an absolute advantage, overpowering the Seven Kill sect, thereby avenging the morning's defeat. Ultimately, Miao Qian, realizing the situation was dire, led the 7-kill sect in retreat. We won. Yiching Xien did not lead her people in pursuit. The ambush on the 7-kill sect had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and she had not anticipated such a successful outcome. As a sword cultivator, one must possess an unwavering belief in advancing forward. Recently, a small portion of her team had shown signs of negativity. If this continued, the morale of the entire team would be affected. Hence, Yiching Xien decided to ambush the pursuing 7-kill sect. This battle not only avenged their losses but also boosted the morale of her team, accomplishing 2 objectives in one. Senior sister. We won. Yang Fan approached Yiching Xien, smiling. He had performed admirably, having slain 3 opponents and severely injured 6 others. But we cannot afford to let our guard down. We must remain vigilant. Otherwise, we may repeat the mistakes of this morning. This journey into the 9 Nether Secret Realm has presented many unexpected challenges, and no one can assist us. If we want to survive, we must rely solely on ourselves. Yiching Xien replied coldly. Rest assured, senior sister, we will not give the 7-kill sect another chance, right everyone? Yang Fan declared. Exactly. The Divine Sword sect has never feared anyone. Be it the 7-kill sect, the Wujimo sect, or those cloaked figures, as long as they dare to come, we will ensure they return empty-handed. A disciple from the inner sect replied loudly. Empty-handed. 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 All disciples and deacons of the Divine Sword sect raised their voices in unison. Having just achieved a significant victory, they needed an outlet for their pent-up excitement. Seeing the collective spirit, Yiching Xien finally revealed a hint of a smile. The combat effectiveness of a team is closely tied to its morale. Present. This team had seemingly returned to form. Their combat prowess enhanced significantly. Why Yiching Xuan's smile left the male disciples of the Divine Sword sect momentarily stunned. It was their first time witnessing the Ice Mountain goddess. Yiching Xien, smile. Standing beside her, Yang Fan was already entranced by her smile. She was breathtaking. Not to mention the others. Even he, a true disciple, had never seen Yiching Xien smile before. Indeed, this journey into the 9 Nether Secret Realm was not in vain. Everything was progressing in the direction he had hoped. The Ice Mountain goddess of the Divine Sword sect had smiled at him. Once they returned to their sect, he would have ample opportunity to boast before the other true disciples. Yiching Xuan's smile quickly faded, returning to her usual icy demeanor. For her, even a small smile was a rare achievement. Everyone, pack up. We must continue forward. Leave some traces behind to confuse the enemy, Yiching Xien commanded. Senior sister, what should we do next? Yang Fan inquired. Why Yiching Xien pondered for a moment before replying. Along the way, remember to leave behind the special signals agreed upon with the Qingyun sect, and keep an eye out for their signs. Perhaps they are also searching for us. If the 2 sects join forces, our chances of survival will increase significantly. Yes, we will seek out the Qingyun sect. As long as our 2 sects unite, we can safely exit the 9 Nether Secret Realm. While the Divine Sword sect sought the Qingyun sect, the 7-kill sect was also searching for allies, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the Divine Sword sect. The evening battle had led to significant casualties among the 7-kill sect, infuriating Miao Kuan. He could not accept such a defeat. He was determined to annihilate the Divine Sword sect to quell his resentment. Where is the Grand Leader? Can we contact him? Have him send some people to assist me in annihilating the Divine Sword sect, Miao Kuan asked a cloaked figure. The Grand Leader has more important matters to attend to in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. He has no time for such trivialities, the cloaked figure replied. The cloaked figures were a secret force cultivated by the 7-kill sect, answering only to their leader. Although Miao Kuan held a prestigious position as a true disciple, it held no weight with them. However, under normal circumstances, the cloaked figures were also reluctant to offend true disciples, considering the possibility that they might one day become the leader of the 7-kill sect. Trivial? Just now, I suffered a setback at the hands of Yiching Xien, and my mood is already foul, Miao Kuan exclaimed, his anger surging. With so many casualties in the 7-kill sect, you dare to call it trivial? To the Grand Leader, your matters are indeed trivial. The cloaked figure maintained his stance. In truth, he was not wrong. The Grand Leader was focused on dealing with Leng Hanshuang, one of the 7 swords of the Divine Sword sect. The weight of Leng Hanshuang alone surpassed that of all the members of the Divine Sword sect who had entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm combined. Even within the core leadership of the Divine Sword sect, Leng Hanshuang held considerable status. If she could be completely trapped in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, It would deliver a heavy blow to the Divine Sword Sect. I refuse to believe that there is anything more important than annihilating the Divine Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect. Miao Kuan insisted, struggling to suppress his anger. Miao Kuan, our killing god group operates directly under the orders of the leader. You have no authority over us. However, as a true disciple and the future of the Seven Kill Sect, we do not wish to come into conflict with you, as it would hinder the development of the Seven Kill Sect. What I can tell you is that the Grand Leader and his team entered the Nether Secret Realm with a mission that is far more significant than your concerns, the cloaked figure explained earnestly. Were it not for Miao Kuan's status as a true disciple, he would have been disinclined to provide such an explanation. True disciples hold high positions in any faction, and barring any accidents, they are likely to ascend to core leadership roles, with even a slight chance of becoming the sect leader. Is what you say true? Miao Kuan asked skeptically. Absolutely true. Upon receiving the cloaked figure's confirmation, Miao Kuan's anger subsided significantly. The cloaked figure was unwilling to become his enemy, and Miao Kuan felt the same. The killing god group was a sharp sword for the Seven Kill Sect. Even if only the sect leader could wield this sword, every true disciple harbored the ambition to one day become the sect leader themselves. Both the Seven Kill Sect and the Divine Sword Sect were searching for allies. And with over a month remaining until the Nether Secret Realm opened, another major battle was inevitable. However, it seemed that the Divine Sword Sect was at a disadvantage. Time passed, and the Seven Kill Sect grew increasingly formidable. Although they had not located the main force of the Wujimo Sect, they encountered several scattered small teams, swelling their numbers to nearly 400. Meanwhile, the Divine Sword Sect saw almost no new reinforcements. Around them, a dozen cloaked figures lurked in the shadows, conducting guerrilla warfare. Those dispatched by Yiching Xien had been ambushed and killed. These cloaked figures did not engage the Divine Sword Sect directly. Their intent was to prevent them from finding allies while also determining their position. Unable to shake them off and unable to pursue them, Yiching Xuan's spirit began to sink. She understood that if this continued, the Divine Sword Sect would eventually be completely overwhelmed. They needed to find a way to deal with the cloaked figures surrounding them, even if it required some sacrifice. Just then, someone in the team discovered a signal left by the Qingyun Sect. Yiching Xuan's heart leapt with joy. If they could locate the Qingyun Sect, they could temporarily alleviate their crisis. She immediately moved forward to investigate. Typically, before embarking on a significant mission, each faction would establish a signal for communication. The intricacy of these signals made them difficult to decipher without special techniques. The only option for outsiders was to destroy them. Before entering the Nether Secret Realm, the Qingyun Sect and the Divine Sword Sect had agreed to unite when needed. They had also standardized their signals, which could be used to call for help. The signal left by the Qingyun Sect was not exclusive to their sect but shared with the Divine Sword Sect, indicating that the Qingyun Sect was also searching for the Divine Sword Sect. Yiching Xien began to decipher the signal. Soon, she discerned the direction of the Qingyun Sect and led the members of the Divine Sword Sect to follow the guidance swiftly. As for the cloaked figures wandering in the vicinity, Yiching Xien had no time to concern herself with them. Her priority was to unite with the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 23. Breakthrough. Half a month later, within the Nether Secret Realm, a fierce battle was unfolding between two mountains. The number of participants in this conflict reached a staggering 1,000. Do not assume that this number is insignificant. The participants in the battle were not mere mortals from the secular world, but rather formidable cultivators from the realm of Dao, each possessing strength that had reached at least the third realm, the realm of breaking illusions. Among them were even a handful of powerful warriors from the fourth realm, the realm of mystical understanding. Such a multitude of cultivators engaging in combat was a rarity, even in the Li continent's cultivation community. The Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect found themselves trapped between two mountains, with the Seven Kill Sect in front and the Wujimo Sect behind. Additionally, dozens of cloaked figures ambushed them intermittently, while the skies were shrouded in a spell that prohibited flight, preventing the sword cultivators of the Shenxiao Sword Sect from soaring through the air. The four dominant forces of Li continent had formed an alliance, maintaining a delicate balance for many years. The Qingyun Sect and the Shenxiao Sword Sect were not intimidated by the Wujimo Sect and the Seven Kill Sect. Even in a disadvantaged position, they managed to respond with composure. However, the arrival of the cloaked figures immediately altered the tides of battle. They were ruthless and experienced, often managing to claim a fresh life with each ambush, leaving their victims severely wounded at the very least. The already beleaguered Shenxiao Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect found themselves utterly defenseless, forced to retreat their lines. Fortunately, the Qingyun sect had established a defensive formation during their stay, which momentarily withstood the onslaught. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Once the formation was breached, there would be no escape, and death awaited them. Within the formation, for true disciples were deliberating strategies. Yiching Xien and Yang Fan from the Shenshao sword sect, and Li Luai and Su Wei from the Qingyun sect. Each bore injuries, with Yang Fan's being the most severe after a near-fatal ambush by two cloaked figures, narrowly avoiding death due to his quick reflexes. A total of 7 true disciples had entered. The whereabouts of the remaining 3 remained unknown, leaving only these 4 to huddle together for warmth. Sister Qingxian, the formation won't hold much longer. They will be breaching it soon. What should we do? Li Luai asked, her face lined with worry. Yang Fan and Su Wei shared the bitter sentiments, regretting their decision to enter the perilous Nether Secret Realm, especially Yang Fan, who had come for love and now faced the loss of his life. What use was it to win Yiching Xuan's favor if he could not survive? Their only recourse was to charge through a gap collectively the moment the formation was shattered, leaving their survival to fate. Yiching Xien sighed, recognizing the hopelessness of their situation. If it were merely the 7-kill sect and Wujimo sect, perhaps they could have struggled. However, with the addition of the cloaked figures, their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. The only option was to strike at a single point and see how many could survive. Sister, is there truly no other way? Yang Fan asked, unwilling to accept defeat. If they were to charge collectively, the true disciples would undoubtedly become prime targets. Given their injuries, escaping was nearly impossible. Yang Fan, still young and gifted, envisioned a future of limitless potential and did not wish to die here. No? Yiching Xien shook her head, genuinely unable to conceive a means of escape. Silence enveloped the fort. After a considerable pause, Yiching Xien spoke again. Let us gather everyone and decide where to break through. The formation is already showing cracks. We have at most 10 minutes before it collapses. 3 minutes later, Yiching Xien surveyed the hundreds before her, uncertain how many would escape alive. Perhaps even less than 1/10. She had already prepared herself for death, fully aware that as one of the Ice Soul Sword's inheritors, the enemy would not spare her. She could draw attention to herself, creating opportunities for others. That was her only viable contribution. Brothers and sisters, you must be aware of our dire situation here in the Nether Secret Realm. One will come to rescue us. We must rely solely on ourselves. If you wish to escape alive, we must unify our strength. Once the enemy shows a gap, we must disperse quickly. The true disciples will be prime targets, thus increasing your chances of survival significantly. Remember, once you escape, find a hiding place and await the next opening of the Nether Secret Realm to transport you out. Do not reveal yourselves or seek opportunities. If you lose your lives, what chance do you have for fortune? If you are fortunate enough to leave the Nether Secret Realm, report everything that has transpired here to the sect, and let the sect decide the course of action. After Yiching Xuan's speech, silence reigned. Despite being cultivators, they had anticipated such a day, yet the reality was difficult to accept. Who truly wishes to die? Is living not preferable? Sister, we will fight to clear a path for you. You are the true disciple of the Shenshao sword sect and the inheritor of the Ice Soul Sword. We can all die. But you must not, cried an inner sect disciple, to which countless disciples echoed their agreement. Clear a path for our sister. Annihilate the minions of the Wujimo and 7-kill sects. Yiching Xien raised her hand, signaling for silence once more. The crowd fell quiet. I appreciate your sentiments, but your actions will not save me. They will only jeopardize your chances of survival. The enemy will undoubtedly prioritize targeting true disciples, and they might allow you to escape while ensuring our demise. So please, heed my words and escape when the opportunity arises. Prioritize your lives, Yiching Xien implored patiently. Her words rang true. Killing a true disciple bore greater merit than slaying 10 or even 100 inner sect disciples. As for the outer sect disciples, there was no comparison. Suddenly, a crisp sound startled everyone. The formation had developed a massive crack, threatening to shatter at any moment. The 4 true disciples stood at the forefront, choosing to break through toward the 7-kill sect, as the Wujimo sect was stronger overall, making the weaker sect the more viable option for escape. As Yiching Xien noted the widening fissure, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Is this how it ends? Despite her mental preparation, a sense of anxiety welled within her. She had never imagined she would perish in the Nether Secret Realm. Having once fantasized about surpassing her master, Leng Hanshuang, inheriting the Ice Soul Sword and becoming a renowned female sword immortal. Yang Fan trembled beside her, fear manifesting in his quaking form. Li Luai and Su Wei appeared calmer than Yang Fan, though the despair in their eyes was unmistakable. Crack after crack echoed ominously. Move! Yiching Xien commanded, brandishing her life-s sword, charging toward the 7-kill sect. Li Luai and Su Wei followed closely behind. At that moment, Yang Fan hesitated. Unwilling to accept such an untimely death, he quietly retreated, blending into the crowd, removing his white belt that symbolized his status as a true disciple, hoping to evade the enemy's pursuit. The battle commenced, with the Shunshao Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect collaborating to break through the 7-kill sect's lines. For a moment, the 7-kill sect seemed overwhelmed. Fortunately, the cloaked figures joined the fray, alleviating some pressure from the 7-kill sect. The Wujimo sect quickly advanced from behind, flanking them on both sides while the sky remained sealed by the formation. With no means of escape, Yiching Xien clenched her teeth, flinging her life-s sword as a desperate act. A thunderous explosion erupted, creating a breach in the 7-kill sect's defenses. Yiching Xien coughed blood, her vision blurring, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be steadied by the rushing Li Luai. Sister Qing Xian, are you all right? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Focus on leading everyone to break through, Yiching Xien weakly urged. She had detonated her life-s sword, achieving her goal but suffering backlash in the process. The elders of the Shunshao Sword Sect, witnessing Yiching Xian's self-sacrifice, began to follow suit. Explosions rang across the battlefield like fireworks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained unaware of the impending doom facing the Shunshao Sword Sect. Having left the quaint refuge of Xiaobai, he had begun to enjoy a leisurely life of exploration. The scenery within the 9 Nether Secret Realm was undeniably enchanting, preserved in its pristine state due to centuries of absence of human interference. Standing on a high vantage point, Lin Feng gazed out over the verdant expanse. Suddenly, he heard faint sounds in the distance. Straining to listen, he realized it was the distress signal from the Shunshao Sword Sect, an urgent call for help. A cultivator's detonation of their life-s sword signified an unequivocal resolve to face death. With urgency coursing through him, Lin Feng called out, Xiaobai. A small white serpent emerged from his sleeve, rapidly expanding until it resembled a dragon, lowering its head before Lin Feng. Without hesitation, he mounted the creature. In an instant, the dragon vanished, leaving only an afterimage as it soared toward the battlefield. Chapter 24. The dragon's might. Yiching Xien led the sword cultivators of the Shunshao Sword Sect in detonating their life-s swords, catching the 7-kill sect and the Wujimo sect off guard. Although this act could not alter the overall tide of battle, it created a breach in their formidable defenses, granting a glimmer of hope for survival. Among the crowd, Yang Fan's eyes brightened, and he charged toward the gap. Just as he was about to escape the encirclement, 2 cloaked figures intercepted him. Against their ruthless and seasoned combat skills, Yang Fan, still recovering from his injuries, stood no chance, quickly losing his fighting ability. Moments later, Su Wei, another true disciple from the Qingyun sect, was severely wounded as well. Li Luai was struck in the back and fell beside Yiching Xien, blood pouring from her mouth. With that, all 4 true disciples of the Shunshao Sword Sect had fallen, awaiting only death. The battle raged on, and the Shunshao Sword Sect suffered heavy casualties. Following the detonation of their life-s swords, many cultivators lost 80% of their combat capabilities, merely awaiting their fate. Fortunately, several managed to break free from the encirclement, yet it remained uncertain how many would ultimately survive. Yang Fan felt hollow, his gaze vacant, as though his soul had departed. Li Luai and Su Wei wore expressions of despair. As prodigies of the Qingyun sect, they were reluctant to meet their end yet had no choice but to confront reality. Yiching Xien maintained a facade of calm, but internally, she felt a profound sorrow. She never envisioned dying in such a manner, grappling with feelings of unwillingness and helplessness. With 4 true disciples captured and the most formidable cultivators of the Shunshao Sword Sect having detonated their life-s swords, even in their final moments, they ensured the enemy would not have an easy victory. Those who escaped continued to be pursued. The outcome of the battle was already a foregone conclusion. A resounding roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the scene, forcing all combatants to halt and stare in a W. As the crowd gradually lifted their gazes, they beheld a dragon hovering above, seemingly unaffected by the aerial restrictions. A dragon? Miao Kuan murmured, incredulous. Dragons, evolved from serpents, undergo arduous trials to achieve such a form. To succeed is a feat requiring survival through numerous life-threatening tribulations. Once accomplished, they ascend to the fifth realm, the realm of sky sovereignty. The dragon before them exuded power far surpassing that realm, likely reaching the sixth realm, the realm of divine unity. Could its lair be nearby? Had the battle's clamor summoned it? What were they to do? Given the dragon's display of strength, even if all present charged at once, they would merely serve as fodder, perhaps failing to even breach its defenses. Another dragon-like roar erupted, amplifying the pressure. Those lacking sufficient strength or still wounded crumpled to their knees. Miao Kuan felt tears prick his eyes. The Nether secret realm was vast. Why had they chosen to engage in battle near the dragon's lair? It was a clear invitation to disaster. He yearned to flee but dared not move. In their stillness, he feared becoming the dragon's target. The dragon's emergence temporarily spared the Shunshao Sword Sect and Qingyun's sect from immediate peril. Yet no one felt Joyit was akin to escaping from a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. Death awaited on all sides. However, there was one small consolation. They were no longer facing death alone. Ha! You worthless scum! Come, kill me! Why the hesitation? Weren't you all so fierce a moment ago? Now you seem like fools. A disciple from the Qingyun sect laughed maniacally. Having endured too much, he had witnessed his closest friend perish before him, powerless to intervene. Sometimes, death was not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, it was the dread of the inevitable, knowing one would die yet being unable to resist, awaiting the grim arrival of death. This sensation could drive the mentally fragile to madness. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, yet none dared respond, fearing the dragon's attention. The collective thought among them was clear. Please, do not notice me, do not notice me. The cloaked figures, equally frightened, remained motionless. No one willingly sought death. The once tumultuous battlefield descended into an eerie silence. What transpired next would surpass all comprehension, etching itself into their memories forever. The dragon descended slowly, eventually landing, and atop its head stood a masked man. The sight left all present dumbfounded, their minds stalling, rendered incapable of thought. Dragons were proud and powerful beings. Even if one could conquer it, standing atop its head was inconceivable unless it willingly submitted. For a proud dragon to bow to a human indicated a staggering disparity in power. This was the Nether secret realm, not the outside world. Those who entered were all less than 100 years old. To subdue a dragon at such a young age, what kind of terrifying strength did this man possess? As the crowd remained in shock, one person broke into a smile. Li Luocha, the true disciple of the Qingyun sect. She recognized the figure atop the dragon's head as the one who had saved her previously. Though she had inquired about his name at the time, she had received no response. Although unaware of his identity, she was certain that the masked man stood against the cloaked figures. Thus, she realized she had been saved. The fear of death dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity to see the face behind the mask of her savior. Yiching Xien, after the initial shock, felt an inexplicable familiarity with the masked man, though she could not recall where she had seen him. As she pondered, her gaze fell upon Li Luocha, who wore a smile of relief rather than despair. This realization interrupted her thoughts, leading her to speculate that Li Luocha might know the masked man. Lin Feng, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, noted that many belonged to the Shunshao Sword Sect. Although he did not recognize them, they were all part of the same sect. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of anger. As the eldest disciple of the Shunshao Sword Sect, he bore some responsibility for their deaths. Regardless of the circumstances, without the Shunshao Sword Sect, there would have been no Sum Yuba, and without Sum Yuba, there would have been no Lin Feng. Moreover, the sect had sheltered him for over 20 years. Allowing him to grow in peace, he would remember this debt. Anyone who dared to harm the Shunshao Sword Sect would become his enemy. Unable to revive the deceased, he could only seek vengeance for their demise. Chapter 25. Feast everyone. You have 1 minute to gather as a sect. Those who fail to comply, die, Lin Feng declared. The crowd immediately sprang into action, eager to avoid inciting the wrath of this imposing figure. Yiching Xien and Li Luocha supported each other as they stood. Though they bore significant injuries, they were still able to move. As they walked, Li Luocha quietly whispered in Yiching Xuan's ear, Sister Qing Xian, we have been saved. Lai, do you know him? Yiching Xien asked in surprise. I have seen him, but I do not know his true identity, Luocha replied, shaking her head. When did you see him? Shortly after we entered the Nether Secret Realm. I was pursued by several men in black robes when he appeared. Sister Yiching Xien, he is incredibly strong. With just one strike, he eliminated all the black-robed ME and why Yiching Xien was speechless. Of course he's strong. Did you not see how he subdued the dragon? If he weren't strong, would the dragon allow him to tread upon its head? Since he saved you, did you not inquire about his identity? I did. But he did not answer, Luocha lamented. As a distinguished daughter of the Qin sect, it was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask a man's name, only to be disregarded. I see. Yiching Xien thought to herself, and no wonder Luocha smiled upon seeing him. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with that figure, but could not recall where she had encountered him. Less than a minute. 5 factions stood before Lin Feng: the Xinjiao Sword Sect, the Qin Sect, the Wujimu Sect, the 7 Kill Sect, and the Black-Robed Men. Lin Feng had arranged them by sect to prevent Xiaobai from accidentally harming members of the Xinjiao Sword Sect and the Qin Sect. What are you? Which faction do you belong to? Lin Feng pointed towards the black-robed men. The dozens of black-robed men felt a tightening in their hearts. They could not answer this question. The existence of the killing god group within the 7 Kill Sect was still under wraps and must not be disclosed, for the consequences would be dire. Yet, remaining silent would also offend the formidable figure before them. Seeing no one speak, Lin Feng casually asked, "So you choose not to answer?" Still, no one opened their mouths. Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome. These black-robed men were likely trained assassins from a certain faction. Their mission in the Nether Secret Realm was to ambush members of the Xinjiao Sword Sect and the Qin Sect. "Staobai!" Roar the dragon let out a playful cry in response. "It's your turn," Lin Feng said before leaping down from the dragon's head. With a flick of its tail, the dragon opened its massive mouth. "Run!" All the black-robed men instinctively prepared to scatter. An irresistible, tremendous force emerged, pulling the fleeing black-robed men back. Despite their desperate struggles, the gravitational pull was too strong to escape. They could only watch in horror as their bodies were drawn closer to the dragon's gaping maw. Ultimately, dozens of black-robed men were swallowed whole, becoming the dragon's meal. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. The dragon's power was indeed terrifying, devouring over a dozen black-robed men in one bite. Particularly for the members of the Xinjiao Sword Sect and the Qin Sect. They were well aware of the black-robed men's strength. How could the troublesome black-robed men simply vanish? The dragon's digestive abilities were astonishing. Anything it consumed was instantly converted into necessary energy. For the dragon, devouring several dozen individuals was merely trivial. "Xiaobai, are you full?" Lin Feng asked nonchalantly. Roar the dragon responded, "If I'm not full, I'll eat them all." Having said that, Lin Feng pointed towards the 7 Kill Sect. This gesture terrified the members of the 7 Kill Sect. The earlier scene of the black-robed men being devoured was still fresh in their minds, and they did not wish to meet the same fate. Miao Kuan, a true disciple of the 7 Kill Sect, hurriedly stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. "Elder, we belong to the 7 Kill Sect. I am Miao Kuan, the third true disciple under the sect leader. I beseech you to spare us for my master's sake. The 7 Kill Sect will be immensely grateful." Lin Feng did not respond. The dragon Xiaobai opened its massive mouth once more towards the 7 Kill Sect. Seeing this, Miao Kuan was struck with terror, desperately shouting, "Elder, you cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the sect leader. If you kill me, my master will not let you off." A tremendous force surged again, this time directed at the 7 Kill Sect. If even the black-robed men could not escape, the members of the 7 Kill Sect, who were far weaker, stood no chance. One by one, they were drawn towards the dragon's maw. Ah! Countless screams erupted. "You monster! You will not die well. The 7 Kill Sect will not let you go, and we will ensure your 9 clans are exterminated in revenge. Ha ha ha! We will wait for you below." Miao Kuan yelled frantically. Before long, the 7 Kill Sect too was annihilated, swallowed by the dragon Xiaobai and converted into energy. The remaining 3 factions, Wujimu Sect, Xinjiao Sword Sect, and Qin Sect, began to tremble. If the black-robed men were devoured for their silence, what about the 7 Kill Sect? They had not even been questioned and yet faced the same fate. Perhaps Miao Kuan was right. The figure before them was a true monster, merciless in his actions. Only Yiching Xien and Luocha, along with a few who had accompanied Luocha, knew they were safe. However, The others from the two sects were oblivious. They had never encountered this masked figure before. Having dealt with the 7-kill sect, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the Wujimu sect. A mere glance caused many from the Wujimu sect to weaken. The reason he dealt with the Wujimu sect last was to allow them to feel the creeping dread of impending death. Lin Feng had not forgotten the grudge against his master, Su Mubai, who had been severely injured. The Wujimu sect was the mastermind behind it all. Today was merely collecting interest. He would seek revenge later. Just as Lin Feng was about to command Xiaobai to continue feasting, someone shouted, "Everyone, flee! This monster will not spare us. If we do not escape now, we will have no chance." Instantly, the Wujimu sect members scattered. The members of the Shenjiao sword sect and the Qingyun sect also began to stir restlessly. In their view, after the dragon consumed the Wujimu sect, they would be next. It would be wise to escape while they still could. Everyone from the Shenjiao sword sect, do not move, stand firm. The Qingyun sect also stood resolute, declaring, anyone who dares to move will be expelled from the sect. Yiching Xien and Li Luai commanded in unison. The words of the two true disciples held weight, and the agitated crowd gradually calmed down. The members of the Wujimu sect sought to flee, but Lin Feng would not grant them the opportunity. He slightly released his aura, pinning them to the ground, unable to move. This showcased the disparity in power. The dragon Xiaobai soared into the air, inhaling deeply, drawing the members of the Wujimu sect one by one towards it. In mere minutes, the Wujimu sect met the same fate as the 7-kill sect. Today, the dragon had consumed hundreds, greatly aiding its growth. However, it would be exceedingly difficult for it to evolve into a true dragon. The transformation from a dragon to a true dragon was over 100 times more challenging than that of a snake to a dragon. If the chance of a snake becoming a dragon was 1 in 10, then the chance of a dragon becoming a true dragon was 1 in 1,000. Such odds were despairingly low. Xiaobai had been cultivating in the 9 Nether secret realm for nearly 10,000 years. Knowing that success was improbable on its own, it chose to follow Lin Feng after sensing his immense strength, hoping he might assist it in the future. Having eradicated the Wujimu sect, the 7-kill sect, and the black-robed men, the main enemy forces had been annihilated. The remaining small groups posed no significant threat. Lin Feng stood atop the dragon Xiaobai, preparing to depart, wishing to conceal his identity from the onlookers. "Benefactor, do you still remember me? I am Li Luai from the Qingyun sect." Li Luai suddenly summoned her courage and called out to Lin Feng. She knew if she did not speak now, he would soon leave. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned his head. Li Luai stood there, visibly anxious. "I remember. Thank you, benefactor, for remembering me. This is the second time you have saved me. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. I hope you can share your name. I will forever remember it." "Miss Luai, I mentioned before that saving you was simply a matter of convenience. It was the same this time as it was the last, so there is no need to dwell on it," Lin Feng replied calmly. Hearing this, Li Luai's spirits sank. It was just as she had feared. He was unwilling to acknowledge her, as a celebrated daughter of the Qingyun sect. Experiencing rejection twice, her feelings of grievance were palpable. Just as Lin Feng prepared to leave again, Yiching Xien spoke up. "I am Yiching Xien, the first true disciple of the peak master of the Shenjiao sword sect. Leng Hanshuang, I thank you, elder, for saving our lives. Thank you for saving our lives." All the members of the Shenjiao sword sect echoed Yiching Xuan's gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities. I have some connections with the Shenjiao sword sect. Naturally, I would not stand idly by when encountering you," Lin Feng replied. "Regardless, elder, you saved us, and it is only right to express our gratitude," Yiching Xien insisted. "I accept your thanks. These are some spiritual herbs I found in the secret realm. Take them to aid the injured. I hope they will be of help." Lin Feng finished speaking and took out a large number of spiritual herbs, dividing them into 2 portions for the Shenjiao sword sect and the 7-kill sect. However, the Shenjiao sword sect received a notably larger share. As the eldest disciple of the Shenjiao sword sect, it was only natural that he favored his own sect. "Thank you, elder. Thank you, elder." Yiching Xien and Li Luai expressed their gratitude simultaneously. "Very well, I must take my leave. Before I go, I must advise you that this 9 Nether secret realm is different from previous ones. For your safety, it is best that your 2 sects do not part ways. Although the main forces of the Wujimu sect and the 7-kill sect have been eliminated, the threat of the black-robed men is even greater. It is wise to remain cautious," Lin Feng suggested. "The unknown is the most terrifying. The fact that they have trained the black-robed men to fear neither death nor pain indicates that the power behind them is formidable and should not be underestimated." We understand. Yiching Xien and Li Luai replied in unison. That is good. I hope you can safely exit the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Farewell, Xiaobai. We shall depart. With that, a man and a dragon soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing from view. Flying within the 9 Nether Secret Realm was a perilous endeavor. The territorial instincts of the exotic beasts were strong. Any trespassers would be seen as provocateurs and attacked. However, this was only applicable to other beings. The dragon, being one of the dominators of the secret realm, faced no threats from any exotic beasts. Watching Lin Feng gradually vanish, Li Luai bit her lip, feeling deeply aggrieved. Yiching Xien, on the other hand, was increasingly certain she had indeed met this person before. Not only had he saved lives, but he had also generously provided precious spiritual herbs. Furthermore, the detail that the Xinjiao Sword Sect received more herbs than the Qingyun Sect was significant. To claim that this individual had no connection to the Xinjiao Sword Sect would be implausible, given his ties to the Xinjiao Sword Sect, his age being under 100 years, and his unfathomable strength. He could not be an ordinary figure. Who could he possibly be? Yiching Xien fell into deep contemplation, her desire to uncover Lin Feng's identity intensifying. Xiaobai, are there any exotic beasts within this secret realm that possess strength comparable to yours? Let us go treasure hunting, Lin Feng inquired. With about a month until the 9 Nether Secret Realm reopens, he wished to avoid revealing his identity and merging with the Xinjiao Sword Sect members. To stave off boredom, he decided to seek treasures. The stronger the exotic beast, the greater and more precious the treasures it guarded. For instance, Xiaobai had just given away so many spiritual herbs. It was necessary to find more to replenish them. Roar the dragon beneath Lin Feng called out, if there are, then let us set forth. Xiaobai accelerated its speed. A day later, they arrived at the entrance of a valley. Roar Xiaobai issued a commanding roar. Our response immediately echoed from within the valley. Then, a purple beast with wings sprouting from its back soared out, glaring furiously at Xiaobai. The purple crystal-winged demon wolf, an exotic beast whose strength was on par with the dragon. Xiaobai had previously fought with the purple crystal-winged demon wolf, and neither had managed to gain the upper hand. This time, it was evidently aiming to assert dominance in front of its master, Lin Feng. When the purple crystal-winged demon wolf spotted Lin Feng atop the dragon, its anger quickly shifted to caution. Though its intelligence was limited, it understood that anyone who could stand on the dragon's head was undoubtedly more formidable than the dragon itself. Lin Feng did not wish to engage in idle chatter. He extended his right hand, gently clenching it, and an immense force instantly bound the purple crystal-winged demon wolf. Ah! The purple crystal-winged demon wolf howled, attempting to break free. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it was futile. The power disparity was simply too great. Like an adult pressing down on a newborn infant, escape was impossible. Given your considerable efforts to cultivate to this level, behave and I shall spare you, Lin Feng said calmly. In terms of value, the purple crystal-winged demon wolf was indeed a precious treasure. Its inner core, hide, flesh, and bones were worth a fortune. However, Lin Feng adhered to his principles, unwilling to gratuitously instigate slaughter, especially against an exotic beast that had gained spiritual awareness through the recognition of heaven and earth. Seemingly comprehending Lin Feng's words, the purple crystal-winged demon wolf nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Lin Feng released it and, along with Xiaobai, entered the valley to scour for treasures. The purple crystal-winged demon wolf could only stand dumbfoundedly at the entrance, too intimidated to venture inside. Chapter 27. The power of the god-slaying bow. In the center of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a vast lake lay surrounded by a multitude of individuals. All the waters from the streams and rivers within the secret realm flowed toward this lake. If Lin Feng had not found the other shore flower and had continued along the river, he would eventually arrive here. At this moment, over 100 individuals had gathered, encircling the lake and swiftly beginning to set up formations. They were indeed the black-robed men who had been pursuing Leng Hanshuang. Leng Hanshuang, I told you, you cannot escape. Come out and accept your death. The burial ground you have chosen is quite suitable for you, the leader of the black-robed men declared, gazing at the tranquil lake surface. One responded, and the lake remained still. Since you refuse to come out, I shall compel you to emerge. Attack! A red energy sphere coalesced within the formation and shot into the lake. Boom! The impact immediately stirred up massive waves, claiming the lives of countless aquatic creatures. Fish exceeding 10 meters in length, crab-like creatures the size of cars, and even an octopus with tentacles reaching 4 to 5 meters emerged lifelessly from the depths. Roar! A piercing cry resonated from the lakebed. A small mountain gradually rose to the surface. As the onlookers beheld the true form of the mountain, they were astonished. That was no mountain. It was a colossal tortoise. The leader of the black-robed men furrowed his brow. He knew that Leng Hanshuang was beneath the lake and had intended to force her out. Instead, a giant tortoise had surfaced. Given its size, it was evident that it had cultivated for many years. Such powerful exotic beasts possessed a strong sense of territory. How could one expect Leng Hanshuang to approach? Disturbed from its slumber, the giant tortoise seemed quite irate. Roar, roar, roar! The resonating roars caused the formations the black-robed men had just set up to sway precariously. You wretched beast, do you seek death? The leader of the black-robed men shouted in fury. Roar! An even louder howl responded in kind. Puff! Several black-robed men who had fought against Leng Hanshuang and were still wounded could not withstand the shockwaves, spitting blood and falling unconscious. The leader of the black-robed men was furiously aware that he could not force out Leng Hanshuang without dealing with the giant tortoise. Attack! The formation began to gather energy into a red sphere that continually struck the tortoise's shell. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of violent explosions, the giant tortoise remained virtually unscathed. Its shell was its most robust part. Ordinary attacks could barely breach its defenses, let alone inflict harm. You useless fools! What are you thinking? Attack its weakest points, its head and limbs. The leader of the black-robed men scolded angrily. The formation commenced once more, this time targeting the tortoise's head and limbs. Boom, roar. The first energy sphere successfully struck the tortoise's head, causing it to bellow in pain and retract its head and limbs into its shell. With no target, the subsequent energy spheres either missed or hit the shell. Once the assault ceased, the giant tortoise re-extended its head and limbs. Once the attack commenced, it retracted. However, this time several energy orbs surged forth from the giant tortoise's head and limbs, penetrating its body and exploding within. The tortoise howled in agony. In an effort to avoid further injury, it began to rotate its body, preventing the energy orbs from entering its interior. After several rounds of assault, the damage sustained by the tortoise remained minimal. It must be noted that awakened beasts, endowed with intelligence, are significantly distinct from their unawakened counterparts. Not only are they more formidable, but they also devise the most advantageous combat strategies for themselves. The giant tortoise recognized that its strength lay in its defense, thus opting for a war of attrition. It planned to strike when the enemy showed signs of fatigue. The leader of the black-robed figures furrowed his brow, realizing that he could no longer afford to waste resources. A decisive blow was imperative. Otherwise, excessive depletion could lead to unforeseen complications when confronting Leng Hanshuang. No one dared underestimate the wielder of the seven swords of Shanshao, even if the opponent had already sustained considerable injuries. Swift resolution was essential. With this thought, the leader retrieved a bow from his spatial pouch. The bow, a vivid crimson, was inscribed with intricate runes, emanating an aura of menace upon its appearance. The bow of the killing god, a weapon capable of unleashing tremendous power when paired with the killing god technique. With the bow in his left hand and the string drawn back by his right, he aimed at the giant tortoise in the lake. The killing god technique coursed within him, and an arrow formed from condensed killing intent materialized on the bowstring. Kill! The leader of the black-robed figures roared internally as he released his grip. Whoosh! The arrow shot toward the tortoise. As it neared the barrier, a hole unexpectedly appeared, allowing the arrow to pass through. Upon entering the barrier, the arrow halted, suspended in midair, absorbing the energy gathered by the formation. Once the arrow became translucent, radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent, the giant tortoise sensed impending doom. It swiftly submerged itself into the lake's depths, unwilling to rely solely on its shell for defense. Whoosh! The energy-laden arrow was unleashed once more. It pierced through the water, reaching the lake's bottom before landing atop the tortoise's shell. Roar! The tortoise let out a pained scream as its proud shell was breached by the arrow, penetrating its body and devastating its internal organs. The lake roiled violently under the assault of the arrow, waves soaring to heights of dozens of meters. When the tempest subsided, a portion of the lake was stained crimson with blood, and the massive corpse of the tortoise floated lifelessly on the surface, surrounded by the bodies of countless aquatic creatures. The ease with which the tortoise, famed for its defense, was slain by a single arrow underscored the immense potency of the bow of the killing god in conjunction with the killing god technique. Although the tortoise was vanquished, the black-robed figures continued to maintain the formation. Their true target was not the tortoise, but rather Leng Hanshuang, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shanxiao. They were certain she lay at the lake's depths, as during the battle in the valley, she had been severely injured by the killing god technique's aura, making it improbable for her to cleanse it completely in a short span. This allowed the black-robed figures to track her here. With the tortoise dealt with, it was time to pursue their true objective, to eliminate Leng Hanshuang and seize the Ice Soul Sword, which was their mission to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm. The deepest point of the lake, beneath the sediment, lay an ice sculpture encasing a woman. Who else could it be but Leng Hanshuang? Her eyes were tightly shut, and a hint of pain marred her features as she seemed to be healing. Following the battle in the valley, she had been grievously wounded by the well-prepared black-robed figures and had fled here. As a practitioner of extreme cold energy, healing in this water-rich environment would yield significant benefits. Moreover, the giant tortoise beneath the lake possessed formidable strength, potentially aiding in stalling the black-robed figures. Thus, she resolved to remain. Leng Hanshuang encased herself in ice, evading the tortoise's senses, and concealed herself at the lake's deepest point to recuperate. Chapter 28. Is there a stronger one? Within the ice sculpture at the lake's bottom, Leng Hanshuang slowly opened her eyes. The pain etched on her face had vanished, replaced by a look of resignation. Healing required tranquility, yet the ongoing battle outside rendered her efforts futile. Regrettably, time was of the essence. In another 7 days, she would be able to expel all the killing intent from her body. Once free from its influence, she could restore at least 80% of her strength, which would be sufficient to confront her enemies, provided they had not preemptively set up a formation. With a sigh, Leng Hanshuang lamented her current predicament, acknowledging her own hubris. She had believed that her strength would allow her to navigate the 9 Nether Secret Realm without fear. Little did she know that the 7 killing sect, notorious for its audacity, had secretly cultivated the killing god technique and dispatched the killing god group. Had she known from the outset that the black-robed figures were the infamous killing god group from a millennium ago, she would not have underestimated them or walked into their trap. Her anxiety was further compounded by her concern for her disciple, Yiching Xien. Moreover, she had never considered that anyone could pose a threat to her, which led to her negligence and ultimately to her being ensnared by the black-robed figures. As a result, her body had been corrupted by killing intent, reducing her power to a mere 30%, rendering her unable to contend with the killing god group. At this moment, even Leng Hanshuang felt a tinge of despondency. Not only was it uncertain whether she could assist her senior brother Mu Bai in locating the other shore flower, but her own safe exit from the 9 Nether Secret Realm was also in jeopardy. Under the relentless pursuit of the killing god group, she found herself at a loss for how to endure until the secret realm reopened. As she pondered her next steps, a resounding explosion echoed. The sediment at the lake's bottom was blasted apart, revealing the ice sculpture, which was as large as a room. The leader of the black-robed figures, seeing that Leng Hanshuang remained hidden in the lake, led a dozen black-robed minions into the depths, following the sensation he had sensed. With a single strike, he shattered the sediment and uncovered the ice sculpture, imprisoning Leng Hanshuang. Leng Hanshuang, did you think that by encasing yourself in ice, you could evade pursuit? Dream on. The killing intent of the killing god technique cannot be so easily severed, as long as there is killing intent within you. No matter where you hide, I will find you, the leader sneered. How dare you cultivate the killing god technique in secret? Prepare to become the world's enemy. Leng Hanshuang retorted fiercely. Ha ha ha. Leng Hanshuang, how naive you are. Despite being one of the 7 swords of Shanxiao, you still possess such childish notions. Once I eliminate you, who will dare question the 7 killing sect? Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. All dissenting voices will be buried in the ground. Do you truly believe that the Shanxiao sword sect is so easily extinguished? We shall see. Is that so? Then you should first break my seal. Leng Hanshuang shot back defiantly. The ice sculpture imprisoning her was no ordinary creation, but rather formed from the millennia-old cold energy contained within the Ice Soul Sword. This was her final line of defense. Should the ice sculpture be breached, she would have no choice but to fight to the death. The leader of the black-robed figures, hearing her words, casually unleashed an attack upon the ice sculpture. Boom! Not only did it fail to shatter, but it left not even a scratch. Such formidable defense. Bring the ice sculpture to the surface. The leader commanded. As a dozen black-robed figures approached, the ice sculpture suddenly moved on its own, knocking them aside as it swiftly surged toward the surface, colliding with the barrier, only to be repelled back. Though Leng Hanshuang could barely manipulate the ice sculpture, her strength was insufficient. Had she been at her peak, a single strike would have sufficed to breach the formation's barrier. Leng Hanshuang, cease your futile struggles. You cannot escape. Surrender, and I may grant you a dignified death. Otherwise, your body, which has long been the object of desire for countless men in Lizhou, will suffer, the leader of the black-robed figures taunted, returning to the lake's surface with a sinister grin. Using words to provoke Leng Hanshuang, I told you, if you wish to kill me, you must first break my seal. Leng Hanshuang remained unfazed. Do you truly believe I cannot shatter it? Attack. The formation began to gather energy, and orbs of energy rained down upon the ice sculpture. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. After a round of attacks, the ice sculpture remained intact, with no visible damage, and Leng Hanshuang within remained unharmed. Its defensive capabilities likely surpassed those of the deceased giant tortoise's shell. The surrounding black-robed figures felt the situation had become troublesome. Is that it? This feels like mere tickling, Leng Hanshuang mocked. Leng Hanshuang, I want to see how long you can endure. Give it your all. The leader of the black-robed figures roared in anger. He did not retrieve the bow of the killing god, not out of reluctance but necessity. Each use of the bow inflicted tremendous strain on his body. To use it a second time would require at least a month of recuperation. Continuous use in a short period would result in severe backlash. He had just employed it once. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not use it again. Energy orbs cascaded like raindrops. Though the ice sculpture offered no harm to Leng Hanshuang, anxiety began to gnaw at her. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Without a breakthrough, the black-robed figures would undoubtedly resort to even more powerful techniques, such as the one that had just slain the giant tortoise. Even while confined within the ice sculpture, Leng Hanshuang could sense the immense power contained in that attack. Glancing at the corpses on the lake surface, she could only imagine how terrifying that strike had been. Leng Hanshuang did not believe she could withstand it. Xiaobai, are there any stronger beasts within the secret realm? Lin Feng inquired of the dragon beneath him. Over the past few days, Xiaobai had led him to various locations, encountering numerous beasts and collecting a wealth of treasures. Yet, the strength of those beasts was not much greater than that of Xiaobai. Some were even weaker. After multiple encounters, fatigue was setting in. If there were more powerful creatures, perhaps they could pique Lin Feng's interest. Roar the dragon. Xiaobai responded immediately. Beast stronger than me? The only one would be the ancient tortoise that dominates the resource-rich areas of the secret realm. Then let us hurry, do not fear. Trust in your master's strength. If it dares resist, I shall slay it and provide you with a feast. Roar the dragon. Xiaobai chirped cheerfully, changing direction and accelerating, disappearing in an instant. Moving at full speed, its velocity was such that the naked eye could barely perceive more than a fleeting shadow. Lin Feng stood atop the dragon, braced against the wind. The direction in which they journeyed was toward the heart of the 9 Nether Secret Realms lake, their target being the tortoise dwelling within, unaware that the giant tortoise had already become a lifeless corpse. Chapter 29. Familiarity. Above the lake at the center of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, the ice sculpture continued to endure the onslaught of the black-robed figures. However, the pace had significantly slowed. Each time an energy orb was gathered, it exacted a toll on them. After a wave of attacks, they required time to recuperate before launching the next assault. Growing increasingly impatient, the leader of the black-robed figures found it vexing. It was clear that shattering the ice sculpture would complete their task, yet they struggled to achieve it. Indeed, those chosen as the 7 swords of Shunxiao were not so easily dealt with. Even the most cunning schemes could falter in this current predicament. Without employing the bow of the killing god, the leader of the black-robed figures was left with few options. The ice sculpture sealing Leng Hanshuang was more resilient than the shell of the giant tortoise. If this continued, unforeseen complications could arise. Leng Hanshuang must perish within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. This was no longer merely a task for the black-robed figures. Allowing her to escape would expose the killing god group. The 7 killing sect was not prepared to face retribution from the various powers of Lizhou. Should matters spiral out of control, even the Wuji demon sect might turn against them. plunging the seven-killing sect into irrevocable ruin. Leng Hanshuang, you have forced my hand. The leader of the black-robed figures gritted his teeth. Startled, Leng Hanshuang within the ice sculpture sensed the impending terrifying strike. Was he really going to use it now? She wondered whether she could withstand it. The leader of the black-robed figures retrieved the bow of the killing god once more from his spatial pouch. Employing the bow in rapid succession would exact a heavy toll on his body. If he could avoid it, he certainly would. However, time was not on his side. Only a little over half a month remained before the Nether secret realm reopened. Using the bow once required a month of recovery. Even if he kept Leng Hanshuang confined here, time would be insufficient. Moreover, the possibility of unforeseen developments in the next half-month was uncertain. What if Leng Hanshuang managed to expel all the killing intent and restore her strength? By then, even the use of the bow of the killing god might not suffice to slay her. Thus, he had to act while she remained vulnerable, with no regard for the backlash he would suffer. The leader of the black-robed figures gripped the bow of the killing god. Left hand holding the bow, right hand drawing the string, he activated the killing god technique within him. A tremendously powerful arrow of killing intent gradually took shape. However, this time, it was not as effortless as before. His body trembled continuously, seemingly unable to bear the immense strain. Leng Hanshuang noticed this and quickly spoke up, so that earth-shattering strike cannot be unleashed at will. I can see your body is on the verge of breaking down. Cease your actions. I assure you that I will not disclose the secret cultivation of the killing god technique by your seven-killing sect once I escape. No one responded to her. As the killing arrow took form, Leng Hanshuang, sealed within the ice sculpture, felt a powerful killing intent locking onto her. Was he truly resorting to a mutually assured destruction approach? Even if the seal were broken, his body would sustain severe injuries. Why bother? Still, no one replied. Leng Hanshuang finally understood the terror of the killing god group. She began to manipulate the ice sculpture to dart around within the barrier, attempting to evade the arrow's targeting. However, all efforts proved futile. Once the killing arrow locked onto a target, escape was impossible unless its energy was depleted or a stronger force intervened. Moreover, Leng Hanshuang could not exit the barrier. Whoosh! The killing arrow was released, instantly entering the barrier, continuing to absorb energy. After loosing this arrow, the leader of the black-robed figures seemed utterly drained, collapsing to one knee, gasping for breath, his gaze fixated ahead. Once the killing arrow had absorbed enough energy, the formation vanished. All the black-robed figures maintaining the formation collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. The expenditure of energy was monumental, rendering the arrow's power formidable. Leng Hanshuang sensed that this arrow was even stronger than the last. What to do? There was no escape. Nothing to shield herself with. Would she truly perish here? Whoosh! The energy-laden killing arrow surged forth. Aimed at the ice sculpture, Leng Hanshuang desperately soared into the air, striving to flee. Yet, she had been locked onto by the arrow. The chances of escape were zero. All she could do was watch as the killing arrow approached. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound rang out, compelling everyone present to cover their ears. The killing arrow struck the ice sculpture, which had withstood countless attacks from the black-robed figures without faltering, now displayed cracks. Crack! The fissures widened, spreading like a spider's web. With a cacophony of shattering glass, the ice sculpture, forged from the millennia-old cold energy of the ice soul sword, crumbled to dust. But it did not end there. After shattering the ice sculpture, the killing arrow did not dissipate. Instead, it continued its trajectory toward Leng Hanshuang's chest. Bereft of the ice sculpture's protection, Leng Hanshuang, whose strength had been drastically reduced to merely 30%, was utterly unable to withstand the arrow's might. As the killing arrow drew closer, she resigned herself to despair. Had she been at her peak, perhaps she could have fought back now. She was left with no recourse but to await her demise. In the critical moment, just before Leng Hanshuang closed her eyes to accept her fate, a figure suddenly appeared before her, blocking the path of the killing arrow with their back. The two were nearly face to face, their bodies almost touching. Had there been even a fraction of a second's delay, Leng Hanshuang would have been pierced through, meeting her end. The killing arrow struck the back of the figure who had suddenly appeared. Contrary to her expectations, the arrow did not pierce through both of them. It seemed as if a mysterious force had intercepted the devastating projectile. Nevertheless, the immense energy carried by the arrow still propelled both individuals slightly forward. During this moment, the figure that had materialized held Leng Hanshuang tightly, absorbing all the impact, ensuring she remained unscathed. Leng Hanshuang, who had been prepared to embrace her demise, found herself caught in an unexpected turn of fate. The moment her body tensed, it felt as if she were enveloped by something. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that someone was holding her. Could it be that she had been saved? It seemed implausible. Cold Hanshuang's mind was in a daze. Outside the realm was one thing, but within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, who possessed the strength to stop the astonishing arrow of the man in the black robe? As they embraced face to face, their heads resting on each other's shoulders, Cold Hanshuang's gaze naturally fell upon the neck of the person before her. What she saw sent a shiver through her entire being, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her thoughts instantly transported her back more than 20 years. That day, her senior brother, Su Mubai, had found her. "Junior sister, I have something to attend to. Please look after this little one for me." As he spoke, he handed her a swaddled infant. "Senior brother, where did this baby come from?" Cold Hanshuang inquired as she reached out to take the child into her arms. "Found him on the road." "What is his name?" she asked again. "He doesn't have a name yet." "Why don't you give him one?" Su Mubai said casually. "All right, I'll take care of naming him. 18 night. While bathing the infant, Cold Hanshuang noticed a birthmark resembling the character for Forest on his right neck. "Senior brother asked me to name you, and you happen to have a Lin character on your neck, so I shall call you Lin Feng. How does that sound?" she said with a smile. The baby responded with cries. "You agree, right? From now on, you shall be called Lin Feng." Cold Hanshuang was all too familiar with that birthmark. Chapter 30. It's me, the little dragon. Xiaobai sped towards the lake at the center of the 9 Nether Secret Realm with Lin Feng in tow. Even from a distance, Lin Feng sensed an overwhelming killing intent ahead, stronger than anything he had encountered before at so. He shook off Xiaobai and decided to investigate the situation himself. Upon approaching, he spotted a figure in the sky. Wasn't that Cold Shizhu? Although he was curious about when she had entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm, now was not the time to ponder that. For Cold Hanshuang was under attack by a powerful arrow infused with murderous intent. The consequences of being struck would be unimaginable. As the arrow drew nearer, Lin Feng was filled with dread. Without a moment to spare, he lunged forward to shield her with his body. Within the Shunxiao sword sect, if Su Mubai and Su Shiyao occupied the top 2 spots in Lin Feng's heart, then Cold Hanshuang held the 3rd position. More than 20 years ago, when Lin Feng was still an infant, it was Cold Hanshuang who had raised him. He clearly remembered that even his name had been chosen by her. Later, he chose to downplay his talents, hiding them from view. Countless times, Lin Feng had caught Cold Hanshuang looking at him with a gaze full of pity. As he grew older and became self-sufficient, he visited Yunu Peak less frequently, and his relationship with Cold Hanshuang gradually grew distant. Yet, no matter how distant they became, some kindness was etched in his heart, never to be forgotten. Anyone who dared to harm Cold Hanshuang would find Lin Feng standing against them first. The thought of someone wanting to kill her unleashed an immeasurable fury within him. Having blocked the arrow and saved Cold Hanshuang, Lin Feng finally felt a sense of relief. He was glad he had made it in time. Had he been even a moment later, watching Cold Hanshuang perish before him would have left him riddled with guilt for a lifetime. He could guess Cold Hanshuang's purpose for entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm. She was here to help her master, Su Mubai, find the mythical Other Shore Flower. Otherwise, with her status, she would never have been allowed entry. The arrow of the killing god was halted by Lin Feng's back, pushing forward a short distance before dissipating its energy. Over 100 black-robed figures stared blankly at the scene unfolding in the sky. They could hardly believe their eyes. Had someone actually blocked their combined attack with mere flesh? This was absurd. They were in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, not the outside world. None of them dared to believe what they were witnessing, especially the leader of the black-robed group. He was all too aware of the arrow's potency. At one point doubting his own senses, thinking it might be an overexertion-induced illusion. "You'd all shall not die?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. He was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Had he arrived even a moment later, the Cold Shizhu who had bathed, named, and fed him would be lost. The black-robed figures felt a tightening in their chests, as if struck by a hammer, and one by one, they coughed up blood, some even spewing fragments of internal organs. Their bodies were crushed to the ground, unable to move, bowing in repentance for their actions. They were already exhausted. How could they withstand such a catastrophe? All of them fainted. Meanwhile, the heavens changed color. The once bright sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The wind howled and thunder roared, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The little dragon, Xiaobai, stood nearby. Sensing the immense power of the heavens, it seemed that its master had grown even stronger. After a moment of release, Lin Feng calmed down, and the sky immediately returned to tranquility. They remained tightly embraced. Cold Hanshuang, clad in silk, allowed Lin Feng to distinctly feel the curves of her body against his chest. Though holding such an alluring form, his mind was devoid of any impure thoughts. "Shao Bai roar!" The little dragon responded instantly. "Clean up the scene." Understanding the command, Shao Bai opened its mouth, inhaling the unconscious black-robed figures one by one, consuming them as food, never to awaken again. The entire sequence, from Lin Feng saving Cold Hanshuang to the black-robed figures being devoured by Shao Bai, transpired in an exceedingly brief moment. Cold Hanshuang had yet to regain her senses when everything was already concluded. They landed softly on the ground, and Lin Feng gently released her. He intended to say a few words, but realized the inappropriateness of his identity. Turning to leave instead, "Lin Feng," Cold Hanshuang suddenly called out to the masked figure before her. Lin Feng's heart jolted. He hesitated for just a fraction of a second before continuing forward. Although he did not know why Cold Shizhu had called his name, he was determined not to reveal his identity. "If you dare to leave, I will tell Master Xixiang everything that happened here, and your secret will be exposed." The moment those words left Cold Hanshuang's mouth, Lin Feng halted, turning back with a reluctant expression. "Cold Shizhu, how did you recognize me? Is it really you?" Cold Hanshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. In truth, upon seeing the familiar birthmark on Lin Feng's neck, she had nearly confirmed his identity. What were the odds of someone having the same birthmark in the exact same position? However, that had merely been her speculation. Now, hearing his acknowledgement, it felt surreal. "Ice me?" Lin Feng declared, removing his mask to reveal his true face, a hint of a wry smile on his lips. He still had no idea where he had revealed a flaw that allowed Cold Shizhu to recognize him. You? Cold Hanshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly the wasteful senior brother that the disciples of the Shenshao sword sect had once whispered about? The person who had effortlessly blocked the killing god's arrow was beyond what even she could have accomplished at her prime. Cold Hanshuang scrutinized Lin Feng, trying to fathom him. She could not comprehend how Lin Feng, whom she had watched grow up, had transformed so dramatically. Although he had been clever as a child, he had never exhibited extraordinary talent. How had he reached such a level? Had it been after entering the Nether Secret Realm? That was impossible. Cold Hanshuang quickly dismissed that thought, and no matter how immense the opportunity, it could not account for such a leap in strength. If it did, the only outcome would be self-destruction. Moreover, rapid enhancement would lead to an inability to control one's newfound power. Lin Feng's display was clearly inconsistent with that. This meant he had been concealing his strength all along. Cold Hanshuang felt that everything unfolding before her was overturning her understanding. As the saying goes, youth is marked by arrogance. What young person does not yearn for recognition? What young person does not wish to showcase their abilities? What young person does not desire respect? Yet Lin Feng was an enigma to Cold Hanshuang. Despite possessing unparalleled talent, he had chosen to remain hidden. Even in the face of ridicule and disparagement from everyone in the Shenshao sword sect, he accepted it with composure. Was this the maturity one would expect from a youth of merely 20 years? It was likely that even those ancient beings who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years could not achieve such composure. Gazing at that familiar face, Cold Hanshuang could not help but think, what a puzzling young man. Chapter 31. Keeping secrets. Lin Feng, you've concealed yourself quite deeply, Cold Hanshuang remarked. Lin Feng, feeling compelled, replied respectfully, I hope Shizhu can understand. He could not help but show respect to the woman who had bathed and fed him as a child. Compelled? Then do elaborate on the nature of this compulsion, Cold Hanshuang inquired with interest. Cold Shizhu, you haven't told me how you recognized me, Lin Feng countered, seeking to understand the answer so he could avoid future recognition. You wish to know? Yes, Lin Feng nodded eagerly. Then first tell me, when did you decide to hide your talents? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before answering. It must have been when I was very young. I can't recall the exact time, but my master often recounted his glorious past, claiming that he was the most gifted among the 7 swords of Shenshao. until an accident ruined his foundation and halted his progress. I felt that it was not an accident but a deliberate act against him. Thus, I resolved not to follow in my master's footsteps and chose to conceal my abilities, striving to appear as ordinary as possible so that no one would pay attention to me or target me as the wasteful senior brother. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Leng Hanshuang found it quite reasonable indeed. Her senior brother had once been too ostentatious, to the extent that he was hailed as a once-in-a-hundred-years genius of the Shenxiao sword sect. It was precisely because of this that opposing forces had sought to thwart his growth. Lin Feng's approach was wise. If he had showcased his unparalleled talent as a child, his current accomplishments might have been unattainable. There were two reasons for this. First, young people often become arrogant when overly praised. Second, opposing forces would spare no effort to eliminate him. Yet the question remained, how old was Lin Feng at that time? How could he possess such restraint? And to maintain that restraint for a full 20 years, enduring the scorn of junior disciples, only he truly understood. Now, with his formidable strength revealed, he still showed no signs of exposing himself. Leng Hanshuang's gaze towards Lin Feng shifted. This young man was truly formidable. How fortunate that he was on her side. Were he part of the opposing forces, given some more time, the entire Shenxiao sword sect might well be doomed at his hands. Noticing the change in Leng Hanshuang's expression, Lin Feng hastily continued, "Shizhu, believe me, I genuinely did not deceive you. There is another reason. If I performed too well, the sect would not allow me to remain on Gutsuan Peak. I feared my master would feel pressured to expel me, and I did not want to leave Gutsuan Peak or my master, so I continued to hide my abilities, even from him." This heartfelt revelation brought Leng Hanshuang a sense of relief. She acknowledged Lin Feng's reasoning. In the past, she had often felt a sense of disappointment towards him. Given the situation of her senior brother, how could his true disciple not put in effort? Even if talent was lacking, one could compensate with hard work. Yet Lin Feng had always appeared to lack both talent and effort. "I believe in you." Leng Hanshuang nodded. "Thank you, Cold Shizhu. Now, could you tell me how you recognized me?" Lin Feng asked cautiously. "Certainly. When you were first picked up by senior brother, he entrusted you to my care for a while. I bathed you daily and noticed the birthmark on your neck. Of course, you were too young to remember that. Just now, when you embraced saved me, I saw the birthmark on your neck and it felt so familiar. Do you think there could be someone else in the world with the same birthmark in the same position?" Lin Feng realized that it was indeed the birthmark on his neck that had given him away. He had not paid much attention to it. Now that he understood the source of the recognition, he felt relieved. He would have to be more cautious in the future, as very few people were aware of the birthmark, making it easy to guard against. As for Leng Hanshuang's claim that she could not remember her childhood, Lin Feng chose not to comment. He not only remembered her bathing him but also recalled how she had amused him during those moments. Imagine the experience of an adult's soul trapped in an infant's body. Being entertained by a woman who was both beautiful and alluring. It was unbearable. Lin Feng could not help but think back to those memories. The image of Leng Hanshuang, clad in a thin silk gown, her figure partially revealed by the water, was almost too much for him to handle. In his previous life on Earth, he had devoted himself entirely to science, never having dated. How could he resist such temptation? That period had nearly driven him mad, causing him to cry incessantly whenever Leng Hanshuang approached him to bathe him. Of course, this was all in his infancy, and Leng Hanshuang had no idea that an adult soul resided within him. She was merely curious about something she had never encountered before, so that's how it is. No wonder Shizhu could identify me, Lin Feng nodded. But he dared not delve further into those memories. After all, he was no longer a helpless infant. He had grown into a spirited young man. Considering the sensations from earlier when he had saved Leng Hanshuang, it was best to change the subject. Lin Feng, to be honest, even though I was certain of your identity, hearing you admit it still left me speechless. You are barely in your 20s, yet you possess such strength. Your potential far surpasses that of senior brother. Leng Hanshuang remarked, "Thank you for the praise, Shizhu. I am still young and have much to learn from you," Lin Feng humbly replied. "With your strength, there is no need to remain hidden any longer." No, Shizhu. I have grown accustomed to this way of life. I do not wish to be the center of attention wherever I go, nor do I want to be regarded as a monster. I kindly ask you to keep my secret." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he clasped his hands in respect to Leng Hanshuang. He remained committed to his philosophy. A low profile ensures a longer life. "Very well. Since you have said so, I promise to keep your secret and will not speak of it to anyone, Leng Hanshuang agreed. She believed that having such a remarkably gifted disciple hidden in the shadows could be advantageous for the Qian sword sect. If the Wuji demon sect and the Seven Kill sect were to learn of Lin Feng's existence, they would surely go to great lengths to eliminate him. This would be counterproductive. Lin Feng's strength was indeed formidable, but there were many ancient beings within the two sects. Should they take action, the outcome could be disastrous. Thank you, Shizhu. Should you ever require anything, please do not hesitate to ask, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. You said it. No backing out. Absolutely no backing out, Lin Feng replied earnestly. Even without this incident, he would not refuse if Leng Hanshuang sought him out for anything. Chapter 32. Concealing Power and Reputation. Shizhu. Let me help you expel the killing intent from your body. Lin Feng could sense Leng Hanshuang's condition. Within her body resided a powerful killing intent, akin to that emitted by the arrow, continuously damaging her flesh. If not addressed promptly, it would cause irreversible harm. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Leng Hanshuang did not refuse. Given that she had watched this young man grow from infancy, she felt little need for formality. The killing intent from the killing god technique was notoriously difficult to eradicate. Relying solely on her own abilities would take considerable time, so seeking Lin Feng's help was the best course of action. Shizhu, please close your eyes and bear with me. There may be some pain during the process, and no need. I can endure it. Without further ado, Lin Feng pressed the tips of his index and middle fingers against Leng Hanshuang's forehead. Carefully, he channeled his ultimate sword intent into her body, gradually devouring the killing intent. Despite his utmost caution, a palpable aura of hostility arose as a fierce struggle brewed within Leng Hanshuang, manifesting as an internal conflict of murderous intent and sword intent, inflicting considerable agony. Unbeknownst to her, Leng Hanshuang had closed her eyes, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her body trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, Lin Feng's ultimate force was vastly superior to the murderous aura, and before long, he had completely devoured the resisting malice, expelling it from her body. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng felt a sense of accomplishment. In other circumstances, dispelling such a malevolent force would have been a trivial task for him. However, within Leng Hanshuang's body, he had to exercise utmost caution to avoid inflicting greater pain. At this moment, Leng Hanshuang kept her eyes shut as the murderous aura dissipated, requiring a period of recuperation with Lin Feng, her protector, by her side. She felt no concern for her safety. An hour later, Leng Hanshuang opened her eyes. Master Uncle, how do you feel? Lin Feng inquired with genuine concern. Thank you, Lin Feng. I am completely well now. The murderous aura of the god of killing technique is indeed formidable. Without your assistance, it would have taken me a considerable time to rid myself of it, Leng Hanshuang replied. Master Uncle, you need not thank me. As your junior, it is my duty to be. By the way, what exactly is the god of killing technique? Lin Feng asked. The god of killing technique is a forbidden art of the Seven Killing sect, exceedingly tyrannical. A millennium ago, the sect nearly unified the Li continent thanks to it. Later, Leng Hanshuang recounted the history of the Seven Killing sect, articulating her suspicions regarding the alliance between the Wuji demon sect and the Seven Killing sect, intending to eliminate the Qian sword sect first. From the Wuji demon sect orchestrating the severe injury of Su Mubai and seizing the Howren sword to the Seven Killing sect dispatching the god of killing group into the Jiu You Secret Realm to confront her. It was evident that both sects aimed to acquire the seven swords of Qian. At this juncture, Leng Hanshuang suddenly posed a question. Lin Feng is the masked man who single-handedly annihilated the Luocha sect and departed effortlessly from the grasp of the Wuji demon sect's grand elder. Yiching, you? It is indeed me, Lin Feng nodded. Given that his identity was already exposed before Leng Hanshuang, there was no need for secrecy. He admitted it openly. Leng Hanshuang was not overly surprised. She had suspected it must be Lin Feng. For who else would dare undertake such a perilous endeavor against the Luocha sect? What level is your sword intent now? Leng Hanshuang inquired. Ultimate. I am not far from the sword domain, but I feel as though I have hit a bottleneck and require a catalyst to break through to the sword domain. Regrettably, I cannot access the sword tomb. There, I might have had the opportunity to comprehend the sword, Lin Feng explained. Ultimate sword intent. Leng Hanshuang gazed at Lin Feng, astonished once more. It was known that the most formidable disciple of the Qian Seven Swords had only attained great success in sword intent, while she herself had merely reached a minor success. A young man in his 20s had reached ultimate sword intent, a talent so terrifying it was almost unfathomable. In her day, Master Brother Su Mubai was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Shenshao sword sect. But Lin Feng was at least a millennium, if not a 10,000-year rarity to date. No one in the Shenshao sword sect had been known to comprehend the sword domain. If Lin Feng's talent were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ancestors in seclusion. With proper guidance, he could potentially alter the fate of the Shenshao sword sect. Taking a few deep breaths, Cold Hanjing gradually calmed herself. She was herself a prodigy among prodigies. Otherwise, she would not have become one of the 7 swords of Shenshao at such a tender age. Yet today, encountering Lin Feng had left her feeling profoundly challenged. In the past, she had not discerned any remarkable qualities in Lin Feng. Quiet, intelligent, and sensible, these traits did not seem extraordinary. How had he suddenly grown to a point where she felt the need to look up to him? Why were you reluctant to participate in the sect competition? Even if you wished to remain low-key, it was unnecessary to allow others to label you as worthless without concern, Cold Hanjing chided. Master Uncle, I truly dislike being the center of attention. It makes me uncomfortable. I hope you can understand, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Enough. Once we exit, I will take care of the matter concerning the sword tomb. I hope you truly can comprehend the sword domain within. It would not be in vain for my efforts, she stated. Thank you, Master Uncle, Lin Feng expressed cheerfully. Let us go. The 3-month period is drawing near, and we must hasten to find the other shore flower. Master Brother may not survive until the next opening of the Jiu You Secret Realm. As she spoke, Cold Hanjing rose. Master Uncle, I have already located the other shore flower. Lin Feng retrieved the flower obtained from the lair of the little white dragon and handed it to Cold Hanjing. It is inconvenient for me to reveal myself. Master Uncle, please take this back to present to the sect leader. Cold Hanjing accepted the other shore flower. After numerous surprises, her astonishment had waned. Given Lin Feng's prowess, discovering the other shore flower was entirely reasonable. It would have been more surprising had he failed. With the other shore flower acquired, their mission in the Jiu You Secret Realm was effectively complete. Let us seek Yiching Xien. I hope she has not encountered any danger. This time, the 7 Killing Sect and the Wuji Demon Sect have come prepared. Even dispatching the God of Killing group, I am somewhat concerned, Cold Hanjing said, frowning. The Shenshao Sword Sect dispatched 4 true disciples. Among them, Zhu Jie has already been confirmed dead. With Lin Feng here, even if he were not, no one could harm him. Only Yiching Xien and Young Fan remain. I hope they are safe. Master Uncle, you need not worry about my sister's safety. I just came from there, Lin Feng reassured her. Oh? You saw Yiching Xien? How is she? Cold Hanjing asked eagerly. Yes, I saw her. They are safe. Lin Feng recounted in detail the events of the Shenshao Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect being besieged by the Wuji Demon Sect, the 7 Killing Sect, and the masked individuals. Are you saying that Yiching Xien and her group were besieged, and they had to self-destruct their life-bound swords, while you happened to be nearby, heard the commotion, and then eliminated all the members of the 7 Killing Sect and Wuji Demon Sect? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed. So, if you had not entered the Jiu You Secret Realm this time, our Shenshao Sword Sect would have faced annihilation? Master Uncle, one should not speak in such terms. I'm also a member of the Shenshao Sword Sect. How could I stand idly by? Lin Feng replied earnestly. Cold Hanjing gazed at Lin Feng, speechless for a long moment. Had it not been for this young man, the losses of the Shenshao Sword Sect in this Jiu You Secret Realm expedition would have been catastrophic. 4 true disciples, plus herself as the wielder of the Ice Soul Sword, would have perished. It was likely that fewer than 1 in 10 would survive from the Shenshao Sword Sect. The key was that prior to this, the sect had not grasped the severity of the situation. Cold Hanjing had assumed that her endeavor to seek the other shore flower was a sure thing. Who could have anticipated such unforeseen complications? Thankfully, Lin Feng was present. Otherwise, she and her disciples would have remained trapped in the secret realm forever. Master Uncle, why do you look at me like that? Lin Feng asked, feeling somewhat unnerved under Cold Hanjing's gaze. Lin Feng, as you said, you are also a member of the Shenshao Sword Sect. You cannot simply stand by and watch others perish, but I must express my gratitude. Without you, not only would we have perished, but the Shenshao Sword Sect would have remained oblivious to the conspiracy of the 7 Killing Sect and Wuji Demon Sect, remaining in a passive position, leading to even greater losses in the future. Cold Hanjing said earnestly, Master Uncle, well, you need not be so formal. If gratitude is due, it should be me thanking you. Your master saved my life, and you have nurtured me no matter how high my future achievements may be. I will always remember this kindness. One must not forget their roots, Lin Feng replied sincerely. In his childhood, Cold Hanjing had indeed treated him exceptionally well. The leader of the Yunu Peak and one of the 7 swords of Shanxiao personally bathed him. What a privilege! He was likely the only one to receive such treatment. However, as he grew older, lacking talent and effort, and persistently leading a stagnant life, their relationship had gradually distanced. Lin Feng's words evoked memories of more than 20 years ago for Cold Hanjing. The last phrase about not forgetting one's roots brought her comfort, yet also a tinge of embarrassment. After realizing Lin Feng lacked significant cultivation talent and witnessing his lack of effort, she had advised him several times and even engaged in heart-to-heart talks, all to no avail. Lin Feng remained indifferent, often indulging in childish pursuits like fishing, setting traps for small animals, climbing trees to raid bird nests, and finally roasting them for food. This left Cold Hanjing feeling a sense of frustration, causing her to care less about him. You've done well. Not only have you matured mentally, but your thoughts are comprehensive as well. Were it not for me witnessing your growth, I might suspect you were some ancient being practicing a rejuvenation technique. Enough reminiscing. Let us find your sister, Cold Hanjing said with a smile of satisfaction. All right, Master Uncle, let us depart. Little White, with a roar, the little dragon named Little White promptly flew to Lin Feng's side, obediently prostrating itself on the ground. Master Uncle, this is my pet, and it was Little White who provided me with the other shore flower. Lin Feng introduced a dragon that has already transformed into a Jiao. Not bad. Perhaps it will have the opportunity to achieve true dragonhood in the future. Master Uncle, let us proceed. My sister and the others should not have ventured far. Lin Feng jumped onto the Jiao's head, with Cold Hanjing following closely behind. The Shanxiao Sword Sect and the 7 Killing Sect had formed an alliance, with a multitude of members present, and had not departed. After burying the corpses of their fallen comrades, they awaited the opening of the Jiu You Secret Realm. Master Uncle, let us descend. I need to change back into my attire. Please keep my secret. Rest assured. A promise made is a promise kept. As they landed, Lin Feng changed back into the garb of a true disciple, restoring his identity as the seemingly useless senior brother of the Shanxiao Sword Sect. The Jiao transformed into a small white snake, concealing itself within his sleeve. Cold Hanjing led Lin Feng to reunite with the Shanxiao Sword Sect's team. Upon seeing her arrival, Yiching Xien was naturally astonished. She had no knowledge that her master had entered the Jiu You Secret Realm. It was a closely guarded secret of the Shanxiao Sword Sect. However, she was surprised to see Lin Feng alongside her master. It stood to reason that her master had sought him out. With the presence of Cold Hanjing, one of the 7 swords of Shanxiao, everyone felt reassured of their safety. They no longer needed to live in fear of a sudden ambush by masked individuals. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained in a corner, content to conceal his accomplishments. No one paid any attention to this so-called useless senior brother. Chapter 33. Unexpected developments after Cold Hanjing joined the main group. The members of the Shanxiao and Qingyun sects became emboldened. They formed small teams to disperse and search for opportunities and treasures. In their eyes, Cold Hanjing, one of the 7 swords of Shanxiao, was an extraordinary figure. With her presence, they felt secure against any threat from masked individuals. However, they did not dare venture too far. After restoring his identity, Lin Feng mingled with the group, cooking various wild beasts over a fire each day. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, quickly attracting uninjured members who eagerly joined him. He graciously shared the roasted meat with everyone. It must be said that Lin Feng's grilling skills were indeed remarkable. Those who tasted his cooking could not help but give him a thumbs up. Gradually, more and more people joined in, and Lin Feng became a professional chef, supplying roasted meat for hundreds each day. Of course, to partake in the feast, one had to catch their own prey. Lin Feng did not provide the ingredients. High up in a giant tree, Yiching Xien was tending to her wounds, while Cold Hanjing kept her company to prevent any mishaps. In the battle against the 7 Killing Sect and Wuji Demon Sect, Yiching Xien had self-destructed her life-bound sword, resulting in significant injuries. Fortunately, the damage was not irreversible. She merely needed to stabilize her condition and recuperate for a while before cultivating a new life-bound sword. Cold Hanjing observed Lin Feng down below, bustling with activity. He seemed like a completely different person from before. He no longer exuded the aura of a formidable figure. The disciples of the 2 sects surrounding him remained oblivious to the true nature of the individual providing them with roasted meat. One day, When Lin Feng's strength was revealed, it would surely be a tale they would boast about for a lifetime. Before long, Yiching Xien regained consciousness and sat beside Cold Hanjing. Qing Xian, how is your body? Cold Hanjing asked. Much better, thank you, master. Without your help, I would not have recovered so quickly, Yiching Xien replied. There is no need to be so formal with me. Be more cautious in the future. Self-destructing a life-bound sword is not advisable. Repeatedly doing so can cause irreversible harm to your body. I understand. I had no other choice. After a moment of silence, Cold Hanjing suddenly called out, Qing Xian. Huh? What is it, master? Yiching Xien turned to her. Make an effort to spend more time with Lin Feng. Ah? Yiching Xien was taken aback, unsure why her master would suddenly suggest she engage with Lin Feng. This had never occurred before. Lin Feng is not only the disciple of our senior brother, but also someone I have watched grow up. Now that our senior brother is gravely injured and unconscious, he is quite lonely on the lonely peak and rather pitiful. If you have time, please visit him and chat. Help him find some solace, Cold Hanjing explained. She thought to herself, my dear disciple, I can only assist you to this extent. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. Oh. All right, master, I will visit him when I have time. Yiching Xien responded. Cold Hanjing shook her head slightly, recognizing that Yiching Xien was merely being polite. This was an inevitable situation. What was there to engage with in a notoriously useless senior brother? Yet, having made a promise to Lin Feng, she could not openly divulge it. Thus, she could only offer subtle hints, leaving it to Yiching Xian's fate to understand or seize the opportunity. Given Lin Feng's current display of talent, it was unlikely that anyone in the history of the Shenxiao sword sect, or even the entirely continent, could be compared to him. The key was not only his terrifying talent, but also his profound depth of character. Such individuals have limitless potential for achievement. Master, I had not heard of your intention to enter the secret realm before. What prompted your sudden decision? Yiching Xien quickly changed the subject, eager to avoid discussing Lin Feng. I entered to seek a particular spirit herb, Cold Hanjing replied. Did you find it? Yes, I did. That is why I came to join you and await the opening of the secret realm. Master, you may not know this, but entering the Jiu You Secret Realm this time has been far more perilous than before. At one point, it was so close that you could have missed seeing me. Oh? What happened? Do tell, Cold Hanjing feigned surprise, prompting Yiching Xien to recount her experiences. She described how, after entering the Jiu You Secret Realm, she initially managed well but was soon besieged by the Wuji Demon Sect, the Seven Killing Sect, and the masked individuals, leaving her with no hope of escape. Just as she was about to self-destruct her life-bound sword and await death, a masked man appeared, effortlessly dispatching the enemies of the Wuji Demon Sect, the Seven Killing Sect, and the masked individuals. As she spoke of the masked man, a subtle smile appeared on her lips, her eyes glimmering with intense curiosity and interest. Cold Hanjing, listening nearby, felt a sense of exasperation. Silly girl, the person you are speaking of is cooking meat right there. I have done my best to hint at it to you, but it seems you are entirely oblivious. By the way, master, he mentioned a connection to our Shenxiao sword sect. When distributing spirit herbs, we should receive a greater portion. Oh, you know who he is? Yiching Xien asked eagerly. His presence is both distant and close at hand. He is none other than your so-called useless senior brother. Does he not have a connection to the Shenxiao sword sect? Cold Hanjing mused internally, though she could not voice it. Having promised Lin Feng to keep his secret, she would certainly uphold that promise. Not only Yiching Xien, but even if the sect leader or master brother Luo Yuntian inquired, Cold Hanjing would remain silent. Keeping secrets was a means of protecting Lin Feng in disguise. I have not seen him. How could I possibly know who he is? Cold Hanjing shook her head. However, from what you said, I find myself quite intrigued by this person. His actions clearly indicate a favorable relationship with the Shenxiao sword sect. Otherwise, he would not have risked defending the Seven Killing Sect and Wuji Demon Sect to rescue you. Yiching Xuan's expression fell. I think so too. But unfortunately, he has already left. If only you could meet him, perhaps you would recognize him. I feel as though I have seen him before. He seems familiar, yet I cannot recall. If he seems familiar, then reflect on it well. You may uncover something. I have thought about it. Yet, I still cannot recall. Yiching Xien lamented. Alas, Cold Hanjing sighed inwardly. She could no longer provide any further hints. Time was passing day by day. After the majority of the forces of the Wujimo sect, the Seven Kill sect, and the black-robed men were annihilated, The remaining factions scattered throughout the secret realm were no longer a cause for concern. Half a month later, the day of the reopening of the Nether secret realm arrived. As everyone within the secret realm awaited their transport out, the entire realm suddenly began to shake violently. Then, a beam of golden light appeared in the distance, connecting with the sky. The people within the secret realm were captivated, leaping onto the treetops to gaze at the distant golden ray. What was happening? Leng Hanshuang furrowed her brow. Before entering, she had reviewed the materials and inquired with those from the Qian sword sect who had entered the secret realm a century ago. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Glancing at Lin Feng nearby, she noticed he too wore a puzzled expression. When an unexpected event arose, Leng Hanshuang instinctively thought of Lin Feng. After all, it was he who had saved her in her moment of despair, leading her to unconsciously rely on him psychologically. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng was merely a young man in his 20s. Though he possessed strength, his experience was limited. Chapter 34. The emergence of the Nether Palace as the inhabitants of the secret realm stood atop the treetops watching the golden light. A commanding voice resonated in their ears. The Nether Palace has emerged. Everyone may proceed to the Nether Palace to accept trials and seek their own grand opportunities. Within the palace lies numerous legacies. Obtaining even one is sufficient to alter one's destiny. The secret realm will delay its opening by 1 month, so please seize this opportunity. If you miss it, there may not be another. Good luck to all. Farewell. The announcement of the Nether Palace and grand opportunities sent waves of excitement through all present. Had they not come to the Nether secret realm in search of a chance to soar to great heights? Their fates were about to be rewritten in that instant. Nearly everyone felt like the protagonist of their own story. Why had previous entrants to the Nether secret realm never encountered the emergence of the Nether Palace? Yet they had? Was it not a sign of divine favor upon them? Those near the golden light were positively ecstatic, nearly fainting from excitement. Yet amidst the fervor, one person wore a grim expression, Lin Feng. He had no desire to seek grand opportunities. He simply wanted to leave quickly and rescue his master. Compared to the safety of Sumu Bai, notions of opportunity were trifling matters. Although the opening of the Nether secret realm was postponed by a month, time could still be an issue, and who could guarantee that unforeseen events would not arise? Master, what is the Nether Palace? Yiching Xien inquired. I do not know. It is not recorded in the ancient texts. It seems this is the first appearance of the Nether Palace. Leng Hanshuang shook her head. Her intuition suggested that the emergence of the Nether Palace was likely related to Lin Feng. Should we still go? Since there is a grand opportunity, why not seize it? After the commanding voice faded, countless figures swiftly made their way toward the location of the golden light, pushing their speed to the limit, fearful of being outpaced by others. The Qing sect acted first, followed closely by the Qian sword sect. Lin Feng watched as the disciples of the Qian sword sect rushed past him, dumbfounded. Was it truly necessary? Whatever is meant for you will come in due time. What is not yours cannot be forced no matter how hard you strive. You cannot obtain what does not belong to you as a prodigy with extraordinary talent. Lin Feng underestimated the determination of the weak to become strong. In the realm of Leo, strength was everything. With power, one could attain all that one desired. Status, wealth, beauty, respect, and even the ability to determine the fate of others. No one wishes to remain weak. Lin Feng, what are your thoughts on the sudden emergence of the Nether Palace? Such an event has never occurred before. Could it be a trap? Leng Hanshuang approached Lin Feng to ask. Lin Feng quickly glanced around, noticing that the crowd had dissipated before he sighed in relief and replied, Master, please do not speak like that. If someone overhears, even a fool would know something is amiss. I should be the one asking you. Look at you, so timid. Can you not display a bit of the demeanor of a strong person? Master, this is not a matter of timidity. I simply do not wish to reveal myself just yet. Did you not promise to help keep my secret? Enough. It is merely a question. Besides, I only came over after seeing that everyone had left, so tell me, what are your thoughts? The Nether secret realm has existed for so many years, and the various forces in Leo have gained much from it. It should not be a trap. Lin Feng pondered before responding. Do you think your arrival is what prompted the Nether Palace to manifest? Leng Hanshuang asked thoughtfully. Master, please do not flatter me. I am not that capable. You see, everyone in the secret realm believes they are the protagonist, that their arrival has brought forth the Nether Palace. They all rush forth, fantasizing about obtaining grand opportunities and soaring to great heights, while you wish to abstain. Cold Hanshuang remained convinced that the appearance of the Nine Nether Palace was too peculiar. Previously, when she reviewed ancient texts about the Nine Nether Secret Realm, she recalled records stating it was left behind by a powerful being seeking to pass on their legacy. Why else would entry be restricted to those under 100 years of age? However, the requirements of this powerful being were exceptionally high, which was why no one had ever obtained their legacy. Initially, Cold Hanshuang had not taken this matter seriously. It was only when the Nine Nether Palace appeared that she recalled the possibility of its truth. Among those entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm, Lin Feng's talent was unparalleled. He was a unique existence throughout the entire history of the Qian Sword Sect. If the Nine Nether Secret Realm truly contained the legacy of a powerful being, Lin Feng was the only viable candidate. If even Lin Feng was deemed unworthy, then perhaps no one else would be. Master, why do so many people rush to seize opportunities, yet only a few ultimately succeed? Why do they still pursue it, even at the cost of their lives? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Because hope. No one in this world is content with mediocrity. Mediocrity is a sin. Even the slightest glimmer of hope is enough for people to cling to. Cold Hanshuang replied earnestly, "Is that so? Lin Feng, you are still young. Since you have been protected by the senior brother upon his return, you have only faced ridicule from your fellow disciples. You have yet to witness the harshness of the outside world. In time, you will come to understand their actions." "All right, I understand. Let us go and see what is extraordinary about the Nine Nether Palace." "Master, perhaps we should separate?" Cold Hanshuang cast a glance at Lin Feng, who appeared somewhat awkward, and left ahead of him. After a moment, Lin Feng leisurely set off. His purpose for entering was not for opportunities. Finding the other shore flower was already satisfactory, and there was no need to compete with others. The deepest part of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a beam of golden light, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, connected to the heavens. Anyone who stepped into the golden light would be transported into the Nine Nether Palace to undergo trials, and upon passing, would receive corresponding legacies. Upon arrival, Lin Feng chose not to enter the golden light, but rather found a comfortable spot to sit. Observing the people rushing in from every corner of the secret realm without hesitation. Among them were disciples from the 4 major sects, as well as individuals from other factions and lone wanderers, including a significant number of black-robed Qian. At that moment, everyone was consumed by thoughts of opportunities and legacies, putting aside any grievances or enmities. After watching for some time, Lin Feng grew bored and walked to the edge of the light beam. After pondering for a moment, he stepped inside. The next moment, the world shifted. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a grand hall, surrounded by opulence. Almost everything within the hall was gilded, far more extravagant than any ancient palace on earth in his previous life. Numerous golden statues adorned the sides of the hall, depicting both humans and fantastical beasts. The 8 supporting pillars were engraved with lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons. For a fleeting moment, Lin Feng even felt as though the dragons on the pillars had moved. However, he was puzzled to find that he was the only person in the hall. Where had all the others gone? It was impossible for each person to have their own hall. The Nine Nether Palace could not be that vast. Chapter 35. Refusal. While Lin Feng was looking around, a voice echoed throughout the hall. "Welcome to the Nine Nether Palace. I am the Nine Nether Saint Master." Lin Feng was taken aback and turned to see a phantom seated in the main seat of the hall. "I am Lin Feng. Honored to meet you, Senior," he said, clasping his hands in respect. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the phantom, a sensation he had never experienced before, indicating the immense strength of this being. The phantom did not respond verbally but kept his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. After a moment, he spoke. "Good. After so many years, I have finally encountered someone worthy of my attention. Your name is Lin Feng, correct?" "Yes, Senior." "Lin Feng, do you know that I have waited for you for over 10,000 years? Time is running short." "Waited for me? 10,000 years?" Lin Feng was bewildered. He had only been in this world for just over 20 years. How could anyone wait for him for 10,000 years? "Please enlighten me, Senior." 10,000 years ago, I was gravely injured and fled to this Leo. Knowing my time was limited, I opened the Nine Nether Secret Realm and left behind the precious Nine Nether Palace, awaiting the appearance of a disciple capable of inheriting my legacy. Little did I know that the talents of the people of Leo were far too low, and I waited for over 10,000 years. Fortunately, just as I was about to dissipate, you arrived, so I did not wait in vain, the phantom explained. Are you saying that I am the one you have been waiting for to inherit your legacy? Indeed. Senior, may I refuse? Lin Feng asked cautiously. Huh? What did you say? Repeat that. The phantom seemed to not have heard clearly that I said. May I refuse to inherit your legacy? This time Lin Feng spoke more clearly. There are many people here. You can find someone else. I fear I may disappoint your goodwill. Lin Feng earnestly explained. Dio, you know what you were saying? The phantom pointed at Lin Feng, stammering in disbelief. Here he was, the esteemed Nether Saint Master, and he was being rejected? It was absurd. Since becoming a saint, he had never been turned away. Senior, I am well aware of what I am saying. I do not wish to be your disciple. Please let me leave. Let it be as though I never entered. Lin Feng spoke with firmness. Though you know who I am. Senior, did you not just introduce yourself? You are the Nether Saint Master. Knowing I am the Nether Saint Master, you still dare to refuse me? You have some nerve. Senior, someone of your stature should not be so petty as to quibble with someone like me. Lin Feng resorted to provocation, not wishing to anger the phantom. You. The phantom took a deep breath and continued. Do you understand what you are missing out on? The legacy of a saint. Not just in this small Leo, but even in the central continent, countless prodigies would vie for it. With a mere word from me, I could choose from the finest talents across the central continent. Lin Feng mused to himself. If you are so formidable and have so many prodigies eager to be your disciple, why trouble me? Of course, he dared not voice this thought. Even if the phantom had been dead for over 10,000 years, a saint was a figure of great might. Lin Feng had no knowledge of what a saint truly was, but he knew they were certainly stronger than any old monster in Leo. Perhaps the phantom had left behind some means before passing. It would be unfortunate to provoke him and end up dead by his hand. His refusal stemmed from a desire to avoid undue pressure. The phantom had stated he was gravely injured when he arrived here, indicating that the enemy was stronger than the saint. If he accepted the legacy, would he not be obligated to seek revenge? Not only would he have to escape, but he would also have to confront an existence stronger than a saint. He shuddered at the thought. A momentary misstep could lead to his demise. Having experienced death once, Lin Feng cherished life even more. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his talent, preferring to be ridiculed as a useless senior brother. Some may choose to accept the legacy first, contemplating revenge later, but not Lin Feng. If he agreed to something, he would commit fully. That was his principle. It seemed the senior had once been a formidable figure, of course. The phantom nodded, believing the young man had reconsidered. However, Lin Feng's next statement nearly sent the phantom into a rage. Therefore, senior, please seek another. Lin Feng declared, I am unworthy to inherit your legacy or be your disciple. You truly are impossible to teach. Lin Feng fell silent, having made his stance clear. Further discussion would only provoke more ire. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, with the phantom staring intently at Lin Feng. He could not comprehend how, as a noble saint, he could finally find a suitable heir in this small Leo after waiting for so long, only to be ruthlessly rejected. He remembered that when he arrived in Leo 10,000 years ago, the strongest being here was merely at the 8th realm. Could it be that the world outside had changed? It seemed impossible. If it had changed, it would not have taken over 10,000 years to find someone who met his criteria for a disciple. Young man, tell me why you are unwilling to accept my legacy, the phantom sighed and asked. Senior, Lin Feng is simply someone content with the status quo, unwilling to impose excessive pressure upon himself. Though you deem me the only genius in 10,000 years in the outside world, I am but a useless person ridiculed by others. Ever since I was young, I understood a principle. A tree standing out among the forest will surely be blown by the wind. Therefore, I have hidden everything and will not reveal myself until I possess absolute strength, Lin Feng explained. What does that have to do with whether you become my disciple or accept my legacy? The phantom was puzzled. You mentioned being gravely injured when you arrived in Leo. If I accept your legacy, would I not be bound to seek revenge for you? If I cannot defeat the very existence that you could not, then no matter how hard I train, I would still be powerless. Besides, I have no intention of leaving Leo. I do not recall ever saying that you must avenge me. Even if I had, would you not accept it first? Ultimately, it is your choice whether or not to go. After all, I have already perished and can no longer intervene. No, no, no. Senior, if I accept your legacy, you become my master. As a disciple, how could I not seek to avenge my master? I, Lin Feng, live by my principles. If I agree, I will do everything in my power to fulfill that promise and will not act carelessly. The phantom gazed at Lin Feng. He suddenly felt that this young man was somewhat intriguing, a stark contrast to those who only sought benefits without a willingness to contribute. Since you have said so, I will insist even more that you become my disciple and accept my legacy. Ah? Lin Feng was taken aback. Chapter 36. The sword technique of heaven's severance. Lin Feng had thought he had made himself clear. Yet the phantom's response left him nearly speechless. Senior. Perhaps you did not understand my meaning, young man. Are you not afraid that becoming my disciple will bring unforeseen dangers? I can see that you wish to control your own fate. What I am about to say will involve some secrets about the 9 continent, and I hope you will listen before deciding. If, after hearing it, you still choose not to accept, I will not force you. For everyone has their own aspirations, the phantom said earnestly. Very well, please, I am listening. Lin Feng was resolute in his decision. No matter what sweet words the phantom spoke, he would not accept the legacy. It was evident that he was dealing with beings far beyond the 12th realm, and why would he want to involve himself in such matters? Though his talent might be commendable in Leo, the 9 Nether Saint Master was not from this land. He had waited for over 10,000 years without finding a suitable successor. Lin Feng suspected he barely qualified, indicating that he was still lacking compared to the prodigies of the central continent. There was no need to wade into those treacherous waters. A single misstep could leave him with nothing, just as it had in his past life on Earth. If others were to encounter such a monumental opportunity, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless with excitement. Yet, it is only Lin Feng who remains composed enough to analyze the pros and cons in his worldview. There is no such thing as a free lunch, nor does fortune simply fall from the sky. Even if it were to happen, it would likely be a trap, and if it were not a trap, it certainly would not be his fortune to claim. Rather than accepting the inheritance of the 9 Nether Saint Lord and establishing numerous formidable foes he does not know, he would prefer to return to the divine Sky Sword Sect, find a way into the Sword Tomb, and comprehend the 3rd level of Sword Domain or even the 4th level of Sword Dao. A sword cultivator who has grasped the essence of Sword Dao possesses formidable combat prowess. Lin Feng, allow me to pose a question, the elder began. Please, senior, ask away. Do you wish to be a mere pawn? Or do you aspire to be the one orchestrating the game? Of course, I wish to be the one orchestrating the game. Lin Feng began, but then hesitated and inquired, is there a difference, senior? Indeed, there is a significant distinction. If you desire to be a pawn, I will send you out immediately without further ado. However, if you wish to be the one orchestrating the game, we may continue our discussion, but let me clarify, this is your only opportunity to choose. If you miss it, you shall forever remain a pawn, with no chance to become a player. When you will be discarded depends solely on the whims of the player. Lin Feng fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Logically, there should be no dilemma here. Who would willingly choose to be a pawn, subject to another's control over their fate? Naturally, one would wish to be the player. Yet the implication from the 9 Nether Saint Lord was abundantly clear. To become the player, one must accept his inheritance. It is impossible to avoid being a pawn while simultaneously refusing to be a subordinate. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng resolved to hear the 9 Nether Saint Lord's words to their conclusion before making a decision, thus responding, Senior, I naturally aspire to be the player. The ethereal figure smiled slightly. I knew you were not one to resign yourself to being a pawn. Aside from Lin Feng, all those who entered the 9 Nether Palace gathered in a spacious hall. How spacious, you ask? It was many times wider than the hall where Lin Feng stood, accommodating thousands without feeling crowded. Surrounding them were 108 doors, each representing a unique inheritance. At that moment, all individuals in the hall sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, undergoing the trials of the 9 Nether Palace within an illusion. Those who succeeded in the trial would receive a prompt indicating which door to enter, while those who failed would be expelled from the 9 Nether Palace, losing their chance at fortune forever. Newcomers continually entered the hall with hope, while others awakened, displaying faces of despair before being teleported away. Very few managed to pass the trial. As of now, only 3 had succeeded. Yiching Xien from the Divine Sky Sword Sect, Li Luai from the Qingyun Sect, and Zhuge Yuan from the Medicine King Valley. Even Yang Fan, the direct disciple of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, and Su Wei from the Qingyun Sect failed to pass, highlighting the difficulty of this trial. Yiching Xien entered through door number 32, currently the highest achievement. Each door bore a number. The closer the number was to the beginning, the greater the opportunity within. The other two, Li Luai entered door 98, and Zhuge Qingyun entered door 74. Cold Hanshuang awakened from the illusion, and a voice echoed in her mind. You have passed the trial. Please proceed to door number 3. Rising, she scanned the hall but did not spot Lin Feng. With determination, she stepped toward the door marked with the number 3, eager to discover what lay within. Although the Divine Sky Sword Sect was primarily a sword cultivation sect, it did not prohibit its disciples from seeking other opportunities. Having more methods meant possessing more strength. There were, of course, those singularly focused on swordsmanship whose hearts could accommodate nothing else. Such individuals were rare, yet each attained remarkable accomplishments. Upon reaching door number 3, Cold Hanshuang pushed the door open and traversed a long corridor, entering a secret chamber. Inside stood a statue of a woman clad in armor, wielding a long sword, exuding an air of vigor reminiscent of a seasoned female general. Beside the statue were inscriptions. As she approached, she read, Fan Yuejiao, one of the 108 generals under the 9 Nether Saint Lord, ranked 3rd, fought alongside the Saint Lord for many years, achieving countless merits, skilled in swordsmanship, master of the sky-slaying sword technique. She once, at the peak of the 11th realm, slew a 12th realm powerhouse with a single sword strike. Astounding the world, perished in, gasping, Cold Hanshuang drew in a sharp breath. The 9 Nether Saint Lord? An existence surpassing the 12th realm? The 9 Nether Secret Realm was left behind by such a being? Fan Yuejiao? The sky-slaying sword technique. To have once slain a 12th realm powerhouse at the peak of the 11th realm with a single strike. The words struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her dizzy and breathless. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir up a tempest across Lizhou. Countless factions would go to any lengths to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm, not for anything else but the legacy of the 108 generals. She had obtained the inheritance of at least an 11th or even 12th realm powerhouse, the sky-slaying sword technique. Just hearing the name was enough to evoke awe. Once she mastered it, wouldn't she be able to slay opponents of higher rank at will? While sword cultivators could battle above their level, they could only contend against ordinary practitioners. Facing the top 4 forces would still pose significant challenges, given that everyone possessed their own trump cards. Moreover, the demonic arts of the Infinite Demon Sect were not to be underestimated. Initially entering with a casual mindset, Cold Hanshuang now felt a surge of excitement. Who could have anticipated that the long-awaited 9 Nether Secret Realm, which had opened only 100 times in 10,000 years, was left behind by an existence surpassing the 12th realm? Inside were the legacies of 108 generals. Cold Hanshuang even dared to speculate that the weakest among the 108 generals should possess at least the 10th realm. Just as she was preparing to accept the inheritance, a sudden thought struck her. Whose inheritance had Lin Feng received? Was it that of the figure behind door number 1? Or the 9 Nether Saint Lord himself? A month later, deep within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, the resplendent golden light vanished. All present stared blankly at the spot where the light had disappeared. The 9 Nether Palace had vanished? The great opportunity was lost? Some, unable to bear the reality, began to wail in despair. Upon failing the trials of the 9 Nether Palace, one could re-enter as many times as needed. This meant that over the past month, everyone had entered the 9 Nether Palace repeatedly to accept the trials. Although they all failed, as long as the 9 Nether Palace stood, there was still hope. If they persisted, they would surely succeed eventually. But now that the 9 Nether Palace had vanished, so too had their hopes. Many were unable to accept this reality. It was the first appearance of the 9 Nether Palace, and they believed it was meant for them. They were the chosen ones. Now, however, their dreams had been utterly shattered. Where is the 9 Nether Palace? My 9 Nether Palace? Where is my great opportunity? Come forth. I am the chosen one, destined to stand atop the peak, to sweep all before me, to become the overlord of Lizhou. Ha ha ha, I am the overlord of Lizhou. Those who follow me shall thrive. Those who oppose me shall perish. Whoever dares to obstruct me will face annihilation. One cultivator began to rant wildly. He was not alone. Many others appeared dazed and hollow-eyed, as if they had lost their mental foundation. Had the 9 Nether Palace not appeared, they might not have descended into such despair. After all, with the black-robed figures causing chaos, merely preserving their lives was a significant achievement. Yet now, witnessing the great opportunity slip through their fingers, even the slightest wavering of their mental fortitude made the blow unbearable. Lin Feng observed the myriad expressions of humanity around him, gaining a sliver of understanding regarding a cultivator's desire for power. In the end, he accepted the inheritance of the 9 Nether Saint Lord. There was no other choice. The Saint Lord's words were too shocking to dismiss. Tio decline meant to remain a pawn forever. Given Lin Feng's nature, he was not one to willingly accept such a fate. In his past life on Earth, he was the youngest and most brilliant scientist, having achieved breakthroughs that surpassed Earth's technology by 30 years. Reborn in Lizhou and brought into the Divine Sky Sword Sect by Su Mubai, he possessed unparalleled talent. Although Lin Feng appeared indifferent to the mockery and scorn from the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, treating it with a calm demeanor, it was because he possessed strength and felt no need to engage with them. If he were truly worthless, he would have fought tooth and nail to cultivate. The disparity between possessing strength and being powerless was vast. One could easily resolve troubles with strength, whereas without it, one could only resign themselves to fate. For instance, in this instance, when Su Mubai was gravely injured, Lin Feng had the power to eradicate the Rakshasa sect in vengeance and enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm to seek the other shore flower. If he were a waste, he would be left helplessly watching his master perish. Ultimately, Lin Feng was a proud individual, having become disillusioned with fame and fortune after experiencing death in his past life. Shortly after the golden light faded, a majestic voice resonated in the sky once more. A month has passed. The 9 Nether Palace is now closed. Congratulations to those who have obtained opportunities within the 9 Nether Palace. May you carry forth the legacies you have received. The secret realm will reopen in half a day, and at that time, you may return to the outside world. Farewell. As the authoritative voice faded, silence enveloped the scene. Most felt as though their hearts had turned to shit was over. Everything was over. After hope came a greater despair. Had they known it would end this way, they would have preferred the 9 Nether Palace had never appeared. No one knew that in Lin Feng's palm lay the image of a small palace, the 9 Nether Palace. The disciple of the 9 Nether Saint Lord, he had received the Saint Lord's inheritance. Naturally, the treasured 9 Nether Palace would also be entrusted to Lin Feng. The 9 Nether Secret Realm was a space that had been opened. Without the 9 Nether Palace to anchor it, it would never open again unless an existence surpassing the 12th realm tore through space. This meant it was the last opportunity for the 9 Nether Secret Realm to open. However, Lin Feng had no intention of disclosing this information. In 100 years, when the various factions dispatched individuals to investigate, they would find that the 9 Nether Secret Realm had vanished. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. While most were steeped in disappointment and sorrow, a select few harbored hidden joy, such as Yiching Xien, the young master of the Medicine King Valley. He had obtained the inheritance of the 78th general among the 108 under the 9 Nether Saint Lord. Though the rank was not high, it was not insignificant either. More importantly, that individual was a peak 10th realm powerhouse with formidable combat prowess. Yiching Xien was not one to be content with mediocrity. As the young master of the Medicine King Valley, he harbored ambitions that diverged from the valley's traditional approach, which had always maneuvered among various factions. While everyone was reluctant to offend him, lacking powerful strength left them unreliable in the realm of Lizhou. From a young age, Yiching Xien vowed to change this dynamic. Unfortunately, he had never found the opportunity, until now. With this inheritance, given a little time, he was confident he could lead the Medicine King Valley to become the 5th great power in Lizhou, no longer needing to bow to any other faction. Disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect? Follow me, Leng Hanshuang called out. The disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect followed her as they departed, seeking a place to rest and prepare for the reopening of the secret realm in half a day. Following this, Li Luai also led her group from the Qingyun sect. She too had received the inheritance of the 98th general among the 108 under the 9 Nether Saint Lord. Despite some setbacks during their journey through the 9 Nether Secret Realm, it concluded satisfactorily. The same could be said for the Medicine King Valley. They suffered no losses and acquired numerous treasures, with the young master gaining a great opportunity within the 9 Nether Palace. Subsequently, various small and medium-sized factions, along with loose cultivators, began to leave in succession. Ultimately, only the individuals from the Infinite Demon Sect and the 7 Kill Sect remained. Exchanging glances with the black-robed figures, when they had first gathered here a month prior, they sensed something was amiss. The numbers were too few, with only a fifth of those who had entered remaining. The missing ones were all elite members. The mission of both sects had been to encircle and eliminate the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect. Now, not only had they failed, But they had also lost so many elite members. How would they explain this upon returning? After some discussion, they shifted the blame entirely onto Leng Hanshuang. After all, she was the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of the divine sky. With her presence, completing the encirclement was nigh impossible, and being counterattacked was only to be expected. Their absence was merely luck. The most difficult to accept were the black-robed figures. They had witnessed their target entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm, Leng Hanshuang, one of the 7 swords of the divine sky. She was still alive, yet the leader and many members of the Killing God group had vanished. The outcome was self-evident. The mission had failed, and their leader was likely slain by Leng Hanshuang. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had instigated the events, had vanished without a trace, shrouded in both merit and obscurity. Leng Hanshuang no longer concealed her identity, intending to draw all attention toward herself. In the aftermath of their expedition into the secret realm, it was evident that the greatest beneficiaries were the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Not only had they located the other shore flower, but 3 individuals had also received inheritances within the 9 Nether Palace. Yiching Xien entered through door 32, Leng Hanshuang through door 3, and Lin Feng was directly transmitted to the main hall, receiving the inheritance of the 9 Nether Saint Lord without the need for trials. Now, the 9 Nether Palace itself lay in his hands. This meant that in the future, he could bestow the remaining legacies of the 108 generals upon whomever he pleased. However, with greater benefits came greater pressure, if given the choice. Lin Feng would rather forego it all and return to being the carefree, wasteful elder brother. Yet, some truths could not be ignored once uncovered. Leng Hanshuang, Yiching Xien, and Lin Feng each sought a secluded place to rest and reflect on their experiences. Only Yang Fan felt out of place among the crowd. He knew that Yiching Xien had undoubtedly gained opportunities within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, while he, a fellow direct disciple, had received none. This realization filled Yang Fan with rage, making him believe that the master of the 9 Nether Palace was blind to his talents. The trials of the 9 Nether Palace tested not only talent but also character. A person like Yang Fan, who feared death, would surely not be recognized. Yet he was oblivious to this fact. In the midst of Yang Fan's fury, an inopportune voice interrupted his thoughts. Senior brother Yang Fan, with your talent, you must have received a great opportunity within the 9 Nether Palace. Upon returning, you will surely surpass the other direct disciples quickly. I hope you will look after me in the future. It was a young inner disciple attempting to flatter Yang Fan. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated his approach. Humph! Yang Fan let out a disdainful huff before turning to leave. The inner disciple stood awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Could it be that senior brother Yang Fan had not obtained any great opportunity from the 9 Nether Palace? That seemed implausible. After all, he was a direct disciple, and no wonder he had failed the trial. If even senior brother Yang Fan could not succeed, then surely he had no chance. Though he had offended Yang Fan, the inner disciple felt a strange sense of relief. Lin Feng sat on a tree branch, leaning against the trunk with his eyes closed, yet his mind was preoccupied with the words of the 9 Nether Saint Lord. The continents of the 9 regions concealed great secrets. Theo transformed from a pawn into a player. The primary condition was to surpass the 12th realm, to be deemed worthy. The 12th realm. How daunting a threshold it was. Sighing, he thought to himself that had he known, he would have refrained from entering the 9 Nether Palace, opting instead to wait outside. Yet, if he did not enter, what would he have to defend himself when danger truly approached? Lin Feng, what are you pondering? Leng Hanshuang had appeared beside him without his notice. Master Aunt, must you always sneak up on me? It could frighten someone to death. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled wryly. Also, Master Aunt, I have regained my identity as the wasteful elder brother of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Please refrain from visiting me without reason. Others might grow suspicious. What should I be suspicious of? I am your Master Aunt. What is wrong with visiting you? Besides, I did take care of you for a time when you were young. Leng Hanshuang dismissed his concerns. Since discovering Lin Feng's true strength, she had indeed visited him a couple of times. All right then. If you have any questions, just ask directly. I will answer whatever I know. Lin Feng anticipated that Leng Hanshuang's visit was related to the 9 Nether Palace. As expected, her first question confirmed his suspicions. You entered the 9 Nether Palace, did you not? Yes, Lin Feng admitted, feeling no need to lie to Leng Hanshuang. Whose inheritance did you obtain? Was it that of the figure behind door number 1? Or the 9 Nether Saint Lord himself? Cold Hanshuang's curiosity was palpable. With Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, entering the Nine Nether Palace and passing the trials would be a mere trifle. However, it remains uncertain whose legacy he has obtained, though it is assuredly not inferior to his own. Master Uncle, whose legacy did you receive? Lin Feng countered. Fan Yuejiao, third among the 108 generals of the Holy Master of Nine Nether. Leng Hanshuang replied without hesitation. From the moment Lin Feng pulled her back from the brink of death, an unspoken reliance on him had blossomed in her heart, an absolute trust. Fan Yuejiao? Lin Feng recalled, suddenly inquiring, Master Uncle, did you learn the heaven-slaying sword technique? How do you know? The heaven-slaying sword technique is Fan Yuejiao's renowned skill, so I naturally know of it. Moreover, I am familiar with the skills of all 108 generals. Master Uncle, Fan Yuejiao's heaven-slaying sword technique is formidable. It is said she once slayed a 12th realm powerhouse with a single strike at the peak of the 11th realm. So, you truly acquired the legacy of the Holy Master of Nine Nether? Leng Hanshuang's eyes widened. Only the Holy Master of Nine Nether would possess knowledge of the 108 generals' techniques. Despite having entertained such thoughts previously, the confirmation still left her astounded. The Holy Master of Nine Nether is in existence beyond the 12th realm. Gaining his recognition signifies that Lin Feng may have the opportunity to surpass the 12th realm in the future. Yet, considering Lin Feng's age and current strength, Leng Hanshuang felt somewhat relieved. Extraordinary talents cannot be perceived through ordinary lenses. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. This matter must not be disclosed, for even the Divine Sky Sword Sect cannot protect you. It must remain buried in our hearts until the day your strength is sufficient to sweep across the entire Li continent. Master Uncle, do you not know what kind of person I am? I would never seek out trouble. Lin Feng abhorred complications. Even if he were strong enough, he would not foolishly reveal such information. That is true. Rest assured, I will certainly keep it to myself, Leng Hanshuang assured. I naturally believe you. Otherwise, I would not have confided in you, Lin Feng stated, his tone calm, which warmed Leng Hanshuang's heart and filled her with joy. She was the first to know Lin Feng's secret. Lin Feng, once we are outside, continue to play the part of the useless senior brother. I will approach the Qian sect to ensure they keep it confidential, and I will take all the credit for the events in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. I believe no one will suspect you. Thank you, Master Uncle. No need to thank me. It is I who should be grateful. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen into the hands of the killing god group of the Seven Kill Sect. After parting with Lin Feng, Leng Hanshuang sought out Yiching Xien. Upon learning from Yiching Xien that she too had passed the trials and entered the high-ranking 32nd gate, her heart soared with happiness. It seemed the Divine Sky Sword Sect would emerge as the biggest winner of this Nine Nether Secret Realm expedition. One could only wonder how the Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect would react upon learning this. Chapter 39. Li Continent, at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Nine Nether Valley. Representatives of various factions awaited the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. 4 months had passed, far exceeding the expected 3-month time frame. A month ago, Gu Mingzhou had sent word back to the sect, and all he received was one word: wait. Aside from waiting, there seemed no other course of action. It is known that the Nine Nether Secret Realm has opened over 100 times, yet such a situation had never occurred before. Major factions across the Li continent hastily searched for ancient texts regarding the Nine Nether Secret Realm, hoping to glean answers. Any instance of a similar occurrence would surely be recorded. Brother Gu, what do you believe is the reason for the delay in opening the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Qingyan Sect's Gu Chuan inquired. To be honest, Brother Wang, my Divine Sky Sword Sect has scoured all ancient texts concerning the Nine Nether Secret Realm, but we found no answers, Gu Mingzhou sighed. Indeed, this situation has not arisen in over 10,000 years, yet here we are. Whether this is fortunate or unfortunate remains to be seen. Fortunately, news from the sect indicates that although the disciples entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm suffered heavy losses, it was still within acceptable limits. We of the Qingyun sect are in a similar situation. As of now, we can still manage, but I have heard that the Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect have not been as fortunate as us. Only about 1/10 of those who entered remain. Let them be. Those from the Demon Sect deserve this fate, Gu Mingzhou scoffed. Brother Gu, we must be cautious of the Thousand Island Demon Lord going mad. Wang Chuan's face bore a look of concern. Fear not. The Wuji Demon Sect wouldn't dare to completely sever ties with us. Otherwise, the Thousand Island Demon Lord would have acted long ago. Let us hope so. Since the Thousand Island Fiend's sudden aggression against the Divine Sky Sword Sect 4 months ago, the remaining members of the Qin Sect and Divine Sky Sword Sect had combined forces. They feared the Thousand Island Fiend might act rashly. This demon had not emerged in decades, yet his strength was indeed terrifying. His mastery of the heaven-devouring demon technique had reached an extraordinary level. Only through the alliance of the two sects could they pose a threat to the Wuji Demon Sect. Meanwhile, within the Wuji Demon Sect's camp, the Thousand Island Fiend and Liao Jun were in discussion. The fact that only 1/10 of the disciples from both sects had survived was a disgrace to them, especially the Seven-Kill sect. Not only had their disciples suffered heavy casualties, but even the Killing God group they dispatched had incurred significant losses. They had initially intended to resolve the matter of Leng Hanshuang within the Secret Realm and seize the Ice Soul Sword, but unexpectedly faced a counterattack. What genuinely troubled the Seven-Kill sect was the exposure of the Killing God group. 1,000 years prior, due to the actions of the Killing God group, they had been hunted by the major factions of the Li continent, which cost the Seven-Kill sect countless years of accumulation to quell. Should this happen again, the Seven-Kill sect would not withstand it. They could only deny everything. This was also the reason the Seven-Kill sect allowed the Killing God group to blend in with the loose cultivators entering the Nether Secret Realm. Great Elder, this mission has been a complete failure. We underestimated Leng Hanshuang, Liao Jun said. His face dark. It seems the Killing God group of your Seven-Kill sect is not as formidable as you claim if you cannot even deal with Leng Hanshuang. Humph. Incompetent. The Thousand Island Fiend snorted, his status and strength far exceeding Liao Jun's, allowing him to act so dismissively. Great Elder, we cannot place the blame on us. Leng Hanshuang is, after all, a genius of the Divine Sky Sword sect second only to Su Mubai in recent centuries. Moreover, the Nether Secret Realm has age restrictions. No one can guarantee they can defeat Leng Hanshuang. Although Liao Jun felt displeased, he dared not confront the notorious demon who had slaughtered millions. Though the two sects were allies, the Seven-Kill sect was subtly subordinate, given the overwhelming power of the Wuji Demon Sect. The cultivation world is one where strength dictates authority. The stronger one is, the more dominant they become. Just a Leng Hanshuang cannot stir up much trouble. Even Su Mubai fell into the hands of my Wuji Demon Sect. Does that mean she is beyond my reach? When she emerges, I will personally take action. Anger simmered within the Thousand Island Fiend. The losses of the Wuji Demon Sect were minor. What mattered more was their reputation. According to his intel, the disciples from the Divine Sky Sword Sect and Qin Sect entering the Nether Secret Realm were at least 60 to 70% alive. When the Secret Realm opens, the entire Li continent would learn that the Wuji Demon Sect was inferior to the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Great Elder, you have seen much. What is the current situation of the Nether Secret Realm? Why has it not opened even after 4 months? Liao Jun shifted the topic. It is highly likely that the legacy within the Nether Secret Realm has been triggered, the Thousand Island Fiend pondered before responding. There is a legacy within the Nether Secret Realm. Why has it never been mentioned before? I am not entirely sure, but ancient texts once recorded that the Nether Secret Realm was established by an existence that transcended the 12th realm, containing his legacy. However, the requirements are exceedingly high, which is why it has never been triggered. Are you implying that someone has obtained the legacy left by an existence beyond the 12th realm within the Nether Secret Realm? Liao Jun exclaimed in shock. It is merely a possibility. We will know once the Secret Realm opens. The very suspicion of such a legacy being present was why the Thousand Island Fiend remained. Otherwise, he would have left and sent another member of the Wuji Demon Sect in his stead. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, he needed to verify them personally. But who could it be? Could it be Leng Hanshuang? Among those who entered the Nether Secret Realm, there was no doubt that Leng Hanshuang possessed the highest talent and strength. If the rumors were true and she had obtained it, then the day the Secret Realm opened would signify the official onset of war between the Wuji Demon Sect and the Divine Sky Sword Sect. The Thousand Island Fiend spoke in a low voice. What should the Seven-Kill sect do, Great Elder? Liao Jun inquired, understanding the implication in the Thousand Island Fiend's words. Once it was confirmed that the Nether Secret Realm indeed contained a legacy acquired by Leng Hanshuang, they would undoubtedly take immediate action to seize it. Even if they could not obtain it, they must not allow the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword sect to possess it. Otherwise, once Leng Hanshuang grew stronger, no one would be her match. The threat must be eliminated in its infancy. Nothing. Everyone is currently monitoring each other. If you make any move, the Divine Sky Sword Sect and Qin Sect will immediately send reinforcements. Complicating matters. The best course of action is for everyone to remain still. I will let them see the might of my heaven-devouring demon technique. The Thousand Island Fiend's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. 2 hours later, rumbling thunder echoed above Nine Nether Valley. Representatives of the major factions emerged. They understood that the secret realm was about to open. Typically, the Nine Nether secret realm opened within 3 months. Yet this time it had taken 4. What changes had occurred within? Everyone yearned to know. The Thousand Island Fiend fixed his gaze upon Nine Nether Valley, his expression tense. He was not concerned about how many of the Wuji demon sect's people had perished. Even if all of them died, he would not flinch. What truly had him on edge was whether anyone had acquired the legacy within the secret realm. If so, no matter who it was, they would be made to surrender it, or else a massacre would surely ensue. Chapter 40. No one is allowed to leave above Nine Nether Valley. White streams of energy swirled upward. Crack! A massive bolt of lightning struck down, causing ripples in space, ultimately forming a vast spatial passage. After 4 months, the Nine Nether secret realm had reopened. Immediately afterward, everyone within the secret realm was collectively teleported out. Nine Nether Valley transformed into a sea of people in an instant. Leng Hanshuang, leading over 1,000 surviving disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, converged with Gu Mingzhou, a member of the Elder Council, and more than 20 ordinary elders waiting outside Nine Nether Valley. Upon meeting, Leng Hanshuang eagerly said, "Elder Gu, I know you have many questions right now, but this is not the time for such discussions. We must return to the sect immediately, and I will explain everything in detail then." "All right," Gu Mingzhou responded with a single word. He understood that Leng Hanshuang's urgency was justified. The Divine Sky Sword Sect prepared to depart, and the Qingyun sect dared not linger either. After all, compared to the losses suffered by the two sects, the Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect had sustained far greater casualties. With the Thousand Island Demon Lord present, who knew if he would suddenly go mad? Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan even abandoned their wagers, prioritizing their departure above all else. If the Thousand Island Demon Lord truly lost control, no one here would be able to match him. On the side of the Wuji Demon Sect, the Thousand Island Fiend posed a question to the surviving disciples. Why was the Nine Nether secret realm delayed for a month in opening? "Great Elder, you must take charge of us." A disciple cried out. "We had originally teamed up with the Seven Kill Sect to besiege the Divine Sky Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect, slowly wearing them down. Who would have thought that Leng Hanshuang would suddenly emerge? We were utterly outmatched. Please, Great Elder, avenge our fallen brothers." This was a prearranged excuse by everyone. Only by placing the blame on Leng Hanshuang could they divert the Great Elder's attention. Even if it was not their fault, no one could bear the brunt of the Great Elder's wrath, given his volatile temperament. Smack! The disciple who spoke was struck into a pulp. I asked why the Nine Nether secret realm was delayed a month in opening. What transpired during that month? Anyone who utters another word of nonsense shall die. The Thousand Island Fiend turned his gaze to the rest. The disciples of the Wuji Demon Sect quaked in fear. The reason they were termed a demon sect is that they possessed no rules. The law of the jungle was exemplified in their actions. The Great Elder killing a disciple was akin to squashing an ant. No one would question it. However, among forces like the Divine Sky Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect, the higher-ups could not casually kill their disciples. Even if a disciple erred, they could only injure them and leave the matter to the law enforcement division. Only in instances of grave offenses against the sect could immediate execution be sanctioned. "Speak. What is the situation?" The Thousand Island Fiend pointed at another disciple. The designated disciple trembled as he stepped forward, stuttering, replying to the Great Elder, "A month ago, while we awaited the opening of the secret realm, a sudden golden light appeared within the realm, connecting to the sky. Then a voice proclaimed that the Nine Nether Palace had manifested, inviting everyone to undertake trials and seek opportunities, explaining that the opening of the Nine Nether secret realm would be delayed by a month." The Thousand Island Fiend grew increasingly agitated as he listened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The rumors were indeed true. There was a legacy within the Nine Nether secret realm, and it appeared someone had already acquired it. Just as the Divine Sky Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect organized their disciples and prepared to depart, the sky suddenly dimmed. Following this, the voice of the Thousand Island Fiend resonated throughout Nine Nether Valley. "No one is allowed to leave today." A figure appeared above Nine Nether Valley, the Thousand Island Fiend wielding the heaven-devouring demon technique. Leng Hanshuang furrowed her brow. Her urgency to leave stemmed from her apprehension that the Thousand Island Fiend would intervene. The Wuji Demon Sect had suffered severe losses, but more critically, the legacies of the Holy Master of 9 Nether and his 108 generals were at stake. Should the Thousand Island Fiend learn of the legacy's emergence, he would certainly not allow the Divine Sky Sword Sect to depart so easily. Now it seemed they had reacted, and it was too late to escape. Furthermore, with so many disciples from the Divine Sky Sword Sect, evading the Thousand Island Fiend's pursuit was impossible. Thousand Island. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to detain all of us? Leng Hanshuang shouted defiantly. In this moment, uniting the smaller sects and loose cultivators was the only way to instill caution in the Thousand Island Fiend. Jiu Mingzhou quickly added, Thousand Island, you massacred over 1 million people in a city. Even now, the Wuji demon sect lacks an explanation. Do you intend to commit another slaughter today? That depends on whether the world will allow it. Upon hearing this, both the smaller factions and the loose cultivators displayed expressions of terror. Many young people were unaware of the events but felt a chill upon hearing of the massacre of over 1 million. That was indeed a staggering number. In the cultivation world, death was commonplace. Battles broke out daily between various factions, and casualties were inevitable. However, a single event claiming over 1 million lives was a rarity in the entire history of the Li continent. Wang Chuan from the Qingyun sect also showed a wary expression. Prepared to join forces with Leng Hanshuang and Gu Mingzhou of the Divine Sky Sword Sect to confront the Thousand Island Demon Lord. Ha ha ha. You two youngsters need not attempt to establish enmity with me. I, Thousand Island, am unafraid. Let me make this clear. Today, anyone who dares to leave will not only face death, but I shall also uproot your sect entirely. The Thousand Island Fiend laughed arrogantly. The legacy within the 9 Nether secret realm likely pertained to an existence transcending the 12th realm, and he would not allow a single person to escape. Although the chances were highest for Leng Hanshuang, the potential for smaller factions and loose cultivators to inherit it was minuscule. However, given the Thousand Island Fiend's nature, he would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one escape. Thousand Island. No matter how powerful you are but one person. With so many of us joining forces, do you truly believe you can prevail? Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect spoke up. You may try. Let us see if my heaven-devouring demon technique can swallow you all whole. The Thousand Island Fiend grinned menacingly. Senior Thousand Island, our Medicine King Valley has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Wuji demon sect. We have not harmed anyone within the secret realm. I implore you to grant our Medicine King Valley a favor and allow us to leave. The speaker was the young master of Medicine King Valley, Zhuge Qingyun. He was eager to return and cultivate the treasures he obtained within the 9 Nether Palace. If he could advance to the 10th realm, who in the Li continent would be his match? Medicine King Valley would directly ascend to become the foremost power in the Li continent, logically speaking. Qian should have allowed the Medicine King Valley to depart. However, he immediately recognized Zhuge Qingyun's exceptional talent and the opportunity she had to inherit a hidden legacy. Thus, Qian naturally would not agree. In comparison to a legacy surpassing the 12 realms, what is the Medicine King Valley? Not to mention the Deputy Master, even the Master of the Medicine King Valley would be of little consequence. Chapter 41. Alliance. I have said, no one is permitted to leave. Qian showed no mercy. Zhuge Qingyun was left speechless, her gaze drifting to an elder nearby, Oldo, who merely shook his head. The meaning was clear. Do not provoke the demon Lord Qian. Comply with his demands. The 9 Nether Valley fell into silence, with even the Medicine King Valley hesitant to retort, let alone the smaller factions and various wanderers. Given their status, they could only remain silent, too afraid to question Qian. Lin Feng, mingling among the crowd of the Shenshao sword sect, wore a troubled expression, his mind racing with fervent prayers. Please, let there be no conflict. Qian's power was formidable. The sheer intimidation of his devouring heaven demon technique was evident. If a fight broke out, Leng Hanshuang and Gu Mingzhou would likely struggle to contend with him. And even with the addition of Qingyun sect members, they would be hard-pressed. He could not afford to intervene at that moment. What then? He could not simply stand by and watch the Shenshao sword sect be annihilated before his eyes. He needed to devise a plan to extricate himself from the group, just in case. Observing the rapt attention of those around him on Qian, Lin Feng began to subtly retreat. At that moment, everyone was captivated by Qian, and no one noticed Lin Feng's stealthy maneuver. Merely a useless figure, he would be inconsequential were it not for his status as the senior disciple. Demon Lord Qian, why do you keep us here? What do you intend? Leng Hanshuang questioned loudly. Why? I am here to settle accounts. I will start with your Shunshao sword sect. Many of my fellow sect members from the Wuji demon sect have perished. All due to you, Leng Hanshuang. Qian fixed his gaze upon her. Leng Hanshuang was the most likely candidate to inherit the hidden legacy. Thus, she was his primary target to capture and extract information from. So what? Are you permitted to kill others, but we cannot retaliate against your Wuji demon sect? Leng Hanshuang boldly retorted, intending to seize everything within the secret realm for herself. Humph. You are correct. My Wuji demon sect can kill, but you cannot harm my people. Demon Lord Qian, are you not afraid of becoming the enemy of the world? Afraid? How laughable. I, Qian, have been a public enemy before, and look, I am alive and well. You? Leng Hanshuang found herself at a loss for words. Leng Hanshuang, surrender. Qian said coldly, dream on, then do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Qian activated his devouring heaven demon technique, and a colossal claw began to materialize in the sky. Form the formation, prepare to defend, Gu Mingzhou shouted. Over 20 elders of the Skyward Sword sect summoned their life swords, and thousands of disciples dared not show weakness. However, many had self-destructed their life swords within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, leaving them with only ordinary swords. In terms of operation, ordinary swords were far inferior, both in capability and power. As the demonic claw took form, it descended upon the Shunshao sword sect. Countless swords met it with resounding clashes. The swords might only slow the claw's descent, but could not destroy it at that moment. Gu Mingzhou directed his life sword towards the claw. Clang. The claw halted, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Yet Qian stood with his arms crossed, wearing a mocking expression, while Gu Mingzhou and the others of the Shunshao sword sect strained to maintain their life swords, fearing that any lapse would allow the claw to continue its descent. A cold sword intent swept across the battlefield. Icebound for 1,000 miles, Leng Hanshuang unleashed her renowned technique. Faced with a powerhouse like Qian, she could not afford to conceal her strength. The Ice Soul Sword, imbued with eternal frost, met the demonic claw, slowly encasing it in in mere moments. The claw was transformed into a frozen sculpture. Jiu Mingzhou and the others of the Shunshao sword sect sighed in relief as the pressure dissipated. Leng Hanshuang glared at Qian from a distance. Regrettably, her time to master the legacy had been too brief. She had only skimmed the surface of the celestial sword technique. Had she fully grasped it, perhaps she could have injured Qian with a single strike. Demon Lord Qian, it seems you are not here to avenge your Wuji demon sect, but rather to obtain the legacy within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Leng Hanshuang called out, do not be deceived. Once Qian is free to act, he will compel you to surrender the legacy. Refusal will result in death. Upon hearing her words, Yiching, the deputy master of the Medicine King Valley, trembled. She finally understood why Qian had prevented her from leaving. He coveted the legacy she had acquired in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. She immediately signaled to Oldo beside her. Upon learning that Yiching had obtained the legacy of a peak expert in the 10th realm, Oldo's eyes gleamed with excitement. This opportunity belonged to the deputy master and represented the chance for the Medicine King Valley to rise. It must not be lost. He began to gather his energy, preparing to join forces with the Shunshao sword sect against Qian. The Qingyun sect's camp. Li Luo communicated her situation to Wang Chuan. Not only these two, but among the smaller factions and wanderers, there were also 2 hidden talents who had received the legacies of the last 2 of the 108 generals. They lacked powerful backgrounds and could only hope the Shunshao sword sect could withstand the pressure from Qian. Otherwise, they would suffer the consequences. And what of it? The legacies within the 9 Nether Secret Realm do not belong to you juniors. Hand them over, and I will spare your lives today. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qian replied with a hearty laugh, dropping the facade and revealing his true intent. He sought the secret legacy. Surrender it and live. Refuse and die. With unwavering confidence, Qian believed he could leave no one standing. The devouring heaven demon technique thrived in battle. The more combatants present, the greater its power. While others exhausted themselves in prolonged combat, the devouring heaven demon technique absorbed the life essence of those who perished, rendering Qian increasingly formidable. Did you all hear that? Only by uniting can we confront this demon. Leng Hanshuang urged her allies. Yet her expression grew increasingly grim. She had initially believed Lin Feng would deny his intentions but was taken aback by his blatant admission. Lin Feng dared to oppose everyone present, suggesting he had already devised a strategy. Quickly scanning the Shenxiao Sword Sect S ranks, Leng Hanshuang noticed Lin Feng was nowhere to be found, and a weight lifted from her heart. She knew Lin Feng could not remain indifferent in this situation. Chapter 42. The Move Lin Feng. Cease your stubbornness. Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect interjected. If possible, he wished to avoid conflict with this man. Even if they allied with the Shenxiao Sword Sect, it would likely end in disaster. Lin Feng's infamy was far too great. Decades ago, in the cultivation world of the Li Zhou, who did not tremble at the mention of Lin Feng? In the Wuji demon sect, his reputation overshadowed that of the sect leader, a man whose hands were stained with the blood of countless lives. Lin Feng, allow my Medicine King Valley to depart, and we shall have no part in this matter. What say you? Old O inquired. Naturally, the Medicine King Valley wished to extricate themselves from the conflict, but Lin Feng would not grant them that opportunity. Sneering, your words are tiresome. The frozen demonic claw in the sky began to show signs of breaking free. Wang Chuan and Old O exchanged resigned glances. If battle was inevitable, then they must fight. The two soared into the air, followed closely by the powerful members of Qingyun Mountain and the Medicine King Valley. Attack with all your might, Gu Ming shouted. The elders of the Shenxiao Sword Sect once more summoned their life swords, and all three factions launched an assault on the frozen demonic claw. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous roars, the claw shattered and vanished. If you all seek death, do not blame me. Lin Feng chuckled ominously. He understood that without instilling despair in these individuals, they would never surrender the legacy. Words were futile. It was better to subjugate everyone through force. Demon technique activate. Manifest the demon god. In the sky, faces of malevolent demons emerged, accompanied by wailing cries that echoed throughout the Nether Valley. Ah! Woe is me! The mere sound sent shivers down the spines of those present, causing the weaker among them to tremble. The demon faces loomed ominously, appearing as incarnations of evil intent, ready to devour all life. Everyone, take heed. This sound can ensnare the soul. You must maintain your composure and hold fast to your resolve. Leng Hanshuang warned loudly. However, her words fell on deaf ears. Those capable of maintaining their resolve in such circumstances were not ordinary souls. They required no reminders. Many appeared as if their spirits had been siphoned away, their expressions gradually dulling. Seeing the dire situation, Leng Hanshuang called out again, everyone, cover your ears. Those who still retained some clarity hastily covered their ears, but it proved futile. The sound seemed to penetrate their very minds, ensnaring their hearts. The demon faces began soaring through the air. One descended and consumed a dazed man whole. More demon faces surged into the crowd. Offering your life to my demon technique is an honor. Lin Feng's voice boomed. Everyone, strike together. We must break the devouring heaven demon technique, or the more it consumes, the stronger it will become. Ultimately, we will all perish here. Old O from the Medicine King Valley shouted in desperation. Form the formation, break the demon technique. Leading the charge, Gu Mingzhou and the elders of the Shenxiao Sword Sect unleashed their blood into their life swords. Over 20 blood-stained life swords formed a sword array. Surging upwards as they flew, a gigantic sword materialized, piercing the heavens. All demon faces in proximity were cleaved apart. Boom! Leng Hanshuang swiftly joined the fray, her ice soul sword, imbued with eternal frost, merging into the sword array, enveloping the massive sword in a layer of white mist as they advanced towards the sky, determined to pierce through the veil of the devouring heaven demon technique. Not to be outdone, the Qingyun sect and Medicine King Valley also lent their strength, assisting the Shenxiao Sword Sect with their utmost abilities. Clang! The massive sword was abruptly halted, suspended in the sky, unable to advance an inch. Ha ha ha! You think breaking my demon technique is so simple? Today, you shall witness the might of the devouring heaven demon technique. Lin Feng laughed maniacally. Stop hiding. If this continues, we will all perish here. Demon Lord Lin Feng will show no mercy. He dared to massacre millions in the past, and he will not hesitate to eliminate us all today. Leng Hanshuang's words rang true. Just as the allies prepared to fight with all their might, whoosh! A streak of sword light approached with blinding speed, reaching Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. severing him in half before anyone could react. The sudden turn of events plunged the battlefield into silence. Qian Xiong is dead? Impossible. The demon lord had roamed the Lizhou for centuries. How could he perish so easily? Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Then, they realized something was amiss. The wielder of the devouring heaven demon technique had perished, yet the demon technique showed no signs of dissipating. This defied logic, indeed. As Qian Xiong's bisected body fell, two demon faces emerged and consumed him. The two faces fused, taking on the form of Qian Xiong once more. The demon technique remained intact, making him difficult to kill. Now devoid of his earlier arrogance, Qian Xiong glared ahead, gritting his teeth. "It is you." "It is I." Lin Feng, clad in a different guise and wearing the mask he had donned during the annihilation of the Luocha sect, appeared in the air, standing face to face with Qian Xiong. The masked demon? He had returned. Memories flooded back to the crowd of the event when the masked demon had vanquished the Luocha sect and repelled Qian Xiong. Speculation ran rampant throughout the cultivation world of Lizhou regarding the identity of the masked demon, yet no lead surfaced. Few could pose a threat to Qian Xiong, and those who could were prominent figures, who would wear a mask. Qian Xiong fixed his furious gaze on Lin Feng, his anger boiling over. Initially, he had retreated due to the suddenness of the situation, but the external world's gossip that he had been afraid stung his pride. Now, with this individual disrupting his plans for the Wuji demon sect, he felt compelled to eliminate him, seeking vengeance for both new and old grievances. Lin Feng felt helpless. After regaining his identity, he had no desire to meddle in these affairs, preferring to remain the useless senior disciple. Yet, seeing Leng Hanshuang and Gu Mingzhou struggling against Qian Xiong forced his hand. He could not simply stand by while they risked injury or worse. As the senior disciple of the Shenshao sword sect, he could never allow that to happen. Recently, troubles had been incessant, leaving Lin Feng with a sense of impending storm. He wondered how long he could keep his true identity hidden. He had yet to process the events encountered within the Nine Nether Palace. Alas, it was truly a season of turmoil, Lin Feng lamented inwardly. Chapter 43. Keep a close eye upon seeing Lin Feng's appearance. Leng Hanshuang gradually relaxed. While she did not know who was stronger between Lin Feng and Qian Xiong, she believed the difference should not be vast. Even if Lin Feng faltered, many strong allies remained. United, they could make Qian Xiong wary. Among the crowd, Yiching Xien and Luocha, upon seeing Lin Feng, unconsciously recalled the masked figure who had saved them in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Although their attire and masks differed, encountering two masked individuals in such a short span inevitably raised suspicions regarding their connection. Was there a mysterious organization in Lizhou that specifically targeted the Wuji demon sect and the Seven Kill sect? However, Yiching Xien and Luocha had never considered that the masked savior from the secret realm was the same as the masked demon before them. After all, entry into the Nine Nether Secret Realm was restricted to those under 100 years of age. While this individual could rival the Grand Elder of the Wuji demon sect, clearly, he was far beyond that age. If someone under 100 could possess strength comparable to Qian Xiong, it transcended the definition of genius. In the annals of Lizhou's history, no such figure had ever emerged. It was too ethereal, an impossibility. Who are you? Why do you intervene in the affairs of my Wuji demon sect? Qian Xiong could not suppress his curiosity any longer. The Wuji demon sect has committed countless atrocities, treating human life as mere weeds. I am here as heaven's punishment for you, Lin Feng replied. Ha ha ha, what a preposterous notion. How utterly ridiculous. Atrocities, disregarding human life. I know only this. It is a world governed by the law of the jungle. The weak must be eliminated, and only the strong deserve to survive. Who is truly deluded? Let us allow the masses to judge. Do you wish for these ants to pass judgment? Are they worthy? The rules set by the strong are the law. The weak must either follow those rules to survive or perish. Lin Feng shook his head. Having traversed from Earth, he had absorbed a philosophy of equality. Thus, he could not align with Qian Xiong's ideology. Yet, he could not deny that Qian Xiong spoke a truth. This world was indeed one of survival of the fittest. The powerful dictated the rules, and the strong determined what was right. Lin Feng aspired to be the architect of rules, the strategist spoken of by the sovereign of the Nine Nether, rather than a mere pawn at the mercy of others. Qian Daoxiong, while your words may hold truth, I cannot endorse your viewpoint. In the future, I shall establish new principles, where all are equal, and no one may indiscriminately take innocent lives. treating existence as mere fodder. Ha ha ha. Equality for all. How naive. How laughable. Qian Daoxiong burst into maniacal laughter, a sentiment echoed by all present. How could equality ever be a reality? Their relentless cultivation was for what purpose if not to rise above others? If everyone were truly equal, why strive at all? They might as well languish in idleness. Even Leng Hanshuang regarded Lin Feng as childish. Talent aside, he was merely a youth in his 20s with scant experience. Who else would utter such words? Yet Lin Feng felt no shame in his stance. He was not of this world and thus need not abide by its rules. Qian Daoxiong, you have your convictions, and I have mine. In today's battle, let me witness whether the reputation of the Grand Elder of the Wuji Demon Sect holds any weight. Lin Feng drew the Howren sword from his bag. News of him extinguishing the Rakshasa sect and seizing the sword had already spread. There was no need for secrecy. With a powerful and handy sword, his combat prowess would surely be amplified. Qian Daoxiong ceased his banter, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Divine demon fusion." Countless demonic faces amalgamated before him, forming a gargantuan visage, green-faced with fangs, towering thousands of feet high. As this monstrous face charged toward Lin Feng, it opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow him whole. In the face of this impending doom, Lin Feng, gripping the Howren sword, summoned a tempest in the dim sky. Slash, with a swift stroke, a sword beam extending hundreds of feet surged forth. Colliding with the demonic face, a thunderous explosion followed, causing all present to clutch their ears in agony, some with ruptured eardrums collapsing to the ground, wailing in torment. The two merely exchanged a tentative strike, yet the devastation was staggering. Incredible! Leng Hanshuang was once again taken aback. How could a lad in his 20s possess such strength, rivaling that of Qian Daoxiong, who had lived for centuries? He was truly a prodigy. The heavens were surely favoring the divine sword sect. As the dust settled, the demonic face remained, albeit diminished, while the sword light vanished completely. Observing this, Lin Feng executed another slash. Boom! With a resounding crash, the demonic face disintegrated. Qian Daoxiong, with a sinister grin, fused the demonic faces once more, but this time, three emerged. Lin Feng, undeterred, summoned his ultimate sword intent. Every swordsman present felt their swords tremble uncontrollably, as though ready to leap from their grasp. Whoosh! This strike differed fundamentally from the previous two, its power vastly superior. The 4 levels of sword comprehension significantly amplified the effectiveness of sword techniques. Furthermore, Lin Feng had grasped the pinnacle of sword intent. With a series of thunderous slashes, the 3 colossal demonic faces vanished, only to be replaced by even larger ones in the sky. Haha, aren't you impressive? Continue. I am eager to see how many more slashes you can unleash. Within my devouring demon art, I am invincible. Unless you eradicate these deities and demons, you cannot harm me. Qian Daoxiong laughed heartily. Break his demonic technique? Leng Hanshuang exclaimed, wanting to warn Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng paid her no mind and calmly addressed Qian Daoxiong. Is that so? Then I shall test if I can indeed harm you. I stand here. Feel free to try. As Leng Hanshuang attempted to speak, Lin Feng's voice rang in her ears. Cold Master, do not blink. You must closely observe this forthcoming strike. It shall greatly aid you. Upon hearing this, Leng Hanshuang fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. At this moment, his aura surged, his essence reaching its zenith. All his strength coalesced, and with each breath, he seemed to synchronize with the very fabric of the universe. As she watched, her eyes widened in disbelief. This is the heaven-slaying sword technique. Chapter 44. The flourish of that strike. Leng Hanshuang beheld Lin Feng suspended in the sky. After receiving the inheritance within the 9 Nether Palace, she had merely scratched the surface of the heaven-slaying sword technique, and now Lin Feng intended to wield it against Qian Daoxiong? How could this be? Even if he had acquired the technique from the sovereign of the 9 Nether, barely a month had passed. This was a renowned skill of a 12th tier master, one that had been used to slay a 12th tier expert at the pinnacle of the 11th tier. Mastering it was no simple feat. Even acknowledging Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, Leng Hanshuang found it hard to believe. What kind of prodigy had her senior brother brought back? It was laughable that the sect members continued to mock him. Failing to recognize the impending revelation of Lin Feng's talent and strength, she eagerly anticipated the moment the sect's old-timers would be humbled. The sect had always prioritized its interests above all else, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Take the case of her senior brother, Su Mubai, who had suffered injuries for the sake of the sect, only to be abandoned in his time of need. Had it not been for her second brother, Luo Yuntian, taking the helm of the Divine Sword Sect, Su Mubai might have lost everything. Thankfully, they had procured such a talent. Otherwise, his life would have been irrevocably ruined. Leng Hanshuang firmly believed that as long as Lin Feng remained, her senior brother would one day rise again. While his talent may not match Lin Feng's, he was among the top 3 in the Divine Sword Sect in hundreds of years. After the shock, Leng Hanshuang focused entirely on the figure in the sky. Lin Feng's choice to employ the heaven-slaying sword technique was also motivated by a desire to assist her. Witnessing the true essence of the technique would help her grasp its intricacies more swiftly. The execution of the heaven-slaying sword technique required the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit, concentrating all strength into a singular point, then unleashing it in an explosive burst. It sounded simple, yet the challenges in practice were immense. Those lacking talent might take decades or even centuries to master it. Seeing Lin Feng standing motionless in the air, Daoxiong assumed he was daunted by his demonic technique and erupted in laughter. The devouring demon art had been his greatest asset for hundreds of years, rendering him nearly invincible in group battles. The stamina he expended could easily be replenished through absorption. Since you remain idle, then it is my turn, Daoxiong proclaimed. He once again invoked the divine demon fusion. All the demonic faces in the realm fused together, forming a colossal demonic face that shrouded the entirety of the 9 Nether Valley. Devour! Daoxiong bellowed. The demonic visage opened its vast maw, a dark abyss that resembled a black hole, drawing everything toward it with immense force. This suction was far more potent than Lin Feng's pet. The dragon, Bai. The ground dwellers stood no chance against it, being swept into the air. Even medium-sized factions could only resist momentarily with their formations, but not for long. All eyes were on Lin Feng. He was their last hope against Daoxiong. Should he succumb to the devouring demon art, escape would be impossible. Many had perished in the jaws of Daoxiong's technique. Lin Feng focused his aura on Daoxiong and softly uttered a single word, slash. In an instant, a radiant light flashed, blinding everyone, including Daoxiong, leaving them devoid of sight and sensation. Moments later, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had changed. All stood bewildered. What had just transpired? Was it an illusion? Wait, something's off. The immense suction had vanished. Daoxiong stared at Lin Feng, his eyes widening in shock. This strike, he had never encountered anything like it so formidable. Had he not been experienced in battle and avoided a critical hit at the last moment, the consequences would have been dire. Before the astonished crowd, first, Daoxiong's left hand detached from his body, grasped by his right hand. Then, a fissure appeared in the colossal demonic face, shattering it and splitting the sky obscured by the devouring demon art, allowing sunlight to stream through. With a single strike, the devouring demon art was shattered. Daoxiong suffered grave injuries. Leng Hanshuang was elated. Truly, the renowned skill of a 12th-tier master, the heaven-slaying sword technique, was extraordinary. Not only did it dismantle the devouring demon art, but it also severed Daoxiong's left arm. Daoxiong was no ordinary individual. He was the Grand Elder of the Wuji Demon Sect, a formidable presence for centuries in the entire Divine Sword Sect. Only the ancestors in seclusion could match him. Once she mastered the heaven-slaying sword technique, her combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Regrettably, she had only grasped the basics. With a long journey ahead to true mastery. No. I must, Leng Hanshuang resolved. Upon returning to the sect, she would seek Lin Feng's guidance at the solitary peak, determined to master the heaven-slaying sword technique swiftly. Then, when faced with a powerhouse like Daoxiong, she would not be so helpless. The identity of her master had long since faded from her thoughts. As the saying goes, the worthy are respected. If she could rapidly master the technique under Lin Feng's tutelage, she would not hesitate to call him master. For a swordsman, the allure of such a powerful technique was irresistible. Why Yiching Xien observed the figure in the sky? Why did both the masked figure encountered in the secret realm and the demon-faced man before her evoke such a sense of familiarity? The 9 Nether Valley fell into silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The onlookers dared not breathe. The magnificence of that strike etched into their minds, unforgettable for a lifetime. How powerful! Daoxiong was indeed formidable, yet he had been grievously injured by a single strike. What is the name of that strike? He broke the silence. The heaven-slaying sword technique? Lin Feng replied. What a magnificent technique. You are the first to shatter my devouring demon art. I, Daoxiong, acknowledge you. There are always those more capable than oneself. Many can dismantle your devouring demon art. You simply have not encountered them yet. Daoxiong, it would serve you well to remain humble, lest you face dire consequences one day. Your acknowledgement is unnecessary. I, Daoxiong, do not require your instruction. Though you have triumphed today, I am unconvinced. Wait and see. Soon, you shall understand the repercussions of opposing the Wuji demon sect. Daoxiong spat his threats. The individual before him was powerful, yet he would not be deterred from the Wuji demon sect's ambition to dominate the Liju continent. I'll be waiting. Lin Feng chuckled nonchalantly. Waiting? Give yourself more time. What is Daoxiong compared to me? I could easily topple the Wuji demon sect. Withdraw, Daoxiong declared, turning away with his severed arm. He needed to find a place to reattach it quickly. Chapter 45. The nurturing game. Daoxiong and the members of the Wuji demon sect retreated. With his devouring demon art shattered and his left arm severed, continuing the battle would be disadvantageous for him. Lin Feng made no attempt to pursue. A grand elder of the Wuji demon sect was not easily dealt with. A being who had lived for centuries would undoubtedly have hidden cards. Since the heaven-slaying sword technique had not been enough to eliminate Daoxiong, Lin Feng had no intention of prolonging the fight. What he needed now was time to digest the gifts bestowed by the sovereign of the Nine Nether. One Daoxiong was nothing. He could wipe out the entire Wuji demon sect with ease. With Daoxiong gone, Lin Feng prepared to leave as well. He needed to find a place to restore his identity as the Grand Master of the Divine Sword Sect and quickly rejoin the main group. Avoiding any undue suspicion, turning to glance at Leng Hanshuang, their eyes met before he vanished like a flash of light. Did we win? Many onlookers wept tears of joy. Moments ago, they had nearly been consumed by Daoxiong's devouring demon art. Thankfully, the demon-faced figure had intervened and shattered the technique, saving them all. Having faced death, they now understood the value of life. Phew! Yiching sighed in relief. He had fought hard to obtain the inheritance from the Nine Nether Secret Realm, an opportunity for the rise of the Medicine King Valley, and he did not wish to relinquish it to Daoxiong. However, if forced to choose between life and inheritance, he would undoubtedly opt for survival. An inheritance could be regained, but life, once lost, was irretrievable. This incident had illuminated Yiching's understanding. The Wuji demon sect was an insatiable beast. The Medicine King sect supplied them with countless spiritual herbs each year, yet they nearly perished at the hands of Daoxiong. After the intense battle, each faction hastened their retreat, unwilling to encounter any further mishaps. They had narrowly escaped disaster. The horror of the devouring demon art still lingered in their minds. After bidding farewell to the Divine Sword Sect, the Qian sect departed as well. Leng Hanshuang and Gu Mingzhou led a contingent of Divine Sword Sect disciples back. Lin Feng had rejoined the group unnoticed. With his strength, slipping in and out without a trace was effortless. After 2 days of travel, the Divine Sword Sect's main party finally returned to the sect's entrance. In that moment, they could finally consider themselves truly safe. No matter how formidable Daoxiong or the Wuji demon sect, they would never dare to wreak havoc within the Divine Sword Sect. Everyone has worked hard. The sect will host a victory feast for you tomorrow. Cole Jr. Sister and Elder Gu, please come to the main hall. The rest of you may return and rest. The voice of the sect leader, Luocha, resonated. Yes, sect leader. Yes, master. Upon entering the sect, Lin Feng separated from the main group. As he reached the foot of the solitary peak, a graceful figure soared through the air, landing directly in his embrace. Lin Feng held her tightly, gently patting her back in comfort. Don't not cry. If you keep crying, you won't look pretty. The newcomer was none other than his junior sister, Sumu Bai's daughter, Su Shiyao. Brother, I thought you would never return. Father has yet to awaken. What would I do if you were gone as well? Su Shiyao sobbed. Once, her world contained only 2 individuals, her father and her brother. Since becoming a disciple, she had gained a third, Master Lu Hongwan. How could that be? I promised to protect you, didn't I? Come, let me see if you've grown more beautiful in these past few months. Lin Feng gently pushed Su Xiao away, and they gazed at each other. 2 rosy blushes adorned Su Xiao's cheeks, enhancing her allure. This was not artificial blush but a natural bloom. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the creator's wonders. Compared to any celebrity on Earth from his previous life, Su Shiyao eclipsed them all. Though still young, her body had not yet fully matured. She was already a pure and beautiful maiden. Unlike Leng Hanshuang, who had ripened fully, or Yiching Xien, who was halfway there, Su Shiyao radiated a different charm. When Lin Feng first met Su Shiyao, he was just over 5 years old, already self-sufficient. Subsequently, he brought her to live with him on the solitary peak. His master, Su Mubai, often traveled, making Lin Feng her primary guardian. Their bond had flourished as they relied on each other, explaining their closeness. Even as they grew up and Lin Feng was labeled a waste, Su Shiyao never looked down on him. Watching her grow from an infant to a graceful young woman, she often joked about marrying him one day. To outsiders, they were childhood sweethearts, but to Lin Feng, it felt like nurturing a cherished maiden in a game. After all, his mental age far surpassed his physical one. "Brother, why did you return a month late? I was so worried, fearing something terrible had happened, and you would never come back," Su Shiyao inquired. "This story is a long one. Let us return to the solitary peak, and my senior brother will elaborate further." "All right." Lin Feng grasped Su Shiyao's hand, and together they strolled leisurely towards the solitary peak. "By the way, junior sister, I have good news to share with you." "What is it?" "Uncle Long has discovered the ethereal flower within the 9 Nether secret realm. Before long, our master will awaken." "Really?" "Absolutely. When has my senior brother ever deceived you? This is wonderful. Senior brother, father will finally awaken, and our family can reunite." In Su Shiyao's heart, her father and senior brother were her family. No one could sever their bond. "Indeed, with my senior brother around, no one shall dare to bully you too. I believe in you, senior brother." Su Shiyao did not take Lin Feng's words to heart. She uttered her faith simply to spare Lin Feng's feelings. The little girl had already resolved to diligently cultivate to protect her father and senior brother. Upon reaching Solitary Peak, Lin Feng resumed his familiar routines, capturing animals, fishing, and barbecuing. This was how he had raised Su Shiyao. The little girl praised Lin Feng's culinary skills endlessly, never tiring of the food she had grown up with. As time was of the essence, Lin Feng urged Su Shiyao to return. The 16 peaks of the Divine Sky Sword Sect each had their own rules, particularly the Jade Maiden Peak and the Morning Glow Peak. The female disciples of both peaks were numerous. Unless on a mission, they were required to return by night. "Senior brother, I wish to stay with you at Solitary Peak tonight." The little girl expressed her reluctance. A month ago, when Lin Feng had not returned, she felt as if the sky had fallen. The feeling was more intense than when Su Mubai had been gravely injured. They had nearly grown up together, never apart until Su Shiyao took on her apprenticeship. They had shared over 10 years of companionship that in terms of affection, her bond with Lin Feng was deeper than that with Su Mubai. Ultimately, Su Shiyao was persuaded by Lin Feng to return to Morning Glow Peak. Under the pretense of adhering to the rules, in truth, Lin Feng feared allowing Su Shiyao to stay. Before Su Shiyao became a disciple of Lu Hongwan, they had not only shared meals and living quarters, but had even slept together. Every morning upon waking, the little girl would cling tightly to Lin Feng. He had contemplated sleeping separately and had made various efforts to achieve this. However, the little girl had vehemently refused, crying endlessly at the mere thought of separation, claiming to be frightened and unable to sleep alone. In those moments, it was understandable, as she was merely a child. Yet, over the years, Su Shiyao had matured into a graceful young lady. Continuing to share a bed was indeed inappropriate, and Lin Feng himself felt discomfort by the situation. After all, he was a young man brimming with vigor. Even with extraordinary self-control, it was not an easy predicament to endure. After bidding farewell to Su Shiyao, Lin Feng inspected the sensing formations set up on Solitary Peak and began to earnestly cultivate. Having accepted the inheritance of the 9 Nether Sovereign, he understood that to become a master strategist, diligent effort was imperative. Surpassing the 12 realms was no trivial matter. Su Mubai had once informed Lin Feng that the strongest beings in the continent were at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. If any of the 4 top-tier forces were to produce a 10th realm powerhouse, the entire Li continent would likely be unified. The combat prowess of a 10th realm warrior far surpassed that of a 9th realm. Given the difficulty of reaching the 10th realm, surpassing the 12 realms was even more daunting. Despite Lin Feng's confidence in himself, he recognized the necessity of hard work. It was unrealistic to expect breakthroughs without effort. Just as Lin Feng embarked on his earnest cultivation journey, 2 pieces of news brought back by Leng Hanshuang sent the higher-ups of the Divine Sky Sword Sect into an uproar. The Seven-Kill Sect had secretly resumed training in the God-slaying technique and had dispatched the God-slaying team into the Nine Nether Secret Realm to confront Leng Hanshuang, even allying with the Boundless Demon Sect, with the intent to annihilate the members of the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect. The delay in opening the Nine Nether Secret Realm by a month was due to the emergence of an inheritance. Both pieces of news were of paramount importance. The higher-ups of the Divine Sky Sword Sect convened an emergency meeting to devise their next steps. The Boundless Demon Sect and the Seven-Kill Sect clearly aimed to shatter the balance and provoke war. Although the reasons behind their actions were unclear, vigilance was essential. This even alerted the ancestors who were in seclusion within the Forbidden Grounds. Subsequently, Leng Hanshuang sought out Luo Yuntian, declaring that not only was the Divine Sky Sword Sect in chaos, but the entire Li continent was also stirred. The one-month delay in the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm had already captured the attention of various factions within Li continent. Now, with the revelation of a significant inheritance within the realm, it was unprecedented. It had been over 10 millennia since the Nine Nether Secret Realm appeared, and this was the first instance of an inheritance surfacing. Although there had been speculations that the Nine Nether Secret Realm was created by an existence who had surpassed the 12 realms, the lack of evidence had led to disbelief. Should it be confirmed that an inheritance existed within, the opening of the realm, occurring once every 100 years, would become a focal point, compelling all factions with qualifying members to mobilize. The 4 top-tier forces might even impose restrictions on the number of entrants, allocating spots based on strength, as access would not be unlimited. After all, this inheritance belonged to an existence beyond the 12 realms. Who would not desire it? The most frustrated were undoubtedly the Boundless Demon Sect and the Seven-Kill Sect. Initially, they had planned to join forces, trapping all members of the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect within, delivering a crushing blow to their enemies. However, to their dismay, their adversaries remained unharmed while they suffered significant losses. Consequently, with the emergence of the inheritance, both sects gained nothing. The 2 top-tier forces were enraged, and the repercussions would be severe. The current tranquility in Li continent was merely the calm before the storm. Yet, none of this concerned Lin Feng. It was the burden of the sect's higher-ups. His focus was solely on diligent cultivation. 3 days later, Solitary Peak welcomed its first visitor since Lin Feng's return from the Nine Nether Secret Realm, Leng Hanshuang. "Why are you here again, uncle?" Lin Feng asked with a grimace. "What do you mean again? This is not my first visit, is it?" Leng Hanshuang queried, puzzled. "Uncle, I mentioned during our time in the Nine Nether Secret Realm that unless necessary, you should refrain from visiting me frequently. If you come too often, it may raise suspicions. I just wish to live a quiet life." "Please don't bring me trouble," Lin Feng implored. "Am I a source of trouble for you? Are you implying you find me bothersome?" Leng Hanshuang's expression darkened. "When your senior brother entrusted you to my care, you were merely a tiny child, and I took care of all your needs without complaint. Now that you've grown up, you've developed a disdain for me? Uncle, you've misunderstood. I could never harbor disdain for you. I am eternally grateful for your kindness, which I dare not forget. It's just that you used to visit once a year. If you come frequently, it will attract attention," Lin Feng quickly clarified. Given Leng Hanshuang's esteemed position within the Divine Sky Sword Sect, frequent visits to Solitary Peak would not only arouse suspicion but also draw focus to what was nearly an overlooked place. Lin Feng preferred to remain inconspicuous, ideally forgotten by all. "What does it matter if I attract attention? I am your uncle. Am I not allowed to visit?" "Uncle, you are putting me in a difficult position," Lin Feng murmured. "You are in a difficult position? Very well, Lin Feng. I originally came to inform you about your senior brother. But since you wish for me not to visit, I shall leave immediately, and you need not inquire about me." As she spoke, Leng Hanshuang turned to depart. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng panicked and grasped her hand. "Uncle, please don't go. I was wrong. You can come whenever you like. I will welcome you." "You said I could come whenever? Is that what you mean?" Leng Hanshuang asked impassively. Yes, I said so. But when you come, could you please be a bit more discreet? I implore you, as your nephew," Lin Feng responded, exasperated. "Very well. Since you've said so, I will be cautious and try not to draw attention when I visit." Leng Hanshuang calmly nodded, her heart secretly elated. "You see, I can't be easily dealt with," Lin Feng sighed, inwardly die in this world. He truly cared for only 3 individuals. One was his master, Su Mubai, who had saved him during his darkest hour and brought him to the Divine Sky Sword Sect. The second was his junior sister, Su Shiyao, with whom he had shared a significant part of his life, occupying an important place in each other's hearts. Lastly, there was his uncle, Leng Hanshuang, as someone who had traversed from Earth. Lin Feng had always felt a genuine affection from Leng Hanshuang during his childhood. Lin Feng learned from Leng Hanshuang that their master, Luocha, had begun preparing a spiritual pill for Su Mubai using the ethereal flower as the primary ingredient. This process would take approximately a week. Thus, provided all went well, Su Mubai would awaken within a week. This was good news for Lin Feng. Only when his master awakened and his worries were alleviated could he wholeheartedly focus on his cultivation. Lin Feng, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Leng Hanshuang stated awkwardly. It was likely the first time that his uncle sought his counsel on a cultivation matter. Lin Feng immediately suspected the topic. Uncle, is it about the god-slaying technique? Yes, Leng Hanshuang nodded. How did you manage to master the god-slaying technique in such a short time? I have only scratched the surface, but that day I witnessed you utilizing it. I gained new insights, though they are still insufficient. Thus, I wish to seek your guidance. Uncle, please do not refer to it as guidance. Let us explore this together. The essence of the god-slaying technique lies in mastering the integration of spirit, energy, and essence. Lin Feng shared many of his insights regarding the god-slaying technique, concluding with a demonstration for Leng Hanshuang on how to harmonize the three elements to enhance momentum. Naturally, he refrained from unleashing the full technique, for otherwise, the entire Divine Sky Sword sect would be alarmed. Satisfied with her return, Leng Hanshuang departed. Lin Feng believed he could finally enjoy some peace, only for Leng Hanshuang to return the following day. The helplessness he felt was immeasurable, yet there was no way out. He had made a promise. Once spoken, words could not be taken back. For an entire week, Leng Hanshuang visited Solitary Peak daily in her zeal to swiftly master the god-slaying technique. She dedicated herself to the endeavor. This was the fastest route to enhancing her combat strength. Lin Feng, though unbothered, patiently explained and demonstrated. Over the week, she had made considerable progress, achieving results that would have taken her tenfold longer to realize on her own. Lin Feng, we'll stop here for today. I have matters to attend to at Jade Maiden Peak, Leng Hanshuang announced, preparing to leave. All right, uncle, please be cautious on your way back. Do not let anyone see you. Lin Feng cautioned. Rest assured, I will be careful. Farewell, uncle. As Leng Hanshuang turned, she suddenly recalled something and said, by the way, Lin Feng, I may not be able to come for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy, though he maintained a calm facade. Then I shall await your return, uncle. With your talent, it should not take long for you to master the god-slaying technique. May your words bring good fortune. Farewell. With that, Leng Hanshuang transformed into a streak of light and vanished in the forbidden grounds of the boundless demon sect. A dense black mist enveloped the area. This mist was not ordinary. It was a form of neurotoxin. Below the fifth realm, contact with it meant certain death. Those in the fifth to sixth realms could barely withstand it for long. Daoxiong arrived at the periphery of the forbidden grounds, his left arm fully healed without any residual effects. For someone of his strength and status, reattaching a severed limb was a trivial matter. However, losing a limb or having it destroyed posed a more significant challenge. Father, I have arrived. Daoxiong called out to the depths of the forbidden grounds. Come in. An aged voice responded from within. The black mist parted, forming a passage as Daoxiong stepped inside. Deep within the forbidden grounds lay a cave. Upon reaching its entrance, Daoxiong halted, refraining from entering. Speak your purpose, the voice echoed from inside the cave. Father, how long until you can emerge from seclusion? Daoxiong inquired. It will take some time. Though I managed to forcefully break through to the 10th realm as my end draws near, my body is worn out and cannot fully accept the gifts of this breakthrough. I must recuperate, and I am not yet ready to leave, the voice explained. If this information were to circulate, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar in Li Continent. Wasn't the strongest being in Li Continent at the pinnacle of the 9th realm? Now, a 10th realm powerhouse had emerged? Could it be that the balance of power in Li Continent was about to shift entirely? Father, have you heard of the god-slaying technique? Daoxiong asked again. The god-slaying technique? I have not heard of it. That cannot be. You have lived for so long. How could you not have encountered such a formidable skill? Daoxiong expressed disbelief. His father, the boundless Taoist, was among the longest living figures in Li Continent, having survived for thousands of years. How could he possibly be unaware of the god-slaying technique? Unless it had never existed before. In recent days, Daoxiong had perused numerous texts and found no mention of the god-slaying technique. It was precisely due to this lack of information that he had come to disturb his father in the Forbidden Grounds, hoping to inquire about his impending emergence and to seek vengeance for his severed arm. What transpired? Speak in detail. Daoxiong recounted the emergence of the inheritance within the Nether secret realm and how his devouring demon technique had been countered by the god-slaying technique, leading to the loss of his arm. The cave fell into a brief silence. To sever your arm while breaking through your devouring demon technique with a single strike. It seems the god-slaying technique is not to be underestimated. However, I truly have never heard of this name, his father remarked. Father, when the god-slaying technique is executed, a blinding white light envelopes all, rendering them sightless, even stripping them of their senses. Had I not relied on my battle experience to evade critical strikes, the consequences would have been far worse. Daoxiong described the situation. His father's voice took on an astonished tone. You mean to say that this skill can strip one of their senses? Such a miraculous sword technique exists? For someone with extensive knowledge of the various factions and powerhouses within the continent, there was no one more informed than the boundless Taoist. Yet he had never heard of a technique that could negate one's senses. In combat, to have one's senses stripped away would significantly diminish effectiveness, relying solely on experience to defend oneself. Indeed, it is true, Daoxiong asserted. Only those who had experienced the god-slaying technique could comprehend its true horror. You mentioned that your adversary is not from the Divine Sky Sword Sect and has been masked, making their age indiscernible? Yes, Father. All strong individuals from the Divine Sky Sword Sect at the 6th realm and above are under our surveillance. Yet this individual is always masked, now referred to as the masked demon. Once you exit, investigate this masked demon thoroughly. A powerhouse cannot simply appear out of thin air. There must be a trail to follow. Once you uncover their identity, do not act rashly. Wait for my emergence to confront them and their affiliated forces, the boundless Taoist instructed thoughtfully. Understood, Father. When will you emerge? Daoxiong asked eagerly. His position of power within the boundless demon sect was largely due to having a formidable father. Otherwise, his massacre of millions would have drawn ire from all, and the boundless demon sect could not afford to handle such backlash. Soon, very soon, at the Divine Sky Sword Sect, on the summit of Solitary Peak, Lin Feng sat cross-legged beneath a millennia-old tree, entering a profound state of sword comprehension. While others relied on fortune and chance, he could enter this state at will, a feat that left countless sword cultivators in awe. During these days, Lin Feng had devoted all his energy to this pursuit, hoping to reach the 3rd realm of sword mastery, the sword domain. Regrettably, he had yet to see results. The ultimate sword intent remained stagnant. The leap from sword intent to sword domain was an immense chasm. No one in the continent had reportedly managed to cross it. Prior to reaching the ultimate sword intent, Lin Feng had encountered no bottlenecks. Yet now, he found himself stuck, underscoring the difficulty of breaking into the sword domain. As he opened his eyes, disappointment washed over him once more. The breakthrough into the sword domain remains elusive, a formidable challenge indeed. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a disturbance in the formation of Gloomy Peak. He looked up to see Leng Hanshuang approaching gracefully through the air. Lin Feng respectfully greeted her, acknowledging the reverence due to his master's uncle. Enough of the formalities. It was said that when it's just the two of us, there's no need for such politeness, she replied dismissively. Master, have you completed your matters? Lin Feng inquired. 2 days prior, Leng Hanshuang had mentioned she would be occupied and unable to come. Yet, here she was, returning in a mere 2 days. Not yet. You know, the events surrounding the Nether secret realm have stirred things up. The Wuji demon sect and the 7 Kill sect are behaving rather unusually. Even the ancestors in the Forbidden Grounds have been roused. The balance in the continent may soon be shattered. Her tone bore a hint of resignation. War is an eventuality no one wishes to witness. Historically, every major conflict in the continent has left scars that take an eternity to heal, regardless of victory or defeat. Every faction suffers grievously. Are the Wuji demon sect and the 7 Kill sect truly preparing to wage war against us? Lin Feng asked, brow furrowed. War is inevitable. Otherwise, Daoxiong would not dare to act against all factions in the Nether Valley. The timing remains uncertain, but we must be prepared to avoid being caught off guard, she elucidated. Lin Feng felt a sense of unease. We've only just begun to enjoy peaceful days, and now war looms on the horizon? If the four top sects engage in battle, no faction will emerge unscathed. The continent could plunge into chaos, countless families would be shattered, and lives would be lost. I may not be a sage, but I cannot bear to witness such devastation. Though he wished to avert such a fate, he recognized his current strength was insufficient to alter the course of events. Master, you must make time to master the sky-slaying sword technique. It will enhance your combat capabilities, Lin Feng urged. I am aware. I will hasten to conclude my affairs and seek your guidance. She nodded, eager to perfect the technique. Yet, as a senior member of the Divine Sword Sect and the leader of Jade Maiden Peak, she was bound by the sect's obligations. Master, what brings you here today? This is for you. She tossed an item to Lin Feng. Catching it, he examined it closely. It bore the character for sword. Master, what is this? Did you not wish to enter the sword tomb to comprehend the sword? This is your token for entry, she explained. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. He had encountered a bottleneck in his sword comprehension, unable to advance in the ultimate sword intent. If he could break through in the sword tomb, his combat strength would significantly increase, thus bolstering his self-preservation in the impending war. Thank you, Master. Lin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. I must return now. You should also strive to enhance your strength. The Wuji demon sect, daring to instigate war, surely has its own resources. Our divine sword sect will be at a disadvantage if we are forced into a passive stance. I hope you can contribute to our sect, she urged. Rest assured, Master. While I may not grasp the grand principles of righteousness, I understand that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. The divine sword sect is my home, and I shall protect it with all my might, Lin Feng declared earnestly. With such resolve, he would safeguard the sect as long as he possessed the capability. However, should the situation become irretrievable, he would prioritize the safety of those he cherished. Your mindset brings me solace. Yet, Lin Feng, should the divine sword sect truly find itself in dire straits, and you cannot change the outcome, I personally wish for you to leave. With your talent and the legacy of the 9 Nether Sovereign, I believe it won't be long before you can avenge us. Leng Hanshuang spoke gravely. In recent days, the sect had convened multiple emergency meetings, which hinted at the troubling situation with the Wuji demon sect. Although these were mere speculations, they were not without basis. After all, Qian Daoxiong's audacity to challenge all factions revealed much. Master, we, the Divine Sword Sect, are one of the 4 top sects in the continent. Can you not harbor such pessimism? Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. We haven't even engaged in battle yet you prepare for death. It seems there is no confidence whatsoever. I merely prepare for the worst-case scenario. You will assess the situation and act accordingly when the time comes. Understood, Master. After Leng Hanshuang departed, Lin Feng lingered, pondering her words. Something felt amiss. Her statements conveyed a determination to share the sect's fate. As if the Divine Sword Sect were destined to fail. Are the strengths of the 4 top sects not relatively equal? Could some unforeseen event have transpired? No. I must remain vigilant. First, I shall enter the sword tomb to comprehend the sword and see if I can break through to the sword domain in a short time. I must seize control of my fate, he resolved. With that thought, Lin Feng soared into the air, departing Gloomy Peak. The sword tomb, the sacred ground of the Divine Sword Sect, where countless swords of its ancestors lay buried. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Feng was halted by a great door. Producing the token Leng Hanshuang had given him, it emitted a radiant light that illuminated the door ahead. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Lin Feng stepped inside, as if entering another realm. Before him lay numerous small graves, each adorned with a sword. Long swords, short swords, broad swords, heavy swords. Countless strands of sword energy drifted through the air like ghosts. He reached out, capturing a wisp of sword energy in his palm. Too weak, he muttered, releasing it again. He continued forward, sensing the sword energy growing stronger, until he found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the sword. 2 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight illuminating his face. Their promise, the ultimate sword intent had seen a slight increase. Although modest, it was a sign of progress. Truly, this place was the epitome for sword practitioners. Lin Feng pressed deeper into the sword tomb, avoiding 2 figures along the way, and finally reached the innermost sanctum where the sword energy was most potent, an area generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Chapter 49. The realm of the sword domain in the continent. The Apothecary Valley stands as a unique neutral force, maintaining cordial relations with all factions. Historically, it has evaded turmoil during several major conflicts. At this moment, the Valley's master, Zhuge Hongtao, sat transfixed by a secret report, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep. The report contained but a single line. Wuji Daoren is suspected of breaking through to the 10th realm. This solitary statement left Zhuge Hongtao restless and unable to find peace. The emergence of the first 10th realm powerhouse in the continent would spell the end of their prosperous days. The Apothecary Valley had thrived by navigating the balance of power among factions, and should one faction gain dominance, that balance would shatter, leaving the valley vulnerable. Though the Apothecary Valley currently enjoyed a position of esteem, should the Wuji demon sect annihilate the remaining factions to unify the continent, the valley would either be extinguished or be forced into servitude. Neither outcome was acceptable to Zhuge Hongtao. He had long desired the Apothecary Valley to ascend to the 5th major force in the continent, no longer needing to curry favor. Just as an opportunity seemed to arise, Zhuge Qingyun, the valley's first heir, had received the legacy of a peak 10th realm expert from the Nine Nether Palace. Yet, out of nowhere, this news struck. Zhuge Hongtao found himself caught between laughter and tears. The Apothecary Valley had previously allied with the Divine Sword Sect and other factions to confront the Wuji Demon Sect's elder, Qian Daoxiong, who happened to be the son of Wuji Daoren, a man known for holding grudges. If Wuji Daoren had indeed broken through to the 10th realm, revenge would be sought upon them. Zhuge Hongtao pondered for 3 days and nights, unable to devise a strategy. Should Wuji Daoren truly have reached the 10th realm, even the peak 9th realm powers of the Divine Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect would be forced to kneel in submission. The chasm between the 9th and 10th realms is vast. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the report's wording, suspected. Suspected indicated that the matter was not yet confirmed, and where there is uncertainty, there is opportunity, albeit one not in his control at that moment. A knock echoed at the study door. "Come in," Zhuge Hongtao rasped. The door creaked open, revealing a graceful figure in her 20s, with raven hair elegantly styled. A delicate face and skin as fair as jade, she wore a simple dress, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. She was Zhuge Qingyun's sister, Zhuge Liuli, a woman as exquisite as her name suggested. "Father, you've not left the study for 3 days, and no matter how important the matter, you mustn't neglect your health," she said, carrying a bowl of soup. Her voice was as soothing as a spring breeze. "Where is your brother?" Zhuge Hongtao inquired. "Since returning from the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he has been in seclusion," she replied. Alas, this was to be the Apothecary Valley's moment of rise, yet such calamity befalls us. "Is it fate that seeks to doom us?" Zhuge Hongtao lamented. "What has happened to invoke such despair?" Zhuge Liuli asked, her brow furrowing in concern, enhancing her beauty. "Come see for yourself." Zhuge Hongtao leaned back in his chair. As she approached the desk and glimpsed the report, her body jolted, and the bowl of soup fell to the ground with a crash. "Father, is this true?" As the daughter of the Apothecary Valley's master, Zhuge Liuli had immersed herself in countless texts from a young age, surpassing her brother in her understanding of the larger picture. If the contents of the report were accurate, the Valley's situation was dire, potentially facing annihilation. Regardless of the truth, we must devise a means of self-preservation. Yet, despite racking my brain, I find no path suitable for the Apothecary Valley. Is it truly my fate to lead the valley to ruin? How shall I face our ancestors in the future? Zhuge Hongtao's face turned ashen. "Father, there is no need for excessive worry. The report states suspected, indicating uncertainty. It suggests there is room for reversal," Zhuge Liuli reassured him. "Liuli, what do you gauge the credibility of this report to be?" "At least 80%, she replied after contemplation. "Your assessment seems overly cautious. I would argue it is closer to 90%, indicating a high likelihood that Wuji Daoren has indeed broken through to the 10th realm. Father, even if Wuji Daoren has attained the 10th realm, the Divine Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect stand in our way. It may not yet be our turn. Perhaps they can deal with Wuji Daoren," she countered. "Sigh. Liuli, you cannot fathom the vast divide between the peak 9th realm and the 10th realm. Unless 10 peak 9th realm experts join forces, they might only have a chance against a 10th realm powerhouse, and that is merely a possibility. The entire continent boasts no more than 5 peak 9th realm experts." A heavy silence enveloped the father and daughter. 3 days later, within the sword tomb of the Divine Sword Sect, all sword energy suddenly surged violently, racing toward the depths of the sect. Not only the sword energy but even the swords planted in the graves began to tremble violently. Moments later, they collectively lifted from the ground, heading toward the innermost sanctum. Several disciples immersed in sword comprehension were startled awake, gazing in bewilderment at the unusual spectacle. What is happening? The sword tomb is the sacred ground of the divine sword sect. Who dares to act recklessly here? The sword energy has vanished, and even the swords are flying away. This is intolerable. They scrambled toward the exit of the sword tomb, desperate to alert the higher-ups of the sect. A crisis was brewing within the sword tomb, the very heart of the sword tomb. A solitary figure sat cross-legged. The sword energy and swords intertwined, forming an orderly arrangement before him, as if in reverence. Lin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Finally, I've succeeded. So this is the sword domain. No wonder it is so difficult to break through. The disparity is immense. Just the manifestation of the breakthrough is beyond the realm of mere sword intent. Fortunately, this transpired within the enclosed confines of the sword tomb. Had it occurred on Gloomy Peak, the entire divine sword sect would have been stirred. After the initial thrill, Lin Feng regained his composure. He understood he must depart swiftly. The anomaly within the sword tomb would surely attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups, and being discovered would complicate matters. Releasing the newly comprehended sword domain, he enveloped the entirety of the sword tomb. With a thought, he arrived at the exit, stepping out and hastily departing. Not long after he left, the sect leader, Luocha, accompanied by several high-ranking members, arrived at the entrance of the sword tomb. Unfortunately, by then, the sword tomb had returned to its original state, devoid of any indication of the recent phenomenon. Chapter 50. The medicinal bath assists. The news of Wuji Dao Ren's breakthrough to the 10th realm had not spread widely. It circulated only among medium to large factions, and even then, it remained unverified. Yet, its shockwaves reverberated throughout the cultivation community of the continent. In the realm of 9, many experts existed, but none had reached the 10th realm. The emergence of Wuji Dao Ren as the first 10th realm powerhouse would irrevocably alter the balance that had persisted for years. Not only the Apothecary Valley but even the Divine Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, upon learning this news, were left somewhat bewildered. However, as time passed, the Wuji Demon Sect made no move, prompting suspicion. Logically, if Wuji Dao Ren had indeed broken through to the 10th realm, it would be monumental news, leading the sect to proclaim it widely and celebrate. Why, then, was there no action? This enigma left many questioning. The Wuji Demon Sect remained silent, emboldening the various factions to take action, gradually recalling their disciples in preparation for the impending chaos. The unusual movements of the mid-sized factions were not lost on the smaller ones, who, oblivious to the cause, followed suit and fortified their positions. The cultivation community of the continent entered a brief period of absolute peace. No wars, no deaths. However, the duration of this calm hinged on the Wuji Demon Sect. Every action they took would ripple across the continent's landscape. The terror of a 10th realm powerhouse was palpable. Merely the possibility of such a rumor was sufficient to compel every faction in the continent to set aside their affairs and prepare for the worst. Lin Feng was unaware of the rumors regarding Wuji Dao Ren's breakthrough. Ever since he transcended to the sword domain, his focus had solely been on his cultivation. Both sword comprehension and the sky-slaying sword technique, a transcendent skill, required a solid foundation of strength to wield effectively. It was akin to a formidable sniper rifle. In the hands of a trained Special Forces operative, its lethality is unmatched compared to a child who has never held a weapon. A 6th, 7th, or even an 8th realm practitioner wielding the sky-slaying sword technique would pose no threat to a 10th realm expert. However, the scenario shifts dramatically at the 9th realm. Not only does a 9th realm practitioner possess the potential to injure a 10th realm powerhouse, but a peak 9th realm expert wielding the sky-slaying sword technique might even kill a 10th realm foe. Lin Feng had recently broken through to the 8th realm, while Daoxiong lingered at the peak of the 8th realm. Given Lin Feng's limited time training the sky-slaying sword technique and Daoxiong's formidable swallowing demon skill, their confrontation in the 9 Nether Valley had resulted in Lin Feng being able to injure him but not kill him. Within the legacy of the 9 Nether Sovereign, Lin Feng acquired a wealth of devastating techniques, of which the sky-slaying sword technique was merely one. His choice to prioritize mastering this technique stemmed from its impressive title and his identity as a sword practitioner. Having reached the sword domain, with the sky-slaying sword technique to augment his abilities, Lin Feng had effectively reached the apex of combat potential for an 8th realm expert. Now, He needed to place considerable emphasis on elevating his cultivation. Without advancing his realm, further enhancement of his combat strength would prove exceedingly difficult. At merely 22 or 23 years of age, Lin Feng had achieved a terrifying 8th realm. His combat power was already comparable to that of a 9th realm expert, a prodigious talent unprecedented in the annals of the continent's history. However, having accepted the legacy of the 9 Nether sovereign, Lin Feng was not content to rest on his laurels. He aspired to elevate his cultivation swiftly, with 10th and 12th realms not merely as goals, but as stepping stones on his path. The true objective is to surpass the 12 realms. Only then will one be deemed worthy to inherit the identity of the chess player of the 9 Nether Saint Master. The fate of the pieces lies in the hands of others, while the destiny of the player is firmly in their own grasp. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Feng would never surrender his fate to another. Such is not his nature. One's destiny must be controlled by oneself. At the solitary peak of the divine sky sword sect, Lin Feng sat naked within a wooden tub, flames roaring beneath. He was not indulging in a bath, but rather undergoing a medicinal soak. The tub contained not only water but also an array of spiritual herbs and medicines, all of which Lin Feng had procured from the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Following the decline of the solitary peak, little of value remained aside from the library. To enhance his cultivation, he could resort to spiritual pills and medicines, yet Lin Feng lacked the ability to concoct pills. Therefore, he opted for the medicinal bath, which, while not as effective as pills, was certainly superior to foregoing assistance altogether. Previously, Lin Feng had scarcely utilized medicinal aids, yet he had ascended to the 8th realm in his 20s. Now, with the multitude of spiritual herbs acquired from the 9 Nether Secret Realm, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate tremendously. After a day, the water in the tub had become strikingly clear, having absorbed all the medicinal properties. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and a smile graced his face, his heart swelling with joy. His cultivation had advanced from the initial stage of the 8th realm to the mid-stage. With the aid of spiritual herbs, the pace of his growth was indeed significantly hastened. Fortunately, during his time in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, he had seized numerous spiritual herbs from the hands of exotic beasts. Otherwise, where would he have found such treasures? Without revealing his innate talent, Lin Feng knew he could not expect to receive cultivation resources from the sect. Each faction had its own resource allocation regulations. Those with greater talent received more attention and, consequently, more resources, while those deemed less capable received far less, if anything at all. Individuals like Lin Feng, considered waste, had no right to participate in resource distribution, which was why he never sought it. If you don't provide, then I have no desire for it, he thought defiantly. Even without any external resources, Lin Feng was confident that his cultivation speed would not lag behind others. Rising from the tub, he revealed a physique that would make even the most enamored women on earth gasp. With a flick of his hand, his garments came flying, and as he leaped lightly, they were already donned by the time he touched the ground. Lin Feng proceeded to the medicinal garden at the solitary peak. The once overgrown area was now lush with various rare spiritual herbs, attracting countless butterflies and bees, along with many birds soaring overhead. Suddenly, a massive bird with a wingspan of 2 to 3 meters dove from the sky, targeting a spiritual herb in the garden. Just as it seemed poised for success, a small figure darted out. The bird emitted a piercing cry as it fell to the ground, struggling for a moment before lying still. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that a small white snake had bitten it. This little white snake was none other than Lin Feng's pet, a successful transformation of a flood dragon. The giant bird was hardly a match for the dragon. Well done, little white. From now on, this garden shall be under your care. If anyone dares to steal my spiritual herbs, do not hesitate to leave them all to me, Lin Feng praised as he walked into the garden. These spiritual herbs were vital for his rapid cultivation and must not be wasted by the creatures of the area. The flood dragon, Little White, immediately flew to Lin Feng's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his cheek. Chapter 51. Am I foolish? After teasing Little White for a while, Lin Feng plucked the feathers from the giant bird he had slain, cleaned it, and placed it over the fire to roast. One must not waste readily available ingredients. Having hunted various beasts on the solitary peak since childhood, Lin Feng had come to a realization. Generally speaking, birds were tastier than terrestrial creatures, while those on land were far superior to those in water. Before long, the bird was sizzling and fragrant as it roasted. emitting a delightful aroma. Sprinkling on a secret seasoning essential for barbecuing, the taste was nothing short of exquisite. Even Little White became enamored with Lin Feng's barbecue. The two quickly devoured the giant bird, but Little White gazed up at Lin Feng with longing, signaling that it had not had enough. "All right, little one, just a taste will suffice. If you were to eat your fill, I would surely be exhausted," Lin Feng jested. He was well aware of Little White's appetite. If allowed to indulge freely, it would not take long for it to eradicate all the birds and beasts on the solitary peak. "Ah," Little White protested with a displeased cry. "Enough in the future. I shall roast more for you when time permits. For now, I have matters to attend to, so guard the garden well." Lin Feng gently patted Little White. "Ah?" The flood dragon nodded eagerly. With a swift motion, Lin Feng unsheathed his sword and soared into the sky, departing the medicinal garden. Soon, he arrived beneath a grand tree at the peak. He had sensed someone triggering the formation of the solitary peak. Sure enough, not long after, a familiar figure came into view, Leng Hanshuang. The only two individuals likely to visit the solitary peak at this time were Leng Hanshuang and Su Xiao, the latter of whom was probably engrossed in her training at the Morning Glow Peak, while Leng Hanshuang was the more frequent visitor. The young girl was persistent, driven by a fierce determination to amass sufficient strength to protect her father and senior brother in the future. This was beneficial for her training, and Lin Feng had no desire to dissuade her. Especially since returning from the Nether secret realm, he understood that he could not protect Su Xiao indefinitely. Should the day come when he departed, she must possess the power to safeguard herself. As for keeping her by his side, Lin Feng had contemplated this, but given the uncertain path ahead, it might prove even more perilous. After all, he could potentially encounter players who had surpassed the 12 realms in such places as Luocha. A being of such caliber could obliterate everything with a mere gesture. Lin Feng had witnessed his master uncle's prowess firsthand. As per custom, Lin Feng bowed in respect. "It is said that when only the two of us are present, such formalities are unnecessary." Leng Hanshuang frowned slightly. "Master uncle, one must still observe the proper etiquette. Otherwise, would it not imply that my master has failed in his teachings? Enough, enough. Do as you wish." Leng Hanshuang waved her hand. She had grown accustomed to Lin Feng's formalities. "Master uncle, I wonder if you have come to continue training the celestial slashing sword technique, or if there is another matter at hand," Lin Feng inquired. "Lin Feng, do you think I am foolish?" Leng Hanshuang suddenly countered. What? Lin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected question, doubting his hearing. "I asked. Am I foolish?" Leng Hanshuang reiterated earnestly. This time, Lin Feng understood clearly. "Master uncle, how could you think that? If I were not foolish, why have I been unable to grasp the celestial slashing sword technique despite training for so long?" She lamented. The mastery of skills and secret techniques is divided into 3 levels: entry, proficiency, and perfection. Lin Feng had reached proficiency with the celestial slashing sword technique. The next step would be perfection. "Master uncle, how long have you been practicing?" The celestial slashing sword technique is a renowned technique of a being from the 12 realms capable of slaying opponents of higher levels. Some may never master it in their lifetime. Your progress has been notably swift, and it won't be long before you achieve entry, Lin Feng reassured her. "Then how is it that you reached proficiency in merely a month?" Leng Hanshuang fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Could he confess that he had not even practiced for an entire month? In reality, he had only spent half a month learning the celestial slashing sword technique, a detail he could not reveal, lest it further undermine Leng Hanshuang's confidence. "Oh, of course. How could I compare myself to you? A prodigy like you has never existed in the history of Luocha. You are not of the ordinary realm. I should compare myself to others who are normal, not to you, as it only makes me feel like more of a failure," Leng Hanshuang muttered to herself, seemingly trying to console herself. "Master uncle, why must you compare yourself to anyone? You are already a genius among geniuses. At less than a century old, you possess such strength. Your future achievements are boundless." "What are my achievements worth?" Leng Hanshuang questioned. "Master uncle, can we please change the subject?" Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. He himself was unsure why his cultivation had progressed so rapidly. Whether in terms of cultivation, sword comprehension, or mastering techniques, everything had unfolded smoothly. Only when breaking through to the sword domain had he encountered a slight bottleneck. Yet even that had not taken much time. He had successfully broken through within 3 days in the sword tomb. Leng Hanshuang was unclear about her own feelings today. Ever since learning that Wujideo might break through to the 10th realm, the higher-ups of the sect had been frequently convening to discuss strategies, only to find themselves without any solutions. If Wujideo truly did break through, the only course of action for the Divine Sky Sword sect would be to discreetly send out disciples with potential to preserve some sparks for the sect, hoping for a future opportunity to restore its former glory. These days, Leng Hanshuang felt utterly despondent. She despised her own lack of ability. If only she possessed Lin Feng's talent, what would a mere 10th realm matter? Lin Feng was only in his 20s and could contend with Qian Daoxiong without falling behind, even severing one of his arms. Who was Qian Daoxiong, the Grand Elder of the Wujideo sect? A figure of renown for centuries, at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, poised to break into the 9th realm at any moment. Though Lin Feng had managed to sever Qian Daoxiong's arm, it was primarily due to his proficiency in the celestial slashing sword technique. His own cultivation was still merely at the early stage of the 8th realm, a 20-something at the early stage of the 8th realm? He had never received any assistance from the sect. Leng Hanshuang could not fathom how this young man cultivated so swiftly. If only she could attain Lin Feng's rate of progress, would she still fear Wujideo? If only Lin Feng had a bit more time. Once he entered the 9th realm, armed with the sword domain and the celestial slashing sword technique, he could at least contend with Wujideo. When the sword tomb exhibited anomalies, and the higher-ups of the Divine Sky Sword sect went to investigate, Leng Hanshuang had already guessed it was Lin Feng's doing. Just before, she had handed the passage token to him. What a coincidence that would be! When she later inquired, it turned out Lin Feng had indeed broken through to the 3rd realm of sword comprehension, the sword domain. His cultivation speed was extraordinary, and even his sword comprehension and mastery of techniques had reached an astonishing pace. The more Leng Hanshuang thought about it, the more she felt like a failure, which led to her earlier question. She would rather remain ignorant of Lin Feng's secrets. The more she knew, the more it hurt. Chapter 52. Unexpected events. Seeing Leng Hanshuang gazing at him in silence, Lin Feng felt awkward and unsure of how to console her. So he opted for silence. Some matters become more convoluted with explanation. It was better to wait for her to come to clarity on her own. After a considerable time, Leng Hanshuang finally calmed down. She recognized that the pressure of recent days had been overwhelming, leading to her current state. I apologize, Lin Feng. I've been rather irritable lately. I hope you don't take offense that it's nothing. I understand. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that she had come to terms with it. He feared she might not. Let us begin. I wish to master the celestial slashing sword technique as soon as possible, Leng Hanshuang declared. Master Uncle, when will my master awaken? Lin Feng inquired. The sect master is quite busy at the moment, but rest assured, the moment he has time, he will prioritize Brother Mu Bai's situation, and I will notify you then. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt reassured. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, he would continue assisting Leng Hanshuang. Although he understood that even if he mastered the celestial slashing sword technique, it would not significantly impact the situation. Leng Hanshuang still wished to enhance her combat prowess as much as possible before the impending battle. As days passed. On the 5th day atop the solitary peak, Leng Hanshuang stood motionless beneath the ancient tree, eyes closed and wielding the ice soul sword, seemingly merging with her surroundings. Gradually, she entered a state of unity among spirit, energy, and essence. Lin Feng observed from a distance. After some time, Leng Hanshuang opened her eyes, revealing a smile. At last, I have entered the initial stage. This signified that she could now employ the celestial slashing sword technique in combat. Though her cultivation remained unchanged, her combat power had risen significantly. Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands together in salute. Congratulations, Master Uncle. Thank you, Lin Feng. Without your assistance, I would not have achieved success so swiftly. Leng Hanshuang expressed her genuine gratitude. Master Uncle need not be so courteous. In truth, I contributed little. Your success is ultimately due to your own efforts. Lin Feng scratched his head modestly. By the way, I heard from the sect master that the pill to detoxify Brother Mu Bai will be ready tomorrow. Really? Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. Indeed. Leng Hanshuang nodded with certainty. Wonderful. Is my master finally going to awaken? Lin Feng nearly leaped in excitement. The following day, within the side hall of the Divine Sky Sword sect, all 7 members of the Divine Sky 7 Swords were present, including Lin Feng and Su Shiyao, as they were the closest individuals to Su Mu Bai. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Sect Master Luo Yuntian fed a pill, emanating a potent medicinal aroma. To the unconscious Su Mu by within the ice coffin, Su Xiao clutched Lin Feng's arm tightly, both anxiously fixated on the comatose figure of Su Mu Bai. Time ticked away. Yet, after consuming the pill, Su Mu Bai showed no signs of awakening. Luo Yuntian's brow gradually furrowed. He approached the ice coffin and conducted a thorough examination of Su Mu Bai, his mind swirling with questions. The poison of the soul-eating powder within Su Mu Bai had been eliminated after he ingested the spiritual pill containing the other shore flower. Yet why had he not awakened? It made no sense. For a moment, Luo Yuntian found himself at a loss. Su Mu Bai's body appeared to be functioning normally, but his soul remained in a deep slumber. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Feng called out, "Master Uncle, how is my master? Why has he not awakened? The other shore flower is fine, and the pill is effective. The soul-eating powder in the elder brother has been cleared. As for why he remains unresponsive, I cannot ascertain the reason." Luo Yuntian shook his head. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao gripped Lin Feng's arm even tighter, her expression filled with worry, while the other members of the Divine Sky Seven Swords exhibited looks of confusion. Wasn't he elder brother afflicted by the soul-eating powder? If it has been eliminated, why does he still not awaken? Is there truly nothing you can do, Master Uncle? Lin Feng asked, anxiety evident on his face. At present, there is no solution. However, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion. With his vast knowledge, he should be able to uncover the reason, Luo Yuntian explained. Then hurry and summon the ancestor, Lin Feng urged, filled with urgency. Lin Feng, I understand your concern for elder brother and empathize with your feelings. However, I cannot ascertain whether the ancestor will have time. I must first gauge his willingness, Luo Yuntian clarified. He was not worried about whether the ancestor would have time, but rather if he would wish to attend. If Su Mu Bai were still the genius he once was, it would pose no issue, but now he was considered a cripple. The ancestor was already preoccupied with the potential breakthrough of Wujidao, and such a minor matter may not hold his interest. Though Luo Yuntian was the head of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, he dared not act presumptuously in front of the ancestor, who was at the peak of the Ninth Realm. Only upon breaking into the Ninth Realm would he possess a degree of authority. Lin Feng sensed Luo Yuntian's hesitation and could only suppress his own worries. Thank you, Master Uncle. Please do ensure that the ancestor is summoned, he implored. I will do my best. After all, elder brother has sacrificed so much for the sect, Luo Yuntian conceded, though he could not guarantee anything, as he could not dictate the ancestor's thoughts. Lin Feng helped Su Xiao leave the side hall. With no diagnosis in sight, there was little he could do but hope the ancestor would arrive soon. The members of the Divine Sky Seven Swords dispersed to attend to their respective matters. Despite the apparent tranquility across Luocha, tumultuous undercurrents were brewing behind the scenes. Various factions were actively preparing, just in case Wujidao truly broke through to the 10th realm, ensuring they would not be caught off guard. Back at the solitary peak, Lin Feng brought Su Xiao back. Given her current state, she was ill-suited for cultivation. Elder brother, will my father ever awaken? Su Xiao asked with tear-filled eyes. Do not speak such nonsense. Elder brother promises you that master will surely awaken, Lin Feng reassured her. But even Master Uncle has no solution. Isn't there still the ancestor? He has lived for thousands of years and will surely know the cause. Elder brother, I am aware that my father has been rendered a cripple. The sect does not prioritize him. Only a few masters and uncles will care for him. The ancestor will not come, Su Xiao stated matter-of-factly, pinpointing the crux of the issue. Though young, she was notably astute. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, your words hold some truth, yet it must be acknowledged that Master S' incapacitation was for the sake of the sect. With the backing of our esteemed senior, the ancestor will surely come. Otherwise, would it not chill everyone's hearts? Who would be willing to devote themselves to the sect thereafter? What if even the ancestor cannot discern the problem? The young girl inquired further. In that case, I shall take master away from the Shenshao sword sect and seek answers beyond. The world is vast, and there will surely be a solution. If not in Lizhou, then I shall journey to other continents. Regardless, I am determined to awaken master, Lin Feng responded earnestly. He was not jesting. If the ancestor could not assist or chose not to come, he would leave with Su Mu Bai. Even if it meant traversing the entire 9 continents, he would find a way to bring master back to consciousness. Chapter 53. Ancestor Yiching Xien Senior Brother, I wish to accompany you. Su Xiao exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. Then go, But why such fervor? Lin Feng said, somewhat taken aback by her enthusiasm. Fear you might abandon me. The young girl pouted, on the verge of tears. Lin Feng embraced Su Shiyao, his heart aching as he reassured her. How could that be? We are family. We must stay together, no matter where we go. Yes, we are family. We must always be together, Su Shiyao echoed in Lin Feng's embrace. Their bond had flourished not only because they had grown up together, but also due to another reason. As Su Shiyao matured and learned that Lin Feng was deemed a waste, she harbored no disdain but vowed to cultivate diligently to protect her senior brother in the future. This was what deeply touched Lin Feng. In the predatory world of the 9 continents, strength equated to everything. A waste would not only be scorned by those around, but even close kin would turn their backs. Though Lin Feng and Su Shiyao were merely siblings in the sect, their relationship was far closer than that of blood relatives. The young girl's unwavering desire to marry Lin Feng upon growing up remained unaltered. A love devoid of external influence is the purest and most cherished. The peak of Shunxiao Sword Sect. Atop the sword tower, Luo Yuntian clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, saying, Luo Yuntian pays his respects to the ancestor. Before him stood a diminutive, unkempt elder, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. This elder was none other than Yiching Xien, the longest-serving and most senior ancestor of the Shunxiao Sword Sect. Yuntian, what brings you here? Yiching Xien inquired, turning to face him. Respected ancestor, I have a request, Luo Yuntian replied. Speak plainly. There is no need for ceremony. Ancestor, my senior brother Su Mu Bai has fallen into a coma due to the soul-devouring powder. Though it has been purged, he remains unconscious. I kindly ask for your assistance in investigating this matter. I would be immensely grateful, Luo Yuntian added, bowing once more. Your senior brother Su Mu Bai? I believe I recall him. Yiching Xien contemplated. He is the master of the Haoran sword, a once-in-a-century talent of the Shunxiao sword sect. Unfortunately, he was ambushed during a mission and severely injured, halting his progress. Recently, he fell victim to the soul-devouring powder and lost the Haoran sword as well. Luo Yuntian briefly introduced Su Mu Bai's situation without holding back. So it is him. Yiching Xien finally remembered. Su Mu Bai's talent had once impressed him, but since he became a waste before realizing his potential, he had ceased to follow his progress. What a pity. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. A fallen genius is often deemed worse than a waste. After all, a waste consumes no resources, whereas a genius squandered is a loss of resources expended. Why allow him to continue wielding the Haoran sword, which ultimately led to its loss? Yiching Xien queried. Luo Yuntian trembled, responding cautiously, Respected ancestor, the Haoran sword has stringent requirements for its master, and since my senior brother is familiar with it, he was permitted to keep it while searching for a successor. Did he find one? No. Luo Yuntian's forehead began to perspire slightly. Despite being at the peak of the 8th realm, facing this 9th realm elder was a formidable pressure. You have acted recklessly. To allow a waste to wield the Haoran sword, do you take the Shunxiao sword sect for granted? Now look, the Haoran sword is lost. And the 7 swords of Shunxiao have become 6. What kind of sect leader are you? Yiching Xien chastised. Acknowledging the truth in the ancestor's words, Luo Yuntian quickly admitted his fault. I understand my mistake. However, I never anticipated that anyone would dare to strike against our Shunxiao sword sect. Humph, by your account, the Haoran sword has likely fallen into the hands of the Wuji demon sect. Given the current situation, retrieving it will be an arduous task. Ancestor, the Haoran sword has not fallen into the hands of the Wuji demon sect. Oh? How so? It was indeed instigated by the Wuji demon sect, but the sword was seized by another individual. Who? Yiching Xien inquired with curiosity. Few would dare to rob from the Wuji demon sect. Luo Yuntian recounted in detail how the masked phantom had annihilated the Rakshasa sect, seized the Haoran sword, and repelled Qian Daoxiong with a single strike, as well as the event in the 9 Nether Valley where he had shattered the swallowing heaven demon technique and severed Qian Daoxiong's arm. The more Yiching Xien listened, the more intrigued he became. Aside from our Shunxiao sword sect, there exists another force capable of nurturing such a formidable swordsman? Truly astonishing. Have you uncovered the identity of this masked phantom? Yiching Xien was eager to know who this individual was and from which faction they hailed. Not yet. The entire Li Zhou is investigating. Yet this person appears to have emerged from thin air, leaving no trace behind. To break the swallowing heaven demon technique with a single strike and sever an arm. This person's combat prowess must be at the peak of the 8th realm. How could they simply appear out of nowhere? Yiching Xien mused. We share the same sentiment. Yet we have been unable to uncover any clues, Luocha replied, equally perplexed. Why do you suppose he wears a mask? Yiching Xien suddenly asked. I don't know. Luocha shook his head. Isn't it simply to avoid recognition? Have you not considered looking among those you know for any potential candidates? Yiching Xien astutely deduced. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. The direction was correct. However, no one would ever guess that the masked phantom was the so-called waste master Lin Feng of the Shenxiao sword sect. Ultimately, after much pleading from Luocha, Yiching Xien agreed to examine Sumu Bai. The two then proceeded to the side hall where Sumu Bai's icy coffin was stored. After a thorough examination, Yiching Xien concluded, the soul-devouring powder within Sumu Bai has indeed been completely eliminated. Yet due to his insufficient strength and weakened soul, compounded by the fact that a portion was consumed by the powder, he has fallen into a deep slumber. To awaken him, a soul-nourishing pill is required. However, the soul-nourishing pill is an exceedingly rare treasure. Not only does the Shenxiao sword sect lack one, but even if they did, it would be illogical to use it on someone deemed a waste, as it would not align with the sect's interests. Luocha found himself in a dilemma. He had hoped that by finding the other shore flower and purging the soul-devouring powder, his senior brother would awaken. To his surprise, a soul-nourishing pill was also necessary. Chapter 54. Peak of the 8th Realm. A mere day had passed, and Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. With no news from Luocha, he decided to consult the familiar Leng Hanshuang. With no other recourse, she sought out the senior brother in charge. The outcome was grim. Sumu Bai's soul was exceptionally weak, completely ensnared in slumber. To awaken him, a soul-nourishing pill was imperative. The soul-nourishing pill was an extraordinarily precious treasure, and the Shenxiao sword sect did not possess one. Among all the factions in Lizhou, only the Medicine King Valley might have it. Upon learning of Sumu Bai's incapacity to awaken, Leng Hanshuang hurriedly made her way to Gutsuan Peak. Senior uncle, what news? Has the ancestor arrived? Have you discovered the reason for Master's unresponsiveness? Lin Feng inquired anxiously. The ancestor has indeed come, and we have identified the cause, though the outlook is not promising, Leng Hanshuang replied. Lin Feng's heart sank. Please, senior uncle, tell me, I am beside myself with worry. After the ancestor examined your senior brother's condition, he stated that his soul is very weak, thoroughly ensnared in slumber. To awaken him, a soul-nourishing pill is required. A soul-nourishing pill? Does the Shenxiao sword sect not possess one? Lin Feng asked. No. Leng Hanshuang shook her head, adding silently, even if we did, it is unlikely that it would be given to your senior brother. Of the entire Shenxiao sword sect, only a handful truly valued Sumu Bai. The Elder Council, with their stubbornness, would never agree to expend significant resources for a fallen genius, as it would be detrimental to the sect's interests. Where can we find one? Lin Feng pressed. The Medicine King Valley should have one. If they do not, then no other faction is likely to possess one. The Medicine King Valley? Lin Feng recalled his encounter with the young master of the Medicine King Valley, Yiching Xien, in the Nether Secret Realm. At that time, he had refused to provide the body of Bing Ling. He never expected to need favor from another so soon. Senior uncle, could you enlighten me about the details of the Medicine King Valley? You intend to seek a pill from the Medicine King Valley for your senior brother? As a disciple, it is my duty to do so, Lin Feng stated with conviction. Leng Hanshuang regarded him, intending to offer some words of caution, but ultimately sighed, lamenting the timing. If this young man had a few more decades to mature, all issues would resolve themselves. Alas, Sumu Bai could not afford to wait that long. The longer one remained in slumber, the more arduous it would be to awaken. Lin Feng, were it in the past, your identity and strength would have compelled the Medicine King Valley to grant you the soul-nourishing pill without hesitation and invest in you entirely. However, circumstances have changed. I advise you to remain discreet, lest you become a target for enemies. Your power is formidable, yet against those ancient beings who have lived for millennia, you may not stand a chance. Leng Hanshuang cautioned. Despite the current silence from the Wuji Demon sect, if they were to learn of a 20-something 8th Realm powerhouse within the Shenxiao sword sect, Wuji Daoist would undoubtedly take action to eliminate this threat. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, he could not contend with the 9th Realm expert. With Sumu Bai rendered a waste, Leng Hanshuang was reluctant for Lin Feng to follow in his footsteps. Rest assured, senior uncle, I value my life more than anyone. Otherwise, I would not have concealed my identity until now. Please, Share with me the details regarding the Medicine King Valley. Upon reflection, Leng Hanshuang concurred. She had never encountered anyone as low-key and cautious as Lin Feng. Perhaps her concerns were unwarranted. While Lin Feng's knowledge of the Medicine King Valley was superficial, Leng Hanshuang, as a senior member of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, possessed deeper insights. For instance, the Medicine King Valley publicly claimed to have only one ninth realm early-stage practitioner, yet they actually concealed a mid-stage practitioner. Moreover, due to their reliance on various elixirs to enhance their cultivation and their neutral stance, they lacked combat experience, rendering them the weakest among their peers in the same realm. The ninth realm early-stage practitioners of the Shenxiao Sword Sect and Wuji Demon Sect could easily overpower the ninth realm mid-stage practitioners of the Medicine King Valley. After Leng Hanshuang departed, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. The two ninth realm experts of the Medicine King Valley would be challenging to deal with. Though he sought a pill, if negotiations faltered, he held no advantages. It appeared necessary to elevate his cultivation level before embarking on this journey. The use of spiritual herbs to assist in cultivation should not be excessive, as it would lead to tolerance. The more one consumed, the less effective it became in the long run. Generally, one would resort to such aids only when unable to break through a bottleneck, relying on personal accumulation otherwise. Excessive use early on would render one ineffective when a true bottleneck was encountered, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. However, Lin Feng could not afford to consider such matters now. He needed to procure the soul-nourishing pill as swiftly as possible, or the likelihood of master awakening would diminish with the passage of time. He could not allow this to occur. Thus, having previously utilized an herbal bath for assistance, Lin Feng began preparations anew. He ventured to the herb garden, gathering the necessary spiritual herbs, and placed them into the herbal bath's wooden tub, this time with a more potent concoction. Observing the bubbling liquid in the tub, Lin Feng shed his garments and slowly submerged himself within. The powerful medicinal energy surged into his body. He aimed to convert this energy into the vitality he required. Should the conversion slow, the accumulation of medicinal energy could lead to a deviation, or even result in his demise, which is why cultivators are wary of excessive medicinal use. Yet, Lin Feng faced no such issue. He was able to convert the medicinal energy the moment it entered his body. Perhaps this was the unique ability of a prodigy that had not been seen in Lizhou for millennia. Within half a day, Lin Feng's cultivation surged from the mid-8th realm to the late 8th realm. The medicinal energy had yet to dissipate. He continued to absorb and convert. 2 days later, Lin Feng broke through to the peak of the 8th realm. This pace of advancement was utterly beyond the comprehension of so-called geniuses from the 4 major sects, a feat they could scarcely imagine. Even with the assistance of the herbal bath, it was astonishing. Not everyone dared to undertake such a path. Delayed conversion of medicinal energy could lead to either deviation or death. Only a few rare natural spiritual herbs could enhance cultivation without requiring conversion, but they were exceedingly rare, often found only by those favored by fortune. Among the numerous spiritual herbs Lin Feng had obtained in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a few could directly enhance cultivation. Yet their quantity was too limited to have a significant impact on his current situation. With deep breaths, Lin Feng felt a fatigue he had never experienced in over 20 years of rebirth. It signified that his body had reached its limit, and he could no longer proceed. The peak of the 8th realm is still insufficient. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. His initial plan had been to elevate his cultivation directly to the early 9th realm, augmenting it with the sword domain and the heaven-slaying sword technique to match the combat prowess of a 9th realm peak expert, making a foray into the Medicine King Valley feasible, while also preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 55. Rising tensions. His body had begun to signal warnings. Lin Feng dared not continue enhancing his cultivation through medicinal means and had to seek alternatives. It seemed challenging to break through the sword domain. However, he could focus on refining the heaven-slaying sword technique. If he could achieve the perfected level of the technique, combined with the sword domain, it should suffice. Fan Yuejiao had been able to utilize the perfected heaven-slaying sword technique to slay a 12th realm expert at the peak of the 11th realm. As for himself, at the peak of the 8th realm, fortified by the sword domain, he could likely intimidate those at the early and mid-9th realm. With that, Lin Feng devoted his energies to mastering the heaven-slaying sword technique. While instructing Leng Hanshuang, he was also diligently practicing. Now, he was but a step away from achieving perfection in the technique at the same time. Within the Shenxiao Sword Sect, a high-level meeting was convened. Just as Luo Yuntian was about to declare the meeting adjourned, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Sect leader, I have a proposal." It was the ninth elder, Hua Qishan, a member of the Elder Council, with a cultivation level at the late 8th realm. Elder Hua, please share your proposal. Luo Yuntian responded. In this crucial moment for the sect's survival, the Seven Swords United should be our trump card. However, with Su Mu by losing the Howren Sword, this card cannot be played, and with his continued coma, whether he can awaken remains uncertain. Therefore, I propose to remove Su Mu Bai from his position as the peak master of Gutsuan and allow someone capable to take his place. Upon hearing this, Leng Hanshuang thought to herself, here it comes. She had previously warned Lin Feng that someone would likely use the loss of the Howren Sword as an excuse to challenge the authority of the sect leader and seize control of Gutsuan Peak. Gutsuan Peak was one of the 16 peaks of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, now in decline due to Su Mu Bai's incapacitation and prolonged absence from managing its affairs. If a capable individual were to take over, Gutsuan Peak would undoubtedly experience a renaissance. The position of Peak Master was far more comfortable than that of an elder, as it involved managing numerous disciples, while the Elder Council only played a role in major sect matters. Elder Hua, do you comprehend the weight of your words? Luo Yuntian inquired solemnly. I am fully aware. Hua Qishan retorted defiantly. Su Mu Bai met his current fate for the sake of the sect. If we proceed as you suggest, would it not leave our loyal contributors disheartened? What would the outside world think of my Shenxiao Sword Sect then? Have you considered this? Luo Yuntian pressed. The sect master speaks truthfully, yet you must not forget that many years have elapsed. Su Mu Bai remains the master of Gutsuan Peak, and the Howren Sword has always been in his possession. The sect has shown considerable mercy. Now that the Howren Sword is lost, the unity of the Seven Swords has dissolved into mere illusion, and the prestige of the Shenxiao Seven Swords has significantly diminished. Who will take responsibility for this? Hua Qishan countered. In truth, his words held merit. After Su Mu Bai's foundation was wounded, he was no longer fit to lead Gutsuan Peak, nor to retain the Howren Sword. Yet, as the leader of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, Luo Yuntian had strived to protect him. Now, with the Howren Sword gone, those with ulterior motives saw an opportunity to seize the position of Gutsuan Peak's master, postponing the matter of the Howren Sword until it could be retrieved. Elder Hua, are you attempting to cast my Shenxiao Sword Sect into unjust turmoil? Sect Master, I am aiding the Shenxiao Sword Sect in regaining its rightful course. Are you implying that the Shenxiao Sword Sect has strayed under my guidance? I never claimed such, but if you insist on interpreting it that way, I shall not object. Luo Yuntian glared at Hua Qishan. How dare a mere 7th-level elder oppose me? There must be someone pulling his strings. Only 2 individuals in the Shenxiao Sword Sect possess such influence, the Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng and the Vice Sect Master Wu Saileng. Luo Yuntian's gaze shifted from Hua Qishan to an elderly man and a middle-aged figure, both of whom wore expressions of detachment. Elder Hua, your words must be substantiated. If you cannot articulate how I have led the Shenxiao Sword Sect astray, do not blame me for being impolite and charging you with insubordination. Luo Yuntian's face darkened. He was the sect master of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, and even if Hua Qishan had backing, it was disrespectful to challenge him in front of so many high-ranking members of the sect. If he did not teach Hua Qishan a lesson, would others dare to question him in the future? As Luo Yuntian's anger simmered, Hua Qishan fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense. Luo Yuntian spoke again. Why has Elder Hua ceased his discourse? Were you not quite eloquent just now? Continue. Just as the atmosphere thickened, another voice interjected. I believe Elder Hua is correct. Just because Su Mu Bai is your senior brother, Sect Master Luo, you have shielded him, allowing him to monopolize Gutsuan Peak. While it is true that Su Mu Bai has contributed to the sect, what merit does a cripple possess to wield the Howren Sword? Does he have the capability? Now that the Howren Sword is lost, you, Sect Master Luo, must bear the brunt of the responsibility. A collective gasp resonated among the high-ranking members of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. The situation was spiraling out of control. Someone had dared to confront the sect master. Were they attempting a coup? Where did Vice Sect Master Wu Saileng find such audacity? The speaker was none other than Wu Saileng, the first Vice Sect Master of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, a formidable powerhouse at the late 8th level. Although Wu Saileng had long coveted the position of Sect Master, his strength had not yet reached a level capable of threatening Luo Yuntian's authority. Today, however, he seemed emboldened. Vice Sect Master Wu, are you accusing me? Luo Yuntian's voice was low. I merely speak the truth. Wu Saileng replied. Excellent. Very well. It appears you all have come prepared. What is this? Do you wish to force me to relinquish my position as Sect Master? Wu Saileng, I am aware that you have long desired my seat, but let me inform you, you are not yet qualified. Upon finishing his words, a formidable aura surged toward Wu Sileng in this world. Strength reigns supreme. As long as he subdued Wu Sileng, the latter would dare not retaliate. Qualification is not determined by you. Wu Sileng unleashed his own aura, which rivaled Luo Yuntian's. Their energies clashed, and thankfully, all present were powerful beings above the 7th level. Otherwise, they would not withstand the collision of two 8th level peak forces. Nonetheless, many struggled to breathe under the pressure. Wu Sileng, you have done well to reach the peak of the 8th level, but do you believe that grants you the right to challenge me? Luo Yuntian declared, I do not seek to challenge you, Luo Yuntian. I merely state the facts. Your protection of Su Mubai has led to the loss of the Haoran sword, resulting in the Shanzhao sword sect losing face. What qualifications do you have to continue as sect master? Wu Sileng demanded loudly. With the masks of civility torn away, he had nothing left to conceal. Chapter 56. The Ancestor speaks. Wu Sileng's ascension to the peak of the 8th level did not elicit much surprise from the high-ranking members of the Shanzhao sword sect. He had been at the late 8th level, so his breakthrough was expected. Otherwise, he would not dare to confront Luo Yuntian. However, with great threats looming, the sect's two superpowers were embroiled in internal conflict, which was clearly undesirable. Moreover, even if both were at the peak of the 8th level, Wu Sileng could not possibly contend with Luo Yuntian, who had long since been at that pinnacle. Additionally, Luo Yuntian was the master of the Tai sword, and his combat capability was amongst the highest among the peak 8th levels. Of course, excluding Lin Feng, Wu Sileng's audacity to confront was indicative of hidden cards yet to be revealed. Enough. How long will you two continue this ruckus? Grand Elder Bai Yunxing interjected. He was also a peak 8th level powerhouse. Aside from the ancestors in seclusion, Bai Yunxing was the most senior member of the Shanzhao sword sect and commanded great respect. Luo Yuntian and Wu Sileng simultaneously withdrew their auras and took their seats, perhaps recognizing that it was inappropriate to clash at such a moment with so many observers present. Grand Elder, how do you propose to address the matter of Luo Yuntian sheltering Su Mubai, resulting in the loss of the Haoran sword? Wu Sileng turned to Bai Yunxing. I have never shielded anyone. My actions have always been for the sake of the sect. I do not wish for outsiders to pierce the spine of the Shanzhao sword sect, branding it as a sect devoid of emotion and solely driven by self-interest. Nor do I wish to dishearten our loyal contributors, if not, who would dedicate themselves to the sect in the future. Luo Yuntian asserted with righteous indignation. Both of you present valid points. However, the Shanzhao Seven Swords function as a cohesive unit. The loss of even one is a tremendous blow to our sect. Yuntian, I have refrained from inquiring about Su Mubai's affairs, believing you could manage it, but you have left me deeply disappointed, Bai Yunxing sighed. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuntian immediately understood. No wonder Wu Sileng dared to accuse him. He had evidently won over the Grand Elder. The alliance of Wu Sileng and Bai Yunxing, an old and a new peak 8th level powerhouse, posed a significant challenge even for Luo Yuntian. At this moment, Bai Yunxing continued, Yuntian, if you voluntarily relinquish your position as sect master, I shall overlook your negligence. The Grand Elder possesses the right to question the sect master. Bai Yunxing, I respect you as the Grand Elder. I have turned a blind eye to many matters, but you now choose to attack me first. Have you considered the consequences of tearing the veil of civility? Luo Yuntian countered, equally resolute. Yuntian, we all seek the well-being of the sect. Why must it come to this? Does it truly matter who holds the position of sect master? If I were to report the matter regarding Su Mubai to the ancestors, do you believe you would emerge unscathed? Leng Hanshuang, observing Luo Yuntian's increasingly grim expression, felt a surge of anxiety. She desperately wished for Lin Feng to produce the Haoran sword. Both Grand Elder Bai Yunxing and Vice Sect Master Wu Sileng were leveraging the sword's loss as their point of attack. If they could retrieve the Haoran sword, all issues would be resolved, and the two would be left speechless, allowing their master to gain the upper hand. However, the news that the Haoran sword had been seized by the masked man had already spread. Should this be pursued, Lin Feng's identity as the masked man would be exposed, inevitably attracting the frenzied pursuit of the Wujia demon sect, with the possibility of Wujia Daoist himself intervening. Lin Feng would be no match for Wujia Daoist. Even with the ancestors' protection, it would be futile, as Wujia Daoist had likely advanced to the 10th level. Luo Yuntian's expression darkened as he regarded Bai Yunxing and Wu Sileng. Then he suddenly smiled knowingly. My apologies. Your plans are destined to fail, for the ancestor is already aware. Though he chastised me, he did not intend to strip me of my position as sect master, indicating that my contributions to the sect over the years are recognized. Impossible. Are you lying? Do you take us for fools? Wu Sileng was the first to stand, expressing disbelief. The Howren sword was lost, and it was due to that cripple Su Mubai, if Luo Yuntian does not act swiftly to retrieve it. He dares to inform the ancestor? Who would believe such nonsense? Were it not for Luo Yuntian's protection, Su Mubai would never have retained the Howren sword. Ultimately, this matter circles back to Luo Yuntian's negligence. The Howren sword holds immense significance for the Xinjiao sword sect. The ancestor's knowledge of this would undoubtedly incite his wrath. How could it be as Luo Yuntian claims, a mere scolding and nothing more? Is that even possible? You need only inquire at the sword tower to find out, but I must warn you, the ancestor is in a foul mood lately. Do not provoke his ire. Luo Yuntian chuckled. Fortunately, when I went to summon the ancestor, I laid everything bare. Otherwise, these two would have truly caught me off guard today. Ever since the Howren sword's loss, Luo Yuntian had been tirelessly seeking a solution. Yet he could not even ascertain the identity of the masked man, let alone know where to search. He was anxious, but felt powerless. Bai Yunxing scrutinized Luo Yuntian. Initially, he harbored skepticism, but upon witnessing Luo Yuntian's confident demeanor, he began to waver. That moment, a voice of authority resounded in their ears. In times of great peril, the sect must not be disturbed. Any further incitement of internal strife will be met with severe punishment. All high-ranking members of the Xinjiao sword sect froze, then hastily rose, responding respectfully, "We shall abide by the ancestor's decree." All were on high alert, not daring to move until 10 minutes later when the ancestor remained silent, allowing them to relax. This demonstrated the ancestor's formidable presence. Currently residing in the sword tower is Elder Yiching Xien. Unlike other ancestors, this particular elder is a living relic of the Xinjiao sword sect, having lived the longest and achieved the strongest power, reaching the peak of the 9th level. His words carried immense weight. Not only did the high-ranking members of the Xinjiao sword sect heed him, but even other ancestors dared not question his authority. "You have all heard the ancestor's words. You may disperse," Luo Yuntian instructed, and one replied. Bai Yunxing and Wu Sileng exchanged glances, seemingly lost in thought, and left first, followed closely by the others. Ultimately, only 6 members of the Xinjiao 7 swords remained. Su Mubai lay dormant in the ice coffin, yet to awaken. "Master, the alliance of Bai Yunxing and Wu Sileng against you is likely not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a long-planned scheme." Jiang Zhe of the Zhan Tian sword observed, "I know." Had the ancestor not intervened, they would have rallied with other high-ranking members to coerce me into relinquishing my position as sect master. At least half of the sect's leadership has been swayed by them. Alas, I have been remiss, preoccupied with dealing with the Wujie demon sect, and did not anticipate Wu Sileng's persuasion of Bai Yunxing. Luo Yuntian shook his head, clearly taken aback that the usually reclusive Grand Elder Bai Yunxing would publicly support Wu Sileng. "What shall we do now?" "Do not worry. The ancestors' intervention means they will refrain from any underhanded tactics for the time being. We shall address future matters as they arise." Leng Hanshuang hesitated, yearning to reveal to the master that she knew the masked man and could retrieve the Howren sword. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she held back. Given Lin Feng's character, knowing the master was attempting to assist his senior brother would undoubtedly lead him to relinquish the Howren sword without hesitation. The issue was that his identity could not be disclosed. The risks were too great. The turmoil among the high-ranking members of the Xinjiao sword sect was unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was focused on perfecting his Zhan Tian sword technique. When he achieved mastery in this technique, he would venture to Yaowang Valley in search of medicine. That day was not far off. Chapter 57. The Sect Competition. The ancestor has spoken. The Xinjiao sword sect finally regained its former tranquility. Everyone was methodically preparing to respond to any sudden occurrences. While the Wujie demon sect remained quiet, the news of Wujie Daoists' breakthrough to the 10th level loomed like a thorn in the throats of various factions, impossible to swallow or spit out. According to tradition, half a month later would mark the annual sect competition, designed to assess the disciples' progress over the year. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed impractical to hold such an event. Luo Yuntian found himself at a loss. After all, the sect competition had never been cancelled since its inception. Thus, he sought the counsel of Elder Yiching Xien regarding how to proceed with this year's competition. After some contemplation, Elder Xian advised Luo Yuntian to proceed with the competition as planned and immediately extend invitations to all allied factions to attend. Luo Yuntian recognized that the ancestor intended to use the competition as an opportunity to forge alliances against the Wujia demon sect. The news of the competition being held as scheduled quickly spread throughout the Xinjiao sword sect. The disciples, unaware of the sect's significant matters, regarded the competition as paramount. It not only pertained to the distribution of training resources, but also affected their reputations and their youthful exuberance, who did not wish to achieve fame through a single battle, garnering the sect's attention and earning the admiration of fellow disciples. While Luo Yuntian busied himself with preparations for the sect competition, Elder Xien summoned him to the sword tower. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, he found Grand Elder Bai Yunxing already present. Luo Yuntian bowed respectfully. I have seen the Elder. Yuntian, in previous competitions, we have kept our doors closed to showcase our prowess to ourselves. This time, however, with outsiders present, we must demonstrate the true level of the Xinjiao sword sect. We cannot allow others to perceive our disciples as lacking in strength, Elder Xien asserted. Elder, I understand. Just now, Bai Yunxing suggested that Gutsuan Peak, having been neglected for many years, should be offered as a reward for this competition to enhance the disciples' motivation. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuntian became alarmed. Elder, Gutsuan Peak is one of the 16 peaks of the Xinjiao sword sect. Is it not too hasty to award it to the disciples? Grand Elder Bai Yunxing interjected. Sect Master, your words are misguided. Since Su Mubai's downfall, Gutsuan Peak has declined day by day. In recent decades, it has had only one disciple, a mere cripple. Rather than allow it to languish, why not bestow it as a prize for the first-place disciple in the competition? This would not only boost the disciples' enthusiasm but also provide Gutsuan Peak with a worthy successor. What is there to lose? Even the first-place disciple may lack the strength to govern Gutsuan Peak. This could negatively impact their cultivation. I believe this is unwise. Luo Yuntian continued to resist. He knew that the elder had already inclined toward Bai Yunxing's suggestion. It was likely that Gutsuan Peak could not be preserved. I concur with Bai Yunxing's reasoning. It is better to reward Gutsuan Peak to the first-place disciple than to leave it idle. As for how it is managed afterward, that is not our concern. With Elder Xiaozhengshuan's statement, the decision was effectively sealed. Given the elder's stance, I shall prepare accordingly. Luo Yuntian resigned himself to the situation. Opposition was now meaningless. What the elder decided could not be altered. Gutsuan Peak. Lin Feng felt he was on the brink of perfecting his Zhan Tian sword technique. At that moment, Leng Hanshuang rushed to Gutsuan Peak, calling out anxiously from afar, Lin Feng, something grave has occurred. Hearing this, Lin Feng initially feared something had happened to his master and hurried to meet her. Master Aunt, what is it? Is it concerning my master? Not at all. Leng Hanshuang shook her head. What is it then? Lin Feng relaxed yet remained puzzled. Aside from his master Su Mubai, nothing else seemed significant to him. The sect competition was approaching. What could be considered a grave matter? The sect holds competitions every year, does it not? This has nothing to do with me. I have never participated even once. Lin Feng was increasingly bewildered. This competition is different from all previous ones. Wherein lies the difference? The reward for the champion of the grand competition is none other than the solitary peak beneath our feet, a decision personally decreed by the ancestor, who stated that the solitary peak has been idle for far too long and requires a worthy master. Master, do you mean that the sect intends to award the solitary peak to the first-place winner of this grand competition? Lin Feng inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Indeed. Cold Hanshuang nodded with conviction. Lin Feng fell into silence for a moment before solemnly declaring, the solitary peak belongs to my master. None shall lay claim to it. The ancestor's decision is immutable. Otherwise, you may compete in the sect's grand competition, secure the first place, and the solitary peak shall naturally be awarded to you. Then I shall participate, Lin Feng asserted. And no longer will you remain discreet? Cold Hanshuang chuckled lightly, having anticipated that Lin Feng would not relinquish the solitary peak without a fight. Lin Feng grimaced, with my home on the line, how can I afford to be discreet? Besides, I want to reveal everything. Securing the first place will be a breeze. When asked, I have a perfect excuse prepared. What excuse? Cold Hanshuang asked curiously. I chanced upon a miraculous natural spirit herb in the 9 Nether secret realm, and after consuming it, my cultivation sword, a clever excuse. Just be wary, for should you reveal it, envy and resentment will surely follow, and many will curse your good fortune behind your back. Cold Hanshuang could already imagine the expressions of the other disciples when Lin Feng made his proclamation before the entire sect. So, after decades of hard training, we are outstripped by your mere 4 months in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Where is the justice in that? It was likely that when the 9 Nether Secret Realm next opened, countless individuals would rush in, not for any other reason than the slim chance of transforming from a waste into a genius. What Cold Hanshuang remained unaware of was that the 9 Nether Palace had already become a mark inscribed upon Lin Feng's palm. Only by activating the 9 Nether Palace could the 9 Nether Secret Realm be accessed again. Let them be. Have I not been scorned enough? If I truly cared about others' opinions, I would not have hidden for so many years. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Cold Hanshuang was compelled to concede that Lin Feng's current strength was not solely a product of talent. His mindset surpassed that of many old-timers, let alone the youth. Lin Feng, you are suited to be a recluse, I think so too. Yet fate is a cruel mistress. Lin Feng sighed, gazing skyward, having accepted the legacy of the 9 Nether Saint Lord. There was no turning back, only forward. Chapter 58. Seeking medicine, the Divine Sword Sect dispatched invitations to numerous allied factions for the grand competition. Those receiving the invitations understood that observing the competition was merely a pretense. The true agenda was to strategize a united front against the Infinite Demon Sect. Some factions expressed their inability to attend, preferring to remain neutral. The sudden breakthrough of Wuji Daoist to the 10th realm remained a mystery. Should he truly have broken through, any alliance would be futile. However, some factions, such as the Qin Sect, indicated their intention to attend. They had always maintained a cooperative relationship with the Divine Sword Sect, and even if they chose not to attend, the Infinite Demon Sect would show no mercy. Thus, they preferred to ally with the Divine Sword Sect and fight back. Most factions attending harbored deep-seated grudges against the Infinite Demon Sect, and upon the call of the Divine Sword Sect, they readily agreed. Yet, one faction remained in a quandary, the Medicine King Valley. The Valley did not wish to ally with the Divine Sword Sect, nor become subservient to the Infinite Demon Sect, reduced to their personal apothecary. For the Medicine King Valley, the current state of equilibrium among the various factions was ideal. Should that balance be disrupted, regardless of which faction emerged dominant, the Medicine King Valley would become an irresistible target. With so many precious herbs, numerous alchemical formulas, and a plethora of alchemists, who would not covet such a bounty? At that moment, the Valley Master, Zhuge Hongtao, was in his study discussing how to respond to the Divine Sword Sect with his daughter. Zhuge Liuli, the young master, Zhuge Qingyun, remained in closed-door cultivation. Liuli, what are your thoughts? Zhuge Hongtao inquired. Father, given the present circumstances, I am equally at a loss, Zhuge Liuli admitted. Yet we must make a choice if we offend the Divine Sword Sect or the Infinite Demon Sect. Which would you prefer? Zhuge Liuli pressed. Is it possible to avoid angering both? Zhuge Liuli shook her head. If that were feasible, we would not be in such a predicament. Zhuge Hongtao pondered for a moment. Considering the sect's conduct and strength, offending the Divine Sword Sect seems the lesser evil. After all, they are a righteous force and do not act with the same recklessness as the Infinite Demon Sect. Choosing the former should be more prudent. Then we shall not attend. To do so would place us in direct opposition to the Infinite Demon Sect, but I am reluctant to forego the opportunity. Zhuge Hongtao sighed deeply. What is it that you find unsatisfactory, father? Zhuge Liuli asked. Puzzled, it is evident that the Infinite Demon Sect possesses greater strength and employs ruthless tactics. To offend them would invite a far greater crisis upon the Medicine King Valley. I consulted the ancestor and conveyed the challenges facing our valley. You would not believe his response. What did he say? The ancestor surmised that Wuji Daoist likely broke through to the 10th realm, but not through conventional means. What does that imply? It means that Wuji Daoist encountered some unforeseen circumstance during his breakthrough, which explains the prolonged silence. Had it been a normal breakthrough, the Infinite Demon Sect would have eagerly proclaimed it and commenced their campaign to unify the continent. Does that mean Wuji Daoist is not a typical 10th realm powerhouse? The ancestor implied as much, hence my reluctance. Perhaps the Divine Sword Sect is aware of this and has sent out invitations to unite the various factions against the Infinite Demon Sect. Otherwise, no matter how many allies they gather, they would be doomed against a conventional 10th realm powerhouse. Zhuge Hongtao articulated his thoughts. He remained unwilling to accept being reduced to the Infinite Demon Sect's personal apothecary. With the full support of the Medicine King Valley, the strength of the Divine Sword Sect would significantly increase, potentially allowing them to contend with the infinite demon sect. However, this was contingent upon the assumption that Wuji Daoist was indeed weaker than an ordinary 10th realm powerhouse. Otherwise, all discussions would be moot. Zhuge Liuli fell into contemplation. If what father said holds true, the situation may not be as dire as it seems. A 10th realm powerhouse is invincible on this continent. Yet if Wuji Daoist's breakthrough was flawed, he might be stronger than a peak 9th realm but weaker than a 10th realm, leaving room for speculation. Father. Zhuge Liuli began to speak when a tremendous noise echoed through the sky. Boom! Then came a voice, the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley. Please step forth. The father and daughter exchanged startled glances. The initial sound clearly indicated the formation had been breached. Who would dare come to the Medicine King Valley and cause such chaos? Zhuge Hongtao's expression darkened. Father, let us go see who possesses such audacity. Zhuge Liuli's face darkened as she spoke. Lin Feng, clad in a mask, hovered above the Medicine King Valley. Having just perfected the slashing heaven sword technique, he was eager to arrive at the Medicine King Valley to seek medicine. The circumstances surrounding his master could not be delayed. He needed the soul-nourishing pill urgently. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to violence, but the process of meeting the Valley Master proved too cumbersome. With layers of protocols and uncertainty about whether he would even gain an audience, he decided to take a more straightforward approach. Thus, he shattered the protective formation of the Medicine King Valley. Audacious, presumptuous. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Medicine King Valley? Do you seek death? Surrender immediately and accept our judgment. Hundreds of figures ascended from the ground, surrounding Lin Feng. These were all powerful individuals above the 5th realm of the Medicine King Valley. Infuriated and prepared for combat, they suddenly fell silent upon seeing Lin Feng's mask, the masked ghost. It is the masked ghost who has recently stirred waves across the continent, a formidable figure who had severed the arm of the infinite demon sect's grand elder, Daoxiong, appeared before them. State your name. Why have you breached the formation of my Medicine King Valley? Is this a display of contempt for us? An elder stepped forward, demanding an explanation. Elder, do not misunderstand. I have come to the Medicine King Valley to seek medicine. Lin Feng replied courteously. He had no other choice. If there had been any other way to quickly meet the Valley Master, he would not have resorted to such measures. I am here to seek medicine, not to engage in battle. I hope this visit to the Medicine King Valley does not go awry. Otherwise, where will I find the soul-nourishing pill? Seek medicine? Have you ever sought it in such a manner? I had no alternative. Acquiring an audience with your Valley Master proved too arduous, prompting me to take this drastic measure. I hope you can be understanding, Lin Feng added, bowing slightly. Humph. Do not think that a few kind words will absolve you of your actions. Since the establishment of the Medicine King Valley, no one has dared to breach our formation. You are the first. The elder showed no leniency toward Lin Feng. Although the Medicine King Valley was known for its amicability and maintained good relations with various factions, it did not mean that they would tolerate being bullied without response. Chapter 59. Intimidation. What do you propose we do? Lin Feng's tone turned cold. He had already lowered himself, yet the other party persisted. Did they truly think him devoid of temper? After all, he was a peak 8th realm powerhouse. With the aid of the sword domain and the perfected slashing heaven sword technique, he felt confident against any opponent below the 9th realm. Did they believe they could disregard him so easily? A resonant voice echoed. You dare to destroy the formation of my Medicine King Valley and then question how we should respond. Do you think we are mere clay to be molded at your whim? At that moment, the surrounding experts of the Medicine King Valley parted to reveal the Valley Master, Zhuge Hongtao, and Zhuge Liuli. Are you the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley, Zhuge Hongtao? Lin Feng inquired. Having done his research prior to his arrival, the man matched Leng Hanshuang's description of the Valley Master perfectly, confirming his identity. I am Zhuge Hongtao. May I ask who you are? The Valley Master countered. You may call me the Masked Ghost, Lin Feng declared, adopting a moniker on the spot. Oh, it is you who severed the arm of the infinite demon sect's grand elder, Daoxiong? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed without hesitation. Zhuge Hongtao gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. The rumors surrounding the masked ghost had been rampant lately. Mysterious and powerful, the masked ghost had become a figure of intrigue. To think that the legend stood before him now. Zhuge Liuli, nearby, exhibited curiosity. It was evident that she had also heard much about the masked ghost. Even if you are the masked ghost, you must provide a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, do not expect my Medicine King Valley to show you any courtesy. Zhuge Hongtao stated gravely. The breach of the formation indicated that this was not a typical visit. However, Zhuge Hongtao did not wish to engage in conflict with the masked ghost, so he offered an opportunity for Lin Feng to apologize and clarify the situation. Yet Lin Feng did not share this sentiment. He had realized that in this world where strength reigns supreme, civil discourse was futile. It was far better to resort to force. There is nothing to explain. I came to the Medicine King Valley to seek medicine. I found your procedures overly burdensome and did not wish to waste time. So I acted decisively, Lin Feng explained calmly. I ask that your explanation? Upon entering my Medicine King Valley, you must abide by our rules, Zhuge Hongtao said. I have made myself sufficiently clear. Rules are established by the strong to constrain the weak. Do I appear to be one who can be constrained? Masked Ghost, you are challenging the limits of my Medicine King Valley. Think as you will. However, should you wish to engage in combat, know that you are no match for me. Perhaps you should summon your elders from seclusion. Lin Feng had made up his mind. He would first intimidate the Medicine King Valley with his strength before sitting down to discuss the matter of the soul-nourishing pill. This would ensure that he held the upper hand. How audacious, to arrive at my Medicine King Valley and act so brazenly. It seems we have been overly lenient in recent years, allowing outsiders to perceive our valley as easy prey. The voice resonated from the back mountain, where two Ninth Realm ancestors were in seclusion. Lin Feng immediately fixed his gaze on the back mountain, eager to see what distinguished a Ninth Realm powerhouse. Summon the elders to capture this individual. Let my Medicine King Valley reclaim its honor. Zhuge Hongtao bellowed toward the back mountain. He understood very well that the masked ghost, who had severed Daoxiong's arm, was not someone he could contend with alone. Even if they combined forces, the Medicine King Valley would suffer heavy losses. Thus, his only recourse was to call upon the elders. Summon the elders to capture this individual. Let my Medicine King Valley reclaim its honor. The powerful figures of the Medicine King Valley echoed the call, their voices reverberating throughout the valley. I am here solely to seek medicine and wish to avoid conflict. You have two options, provide the medicine, and I, the masked ghost, will owe you a favor. Refuse and I shall take by force. Lin Feng declared. Ha ha ha, how bold. No one has ever dared to utter such arrogant words within the Medicine King Valley. You possess audacity. Do you truly believe that you can enter and exit as you please? A furious voice emerged from the back mountain. If that is the case, then you must bear the consequences. Lin Feng replied, his aura surging. A tremendous force erupted, sending the surrounding experts of the Medicine King Valley reeling back hundreds of meters. The sword domain descended, enveloping the entire Medicine King Valley. Within the sword domain, Lin Feng was invincible. All beings fell within his range of attack, moving almost at the speed of thought. No one could evade his strikes within the sword domain. Simultaneously, the overwhelming sword energy coalesced in his grasp, merging his spirit, energy, and essence. The perfected slashing heaven sword technique was unleashed, targeting the Ninth Realm powerhouses in the back mountain. This was the ultimate technique employed by the third ranked of the 108 generals under the 9 Nether Saint Lord, used to slay even 10th Realm foes at the peak of their strength. Its might was unparalleled. Coupled with the support of the sword domain, Lin Feng, at the peak of the 8th Realm, could easily slay early 9th Realm powerhouses, with a chance to defeat mid-9th Realm opponents as well. In an instant, the Medicine King Valley fell silent. Not only did the sounds of creatures and insects cease, but even ants froze in place, too frightened to continue their march. Within the sword domain, all life was within Lin Feng's perception. Zhuge Hongtao stood dumbfounded. Zhuge Liuli was equally stunned, and the hundreds of powerful figures above the 5th Realm in the Medicine King Valley were left in shock. The two 9th Realm powerhouses in seclusion on the back mountain also dared not make a sound, sensing the deadly intent locked onto them. Any slight movement would result in their immediate demise. The two 9th Realm elders were filled with dread. Who exactly was this individual? When had such an extraordinary figure appeared in the continent? Clearly not at the 9th Realm, yet possessing the power to slay 9th Realm foes. This was unprecedented. While it was not uncommon for individuals to kill those of higher realms, to kill someone from an entirely different realm, such an occurrence was unheard of. Perhaps it had happened in the distant past, but certainly not in recent millennia. The overwhelming fear coursed through their bodies. Faced with a peak 8th Realm powerhouse, the two 9th Realm elders felt not a shred of resistance. This demonstrated just how formidable Lin Feng's combat prowess had become. Even a typical early Ninth Realm powerhouse would meet their end beneath Lin Feng's perfected slashing heaven sword technique. The same was true for the Medicine King Valley, whose long-term reliance on medicinal substances rendered them weaker than their peers of comparable strength. The two Ninth Realm ancestors dared not move. The rest of the Medicine King Valley's members were even less inclined to act, having lost the capacity for rational thought, nearly paralyzed by fear. Zhuge Hongtao fared slightly better. After all, he was not the target of the slashing heaven sword technique, and being a peak 8th Realm powerhouse himself, he could still sense Lin Feng's terrifying strength. Chapter 60. We are also not as Lin Feng's identity was exposed. The tremors it would send through the entire Li continent were unimaginable. The continent had seen its fair share of prodigies, individuals whose cultivation had reached the 8th or even 9th realm, each possessing remarkable talent. However, Lin Feng transcended this norm entirely. At just over 20 years of age, he stood at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, wielding the power to slay those at the mid-stage of the 9th realm. The term genius scarcely sufficed to encapsulate his prowess. Time passed, and the Yaowang Valley felt as though it had been suspended in time. All flora and fauna remained perfectly still, with not even a whisper of wind stirring the air. Sensing the overwhelming impact he had made, Lin Feng broke the silence, declaring, "I seek only medicine and wish not to shed blood. I implore you not to force my hand. Calm yourself, friend. It is said that enemies should be reconciled rather than deepened. Our Yaowang Valley has always been benevolent, maintaining cordial relations with the major powers of Li continent. Whatever medicine you seek, we can discuss it amicably. Should we possess it, we will gladly present it to you," came a hasty voice from the back of the valley. The powerful figures of Yaowang Valley, hearing these words, quickly grasped the situation. The strength of the masked figure surpassed that of the two ancestors. Otherwise, they would not have spoken in such a way. It was evident that the ancestors were intimidated. They cast incredulous glances at Lin Feng. Zhuge Hongtao and his daughter, Zhuge Lieli, exchanged astonished looks, unable to comprehend the extent of the masked figure's power, which even surpassed that of their ancestors. It seemed that the major factions of Li continent had grossly misjudged the masked figure's capabilities. Had they known, Yaowang Valley would never have antagonized him. They could only hope it was not too late. Otherwise, they would suffer tremendous losses. "Are you employing a delaying tactic?" Lin Feng inquired after a moment of silence, contemplating that ultimately, strength must prevail. Had he not perfected the heavenly sword technique, he would pose no real threat to those at the mid-stage of the 9th realm, and the current situation would not have been achieved. Fortunately, everything lay within his plans. Not at all. Yaowang Valley has always favored forming good relations. We stand by our word. You may inquire about our reputation, came the reply. In truth, Lin Feng had no desire to clash with Yaowang Valley, as he might require their assistance in the future. However, he was indeed pressed for time today, which had led to the current misunderstanding. "I hope both of you, as well as all members of Yaowang Valley, will not take offense." The ghost mask sincerely apologizes, he continued, softening his tone while retracting his imposing aura and sword domain. He had come in search of medicine for his master. If he resorted to force, and the medicine were tampered with, it would be a grave miscalculation. The approach of appeasement bewildered the powerful figures of Yaowang Valley, leaving them visibly taken aback. "It is evident you are a person of character. Hongtao, please escort our friend to a place to rest. I shall join you shortly." "Yes, ancestor," Zhuge Hongtao responded respectfully before turning to Lin Feng. "Ghost Mask esteemed guest, please." As the ancestor referred to him as friend, he could only address him as esteemed guest. The two descended from the air to the ground. Zhuge Lieli remained behind, addressing the powerful figures of Yaowang Valley. "If anyone leaks today's events, they shall be treated as traitors." "Understood, second miss," they all replied in unison. Despite being a woman, Zhuge Lieli held a position of great authority within Yaowang Valley. Not only was she the second miss, but she also acted as a military advisor. When there were significant matters, Zhuge Hongtao would consult her. "Everyone disperse. Return to your tasks," Zhuge Lieli commanded before leaving. Though her cultivation was below the 5th realm, in Yaowang Valley, where resources were abundant, flying techniques were readily accessible. If one were to look closely, they would see a pair of translucent wings resembling butterflies behind her, her flying technique known as butterfly wings, allowing her to glide through the air effortlessly. In the reception hall of Yaowang Valley, Lin Feng sat across from an elderly man, who was one of the valley's ancestors, Zhuge Qi, a formidable figure at the initial stage of the ninth realm. The absence of the other ancestor, who was at mid-stage of the ninth realm, likely stemmed from a fear of embarrassment, for it was indeed peculiar for a mid-stage ninth realm cultivator to be intimidated by one at the pinnacle of the eighth realm. Zhuge Hongtao stood respectfully to the side, while Zhuge Lieli poured tea for the two. All three sought to scrutinize the ghost mask closely, yet he seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil of mist, obscuring their vision. This was Lin Feng's concealment technique. Otherwise, a mere mask would not suffice to hide him from the gaze of a powerful cultivator. "Ghost mask, please enjoy some tea," Zhuge Qi said courteously. Lin Feng lifted the teacup and took a sip. "Zhuge Daoist, time is of the essence, so I shall not dwell on pleasantries. Let us address the matter at hand." "Very well, we shall meet again on more pleasant terms." "What medicine do you seek?" Zhuge Qi inquired. "The soul-nurturing pill," Lin Feng stated. Locking his gaze on Zhuge Qi, the mention of the soul-nurturing pill caused Zhuge Qi, Zhuge Hongtao, and Zhuge Lieli to pause in unison, followed by a faint smile of resignation. "Ghost mask, to be candid, we do not possess the soul-nurturing pill in Yaowang Valley," Zhuge Qi lamented, shaking his head. "What? You do not have it either?" Lin Feng stood abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. The soul-nurturing pill was his master's sole hope for recovery. If even Yaowang Valley lacked it, where else could he turn? Was his master truly beyond salvation? From the moment he sought the other shore flower and entered the Nether secret realm to now, he had exerted every effort, yet still found himself unable to save his master. The thought crushed him, rendering his breath unstable, and the table before him shattered under the pressure of his aura. Zhuge Hongtao, sensing the impending crisis, quickly shielded Zhuge Lieli, for even a mere hint of Lin Feng's aura could severely injure her. "Ghost mask, please remain calm. Allow me to explain," Zhuge Qi urged hastily. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng endeavored to regain his composure. Even if Yaowang Valley lacked the soul-nurturing pill, they must possess some knowledge regarding it, or perhaps some of its necessary ingredients that he could seek out. The situation had not yet spiraled into hopelessness. Regardless, he must rescue his master. Chapter 61. Speculation. Seeing Lin Feng regain his tranquility, Zhuge Qi elaborated, "Ghost mask, you must understand that the soul is intricate and challenging to nurture. Consequently, any medicinal herbs related to the soul are exceedingly rare. Yaowang Valley possesses only a limited selection of soul-related elixirs, and the soul-nurturing pill requires multiple ingredients, making it an arduous process to refine. Thus, we do not have it. Is that true?" "You are not deceiving me?" Lin Feng pressed. "Absolutely. I believe Ghost Mask was aware of our Yaowang Valley's penchant for befriending powerful individuals. Any items we possess that you require will be provided free of charge, merely to cultivate goodwill for future assistance in times of crisis," Zhuge Qi assured him. "Are there any other elixirs with effects similar to the soul-nurturing pill?" Lin Feng inquired. "While the effects of the soul-nurturing pill are difficult to replicate, I can offer you some soul-nurturing elixirs if you seek to strengthen your own soul. However, their efficacy pales in comparison to that of the soul-nurturing pill," Zhuge Qi replied. Lin Feng fell into contemplative silence. Would elixirs of lesser potency truly aid his master? Since the ancestor had personally examined his master's condition and specified the soul-nurturing pill, it was unlikely that any substitute would suffice. "I require the soul-nurturing pill not for myself, but for someone of great importance. Their soul has weakened due to certain circumstances, plunging them into slumber. Only the soul-nurturing pill can awaken them." "Ah, I see. A weakened soul in slumber indeed calls for the soul-nurturing pill." Zhuge Qi nodded in understanding. "Is there any other method to awaken a slumbering soul that you might know?" "Ghost Mask, without having seen the individual in slumber, I cannot speak with certainty. However, I can provide you with some soul-nurturing elixirs to stabilize the situation temporarily, and we may then explore ways to gather the materials needed to refine the soul-nurturing pill," Zhuge Qi suggested. "Is that possible?" Lin Feng's eyes brightened at the prospect. Stabilizing the situation would afford him time to gather the necessary ingredients for the soul-nurturing pill. "Certainly. If the soul remains undisturbed for too long, it may never awaken, but we can use elixirs to maintain stability for now." "Very well. I shall proceed as you advise, Zhuge Daoist. Should your Yaowang Valley assist in bringing my companion back? I, Ghost Mask, vow to owe you a favor, ensuring that when the time comes to repay, I will not disappoint," Lin Feng promised. Anyone who could aid him in rescuing his master would earn not just one favor, but potentially 10. And after all, had it not been for his master saving him from the jaws of beasts in the wilderness, he would have long since become prey. The bond of saving a life, coupled with the nurturing role of a master, rendered their relationship akin to that of a father and son. Moments later, Lin Feng departed Yaowang Valley with soul-nurturing elixirs in hand, intending to deliver them to his esteemed teacher, Cold Master, for her to administer to his master. After Lin Feng's departure, Zhuge Qi briefed Zhuge Hongtao on a few matters before returning to the back mountain to discuss pressing business with the other ancestor. This left Zhuge Hongtao and his daughter, Zhuge Lieli, behind. Lieli, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhuge Hongtao inquired within the study. Father, I believe I may have discerned the general identity of Ghost Mask. Zhuge Lieli replied thoughtfully. What? You have insights into Ghost Mask's identity? Zhuge Hongtao stood in shock, taken aback. Till this day, Ghost Mask remained a mystery within Li continent. Various factions had exerted tremendous effort but had found no trace, as though he had appeared from thin air. The crux of the matter lay in the figure's overwhelming power. Only a handful of individuals in Li continent could rival him. While I cannot pinpoint his exact identity, I can narrow it down significantly, Zhuge Lieli elaborated. Please, go on. Zhuge Hongtao swallowed hard, gazing at her with anticipation. If they could indeed ascertain Ghost Mask's identity, it would afford them a profound advantage. Given Ghost Mask's might, only a peak 9th realm cultivator could pose a threat to him. Cultivating a friendship with such a figure would be of immense significance to Yaowang Valley. Zhuge Hongtao harbored no doubt regarding Zhuge Lieli's words. Though he was the Valley Master, many of Yaowang Valley's significant decisions were made by her, yielding favorable outcomes for the valley. Father, do you recall Su Mubai, the master of the Howren Sword? One of the 7 swords of the Shenxiao Sword Sect? Zhuge Lieli posed. I believe I do recall such an individual. Wasn't he rendered obsolete years ago? I remember he sought medicine from Yaowang Valley back when you had yet to be born. Alas, after my assessment, I determined he had lost all potential and thus refused him, Zhuge Hongtao reflected. While Su Mubai was indeed incapacitated, the Shenxiao Sword Sect never stripped him of his title as one of the 7 swords. He retained possession of the Howren Sword. Recently, Su Mubai was ambushed by the Rakshasa Sect, leaving him gravely injured and without the Howren Sword. Shortly thereafter, Ghost Mask eradicated the Rakshasa Sect, even encountering the Grand Elder of the Wujimagic Sect. Qian Daoxiong, Zhuge Lieli explained. Are you suggesting that Ghost Mask is from the Shenxiao Sword Sect? But wasn't it said that all powerful figures of the Shenxiao Sword Sect were under the scrutiny of the Wujimagic Sect? Zhuge Hongtao questioned, puzzled. Father, if you would allow me to finish, it is my understanding that Su Mubai was afflicted with the soul-devouring powder. Thus, the master of the Bingpa sword, Leng Hanshuang, ventured into the 9 Nether secret realm to procure the other shore flower, which cured Su Mubai's affliction. However, the soul-devouring powder continues to consume the soul, rendering it weak and causing slumber. The soul-nurturing pill is precisely what is needed to nurture the soul and awaken him. Just moments ago, Ghost Mask mentioned he sought the soul-nurturing pill for someone of great significance. I cannot help but suspect that the individual he refers to is none other than Su Mubai. Zhuge Lieli articulated, her tone tinged with confidence. While Zhuge Lieli spoke with certainty, Zhuge Hongtao remained indifferent to matters unrelated to Yaowang Valley, unless they concerned prominent figures among the major factions. Individuals like Su Mubai, deemed entirely devoid of prospects, were of little concern. However, after hearing Zhuge Lieli's analysis, he found it compelling. After all, the Shenxiao Sword Sect was the preeminent sword sect of Li continent, and Ghost Mask wielded a sword. Moreover, Su Mubai was in dire need of the soul-nurturing pill. It is quite probable that Ghost Mask belongs to the Shenxiao Sword Sect and shares a close relationship with Su Mubai. Zhuge Hongtao concluded. Could it be that he is the sect leader, Luo Yuntian, the master of the Tai sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao? Zhuge Hongtao pondered. Indeed, Luo Yuntian fits all the criteria, Zhuge Lieli replied. A peak 8th realm sword cultivator, powerful and closely associated with Su Mubai. Chapter 62. Intrusion. Lieli, who do you believe Ghost Mask to be? Zhuge Hongtao questioned. Father, I have only been able to narrow it down to a range. He must be a member of the Shenxiao Sword Sect and closely connected to Su Mubai, but I cannot ascertain his exact identity, Zhuge Lieli responded. Uncertain matters were not ones she would hastily conclude. Ghost Mask's identity could only be deduced to this extent. Any further speculation would be unwarranted. Is it possible he could be Luo Yuntian? Zhuge Hongtao ventured a guess. While his reasoning was not without merit, Zhuge Lieli quickly dismissed the possibility. Luo Yuntian, as the sect leader of the Shenshao sword sect, would be under constant scrutiny from the major factions. There would be no opportunity for him to assume another identity, unless he possessed a body double. Impossible. While Luo Yuntian fits the criteria, as the leader of the Shenshao sword sect, he would have no chance to masquerade as Ghost Mask, Zhuge Liuli refuted. Then who could it be? Zhuge Hongtao pressed. Whoever it is does not matter significantly, nor is it necessary to delve too deeply. The fact that he dons a mask indicates he prefers to keep his identity concealed. What is important is that we ascertain Ghost Mask's connection to the Shenshao sword sect. Father, we should attend the invitation extended by the Shenshao sword sect. Weren't you just saying it would be more beneficial for Yaowang Valley not to attend? That was before. Ghost Mask's emergence has led me to believe that the Shenshao sword sect may not be as simple as it seems. Moreover, with Wujimagic Daoist lacking the normal strength of a 10th realm cultivator, we might have a chance to gamble, and I believe our odds are quite favorable. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Prepare to depart for the Shenshao sword sect, Zhuge Hongtao decisively concluded. The sect competition of the Shenshao sword sect was originally an internal affair. However, upon extending invitations to the major factions of Li Continent, its nature shifted. The competition was merely a pretext. The real matter at hand was to convene and strategize against the Wujimagic sect. To ensure the success of this sect competition, disciples were permitted to unleash their full potential, showcasing their true abilities. The Shenshao sword sect had invested significantly, offering the solitary Gutsuan peak as a prize for the champion. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of Shenshao sword sect were thrown into a frenzy. Securing first place would elevate one to the position of peak master, albeit a nominal title. Nevertheless, it was a coveted position, with only 16 peak masters within the sect. Achieving this status would provide a substantial advantage over their peers, both in reputation and tangible benefits. No disciple could resist such temptation. The true disciples eagerly prepared to showcase their talents and seize the first place to claim Gutsuan peak. Meanwhile, the inner and outer disciples, lacking any hope of victory, could only look on as spectators. Upon returning from Yaowang Valley, Lin Feng made his way directly to Yunu Peak. Master Uncle, these are the spiritual herbs I obtained from the Medicine King Valley. They can temporarily stabilize Master S condition and prevent further deterioration. Please take them to Master. With that, he hastily produced the herbs from his bag and handed them to Leng Hanshuang. Didn't you get the soul-nourishing pill? Leng Hanshuang inquired, puzzled. The Medicine King Valley also does not have the soul-nourishing pill. We can only stabilize the situation first, and then think of another way. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling quite dejected. Lin Feng, there's no need to be anxious. The eldest senior brother has his own destiny and will surely awaken. Leng Hanshuang comforted. Yes, I understand. By the way, the news that the solitary peak will be the reward for the first place in this sect's grand competition has already spread, causing quite a stir. The true disciples are all diligently preparing. I will not allow anyone to seize the solitary peak. Lin Feng declared solemnly, I know you have that strength, but you have never participated in the sect's grand competition before. Your sudden entry will certainly attract a lot of attention. Perhaps you should refrain from signing up. Can I protect the solitary peak without registering? Lin Feng asked, confused. Yes, at the end of the sect's grand competition, there will be a chance for a challenge. At that time, you can challenge the first place as the eldest senior brother of the Shenshao sword sect. If you win, you can take their place, thereby naturally safeguarding the solitary peak. Leng Hanshuang explained. All right, we'll do as Master Uncle says, Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. A fight could resolve the issue, so why waste time? Starting from registration and battling all the way up would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Not to mention it would invite ridicule. Even if he did not care, he did not wish to hear disparaging remarks. Upon arriving outside the solitary peak, Lin Feng noticed that the formation had been tampered with. Has someone entered the solitary peak? Could it be that junior sister has returned? That's impossible. If she had returned, she wouldn't have triggered the formation. It must be an outsider. I just returned from the Jade Maiden Peak, and it clearly isn't Master Uncle Long. Who could it be? Lin Feng entered the solitary peak with uncertainty. Before he reached the summit, he heard the voices of two individuals conversing. This place has a splendid view. I want to build a pavilion here. During my leisure time, I can sit in the pavilion, sip tea, and admire the scenery. Wouldn't that be delightful? Gao Zanlong, are you so sure you can claim first place in the sect's grand competition? If I remember correctly, you were fourth last year. What is the saying? A scholar's absence for 3 days deserves a fresh look. It's been a year. and last year I didn't even exert my full strength. This year, it will be different. With the solitary peak as the reward from the sect, I will certainly reveal my true strength. You will see that I, Gao Zanlong, am the foremost among the younger generation of the Shenxiao sword sect. Keep boasting. I truly don't believe you can take first place. You think you're the only one with hidden power? Others have improved too. Do you really think you are the protagonist? With the world revolving around you? Leng Hanshuang, what do you mean? I mean nothing, just can't stand your arrogance. I'm merely stating facts. I can act arrogant too. Do you have the right as a defeated foe? What? Are you dissatisfied with losing to me last year and want to reclaim your honor this year? Let me tell you, Leng Hanshuang, you can forget about it. I, Gao Zanlong, will always be one step ahead of you. You won me by just one move. Shall we have a match now? Let us match. Who is afraid? Last year I could defeat you, and I can do it again today. At this moment, another voice interjected. Enough. You two, stop arguing. If you want to fight, do it during the sect's grand competition, in front of all the major forces of Liao Prefecture. NO1 will see if you fight now. However, the environment of the solitary peak is indeed excellent. If I could win it, I would certainly make some modifications to ensure it's comfortable to live in. The three speakers were all true disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect. Gao Zanlong, who placed fourth in last year's competition, Leng Hanshuang, who was fifth, and Huadong, who came in seventh. They had teamed up to check out the solitary peak, which was the prize for the first place in the sect's grand competition, perhaps already envisioning it as their own possession. As Lin Feng listened to their conversation, his expression gradually darkened. The solitary peak was his home, and he would not allow anyone to encroach upon it. For Lin Feng, neither Liao Prefecture nor the Shenxiao sword sect offered a sense of belonging. Only the solitary peak, where he had lived for over 20 years, felt like home. If they desired to lay claim to the solitary peak, they should be prepared to face his wrath. The solitary peak does not welcome you. Please leave immediately. Lin Feng strode forward and shouted. The three noticed Lin Feng and quickly deduced who he was. Ah, it's our esteemed senior brother of the Shenxiao sword sect, Gao Zanlong said mockingly. Gao, you misspoke. It should be our waist senior brother of the Shenxiao sword sect. Leng Hanshuang added. Right? How could I forget such crucial words? Gao Zanlong smacked his forehead. Senior brother may not know, but the solitary peak has already been reclaimed by the sect as a reward for the winner of this grand competition. It no longer belongs to your master, and you should leave. Huadong clarified. Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself. Otherwise, in a fit of rage, he might just strike these three down. The solitary peak was his home. These three had intruded without his permission, akin to trespassing in a residence on Earth, warranting a beating before calling the authorities. Once composed, Lin Feng replied flatly, as long as the winner of the sect's grand competition has not been determined, the solitary peak belongs to my master. You have violated its rules by trespassing without my consent. Do not force me to take action. Please leave. Oh, our waist senior brother is angry. Today, I shall not leave. I want to see how you will force us out, Gao Zanlong provocatively declared, settling himself into a spot as if he truly intended to stay. Leng Hanshuang and Huadong exchanged glances, clearly enjoying the show. The three were elite among the true disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect. Lin Feng was merely a waste. He had only attained the position of senior brother through the influence of Su Mubai. In the entire Shenxiao sword sect, aside from Su Mubai's daughter, Su Shiyao, no one acknowledged Lin Feng as senior brother. They would only tease him occasionally. Just because they call you senior brother doesn't mean you truly are one. With your abilities and talent, without Su Mubai, you probably wouldn't even get into the outer sect, yet you dare claim you can force us out? What a ridiculous notion, Leng Hanshuang scoffed. Though you are a waste, senior brother is still senior brother. Oh, not go too far, or you might find yourself in trouble with the sect's head. You would certainly be reprimanded for disrespecting your elders, Huadong chimed in, subtly warning the other two against going too far, even as he himself was the most excessive. These three were indeed the finest among the true disciples, often referred to as the three rascals among the sect's disciples in private. Yet their exceptional talents ensured they consistently placed in the top 10 during the sect's grand competition, solidifying their elite status. I do not wish to continue this futile conversation. I will ask you once. Will you leave or not? Lin Feng inquired calmly, unperturbed by their insults. In truth, Lin Feng's temperament allowed him to tolerate what others said about him, but he could not abide any disrespect toward those around him, such as Su Mubai and Su Shiyao. If any of them dared insult these two, they would already be on the ground. You refuse to leave? What do you intend to do? Gao Zhanlong provoked. Are you really not leaving? This is your last chance, Lin Feng warned. You can't just say you want to leave and expect us to comply. Stop dragging this out like a woman, Gao Zhanlong retorted. And you? Are you also refusing to leave? Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Huang Hongsheng and Huadong. You should handle Gao Zhanlong first before worrying about us. If he leaves, then we will too. If he doesn't leave, then neither will we. Huang Hongsheng teased. Very well, then do not blame me, Lin Feng stated, just as dark clouds began to gather overhead. In a brief moment, the sky darkened ominously. Crack, crack, lightning flickered within the clouds, an oppressive aura enveloping Gao Zhanlong and the others. The three exchanged tense glances, bewildered yet anxious. Wasn't he Lin Feng recognized as the waist senior brother of the Shunxiao sword sect? What was this overwhelming pressure? Perhaps sensing their confusion, Lin Feng explained, this is the protective formation of the solitary peak. Since you refuse to leave, I can only activate the formation to drive you away. Upon hearing this, the three finally understood. It was just a formation and not Lin Feng's doing. Lin Feng, you dare? Huadong exclaimed in anger. You trespassed without my consent, violating the rules of the solitary peak. What do I have to fear? Even if this reaches the ears of the sect's head, I am not afraid. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck nearby, creating a deep crater in the ground. Hissed the three gasped in shock. What a powerful formation. If it struck them, they would either die or be severely injured. Crack! Another bolt of lightning descended, this time even closer, sending fragments of earth tumbling onto them, tightening their hearts. Stop! Stop! Lin Feng, you're ruthless. I'll leave, Gao Zhanlong shouted, unable to withstand the oppressive sensation. Although he knew Lin Feng would not dare let the lightning strike them, the possibility of an error loomed large. Even if Lin Feng faced repercussions from the sect later, he would still suffer greatly. I want to leave too. The other two spoke in unison. Just a moment ago, they had been adamant about staying. Now, they wanted to leave? Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Feng, do not be smug. Once the sect's grand competition is over, the solitary peak will belong to us. When the sect's orders come down, I want to see if you still dare to use the formation, Gao Zhanlong warned as he rose to leave. Huang Hongsheng and Huadong shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before following suit. As the three took a few steps away, crack! Another bolt of lightning struck not far in front of them. The trio jolted, halting their advance. Lin Feng, what do you mean? Gao Zhanlong shouted angrily. Just now, I offered you the chance to leave, but you chose not to. Now that you want to leave, it's too late, Lin Feng said with a cold smile. What do you want? If you want to leave, kneel and knock your heads 3 times. Today, I will let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. You wish? Impossible, Huadong and Huang Hongsheng exclaimed simultaneously. They could accept verbally apologizing to Lin Feng, but kneeling was out of the question. If word of this got out, where would they place their faces? The lightning Lin Feng summoned was not from the protective formation. It was one of the ultimate techniques he inherited from the 9 Nether sovereign, thunder manipulation, a skill that allowed him to command lightning at will. Currently, his mastery was only at the entry level, but at its perfected stage, it could summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, capable of devastating destruction. Do you think I wouldn't dare to take action? Lin Feng said as the lightning above him gathered, ready to strike. Lin Feng, do not act recklessly. We are all elite true disciples. If anything goes wrong, the consequences are beyond what you, a waste, can bear. Not only will you face the sect's scrutiny, but your master, Sumu Bai, will also be implicated. Think carefully. Even if you do not care for yourself, do you not fear implicating your master? Gao Zhanlong threatened, though fear laced his words. Are you threatening my master? Lin Feng's expression darkened. It's not a threat. It's a reality check. The one who needs a reality check is you, Lin Feng declared just as the crack of thunder rang out. A scream echoed as lightning struck, and when the smoke cleared, Gao Zhanlong lay on the ground, his hair frizzed, clothes torn, and body convulsing. Huang Hongsheng and Huadong stared in disbelief at the near-lifeless form of Gao Zhanlong. They had always thought Lin Feng was merely bluffing, but now he had genuinely attacked Gao Zhanlong. It was well known that the Shunxiao sword sect forbade internal conflict among disciples, regardless of the reason. Disputes should be brought to the law enforcement elder for resolution. Private combat was strictly prohibited. Lin Feng, you are finished. You are completely done for. The sect does not permit internal conflict. Not only are you done for, but your master, Sumu Bai, will also face consequences. Huang Hongsheng trembled as he pointed at Lin Feng. Are you also threatening my master? Lin Feng replied casually, nearly causing Huang Hongsheng to lose control. He did not want to meet the same fate as Gao Zanlong. No, Lin Feng. I swear I had no intention of threatening you. I was just informing you of the Sect's rules, advising you to think ahead. Then how do you choose? Will you kneel and apologize? Or will you seek revenge for your companion? Lin Feng asked. Huadong and Huang Hongsheng exchanged glances before looking up at the gathering lightning and the writhing Gao Zanlong on the ground. They imagined what it would feel like to be struck by that lightning and involuntarily shuddered. Ultimately, they chose to yield, not wanting to face the consequences of a strike. Thud. They both knelt simultaneously, saying, Senior brother, we were wronged. We should not have trespassed into the solitary peak without your permission. Please forgive us and grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. Well, that is much better. If you had done this earlier, we could have avoided all this. Some people just refuse to learn until they face loss. Since you recognize your mistake, you may rise. Just don't repeat such actions in the future, Lin Feng nodded. Accepting their apology, thank you for your magnanimity, senior brother. Huang Hongsheng and Huadong expressed their gratitude as they stood and prepared to leave, eager to distance themselves from the solitary peak. They were anxious to report the incident to the law enforcement elder. Wait! The two immediately halted, slowly turning around. What else does senior brother want? Take your companion with you. Do not soil my place, Lin Feng pointed at the fallen Gao Zanlong. And so it was. Huang Hongsheng and Huadong helped the unconscious Gao Zanlong away from the solitary peak. Although Gao Zanlong appeared quite disheveled, he was not severely injured. He had merely been stunned by the lightning. Lin Feng had controlled the power of the thunder manipulation. Otherwise, it could have reduced him to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Even the entry-level thunder manipulation was beyond Gao Zanlong's capacity to withstand. As the thunder manipulation subsided, the dark clouds above the solitary peak dissipated. Lin Feng hurried to the Jade Maiden Peak to find Leng Hanshuang. He knew it would not be long before someone came seeking him out. Not wanting to expose his strength, he could only turn to Leng Hanshuang for help. Master Uncle, please come with me. I have urgent matters to discuss, Lin Feng said anxiously. What is so urgent? Leng Hanshuang asked, curious. Master Uncle, please do not ask now. I will explain everything once we reach the solitary peak. Leng Hanshuang did not press further, and soon they arrived at the solitary peak. Lin Feng recounted everything that had just transpired. After listening, Leng Hanshuang frowned slightly. The solitary peak is the reward for the first place in the Sect's grand competition. Those who dare come here to view the prize will certainly not be weak. Do you know who those three are? I only caught their names in their conversation. One is called Gao Zanlong, one is Huang Hongsheng, and I am unsure of the other, Lin Feng admitted. He was not well acquainted with the disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect, whether outer sect, inner sect, or true disciples. He only knew a few. Gao Zanlong? Huang Hongsheng? Leng Hanshuang recalled. They were 4th and 5th in last year's sect competition. I remember them as they rank among the top 10 true disciples. If nothing unexpected occurs, these individuals will grow to become the backbone of the sect. The third must be Huadong, the grandson of Elder Hua Qishan. Leng Hanshuang had heard the disciples of Yunu Peak mention these three individuals before, referring to them as the three scoundrels of the Shenxiao sword sect. Although their reputation was rather modest, their innate talent and strength were formidable, placing them among the top 10 true disciples, and their powerful backing was not to be underestimated. The situation was somewhat precarious. However, since it was Lin Feng who had sought her assistance, Leng Hanshuang was determined to see it through. After all, once this young man's strength was revealed, opportunities for him to request help would be scarce. Master Uncle, what do you think? Is this quite troublesome? Lin Feng inquired. Noticing Leng Hanshuang's silence, it is indeed troublesome. These three possess considerable influence within the sect, Leng Hanshuang acknowledged with a nod. What shall we do about it? Are you panicking now? Why didn't you act sooner? Master Uncle, you don't understand. They barged in here without permission and treated Gutsuan Peak as their own territory, making modifications here and there. How could I not be furious? Moreover, I didn't use excessive force. I merely knocked out the most arrogant one, Lin Feng protested. Enough. This matter is troublesome, but I will handle it. You should also be more cautious. After all, you are now someone who stands on the second tier of Lihua continent. Why are you still behaving like a child? I'm not that young, Lin Feng grumbled. Chapter 65. The law enforcement elder Leng Hanshuang sent a distress signal to the sect leader, Luo Yuntian. While waiting with Lin Feng at Gutsuanpeak.it, wouldn't be long before Gao Zhanlong's master would bring the law enforcement elder to demand justice by the Shenshao sword sect. Infighting among disciples was strictly forbidden. Should Lin Feng be found guilty of injuring Gao Zhanlong, regardless of the method used, he would face severe punishment from the sect. Lin Feng, tell them you activated Gutsuan Peak's protective array. As far as I know. There's no such array here. Leng Hanshuang inquired curiously. I used the thunder manipulation technique and deceived them into thinking it was an array, Lin Feng replied. Thunder manipulation? Did you acquire it from the 9 Nether Sovereigns' legacy? Yes. Thunder manipulation is a powerful skill that allows one to freely command heavenly lightning. I'm still a novice at it. How powerful is it? Lin Feng pondered before explaining. The master of thunder manipulation is a Bujia, known as the god of thunder, ranked first among the 108 generals of the 9 Nether Sovereign. Leng Hanshuang gasped in astonishment. The absolute technique practiced by the god of thunder, who ranks first among the 108 generals of the 9 Nether Sovereign. Isn't that even more formidable than the sky-slaying sword technique? That's difficult to assess. Strictly speaking, the sky-slaying sword technique is a single target attack suitable for delivering a fatal blow, while thunder manipulation is a wide area attack more suited for group battles. They each have their own strengths. Could you demonstrate it for me? Leng Hanshuang asked eagerly. Certainly, Lin Feng replied. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened with clouds, lightning crackling in the air. Raising his right hand high, he pointed to the heavens. Lightning gathered frantically, forming a massive sphere of thunder above Lin Feng's fingertip. Even from a distance, Leng Hanshuang could sense the explosive energy contained within the thunderball. Moments later, everything returned to tranquility. Master Uncle, how does it feel? Remarkable! Leng Hanshuang exclaimed in shock. The power is indeed considerable. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Lin Feng offered. Leng Hanshuang was at a loss for words. Such a transcendent skill could be casually taught. Only Lin Feng would be so nonchalant. If even a hint of this information leaked, it would surely incite a storm of bloodshed across Lihua continent. All the formidable figures of the 9 realms would inevitably emerge to vie for it. Did Leng Hanshuang wish to learn? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Who wouldn't want to master such a heaven-defying skill? However, she had only just begun her training in the sky-slaying sword technique. Pursuing another equally challenging skill might not yield favorable results. One mustn't be too greedy. Excellence lies in refinement, not quantity. A perfected sky-slaying sword technique would undoubtedly possess greater combat power than a novice-level technique of the same rank. Perhaps I will hold off on learning for now. To avoid distraction, I'll focus on perfecting the sky-slaying sword technique first. She resolutely declined, suppressing her regret. She had just turned down a renowned technique from a 12th realm master. Very well. If you wish to learn in the future, seek me out. I have plenty of extraordinary skills to share, each with formidable power. During their conversation, a group was approaching Gutsuan Peak, led by the law enforcement elder, Jiang Zhengyi. The law enforcement elder wielded considerable authority. In the entire sect, aside from the upper echelons, all disciplinary matters fell under his jurisdiction. Gao Zhanlong, who had recently departed from Gutsuan Peak, was among them, looking disheveled despite having changed clothes. The other two, Huang Hongsheng and Huadong, had not come, possibly feeling humiliated after being forced to kneel and apologize to Lin Feng. Leng Hanshuang and Lin Feng awaited in silence. Soon, Elder Jiang Zhengyi and his entourage arrived at the summit of Gutsuan Peak. Chief Leng, since you are here, you must be aware of the circumstances, Jiang Zhengyi began. Indeed, Leng Hanshuang replied. Then I must take Lin Feng with me. You have no objections, I hope? I do object. Lin Feng cannot accompany you. I have already notified the sect leader, and he will arrive shortly, she retorted. This minor issue does not require troubling the sect leader. Lin Feng has violated sect regulations, and I must take him away today to uphold the sect's dignity, Jiang Zhengyi insisted, directing his gaze at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what do you have to say regarding Gao Zhanlong's accusation that you forced him to kneel and beat him when he refused? Elder Jiang, it wasn't Lin Feng who injured me. He lacks the strength for that. He activated Gutsuan Peak's protective array and summoned heavenly lightning to strike me, Gao Zhanlong quickly clarified, not wishing to be perceived as unable to defeat a so-called waste. Is there a difference? Jiang Zhengyi shot a glance at Gao Zhanlong. Of course. Gao Zhanlong had barely uttered 2 words before Jiang Zhengyi's gaze silenced him. Elder Jiang, it would be prudent to clarify matters. Otherwise, it could tarnish Zhanlong's reputation. Lin Feng is merely a waste. How could he possibly possess the strength to injure Zhanlong? Spoke Su Wanli, the master of Hongyan Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the Shenxiao sword sect. Gao Zhanlong was his most prized disciple. Su Wanli was seething with anger, having nearly rushed to Gutsuan Peak to eliminate Lin Feng upon learning of Gao Zhanlong's unconscious state. However, he had ultimately restrained himself. The Shenxiao sword sect was not like those demonic factions. Should Lin Feng be killed, it would spell the end of his tenure as peak master. After all, Lin Feng was not without connections. His master, Su Mubai, was no small matter, and several of his masters were not to be trifled with, including Luo Yuntian, the sect's leader. The best course of action was to leave the matter in the hands of the law enforcement elder. Jiang Jingyi paid no heed to Su Wanli and continued to focus on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Gao Zhanlong trespassed into Gutsuan Peak without my permission and refused to leave, claiming this place would soon be his. I had no choice but to act. Regardless of the reason, infighting among disciples is forbidden. Acknowledging this, come with me. I will determine your punishment after my investigation, Jiang Jingyi ordered. Elder Jiang, let us wait for the sect leader to arrive before making a decision. Leng Hanshuang interjected. Is this not clear enough? Even the sect leader cannot shield Lin Feng. The Shenxiao sword sect has its rules, established by our ancestors, which no one may defy, Jiang Jingyi stated sternly. His reputation for fairness and strictness had earned him the esteem of the ancestors, securing his position as the law enforcement elder. Faced with such obstinacy, Leng Hanshuang felt somewhat helpless. It seemed unlikely that even the sect leader could resolve this matter easily. However, it had to be resolved. If Lin Feng, in a fit of anger, decided to leave the sect with Su Mubai and Su Shiyao, where would they go to lament? Chapter 66. Settling accounts after the fact. Elder Jiang. With the sect competition approaching and external sect members already arriving, could we perhaps postpone discussing Lin Feng's punishment until after the competition? A voice echoed from afar, and soon a figure appeared at the peak of Gutsuan Peak. It was none other than Luo Yuntian, the sect leader of the Shenxiao sword sect. Greetings, sect leader. The gathered individuals clasped their fists in respect. ATEs. Luo Yuntian waved his hand, his gaze settling on Jiang Jingyi. Sect leader, you are putting me in a difficult position. Jiang Jingyi's expression revealed his discomfort. What difficulty is there? Lin Feng is, after all, the nominal senior brother of the Shenxiao sword sect. Even if he cannot participate in the sect competition for certain reasons, his status remains. With many external sect members present, it is inevitable they will talk about him. If our senior brother is imprisoned, what face does the Shenxiao sword sect have left? Let us discuss this matter after the competition. Luo Yuntian argued. Su Wanli and Gao Zhanlong exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. Did they really want external forces to discover that the Shenxiao sword sect's senior brother was a waste? Of course, they would never voice such sentiments aloud. The vice-sect leader, Wu Xiliang, and the Grand Elder, Bai Yunsheng, dared to confront Luo Yuntian because their power was on the same level, both at the peak of the 8th realm. However, Su Wanli, at the late stage of the 7th realm, dared not openly contradict Luo Yuntian unless he wished to resign from his position as peak master. Since the sect leader had spoken, Su Wanli could not disregard the Shenxiao sword sect's reputation. Today, we will temporarily spare Lin Feng, and we will address his punishment after the sect competition. Gao Zhanlong's expression fell at once. Yet, he dared not voice his discontent, for he lacked the standing to do so. Not just him. Even Su Wanli felt he could not speak out. Should he persist in punishing Lin Feng, he would be positioning himself directly against Luo Yuntian. The confrontation between Luo Yuntian and Jiang Jingyi was akin to a clash of titans, and Su Wanli did not wish to be caught in the crossfire. Moreover, at this point, even if he did step forward, he would not achieve the outcome he desired. Why bother? Jiang Jingyi was a man of his word. Having promised Luo Yuntian, he saw no need to linger any longer. After bidding farewell, he turned to leave, with Su Wanli and the others following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Feng, Leng Hanshuang, and Luo Yuntian remained atop Gutsuan Peak. Thank you, sect leader, and thank you, master uncle. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Lin Feng, the decision to make Gutsuan Peak the reward for this sect competition was the ancestors' decree. I had no choice in the matter. All I could do was my best. You must take care of yourself. Luo Yuntian sighed. I appreciate everything you have done for us, master. Without your help, Gutsuan Peak would have long been taken from us. Lin Feng assured him earnestly. Sect leader, you have already done your utmost. The rest is in fate's hands. Leng Hanshuang chimed in. She understood that no one could seize Gutsuan Peak from Lin Feng. However, that could not be openly stated. Lin Feng, I will instruct Wendong to do everything in his power to secure first place, If he succeeds, you may continue to reside here, but it will be challenging. The decision to make Gutsuin Peak the reward for first place was proposed by the Grand Elder by Yunxing to the ancestor. Knowing him, he would never make a move without assurance. Once his grandson, by Pengfei, claims first place in the Sect competition, the next step would be to strip you of your senior brother status. You must prepare yourself mentally, Luo Yuntian warned. Wendong, full name Xiang Wendong, was his true disciple and the champion of last year's Sect competition. By Pengfei, the Grand Elder's grandson, ranked second, while Yiching Xien took third. The strength of Xiang Wendong and by Pengfei was closely matched. Last year, victory had come by a stroke of luck, and this year they appeared eager for a rematch. I will forever remember the kindness you have shown to our master and me. Master, Lin Feng vowed sincerely. After imparting a few final words, Luo Yuntian departed Gutsuin Peak. With the Sect competition imminent, leaders from various factions were gradually arriving, and as the Sect leader, he had many matters to address. Little did he realize how profoundly Lin Feng's words would alter the course of his life. In the following days, delegations from various factions continued to arrive at the Shunshao Sword Sect. The leaders of these groups were primarily Sect masters and peak masters, elevating the standards of this Sect competition to new heights. Although their main purpose was to discuss strategies to counter the Wuji Demon Sect, the disciples of the Shunshao Sword Sect were unaware. They simply believed that their sect was placing great importance on the competition, even offering Gutsuin Peak as a reward and inviting so many external members. They felt compelled to display their true capabilities and not bring shame to the sect. Whenever a faction arrived, the Shunshao Sword Sect would send representatives to accompany their disciples on tours. The selection of these representatives was also significant. True disciples were assigned to larger factions, while inner disciples were sent to smaller ones. The Shunshao Sword Sect was vast, with considerable distances between the 16 peaks. Beyond the 16 peaks, there were many other scenic locations worth appreciating. It was impossible to explore all of them in a short time. This moment, a group arrived at Gutsuin Peak, instantly captivated by its enchanting scenery. Having been the sole resident of Gutsuin Peak for many years, Lin Feng had cultivated a landscape far more beautiful than the other peaks. Senior brother, where is this place? A female disciple from an external faction inquired. This is Gutsuin Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the Shunshao Sword Sect, an inner disciple explained. Why is there no one guarding Gutsuin Peak? Other peaks have disciples stationed, and one must announce their presence to enter. Because Gutsuin Peak has few inhabitants. May we go up for a look? Perhaps not. Gutsuin Peak is a bit special. Going up now might provoke the displeasure of the senior brother. The inner disciple recalled the recent rumors. The three scoundrels of the Shunshao Sword Sect had been forced to kneel and apologize by the senior brother. One of them ultimately struck down by the array. The tales were too detailed to be mere fabrications, most likely true. Everyone in the sect knew the senior brother was a waste, but they were astonished by his audacity to offend three true disciples at once, all of whom were ranked among the top 10 in last year's competition. The senior brother truly lived up to his title. The three scoundrels, having been accustomed to their arrogance within the sect, had finally met their match. They would likely be more subdued from now on. Is this where your senior brother resides? The female disciple from the external faction asked curiously. Indeed, the inner disciple nodded. Upon hearing this, the visiting disciples were filled with confusion. Hadn't they heard that the senior brother of the Shunshao Sword Sect was a waste? Why would he occupy one of the 16 peaks? Was this the treatment a waste would receive? Despite their questions, no one dared voice their doubts. Asking if the senior brother was indeed the rumored waste was not merely a matter of politeness, but rather a blatant provocation. Who would dare provoke the Shunshao Sword Sect? Chapter 67. Unusual, not only one group had arrived at Gutsuin Peak, yet none dared to ascend. Gutsuin Peak had seemingly become a forbidden territory among the disciples of the Shunshao Sword Sect. Even the three true disciples had suffered there, so who would dare venture up? Until Xiang Wendong arrived with the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Among the Qingyun sect's entourage was someone familiar to Lin Feng, Li Luai. Xiang Wendong was one of the few true disciples Lin Feng knew. The disciple of the sect leader. He had been the champion of last year's sect competition, and he was naturally here to welcome the Qingyun sect, which was on par with the Shunshao Sword Sect. However, before entering Gutsuin Peak, Xiang Wendong still respectfully called out. Xiang Wendong brings disciples of the Qingyun sect to visit the senior brother. Brother Xiang, please come in, Lin Feng's voice echoed from Gutsuin Peak. Everyone, follow me up, Xiang Wendong beckoned as they ascended Gutsuin Peak. The Qingyun sect was one of the factions most familiar with the Shenxiao sword sect. The two sects had maintained a cooperative relationship for some time. The disciples of the Qingyun sect had heard tales of the so-called waste senior brother, but had yet to meet him. They were curious to see if the rumors held any truth. Upon reaching the peak, Lin Feng was already waiting for them. Senior brother, Xiang Wendong greeted politely. Years ago, he confronted Lin Feng directly, questioning why a useless individual like him was allowed to hold the position of the senior disciple of the Xinjiao sword sect. Upon learning of this, Luo Yuntian imposed a month-long penance upon him at the Cliff of Reflection. From that moment on, Xiang Wendong dared not show Lin Feng any disrespect. As long as the sect did not revoke Lin Feng's title, he would forever remain the senior disciple of the Xinjiao sword sect, an immutable truth. Even if his strength was deemed insufficient for the role, that was a matter for the sect to address, not for Xiang Wendong to raise. Tio questioned Lin Feng's status as senior disciple was tantamount to questioning the Xinjiao sword sect itself. Thus, despite the dissatisfaction harbored by the true disciples of the sect, none dared to voice their discontent openly. They could only harbor their thoughts privately or discuss them among themselves. You are too polite, Xiang Junior brother. These must be the elites of Qingyun sect. Welcome to Xinjiao. Unfortunately, due to certain special circumstances, I am unable to host you myself. I will have Xiang Junior brother show you around, Lin Feng said courteously. Senior brother Lin Feng, do you remember me? Li Luai stepped forward to inquire. Of course I remember. Junior sister Li, how have you been since our last encounter in the Nether Secret Realm? Lin Feng responded. Quite well, thank you for your concern. Senior brother Lin Feng. Their exchange was brief, as they were not particularly familiar with each other and had no further topics to discuss. That moment, a new party arrived at Gutsuan Peak. Yiching Xien and the disciples of Yawang Valley, led by the second miss of Yawang Valley, Zhuge Liuli. Senior sister Yi, what is this place? It appears so lush and beautiful compared to the other peaks, Zhuge Liuli asked. Junior sister Liuli, this is Gutsuan Peak, one of the 16 peaks of our Xinjiao sword sect, overseen by our esteemed master Su Mubai, the master of the Haoran sword. However, it has since fallen into decline, and now only senior brother Lin Feng resides here. With no one else around, the flora naturally thrives, Yiching Xien explained. Upon hearing that Gutsuan Peak was managed by Su Mubai, Zhuge Liuli's interest peaked. Before coming, she had discussed with her father, Zhuge Hongtao, the close relationship between Gimian Ren and Su Mubai. She always paid extra attention to information regarding Su Mubai. Senior sister Yi, may we go up and take a look? She asked eagerly. Let me ask first, Yiching Xien replied after a moment's thought. If she were alone, she would have entered without hesitation, having visited Gutsuan Peak several times before. However, with so many outsiders present, it was prudent to inquire first. The events involving the true disciples Gao Zhanlong, Huang Hongsheng, and Huadong had spread throughout the Xinjiao sword sect, leaving Yiching Xien with some reservations. Why Yiching Xien and the disciples of Yawang Valley have come to pay their respects to the senior brother, Lin Feng, who was accompanying Xiang Wendong and the disciples of Qingyun sect in their tour of Gutsuan Peak, heard Yiching Xuan's voice through the sensing array. Xiang Junior brother, please show the disciples of Qingyun sect around. I will go to greet Yi Junior sister and her party, Lin Feng instructed. Leave it to me. Senior brother, please go ahead. Lin Feng returned to the peak summit to await Yiching Xien and her companions. Today, the number of visitors to Gutsuan Peak exceeded all those of the previous years combined. Having grown accustomed to solitude, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, he would not have allowed anyone in, but for Xiang Wendong and Yiching Xien, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, one was the true disciple of his master, and the other was a true disciple of his cold uncle. Both uncles had treated him well. He could not deny them even this small courtesy. Soon, Yiching Xien and her group arrived. Senior brother, we apologize for the intrusion. In the presence of outsiders, Yiching Xien had to address Lin Feng formally as senior brother, adhering to the customs. When alone, she would call him simply by his name. Not at all welcome, Yi Junior sister, and welcome to all the elites of Yawang Valley, Lin Feng greeted warmly. Greetings, senior brother Lin Feng, Zhuge Liuli said politely. She scrutinized Lin Feng, recalling the rumors that he was the disciple of Su Mubai, one of the 7 swords of Xinjiao, and the so-called useless senior brother of the Xinjiao sword sect. As Yawang Valley strategist, even Zhuge Hongtao and Zhuge Qingyun heeded her counsel, for her intellect was almost uncanny, combined with keen observation and intuition. She could discern exceptional qualities in both Yiching Xien and other true disciples of the Xinjiao sword sect. But she found herself unable to perceive anything unusual about this reputedly inept senior brother. Was the rumor truly accurate? You are too kind, junior sister Liuli, Lin Feng replied with a smile in that instant. Zhuge Liuli sensed something amiss. Lin Feng's gaze swept over her, but did not linger for even a moment. This was highly unusual. Zhuge Liuli possessed absolute confidence in her allure. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as glass. Unmarred by time, it was precisely this quality that had earned her the name Liuli. Over the years, anyone who first beheld her would involuntarily pause for a moment. Not only Min, but even Yiching Xien had been momentarily captivated upon their first meeting, revealing a hint of envy. In a woman could resist desiring skin akin to Zhuge Liuli's. As for Min, upon first sight, they would inevitably wish to touch her skin to experience its texture. Zhuge Liuli had never encountered anyone who failed to pause and admire her beauty, until now. With Lin Feng. Chapter 68. Discussing strategies. Lin Feng's willingness to host Xiang Wendong and Yiching Xien, allowing them to bring guests to Gutsuan Peak, was entirely due to the goodwill of Luo Yuntian and Leng Hanshuang. Both uncles had treated him favorably. One must uphold a sense of loyalty. Guests from Qingyun Sect and Yaowang Valley required only a polite greeting. Deeper interaction was unnecessary. Due to Lin Feng's long-standing solitude at Gutsuan Peak, the local flora and fauna had flourished, making the scenery far more enchanting than other peaks. After a brief tour, Lin Feng led the Yaowang Valley group deeper into Gutsuan Peak. However, not long into their excursion, a sudden scream pierced the air. Lin Feng discerned its source and felt a surge of alarm. This was the direction of the medicinal garden. Had Xiang Wendong and the Qingyun Sect members ventured there? Little White was still stationed there. If they were to intrude, the consequences would be dire. With that thought, Lin Feng abandoned Yiching Xien and the Yaowang Valley group, swiftly making his way toward the medicinal garden. Yi junior sister, please show the Yaowang Valley guests around. I need to attend to something urgently. With that, he vanished from sight. Yiching Xien, puzzled by Lin Feng's sudden departure, sensed nothing amiss, as her perception was insufficient. Senior sister Yi, should we follow him? Zhuge Liuli suggested, her curiosity about Lin Feng intensifying. Very well. Yiching Xien nodded in agreement, leading the Yaowang Valley group in the direction Lin Feng had taken. In the medicinal garden of Gutsuan Peak, a standoff ensued between a group of individuals and a small white snake. Just moments prior, Xiang Wendong and the Qingyun Sect members had arrived at the garden, astonished by the abundance of spiritual herbs, when the small white snake had suddenly leaped out, startling the female disciples of Qingyun Sect, resulting in one of them screaming. The little white snake stood before them, poised to attack, as if to warn anyone who dared to step into the garden. What a cute little white snake, Li Luoyi exclaimed. Though it had taken on the form of a small snake, its snow-white body and smooth scales were endearing, appealing even to those unafraid of snakes. Xiang Wendong was surprised to discover such a wealth of spiritual herbs at Gutsuan Peak. Yet he overlooked the little white snake, perceiving it as harmless. He stepped forward, with the disciples of Qingyun Sect following closely behind. Just as Xiang Wendong was about to enter the medicinal garden, a swift motion occurred. Whoosh! The little white snake transformed into a flash of white light, aimed directly at Xiang Wendenji. At that moment, he felt an intense pressure, as if a formidable beast had set its sights upon him. Just as a collision seemed imminent, a voice intervened. Little White, halt! Lin Feng arrived at the medicinal garden just in time, and the little white snake promptly ceased its advance, landing on Lin Feng's shoulder and eyeing Xiang Wendong and the others warily. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, Lin Feng finally felt the weight lift from his shoulders, breathing a sigh of relief. Apologies, Xiang junior brother, Qingyun Sect disciples. I hope Little White did not frighten you. Not at all, everyone responded, shaking their heads. Senior brother, did you cultivate all these spiritual herbs? Xiang Wendong asked, curiosity piqued. Not at all. These were planted by my cold uncle. I merely oversee them, as she occasionally checks in while I manage them most of the time. Lin Feng deflected all credit onto Leng Hanshuang. Ah, so it's your cold uncle. Xiang Wendong understood. Senior brother Lin Feng, what is your little friend's name? It's so cute and beautiful. Li Luai marveled. Its called Little White. Its not my pet but rather a friend. Lin Feng replied. Senior brother Lin Feng, may I pet it? Li Luai asked eagerly. Perhaps not. Little White is a bit shy. I fear it might startle you, Lin Feng cautioned. During their conversation, Yiching Xien and the disciples of Yaowang Valley arrived as well. The relationships between Yaoang Valley and various factions were generally amicable, and naturally, Qingyan Sect was no exception. Upon seeing Zhuge Lieli for the first time, Li Luai was filled with envy, nearly reaching out to touch her glass-like skin. At the guest hall of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, over 100 individuals gathered, including the leaders of various factions. The head of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, Luo Yuntian, occupied the central seat. The attendees were seated according to the strength of their respective factions, with the top-tier Qingyun Sect positioned at the forefront, followed by major factions like Yaoang Valley, and finally the smaller factions. Welcome to the Xinjiao Sword Sect, Luo Yuntian expressed his gratitude, rising to clasp his fists in greeting to everyone present. Master Luo is too courteous, responded Jiaheran, the leader of Qingyun Sect, also a peak-level expert. The rest of the attendees followed suit, rising to return the greeting. Please, everyone take a seat. I trust you have all surmised the purpose of our invitation from the Xinjiao Sword Sect, Luo Yuntian continued. It concerns the Wuji Demon Sect, doesn't it? Jiaheran interjected. Indeed, you are correct. Rumors abound that the Wuji Daoist has broken through to the 10th realm, becoming the first 10th realm expert in Lizhou. However, our Xinjiao Sword Sect holds a different perspective, Luo Yuntian elaborated. Oh? Does Master Luo believe the Wuji Daoist's breakthrough to be false? That seems unlikely. Who would dare propagate such rumors? Jiaheran questioned. False is perhaps too strong a word. To my knowledge, the Wuji Daoist's lifespan appears to be nearing its end. Considering how long it has been since the news of his breakthrough surfaced without any follow-up action, does that not strike you as strange? If he truly had broken through, would the Wuji Demon Sect not proclaim it to the world? Why the silence? Luo Yuntian's words prompted contemplation among the leaders of the various factions. Under normal circumstances, once the Wuji Daoist broke through to the 10th realm, the Wuji Demon Sect would immediately announce it to the world, subsequently eliminating rival factions to elevate their own status as the dominant power in Lizhou. Their current behavior certainly gave rise to doubt. At this moment, the leader of Yaoang Valley, Zhuge Hongtao, spoke up. Master Luo is correct. The Wuji Demon Sect is indeed acting unusually. My ancestor has speculated that even if the Wuji Daoist did break through, it was likely not without complications, resulting in his inability to emerge. What the Valley Master has stated resonates with my thoughts. The Wuji Daoist's breakthrough must have flaws. He undoubtedly lacks the combat strength of the 10th realm. This presents us with an opportunity. Those of you gathered here either share irreconcilable conflicts with the Wuji Demon Sect or disapprove of their conduct. If we allow the Wuji Demon Sect to dominate Lizhou, where will we find the space to survive? Therefore, we must seize this chance if we are to achieve victory in the end, Luo Yuntian urged. Master Luo, whatever you propose, we shall follow. A leader of a major faction declared emphatically. Indeed, we will heed Master Luo's guidance, many others echoed. This is a matter of great importance. We must deliberate carefully, Luo Yuntian stated solemnly. Chapter 69. Competition among true disciples. Luo Yuntian and the leaders of various factions convene daily to formulate a strategy for united opposition against the Wuji Demon Sect. Meanwhile, the sect's grand competition quietly commenced. The rules of the competition were straightforward. It was divided into 3 groups: outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. The outer disciple competition was the first to take place. Though it lacked excitement, as the talents of outer disciples were limited, and their strength was typically modest, generally at the 2nd realm. Once the top 3 outer disciples were determined, the inner disciple competition would follow. The battles among inner disciples were far more thrilling than those of outer disciples. By the time the top few had emerged, their prowess could rival that of some of the lower-ranking true disciples. However, even the inner disciple competition could only attract the attention of smaller factions. Major powers like Qingyun Sect and Yaoang Valley regarded it with disdain, waiting instead for the true spectacle, the battles between true disciples. Each true disciple represented the backbone of their sect and indicated its potential for development. The higher the talent of true disciples, the greater the potential for their faction's growth. With the competitions of the outer and inner disciple groups concluded, the highlight of the Xinjiao Sword Sect's annual grand competition, the True Disciple Group Battle, was about to commence. The martial arena, which had been relatively empty just days prior, now teemed with spectators, all seats filled. Many latecomers had no choice but to stand and observe. Yet this did not dampen their enthusiasm. As one of the 4 top-tier powers in Lizhou, the Xinjiao Sword Sect was expected to host formidable true disciples, making these battles particularly engaging. The rules for the True Disciple competition were based on last year's rankings, with the top 10 serving as seed competitors exempt from initial battles. From the 10th position onward, opponents would be drawn by lot. Once 10 victors were determined, they would engage in cross battles with the top 10 from last year's competition. This approach was designed to prevent strong contenders from facing off too early, making it a relatively fair system. The high-ranking officials of the Xinjiao Sword Sect were in attendance, including Luocha Qian and the leaders of various factions, who rarely appeared together at the martial arena to watch. This demonstrated the sect's emphasis on the true disciple competition. The martial arena. An elder took on the role of host, delivering an elaborate introduction about the history of the Xinjiao Sword Sect and its notable figures throughout the ages. He concluded by praising the current Xinjiao Sword Sect under the leadership of Luocha Qian, the Grand Elder by Yunsheng, and the various peak masters and elder council members, heralding a new era of glory. Now, I invite our sect's master, Luocha Qian, to address the audience, the elder announced. Applause erupted throughout the arena. Luocha Qian rose and said, "The grand competition is a significant event for our Xinjiao Sword Sect. Its purpose is to assess your achievements over the past year. I hope you all can showcase your strength, skill, and indomitable spirit." The applause intensified once more. Next, the elder called upon Grand Elder by Yunsheng to speak. "This is the first time our Xinjiao Sword Sect has invited external factions to witness our grand competition, making it an optimal opportunity to demonstrate our strength. Everyone must present their true abilities and uphold the honor of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. I hereby declare the commencement of the Xinjiao Sword Sect's grand competition for the True Disciple Group." The atmosphere at the arena reached a fever pitch as the true disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect ascended the martial stage, paying their respects to the various factions in attendance. The inner and outer disciples who had just participated in their matches looked on with envy, as their own bouts had attracted little attention. Now, the area around the arena was teeming with spectators, highlighting the stark contrast. When would they have the chance to shine in such a spotlight? Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained leisurely atop the solitary peak. Roasting fish. A figure approached him. "Lin Feng, the competition among the true disciples has commenced. Why are you still here?" asked Leng Hanshuang. She had not found Lin Feng at the arena and suspected he was still at the solitary peak, so she had come to find him. Aside from worrying that Lin Feng might abandon the peak, Leng Hanshuang was eager to see this once misunderstood waste of a senior brother display even a hint of his potential, and she wondered how the elders would react. A once ignored underdog defeating the champion of the sect competition? The thought thrilled her. "Master, didn't you say the challenges would come at the end? It's just beginning." "There's still time," Lin Feng replied, continuing to tend to the fish in his hands. "Aren't you going to watch your junior sister?" She's participating too. Xu Xiao had been accepted as a true disciple by Lu Hongwan, but had yet to gain the recognition of the Red Lotus Sword, thus not qualifying as its successor. She's participating too. How old is she? Isn't that reckless? Does Master Lu allow her to act so rashly? Lin Feng set down the fish, furrowing his brow. The little girl was quite stubborn. Even Lu Shiji had advised her to focus on cultivation at her young age, assuring her there would be many chances to participate in the future. But she refused to listen, insisting that only through combat could she continuously improve herself. "This is sheer folly. I must go see," Lin Feng declared as he transformed into a streak of light, departing the solitary peak and racing toward the martial arena of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Although sect competitions generally pose little danger, he remained concerned for Xu Xiao's safety. In previous years, she had not participated in the sect competition, as the rules allowed disciples under 20 to abstain. Those who could become true disciples were not lacking in talent, yet being too young meant their strength would be considerably weaker, rendering participation meaningless. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Xu Xiao would choose to compete this year. He suspected it was due to her master, Su Mubai, prompting the little girl to seek strength more swiftly, thus opting for such a perilous method. She truly was a worrisome child. Why couldn't she simply focus on cultivating at Chaoxiao Peak? Seeing this, Leng Hanshuang hurriedly followed. The martial arena. The competition had commenced. The intensity of the battles far surpassed that of the inner disciple group, not to mention the outer disciple group. They were entirely different realms. The two combatants on stage were both in the early stages of the fourth realm, exchanging blows with intricate sword techniques flying through the air. Ultimately, one emerged victorious by a slender margin. The elder presiding over the event ascended the stage to announce the winner, then produced 2 slips of paper to announce the next bout, with Xu Xiao's name prominently displayed. In Yuanji, The elder called out at the arena. A man in his late 20s, with an unremarkable appearance, sauntered onto the martial stage. Despite his lackluster looks, his lineage was formidable. There was a closed-door elder in the forbidden grounds of the Qian sword sect who shared his surname, making him a descendant of great standing. Though generations apart, the bloodline remained the same. With such a powerful background, he could easily stride through the sect. Perhaps considering himself of noble lineage, Yiching had little regard for rigorous training. Even though his talent was not lacking, he was merely average among true disciples. His lack of strength, however, did not diminish his standing among them. Everyone treated him with deference. Once on stage, the elder announced the next name. Su Shiyao, a vibrant young woman in her late teens, sporting a ponytail, stepped onto the martial stage. The atmosphere ignited with excitement upon her appearance. Beauty was universally admired, especially one who was a true disciple of the Qian sword sect, which only amplified her allure. Male disciples from the outer sect gazed at her with sparkling eyes. The rules for the sect competition are clear. Strikes must be decisive, no hidden weapons, no forbidden techniques, and no lethal force. Once one party concedes, the match concludes, and the other must cease all attacks. Do you understand? The elder inquired. Understood. Both Yiching and Su Shiyao replied simultaneously. Then I declare the 7th match of the true disciple group of the sect competition to commence. After the elder exited the arena, cheers erupted from the inner disciples of Chaoxia Peak. Go, junior sister Shiyao. The crowd rallied behind her, and it was evident whom they favored. An attractive young woman against an unremarkable man. Even within the Qian sword sect, the majority would support Su Shiyao. Yiching, emboldened by his status, had committed numerous acts that angered others, including harassing female disciples. When the sect learned of this, they merely issued symbolic punishments, unwilling to offend the elder of the 9th realm. Even the sect leader, Luocha, and the grand elder, Bai Yunsheng, turned a blind eye. The justice elder, Jiang Jingyi, was principled yet not foolish. He valued his position too highly to jeopardize it by antagonizing a 9th realm ancestor. In the Qian sword sect, any matter involving a 9th realm ancestor was not trivial. As for justice, only absolute strength could uphold true justice, in any world. The strong were always right, while the weak were invariably wrong. Hearing the crowd's fervent support for Su Shiyao while none rallied for him, Yiching's expression soured. He was a man who valued his pride, and the arena echoed with voices championing Su Shiyao, inciting his anger. You all favor a mere waste-s daughter. Soon, you will witness that very beauty kneeling before me, begging for mercy. I shall relish the sight of your expressions then, junior sister Shiyao. Please go easy on your brother, Su Shiyao implored politely. Rest assured, junior sister, I will be gentle. You won't feel pain, only pleasure, Yiching replied, leering, eliciting disgust from those nearby. Disciples from other factions began murmuring. Is this really what the true disciples of the Qian sword sect are like? They seem more like ruffians indeed. A so-called true disciple, yet he acts as a rogue. How did such a person come to be a true disciple? Perhaps his talent overshadows his shortcomings? Did you not hear the rules just announced? Truly talented individuals are seed players, exempt from earlier matches. Could it be that he took shortcuts? These murmurs reached the ears of sect leader Luocha. Prompting him to frown, he glanced at the grand elder Bai Yunsheng, who wore a nonchalant expression. Luocha felt disdain. Moments ago, he had insisted that they must not tarnish the sect's reputation, yet now they were facing utter disgrace, and there was no reaction from their leaders. This was hypocrisy at its finest. In truth, Luocha was also helpless. Behind Yiching stood a 9th realm ancestor. What could he do? He could not afford to offend the ancestor. Despite being the sect leader, the true decision-makers of the Qian sword sect were the elders hidden away in the forbidden grounds, the weakest among them being in the early 9th realm, with the most powerful, Yiching Xien, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm. You shameless. Su Shiyao's face flushed with indignation, at a loss for how to retort. Despite her youth, she understood the implication of Yiching's words. Haha, did I ask that shameless? Just wait. There's even more shamelessness to come. Look at your delicate skin. I wonder how it feels to touch. Su Shiyao took deep breaths, her chest rising and falling. Yiching's eyes nearly bulged in anticipation of the young girl's physique and skin. At that moment, even Luocha could not bear to watch and discreetly transmitted a message to the elder presiding over the competition, urging him to hasten the match's commencement and prevent Yunu from speaking further. This young man was tarnishing the sect's reputation, and there was nothing Luo Yuntian could do about it. The elder, having received the sect leader's message, steeled himself. "Let us begin the match, pervert, prepare to face my sword." Su Xiao launched her attack first, brandishing a slender sword toward Yunu, aiming for his face. Yunu slightly tilted his head to evade the strike, then flicked the tip of his finger against her sword. Clang! The sword emitted a sharp sound, and Su Xiao felt her grip faltering as it trembled violently in her hand. "Junior sister, your sword is far too slow, akin to a turtle's pace. It cannot harm anyone," Yunu taunted. With just one exchange, the disparity in their strengths became evident. They were not on the same level. Approaching 30 years of age, Yunu had a full decade of experience over 17 or 18-year-old Su Xiao. Making the gap significant at this stage, in less than 10 years, just 5 more would suffice for Su Xiao to surpass Yunu, but unfortunately, she was not yet his match. Su Xiao had entered the competition to uncover her shortcomings in combat. As the match progressed, Yunu flicked her sword aside, closing in on Su Xiao in an attempt to touch her, curious if her physique was as appealing as it appeared in the chaos of battle. Physical contact was inevitable, and no one could fault him for it. In truth, Yunu could have easily won, but he was reluctant to do so. He had finally found a beautiful, weaker opponent and was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Su Xiao, recalling his earlier lewd remarks, felt a surge of panic and retreated hastily. The two danced around each other, and soon they reached the edge of the arena. Realizing she could retreat no further, Su Xiao steadied her sword and swung forcefully. Yunu halted his advance, easily dodging the strike, but the distance between them widened. The audience held their breath for Su Xiao, having anticipated such an outcome. Yet they could not help but sigh in disappointment. Why must such a loathsome person prevail? Could there not be a miracle? Su Xiao knew she was no match for Yunu, yet she refused to concede so easily. If she could not handle this minor setback, how would she protect her senior brother and father in the future? "Junior sister, your sword speed was too slow just now. Let me teach you how to wield it correctly." Yunu drew his long sword and charged at her. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clashes erupted, with Su Xiao forced to defend herself, unable to retaliate. Moments later, she was panting heavily, struggling to keep up as Yunu's strikes became increasingly rapid. With a swift thrust, he knocked her slender sword from her grasp. At this point, Yunu merely had to point his sword at Su Xiao to conclude the match. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he tossed his sword aside, leaving both combatants disarmed. The spectators could hardly contain their outrage. They all understood Yunu's intentions. With weapons out of hand, he could engage in close combat and take advantage of Su Xiao. "Junior sister, without our weapons, I shall begin," he leered, lunging toward her. Su Xiao could only dodge. This was not a match. It was an assault. The sect leader Luo Yuntian and Grand Elder Bai Yunxing watched in disbelief. Yunu's actions were an utter disgrace to the Shenshao sword sect. After the competition, they would surely report him to the elder. Others merely watched as if it were a farce. Some could see through the charade. With Yunu's behavior, he should have been reprimanded or even disqualified long ago. Yet, the higher-ups of the Shenshao sword sect remained silent, indicating their reluctance to wade into such murky waters. If the sect leader and Grand Elder chose to remain silent, it was a testament to Yunu's powerful connections, likely involving the Ninth Realm Elder, which emboldened him to act so brazenly in any faction. A Ninth Realm Elder commanded absolute authority. Even within the 4 major factions, powerful Ninth Realm warriors were few and far between, each one a cornerstone of their respective sects. As Su Xiao evaded, she gritted her teeth, suppressing her sense of injustice. If her father had not been incapacitated, if her senior brother were not so gifted, they would surely protect her. Now, she had to be her own guardian. She must be strong and diligent, not to disappoint her father and senior brother. In the close pursuit, physical contact was inevitable, and Su Xiao used her hands to shield herself. Yet, Yunu was not using his full strength. He was merely toying with her. Suddenly, in a misstep, Su Xiao found herself caught by Yunu's right hand. His lewd grin widened as he prepared to pull her into an embrace for a more intimate encounter. At that moment, Su Xiao slipped, her body leaning back involuntarily. Yunu, seeing this, lunged forward, to him. Pinning Su Xiao to the ground felt even more exhilarating than drawing her close. He was moments away from experiencing the beauty's alluring form and skin. How delightful! Su Xiao fell onto her back, and as Yunu prepared to descend upon her, she frantically grasped around and fortuitously seized her discarded slender sword, swiftly positioning it between them. Fortunately, Yunu realized just in time. With a blade now between them, he dared not press forward and instead rolled aside, creating distance between them. Yu Xiao sprang to her feet, the sword now stained with a hint of blood. Yunu lay on the ground, slow to rise. The onlookers fixed their eyes intently on the fallen figure. After several moments, Yunu finally began to rise. Upon seeing the blood on his face and the grimace of rage, Su Xiao instinctively stepped back, realizing that during Yunu's roll, he had inadvertently cut his own face with her blade, leaving a deep gash. The audience erupted with excitement, some unable to contain their laughter. "Ha ha! How the tables have turned. Thought you could take advantage. Now look at you, scarred and humiliated." Originally unattractive, he was now even more so. Yunu seethed with fury, his gaze towards Su Xiao now laced with murderous intent. Initially, he had dismissed her as a mere girl, intending only to tease her and gain some advantage. To his dismay, he had now found himself in a dire predicament, witnessed by a multitude. The prideful Yunu could hardly bear it. He longed for a hole to hide in. Yet before that, he was determined to exact revenge for his disfigurement. Su Xiao had never anticipated such an outcome. She had not intended to harm Yunu. Reacting purely on instinct, "Senior brother, I am so sorry. It was not my intention," Su Xiao stammered as she apologized to Yunu. "Sorry? Is that all you have to say?" Yunu growled, his fists clenched in anger. Aware of his fury, Su Xiao understood that she could no longer continue the fight. She turned to face the elder presiding over the competition. "Elder, but before she could finish, Yunu realized she was about to concede. He could not allow that. Conceding meant she would no longer be able to retaliate. Just as Su Xiao uttered a word, his cultivation erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon her, delivering a powerful strike to her back. Chapter 72. Everything is in my hands. Su Xiao felt a tremendous force hit her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. The sheer power propelled her forward. In that instant, a figure appeared from afar, soaring in on a sword and catching Su Xiao in his arms. It was Lin Feng, who had hurried from Gutsuan Peak upon learning from Leng Hanshuang that Su Xiao would participate in the Sect competition. However, he was still a step too late as they landed. His heart raced with worry at the sight of his pale and unconscious junior sister. Fortunately, Zhuge Lieli from Yawang Valley arrived promptly, producing a spirit pill to administer to Su Xiao. Seeing that she was from Yawang Valley, Lin Feng did not refuse. After a while, Su Xiao finally awoke, her eyes fluttering open to see Lin Feng, and she smiled weakly. "Senior brother, do not speak. Focus on healing." "I will take care of everything," Lin Feng interrupted gently. Su Xiao fell silent, but could not suppress the smile on her face. The warmth of his embrace was reassuring. It had been a long time since she had rested in her senior brother's arms. She recalled how, as a child, she could only sleep soundly if she was in his embrace every night. "Thank you," Lin Feng said to Zhuge Lieli, and no need for thanks. It was a mere trifle. She waved her hand dismissively. Lin Feng then lifted his gaze to Yunu on the martial stage, a surge of energy beginning to build within him. Su Xiao was one of his soft spots. Anyone who dared to touch her would face dire consequences. Just as Lin Feng was on the brink of losing control, Leng Hanshuang knelt beside him, placing her hand on his arm. Lin Feng looked down to see her shaking her head gently. Taking a few deep breaths, he attempted to calm himself and communicated telepathically, "Aunt, can I challenge him now?" "No. You must wait until the competition concludes," she replied telepathically. "What if he refuses to fight?" "He will not. For you are still the discarded senior brother of the Shanshao sword sect. He has no reason to decline," she reassured him. At that moment, Lu Hongwan, the peak master of Chaoxiao Peak, arrived. She had not anticipated Yunu's sudden attack. As Su Xiao's master, watching her disciple get severely injured pained her immensely. The incident had unfolded so suddenly that everyone remained in shock. It was evident that Su Xiao had been prepared to concede. Yet Yunu, seeking vengeance for his disfigurement, chose to strike from behind. The spectators around the martial stage could hardly accept this act, and even the various sect leaders felt that Yunu had gone too far. Luo Yuntian abruptly stood up, then sat back down. Though Yin Yuanji's actions were disgraceful, they did not violate the competition's rules. Since Su Xiao had not uttered her concession, the battle was still considered active. Moreover, she had not died. She was merely injured, which the rules allowed. While killing was prohibited, injuring was permissible. If even injuring were disallowed, what would be the purpose of the competition? They might as well practice with their swords for fun. The Grand Elder by Yunqing remained composed nearby, secretly hoping that Yin Yuanji would deal a fatal blow to Su Xiao, for then the ensuing chaos would provide entertainment. Su Xiao was the daughter of Su Mubai. Luo Yuntian would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yin Yuanji had the backing of a Ninth Realm ancestor, and Bai Yuncheng was eager to see how Luo Yuntian would respond. Unfortunately, Su Xiao had not been killed. From Luo Yuntian's demeanor, it seemed he would likely remain passive. Suddenly, a wave of voices arose, filled with curses. Despicable, lowly, shameless. Not a man. The elder presiding over the competition stepped onto the martial stage and declared, "In the 7th match of the True Inheritance Disciples group, Yin Yuanji is the victor." There should have been applause, but the arena fell silent. Yin Yuanji was a proud man and could not tolerate such disdain. He hastily left the stage, unrepentant for his actions. Anyone who dared to tarnish his face, even unintentionally, must pay the price. His failure to kill Su Xiao was already a sign of mercy. Even if he had killed her, what could the sect do? With a 9th Realm ancestor as his backing, he felt invulnerable. Next came the 8th match of the sect's True Disciples competition. Lin Feng carried Su Xiao away from the arena, followed closely by Leng Hanshuang and Lu Hongwan. On the way, Lin Feng turned to Lu Hongwan and said, "Aunt Lu, could you do me a favor? Please, Lin Shidi, speak. Could you keep an eye on the sect competition from the martial stage? Notify me when it is about to conclude. Are you planning to challenge Yin Yuanji to avenge Xiao?" Lu Hongwan asked, surprised. "Senior brother, please don't." Su Xiao struggled in Lin Feng's embrace. "Junior sister, I have said. Focus on healing, I will handle everything from here on out," Lin Feng reassured her. "But, junior sister, please be quiet. Your injuries are severe and require rest, do not worry. I will carry you wherever I go during this time." Su Xiao nodded, closing her eyes to rest. Her injuries were indeed serious. Her internal organs had suffered damage. She needed to recuperate with various spirit herbs for some time to recover fully. "Aunt Lu, I know it is not your place to intervene, so I will take responsibility. My junior sister's grievances cannot go unavenged." "You?" Lu Hongwan wanted to question his strength to seek vengeance against Yin Yuanji, who was formidable among the true disciples. Yet, she swallowed her words. Regardless, Lin Feng's courage to challenge Yin Yuanji was commendable. It proved he was no coward. "I can keep an eye on the competition for you. But Lin Feng, I must remind you not to act impulsively, lest you suffer the consequences. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt Lu." Lu Hongwan turned to Leng Hanshuang. "Long Shimi, please also advise Lin Feng to refrain from acting rashly." "Rest assured, senior sister, I will." Leng Hanshuang nodded, thinking to herself that senior sister was unaware of Lin Feng's true strength. When he finally revealed his capabilities, it would surely shake the entire continent. Had she not intervened in time, Yin Yuanji would likely already be dead. As for the 9th Realm ancestor behind Yin Yuanji, Lin Feng would not necessarily fear him. Lu Hongwan returned to the martial stage to continue watching the sect competition, determined to fulfill her promise to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng carried Su Xiao and, along with Leng Hanshuang, entered the medicinal garden of Gutsuan Peak to gather the finest spirit herbs for her recovery. Together, they managed to stabilize her condition, but further treatment was necessary. Zhuge Liuli's spirit pill had also played a significant role. Chapter 73. The semi-finals. The Shenshao Sword Sect's martial stage was now in the final stages of the sect competition, leading to the much-anticipated semi-finals. The top 4 competitors were Xiang Wendong, by Peng Fei, Yiching Xien, and Huadong. The first 3 were the same as last year's top 3, with no changes, while Huadong, previously ranked 7th, unexpectedly surged into the top 4, causing quite a stir. The 4th-place competitor from last year, Gao Zhanlong, had dropped to 5th, which was unexpected as well. He had even boasted that he would claim the 1st place and obtain Gutsuan Peak, intending to renovate it. Unfortunately, his strength could not support such arrogance, and he failed to secure a top 4 spot. The matchups were determined by drawing lots. Yiching Xien versus Huadong, Xiang Wendong versus Bai Peng Fei. The 3rd-ranked competitor faced the 7th, while the 1st faced the 2nd. This meant that one of Xiang Wendong or Bai Pengfei would inevitably fall to third place. While it seemed somewhat unfair, the rules were set, and sometimes luck was part of strength at this stage. The differences in strength were not substantial, and upsets could happen at any moment. The semifinals of the True Inheritance Disciples group officially commenced, with the elder presiding over the competition announcing the start. Yiching Xien and Huadong stepped onto the martial stage. Facing last year's third-place winner, Huadong did not dare to underestimate her. Boom! The great completion sword intent erupted, resonating with the forces of nature. In an instant, the martial stage was filled with flying swords and dazzling lights, startling the surrounding audience into a frenzy. This was the kind of battle worth watching. Looking back at the previous matches seemed like comparing the heavens and the earth. The power and splendor of the techniques were on entirely different levels. Apologies, Sister Yi, Huadong declared, radiating a powerful aura as he looked down at Yiching Xien. Please, Brother Hua, she replied calmly. The battle was about to ignite. At Gutsu and peak. Su Xiao lay with her eyes closed, resting and healing. Unexpected incidents could easily occur, but Lin Feng and Leng Hanshuang were by her side, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a light sword shot in, a unique telepathic communication method of the Shenxiao sword sect. Lin Feng casually waved his hand, shattering the light sword. Lu Hongluan's voice echoed, Lin Feng. The competition is nearing its conclusion. Su Xiao immediately opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Senior brother, I want to go too. If you don't say it, I will still take you. You are not to leave my side until your injuries heal. Lin Feng stated firmly. He could not trust Su Xiao to be alone in her injured state. All right. Su Xiao beamed, genuinely wanting to stay by her senior brother's side. However, reality demanded that she work hard to cultivate in order to protect her father and senior brother. Aunt, let us go watch him. Leng Hanshuang nodded. The three set off for the martial stage. Although Su Xiao's condition had stabilized, Lin Feng's fury remained undiminished. Once the sect competition concluded, he would challenge Yunu as the senior brother of the Shenxiao sword sect to avenge Su Xiao and then confront the first-place winner to reclaim Gutsu and peak. Both tasks were crucial, and he could only reveal a fraction of his strength. He would explain that he had obtained a tremendous opportunity in the Nether Secret Realm, confident that no one would doubt his story. On the martial stage, the battle raged fiercely, with various sword energies and lights filling the air. Huadong had significantly improved since last year, but Yiching Xien had also not been idle, especially since she had gained a legacy within the Nether Secret Realm. The Nether Sovereign had transcended the 12th realm, and his 108 generals were all valiant and powerful warriors. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of the 10th realm, capable of sweeping through the entire continent. In contrast, the likes of Wuji Daoist were merely insignificant. However, due to the short time since she received the legacy, Yiching Xien had not yet managed to grasp it fully. If it had not been for Lin Feng's assistance, Leng Hanshuang would not have been able to master the sword technique of Heaven's Severance so quickly. The more powerful the secret techniques, the harder they were to cultivate, a truth that applied to everyone except Lin Feng. His comprehension had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, and these techniques posed no difficulty for him. Nor were there any bottlenecks on the martial stage. Huadong unleashed the great completion sword intent, complemented by exquisite sword techniques, all of which Yiching Xien effortlessly countered. She too wielded the great completion sword intent. As time passed, Huadong began to grow increasingly impatient. Sister Yi, I originally planned to save this move for the finals, but it seems I must use it now. You can still concede while there's time. Huadong spoke with seriousness, preparing to employ his trump card that it was meant for Xiang Wendong or Bai Pengfei, but now he had no choice. He might not even surpass Yiching Xien otherwise. Feel free to unleash whatever techniques you have. I will handle them all, Yiching Xien replied fearlessly. Since you are so stubborn, I shall not hold back. After Huadong finished speaking, he sheathed his sword into a spatial bag, indicating that his next move would not involve his sword. Sword cultivators were not obligated to use swords. They could learn other secret techniques as well, and the sect would not interfere in the predatory world of the 9 continents. Strength represented everything, regardless of whether one was a sword cultivator or a demonic cultivator. The strong were revered. Qian Daoyun had committed numerous acts that drew public ire, even slaughtering hundreds of thousands to cultivate his devouring demon technique. Yet he continued to thrive without consequence. Who dared to speak against him? This was the power that conferred status. Huadong closed his eyes, palms together, as a mysterious force enveloped him, causing his aura to surge. Boom! At that moment, Huadong, at the peak of the 4th realm, broke through to the early 5th realm, shocking the onlookers. However, some experienced observers recognized the situation. Huadong had only temporarily reached the 5th realm due to the mysterious force. Once it dissipated, he would revert to the peak of the 4th realm. Nonetheless, this was astonishing. Techniques that allowed one to increase their cultivation during a battle were exceedingly rare and valuable, often determining the outcome of a fight. Seeing Huadong at the early 5th realm, Yiching Xien finally felt a spark of interest. She had not been taking the battle seriously up to that point. Huadong suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils now a fierce red, reminiscent of a beast. His body vanished from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The battle erupted. Dust filled the martial stage. After a lengthy confrontation, Yiching Xien stood at the center, surrounded by a protective sword light, while Huadong stood not far away, disheveled, his mysterious power having faded. Returning to the peak of the 4th realm, I concede. I did not expect Sister Yi to have already broken through to the 5th realm and grasped the ultimate sword intent. Huadong admitted, bowing his head in defeat. Brother Hua, do not belittle yourself. You performed admirably. It is merely that your cultivation is a bit lacking. Yiching Xien comforted him. Huadong left the martial stage with a bitter smile. He had hoped to leverage the secret technique he obtained by chance to at least secure a top 2 finish and possibly claim 1st place, but he had overestimated himself. The elder presiding over the competition announced, in the semifinals of the True Inheritance Disciples group, Yiching Xien is the victor. The next semifinal would pit Xiang Wandong against Bai Pengfei. Chapter 74, Ultimate Technique. Meteor shower. With the first semifinal concluded, Yiching Xien triumphed and advanced to the finals. The second semifinal began. Last year's champion, Xiang Wandong, faced off against the 2nd place winner, Bai Pengfei. Both were well acquainted with each other and immediately unleashed their early 5th realm cultivation, utilizing the ultimate sword intent, thrilling the audience. The Sect competition reached its climax at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword energies collided, producing a cacophony. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the martial stage, the battle had already concluded. The outcome was unexpected. Bai Pengfei had defeated Xiang Wandong and would face Yiching Xien in the finals. The significance of this competition's first place was profound. Not only would it attract numerous observing factions, but the winner would also receive Gutsu and Peak as a reward, a dual benefit of fame and fortune. Please welcome the competitors for the final match of the Sect competition. As the elder presiding over the competition announced, Bai Pengfei and Yiching Xien stepped onto the martial stage, standing opposite each other. Are you both ready? Ready. They replied in unison. I declare the finals of the Shenshao Sword Sect's Sect competition officially begin. Boom! The presence of 5th realm cultivation erupted as the two engaged in battle. The martial stage was awash with sword light. Both parties deployed their utmost strategies, engaging in a fierce exchange where neither could gain the upper hand. After a brief moment, Bai Pengfei could no longer contain himself, revealing a significant trump card, his aura surging to the mid-stage of the 5th realm, forcing Yiching Xien to retreat repeatedly. Both were foremost sword cultivators, and in the eyes of sword practitioners, offense is the best defense. If one can attack the opponent to the point they cannot retaliate, why bother with defense? Yiching Xien realized that if things continued this way, defeat was inevitable. Gritting her teeth, she revealed a look of determination in her eyes. Combat was the finest means of enhancement. Without pushing herself to the brink, she could not ascertain how long it would take to achieve enlightenment. Resolutely, she decided to risk it all. Retreating to the edge of the martial arena, Yiching Xien propelled her body into the air. Just as Bai Pengfei prepared to pursue, he suddenly sensed a tremendous pressure emanating from the sky. He quickly looked up to see Yiching Xien suspended in midair, radiating a sharp aura that caused a slight, stinging sensation in the eyes of all who beheld her. Bai Pengfei was taken aback. This was certainly not a technique of the Shenshao Sword Sect. Could it be something Yiching Xien obtained from the 9 Nether Secret Realm? It was highly plausible. The spectators surrounding the martial arena stared intently at Yiching Xien, ignoring the stinging sensation in their eyes. They could all discern that the technique she was unleashing possessed immense power. Even the higher-ups of the Shenshao Sword Sect were unable to avert their gaze. It was not a technique from their sect, yet it was undoubtedly a skill of a sword cultivator, and judging by its potency, it was certainly an unprecedented masterpiece. The Grand Elder, Bai Yunxing, revealed a hint of greed in his eyes. If a mere initial stage 5th realm cultivator could unleash such might, How extraordinary would it be if he were to acquire it? Unfortunately, Yiching Xien was backed by the 7 swords of Shanxiao. Otherwise, he could have employed intimidation and persuasion to make her surrender it. The other members of the 7 swords were manageable, but Luo Yuntian was particularly difficult to deal with. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also the sect leader of the Shanxiao sword sect, and nominally, the entire sect had to heed his commands. At this moment, Yiching Xien was not faring well. Every part of her body felt as if it were being pricked by needles. She was forcefully employing the transcendent technique, Meteor Sword Rain, from the 9 Nether Palace. Having yet to master it, using it recklessly could prove perilous. However, there was also a possibility that in the midst of battle, she might grasp the key points and achieve mastery in one fell swoop. In a corner of the martial arena, Lin Feng and his companions were observing the fight. Leng Hanshuang whispered, "Lin Feng, Qing Qian never had such a technique before. It must have been obtained from the 9 Nether Palace. Did you not say you were familiar with all the renowned techniques of the 9 Netherlord and the 108 generals? Can you identify it?" "Indeed. The technique that Qing Qian is employing is called Meteor Sword Rain, a wide-range attack skill of great power," Lin Feng replied in kind. "Dio, you think Qing Qian can defeat Bai Pengfei using Meteor Sword Rain? Bai Pengfei is a deeply concealed opponent. Dio defeat him. Qing Qian would need to master the technique to have a chance. Is the entry-level mastery insufficient? Entry-level is quite challenging, and it seems Qing Qian has not even reached that level. She intends to force herself to unleash it in battle, pushing herself to the brink for a chance at survival." "What? She hasn't even reached entry-level mastery? This reckless girl is simply out of control." Leng Hanshuang gazed at Yiching Xien, realizing that her current state was far from stable. It appeared she was enduring immense pain. She could not allow her to continue with such reckless abandon. While there was a slight chance of survival in forcefully employing an unmastered technique, the likelihood of backlash was far greater. Just as Leng Hanshuang prepared to intervene and stop Yiching Xien, Lin Feng held her back. "Aunt, do not fret. I will keep an eye on it. Should anything go awry, I will immediately inform you to act. We can still afford to wait. This might be Qing Xuan's opportunity." With Lin Feng's reassurance, Leng Hanshuang relaxed. She unconditionally trusted her nephew's judgment at this moment. She would follow his lead as if he were the one in charge. Time slowly passed. Yiching Xuan's expression grew increasingly pained. Yet her understanding of Meteor Sword Rain deepened, bringing her to the brink of entry-level mastery. "Aunt, Qing Qian is at a critical juncture. Pay attention to Bai Pengfei. We cannot allow him to disturb her, or it may all be in vain and lead to a powerful backlash," Lin Feng cautioned. "Understood." Leng Hanshuang fixed her gaze upon Bai Pengfei, ready to act the moment he moved. Bai Pengfei, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, thought, "I must stop Yiching Xien." However, just as he made a move, a figure appeared beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You've won this match. Do not disturb Qing Qian." The newcomer was Leng Hanshuang. Ever since Lin Feng had alerted her, her attention had been firmly on Bai Pengfei. It was fortunate that Lin Feng had warned her, or Qing Qian would have been in danger. With Leng Hanshuang's intervention, Bai Pengfei lost his only opportunity. Yiching Xuan's aura intensified, and weaker spectators had to shut their eyes, fearing their sight would fail them if they continued to look. The powerful figures from various factions displayed expressions of shock. As things stood, the technique Yiching Xien was employing exceeded their expectations. The Shanxiao sword sect, renowned as one of the 4 premier powers of the Li continent, certainly possessed profound heritage. Chapter 75. The conclusion of the competition under the watchful eyes of the martial arena. Yiching Xien finally comprehended Meteor Sword Rain, achieving entry-level mastery. Although the process was perilous, the outcome was gratifying. Leng Hanshuang, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Lin Feng, recalling his earlier words. Had it not been for his keen observation and timely reminder, Qing Qian would have likely struggled to succeed. She would have certainly intervened. What nonsense it would be to employ an unmastered technique at such a critical juncture, risking her entire future. Leng Hanshuang would never permit her true disciple to act so recklessly. Moreover, even if she had not intervened, Qing Qian might have been interrupted by Bai Pengfei, suffering a backlash. After all, in such a tense situation, who would pay attention to Bai Pengfei? Who could observe Qing Qian's condition so closely? This boy could not have possibly mastered Meteor Sword Rain as well, right? The thought of such a possibility caused a hint of shock to flicker in Leng Hanshuang's eyes. Since the opening of the 9 Nether Palace, how long had it been? the sky-splitting sword technique, thunder manipulation technique, and now meteor sword rain. How many extraordinary techniques had Lin Feng truly acquired? For others, mastering even one technique was a monumental challenge, yet for him, it seemed as effortless as eating and drinking. Truly, Leng Hanshuang found herself at a loss for words to describe Lin Feng. How despairing it must be for anyone who became his opponent. Fortunately, Lin Feng was her disciple, one who still held her in high regard. If only he were given more time, the likes of Wuji Daoist would pose no threat at all, alas. She hoped Lin Feng would emerge unscathed from the impending battle. It would be better to return for revenge, once his strength was sufficient. He was still too young. Wuji Daoist was an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years. His lifespan was nearing its limit. Who could have foreseen that he would break into the 10th realm at this moment? Above the martial arena, as Yiching Xien mastered meteor sword rain, a cloud of sword energy formed above her head. Enveloping the arena, the ultimate technique, meteor sword rain, was now ready. With a mere command from Yiching Xien, countless razor-sharp sword rains would descend from the cloud. The higher her cultivation, the broader the range of the sword energy cloud, the greater its power, and the longer its duration. Just as Yiching Xien prepared to test the might of meteor sword rain, she opened her eyes and saw her master, Leng Hanshuang, standing in the martial arena. "Master, why have you come up?" she wondered, perplexed as to why her master would enter the arena, as outsiders were typically not allowed to interfere during the competition. "Enough, put it away. You have already lost?" Leng Hanshuang stated. Why Yiching Xien wanted to ask why, but instantly understood upon seeing her master's hand resting on Bai Pengfei's shoulder. Her master had come up to prevent Bai Pengfei from interrupting her. It made sense. She had prepared for so long in battle. It would be foolish to expect him to wait. Although she lost the match and did not secure first place, Yiching Xien felt no disappointment. Mastering meteor sword rain and reaching entry-level mastery was already a source of great satisfaction for her. She had now acquired another trump card. Dispersing the sword energy cloud, Yiching Xien descended to the martial arena. "You have far too much audacity. This is sheer folly," Leng Hanshuang admonished, adopting a stern expression. "I apologize, master. I was wrong." Yiching Xien respectfully offered her apology. "Hemph. Fortunately, this time, there was Lin. You were lucky. Do not ever do this again. If I find out you attempt such recklessness again, you will be expelled from the Yunu peak. I cannot teach a disciple who disobeys like this." Why Yiching Xien shivered at her master's words, hastily beginning to apologize again. "Master, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this once. This will be the last time. Thank you, master." Due to Leng Hanshuang's intervention, the decisive battle concluded prematurely. Everyone expressed regret at not witnessing the full extent of Yiching Xuan's ultimate technique. However, the oppressive atmosphere indicated its formidable nature. It remained uncertain whether Bai Pengfei could withstand it. The elder presiding over the competition stepped forward. "I hereby announce that the winner of the Shenxiao Sword Sect competition in the True Disciple category is Bai Pengfei." Thus, this year's Sect competition concluded, with Bai Pengfei taking first place, followed by Yiching Xien in second, Xiang Wendong in third, and so forth, continuing until the 10th place, with no further rankings beyond that. The top 10 true disciples were invited to the martial arena to receive their competition rewards. Bai Pengfei was the first to step forward, followed by Yiching Xien, and so on. Just as the elder presiding over the competition was about to commence the award ceremony, a voice suddenly interrupted the proceedings. "Wait!" Everyone turned to see a young man in his 20s stepping onto the martial arena. It was Lin Feng. "This disciple, do you have something to say?" the elder inquired politely. From his attire, it was evident he was a true disciple. Luo Yuntian regarded Lin Feng with confusion, unsure of what his nephew intended, but it was certainly related to Gutsu Peak. Now that Bai Pengfei had claimed first place in the competition, if Gutsu Peak were to fall into the hands of the Grand Elder, reclaiming it would be difficult. What could Lin Feng possibly do? The higher-ups of the Shenxiao Sword Sect wore puzzled expressions. Who would dare to interrupt the competition in front of the sect's upper echelons and various powerful factions? "Elder, have you forgotten something?" Lin Feng asked. "What? After the sect competition concludes, there is still a challenge segment, right? The top 10 true disciples must accept challenges from other disciples." The elder presiding over the competition pondered for a moment and acknowledged, "Indeed, there is such a segment. However, it had been long forgotten, as no one had challenged in years. Now that someone had brought it up, it was indeed a lapse on his part. It seems there is such a segment." But it has been many years since anyone has challenged. You must understand that those who become top 10 true disciples are the elite among elites. Even if challenged, it would only be a disgrace. The audience, who had been preparing to leave, suddenly regained interest upon hearing someone wish to challenge the top 10. They all sat back down, eager to witness a twist. With the same top 10, it would lack excitement. Someone needed to come from behind and make a stunning entrance. Luo Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly. He had considered many possibilities, yet he never expected Lin Feng would seek to reclaim Gutsu and peek through a challenge. Did he not know that Bai Pengfei was a mid-stage 5th realm powerhouse? As the elder had said, he could not win. What was the point of the challenge if he could not win? Would it not just be a loss of face? Why bother? The 10 true disciples in the martial arena displayed curious expressions. They recognized the so-called waste senior brother but were not very familiar with him. A waste challenging an elite? How amusing. Chapter 76. The challenge match. Before the challenge even began, it was uncertain who would be the one to suffer embarrassment. Moreover, as the senior brother of the Shenshao sword sect, it was indeed somewhat unreasonable for me to have never participated in a sect competition. As Lin Feng's words echoed, the arena erupted in a clamor of discussion. So, this is the senior brother of the Shenshao sword sect? He seems quite handsome, but I heard he is a waste. Who knows if that is true? I've heard the disciples of the Shenshao sword sect mention him. It should not be false that a waste dares to challenge the top 10. Is he joking? That would be pure self-torture. Who knows? Perhaps he is seeking attention. How peculiar that the senior brother of the Shenshao sword sect is a waste. Indeed, how odd. Which faction's senior brother isn't endowed with both talent and strength? Only the Shenshao sword sect has a waste as their senior brother. Maybe he has been biding his time, preparing to make a stunning entrance on such a grand occasion? That would certainly be entertaining. It was not impossible. After all, it was said that this senior brother, aside from being a waste, was particularly mysterious. Even many disciples of the Shenshao sword sect had not seen him. The discussions among other factions mirrored those among the disciples of the Shenshao sword sect. Due to Lin Feng's rare appearances outside Gutsu and Peak in recent years, the vast majority of the disciples had only heard rumors about the senior brother and had never seen him in person. The label of waste had almost become synonymous with him. Initially, when the rumors first spread, many were skeptical, but as time passed without anyone clarifying, and with the absence of the mysterious senior brother during the competitions, the rumors naturally became accepted as truth. Sect leader, what does Lin Feng intend to do? Is he trying to make my Shenshao sword sect a laughingstock for others? I suggest that after the competition, we strip Lin Feng of his senior brother status and allow someone more capable to take his place, Grand Elder Bai Yunxing asserted. The more capable person he referred to was naturally his grandson, Bai Pengfei. The reason Bai Yunxing had not previously demanded the removal of Lin Feng's senior brother status was primarily due to Xiang Wandong consistently overshadowing Bai Pengfei. Even if Lin Feng were to be stripped of his title, it should have been Xiang Wandong who inherited it. Now, with Bai Pengfei claiming the first place in the sect competition in front of numerous factions, it was the perfect time to bring it up. No one could usurp Bai Pengfei's position as senior brother. Even if Lin Feng did not appear, Bai Yunsheng would have suggested it soon enough. Luo Yuntian remained silent, unsure of how to respond. The senior brother should represent the sect's image, and Lin Feng did not fit that role. Yet, out of respect for Sumu Bai, he had retained Lin Feng's status. In truth, Luo Yuntian understood Bai Yunxing's intentions well. Had Xiang Wandong emerged victorious in the sect competition, Bai Yunsheng would have certainly refrained from mentioning the removal of Lin Feng's title. It was only now that Bai Pengfei had taken first place that he dared to bring it up. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Lin Feng declared loudly, "Today, I, Lin Feng, in my capacity as the senior brother of the Shenshao sword sect, challenge the true disciples. Whoever defeats me, I shall willingly relinquish my title as senior brother." A significant number of the 10 true disciples brightened at Lin Feng's words. Clearly, the position of senior brother held considerable allure. The elder presiding over the competition shifted his gaze to sect leader Luo Yuntian, uncertain of how to handle the situation. Soon, he received a message from Luo Yuntian. "Proceed according to the rules." The elder immediately addressed Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, since you have expressed your desire to challenge, according to the rules, you may select an opponent from the top 10. If you lose, you will withdraw. If you win, you may continue to challenge. Elder, as this is my first time participating in a challenge, may I first select someone ranked below the top 10 to practice against?" Lin Feng inquired. "You may challenge the top 10. They cannot refuse, but there is no such regulation for those ranked below 10. No worries. I trust no one will refuse me, as winning would mean becoming the senior brother of the Shenxiao sword sect. Even if they are within the top 10, they would still have to address me as senior brother. State the name of the person you wish to challenge. In Yuanji, Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the observation area of the true disciples. There, amidst the audience's fervor, was In Yuanji, who had grievously injured Su Shiyao. The atmosphere was electric. It was evident that a long-standing grudge was about to unfold. The image of Su Shiyao, wounded and cradled in Lin Feng's arms, lingered vividly in his mind. In Yuanji, are you willing to accept Lin Feng's challenge? The elder inquired, all eyes now resting upon In Yuanji. Known for his vanity, it was inconceivable for him to back down at this juncture. Despite being aware that Lin Feng sought vengeance, he felt no fear. After all, Lin Feng was merely a waste. Even if he were not, In Yuanji doubted Lin Feng would dare to act against him. With the confidence of a 9th-level ancestor, he believed even the sect leader and the Grand Elder would accord him some respect. I accept, In Yuanji declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's tense nerves relaxed. He had feared a negative response, which would complicate matters. Very well, since you accept, let us commence. Clear the arena. The elder and the top 10 true disciples gradually vacated the fighting ground. As In Yuanji stepped forward, he asked, Lin Feng, do you seek vengeance for Su Shiyao? Address me as senior brother, Lin Feng retorted sternly. Senior brother? In my eyes, there is no senior brother, only a waste at a waste. You say? Then let us see who truly is the waste, Lin Feng replied. A smile splitting his face, in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before In Yuanji. The thought of his junior sister's injuries left him no time to waste. His master and junior sister were Lin Feng's Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch them would face dire consequences. Such speed. In Yuanji gasped in shock, unable to react in time. Boom. A thunderous crash accompanied a scream. In Yuanji's body was propelled into the air by excruciating pain. He had intended to kill Lin Feng upon landing, but this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Once In Yuanji left the ground, he never returned. He became a target, continuously battered by Lin Feng's relentless strikes, and no matter where he fell, he was struck. Initially, In Yuanji let out pitiful cries, but gradually, his voice weakened until it vanished entirely, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Even then, Lin Feng showed no signs of relenting, channeling his pent-up rage into his assault. The spectators were left speechless, finally comprehending why Lin Feng dared to challenge In Yuanji. He was, indeed, a body cultivator. Chapter 77. Body Cultivation. Body cultivation is a system of practice within the Li continent's cultivation realm, focusing on the refinement of the physical form to endow the muscles with immense strength. It is said that in ancient times, powerful body cultivators could shatter mountains with a single punch, instilling terror in all. However, this path has a significant drawback: a notably shortened lifespan. Prolonged overexertion in refining the body leads to severe physical depletion, resulting in body cultivators often not living long lives. In today's Li continent, body cultivators are a rarity, as few desire to meet an early demise. Despite its drawbacks, body cultivation offers distinct advantages. It requires no innate talent. Diligence alone suffices, and the early stages yield rapid increases in strength, unmatched by other cultivators. Lin Feng's current fighting style mirrored that of a body cultivator. Each punch landed with raw force, devoid of any complex techniques. For those below the 5th realm, allowing a high-level body cultivator to close the distance becomes a nightmare, akin to In Yuanji's predicament. He had no means to retaliate. Regardless of how formidable his secret arts or techniques were, he had no opportunity to employ them. Of course, ascending to the level of a high-level body cultivator is no simple feat. It requires tremendous resilience and willpower. Lin Feng was oblivious to these intricacies. He merely felt that engaging in such a visceral manner allowed him to vent his fury more effectively. The fight with a sword would be too simplistic and would grant his opponent an undeserved reprieve. Unbeknownst to him, this very approach led others to mistakenly believe he was a body cultivator, sparing him the need for extensive explanations later. Had Lin Feng triumphed over In Yuanji as a swordsman, astonishment would have rippled through the crowd, and the higher-ups of the Shenxiao sword sect would have sought answers. Instead, by adopting the guise of a body cultivator, his victory seemed logical, eliciting pity rather than suspicion. They lamented that such youth might already be approaching the end of his life. Leng Hanshuang felt perplexed. When had Lin Feng transformed into a high-level body cultivator? Having interacted with him frequently, she knew his vitality was exceptionally robust, far from the state of a depleted high-level body cultivator. Moreover, she had never witnessed Lin Feng engage in rigorous training. The notion that body cultivators had short lifespans stemmed from the prolonged, excessive refinement of their bodies, leading to severe depletion. If anyone could ascend to high-level body cultivation in a short time, premature death would not be an issue. Boom. Yunu crashed heavily onto the arena floor. Having been thoroughly knocked unconscious, his body severely contorted, bones shattered. Yet, he was not dead. Lin Feng had exercised restraint. Killing in front of external forces would tarnish the Shunjiao sword sect's reputation. Additionally, cultivators possess robust life forces. Even with severed limbs, they can recover if there are no fatal injuries. However, given Yunu's condition, even if he survived, he would likely be left in a state of permanent disability without timely treatment. The arena fell into a profound silence. The crowd was not stunned by Lin Feng's strength, but rather by the revelation that the sect's senior brother was, in fact, a high-level body cultivator. Viewed from another angle, this incident also cast a shadow on the Xinjiao sword sect, for the senior brother was the sect's face. Body cultivation was a path taken by those with poor innate talent, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, leading to a rapid rise followed by a swift fall. Not even truly glorious, high-level body cultivators hold a significant advantage over those at the 4th realm and below, as demonstrated by the battle between Lin Feng and Yunu, which was a complete rout as for the 6th realm and above. The tables would turn entirely. Body cultivators would find themselves utterly powerless. The fact that the senior brother of the Shunjiao sword sect was a high-level body cultivator would inevitably become a subject of ridicule across the Li continent. Given any opportunity, one would never choose the path of body cultivation. The arduous journey and the brevity of life were significant deterrents. Having vented his fury upon Yunu, Lin Feng finally felt a sense of release. Standing beside Yunu, the surrounding silence made him realize he had perhaps gone too far. After all, Yunu was a formidable 4th realm cultivator. The performance should have been more measured. Yet, in that moment, consumed by rage, Lin Feng had paid little heed to such considerations. It was too late to reflect now. The Grand Elder, by Yunsheng, appeared outwardly unperturbed, yet internally jubilant. Lin Feng, as the senior brother, was revealed to be a high-level body cultivator who had severely injured Yunu. He was eager to see how Luocha would handle this predicament. Lin Feng, the sect leader, Luocha, called out, standing. Lin Feng at your service. Lin Feng responded respectfully. Do you understand your transgressions? Not at all. Lin Feng feigned ignorance, steeling himself. Not at all. As the senior brother of the Xinjiao sword sect, you chose to pursue body cultivation due to poor talent, and you have achieved a high level in it. Are you aware that while body cultivation may yield rapid progress in the early stages, it results in severe physical depletion and a drastically shortened lifespan? You have not only brought shame to the Xinjiao sword sect, but also displayed a lack of responsibility towards yourself. Lin Feng, I am deeply disappointed in you, Luocha chastised. Lin Feng was momentarily bewildered. A shortened lifespan for body cultivators? Was that true? He had practiced the body refinement techniques passed down by the 9 Nether Saint Lord, the 5 animal play. The text had not once mentioned that it would lead to a shorter life. In fact, the introduction to the 5 animal play had emphasized that it could strengthen the body, improve one's constitution, and even prolong life, potentially leading to the sanctification of the physical form. How could it be associated with a brief life? Lin Feng was puzzled about where the misunderstanding lay. Was it his practice of the 5 animal play that was flawed? Or was it the body cultivation techniques of the Li continent? In any case, the sect leader must have been mistaken master. Lin Feng began to explain, but he was abruptly interrupted by the Grand Elder, by Yunsheng. Lin Feng, you are exceedingly bold. As the senior brother, not only did you conceal your practice of body techniques from the sect, but you also dared to severely injure a fellow disciple during the sect competition, treating the sect's rules as a joke. You have brought disgrace upon the Xinjiao sword sect. Lin Feng was familiar with the Grand Elder, and he held no fondness for him. He recalled his master, Sumu Bai, mentioning that while the Grand Elder was powerful, he was excessively selfish and had a narrow perspective, leading to his defeat by Luocha during the sect leaders' contest years ago. Since then, he had harbored resentment and sought to undermine Luocha. Grand Elder, one cannot hold double standards. When Yunu severely injured my junior sister, Why did you not speak up? I merely returned the favor, Lin Feng retorted. He respected the sect leader, Luocha, but not the Grand Elder, Bai Yunsheng. Yet you have defied the heavens, Lin Feng. Do you not even understand the basics of respecting your elders? And you call yourself the senior brother? Such lack of upbringing. It is evident that the kind of person who raises you produces nothing but waste. Lin Feng's expression darkened at these words. You may speak of me as you wish, but do not involve my master. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 78. The final showdown, Grand Elder. Your words are somewhat excessive. Lin Feng is merely a junior. How can you, with your status, engage with a junior? Luocha interjected, his demeanor calm. Moreover, my senior brother is not a waste. He has fallen to this plight for the sake of the sect and deserves respect from all sect members, rather than slander from you. Bai Yunsheng was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he retorted, Humph. Protect him as you wish. Let's see how long you can uphold him, with Yiching so grievously injured. Consider how to explain this to the elderly, and with that, he settled back down. That is my concern, not yours to worry about. The foremost figures of the Xinjiao sword sect, engaged in a public dispute amidst numerous external forces, was indeed an inappropriate spectacle. However, such scenarios were not exclusive to the Xinjiao sword sect. Nearly every faction faced similar internal conflicts. As the saying goes, every family has its own difficulties. No force could entirely unify its members. Even familial factions have internal strife, for human nature is inherently self-serving. Apologies for the commotion. Please, bringing Yiching down. Today's competition shall conclude here, Luocha stated calmly. As the sect leader of the Xinjiao sword sect, he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Immediately, individuals from the Xinjiao sword sect ascended to the arena, carrying the grievously injured and unconscious Yiching away. Wait, sect leader. My challenge is not yet complete. Lin Feng interjected hastily. According to the rules, since I have won, I am entitled to continue. Lin Feng, are you finished yet? This matter will be addressed later, Luocha replied, frowning. Sect leader, I can forego continuing the challenge, but please return Gutsuan Peak to me, and I promise not to cause further trouble. Luocha paused, recalling that Gutsuan Peak was the reward for the first place in this competition. To reclaim Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng would have to defeat Bai Pengfei. However, a high-level body cultivator would find little advantage against Bai Pengfei, who was at the mid-5th realm. After some contemplation, Luocha decided to grant Lin Feng an opportunity. Whether he could seize it depended solely on him. Who do you wish to challenge? Of course, it must be Bai Pengfei, the first place in the competition. If I defeat him, Gutsuan Peak will be mine, and no one can take it away. Lin Feng responded with excitement. Then let us proceed according to the rules. Bai Pengfei will face off against Lin Feng. Whoever triumphs will be declared the first in the sect competition. Bai Pengfei glanced at Bai Yunsheng, who nodded in approval, before replying, understood. Sect leader, Bai Pengfei, at the mid-5th realm, would battle Lin Feng, a high-level body cultivator. Which of them would prevail? Only the contest would reveal the answer. Both sides had their chances of victory, and this bout would undoubtedly be the most thrilling of the sect competition. The audience was captivated. While body cultivators were undeniably formidable, it was a pity that the issue of depleted vital energy and physical exhaustion remained unresolved, deterring many from pursuing the path. Regardless of strength, what did it matter if one could defeat a 9th realm expert when their lifespan paled in comparison? The longevity of a 9th realm expert could reach 5,000 years, while a body cultivator might not even live to see 50, a staggering disparity. Lin Feng, observing Bai Pengfei stepping onto the arena, reminded himself to remain cautious and not to overexert. The battle must be closely contested, with a fortunate victory at the end, to avoid complications when explaining to the sect leader. Bai Pengfei approached the arena and proclaimed, Lin Feng, this is my first encounter with a body cultivator. Allow me to witness the prowess of a high-level body cultivator. As you wish, Lin Feng declared, and with that, he vanished from sight. Bai Pengfei only saw a blur racing towards him. Steeling himself, he thought, if I can see it, I can counter it. Little did he know, Lin Feng had deliberately restrained his power. Otherwise, Bai Pengfei would not have seen him at all and would have been eliminated in an instant. As the most potent body technique in the 9 Nether Saint Lord's legacy, the 5 animal play is incomparable to any existing body techniques in the Li continent. The two belong to entirely different realms. While existing body techniques can only reach a high level, The five-animal play, when perfected, can lead to the sanctification of the physical form, transcending even the 12th realm experts and entering a separate domain. It is easy to imagine the value of the five-animal play. If it were to be leaked, it would spark a bloody storm across the Li continent, and even the Wuji Daoist would find it hard to remain still. As Lin Feng drew closer, Bai Pengfei swiftly swung his sword at the shadow. Lin Feng easily dodged, circling around for another attack. Again, Bai Pengfei struck out, but Lin Feng evaded once more. Changing direction, Lin Feng closed the distance. But Bai Pengfei was unable to raise his sword in time and had no choice but to engage directly. Boom! Bai Pengfei retreated quickly, but Lin Feng pursued relentlessly. A series of collisions ensued. Boom, boom, boom. This was the nature of body cultivators combat. Close quarters, each punch landing with force. It lacked finesse and did not require weapons. The body was their best weapon. After a brief entanglement, Bai Pengfei seized an opportunity and swung his sword, forcing Lin Feng to retreat. For the first time, they created some distance between them. That moment, Bai Pengfei soared into the air. The aerial battlefield belonged to fifth realm cultivators who could hover in the air for extended periods, an ability unattainable for those below the fifth realm, and body cultivators were even less capable. Once in the air, they were virtually invincible. Luo Yuntian shook his head slightly, sensing the battle's conclusion. Lin Feng had missed his chance to decisively defeat Bai Pengfei in close combat, losing the initiative. Now that Bai Pengfei had distanced himself, Lin Feng would struggle to approach, let alone harm him. The advantage of body cultivation lay in close combat. Without that proximity, Lin Feng would become a mere target for Bai Pengfei's sword strikes. As Bai Pengfei ascended, he finally exhaled in relief. Coughing a few times, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and moved his body, feeling aches all over. He had been on the receiving end of the assault. Sustaining significant injuries, even displacing some internal organs, he realized he had been too careless. One could not afford to grant body cultivators the opportunity to close the distance. Fortunately, he had managed to exploit a flaw and create space. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as in Yuanji. Lin Feng stood on the arena floor, gazing up at Bai Pengfei in the air, and asked, "How does it feel? Is your body in pain?" Lin Feng, do not get cocky. I was merely careless and did not evade, granting you the chance to close in. If you have the ability, come and strike me again. Bai Pengfei retorted defiantly. Though you think that just because you are in the air, I am powerless. Do not feign strength any longer. Who does not recognize that the advantage of physical cultivators lies in close combat? You cannot approach me now, so how do you intend to attack? Lin Feng chuckled, choosing not to say more. Even with mere physical techniques, he had 100 ways to defeat Bai Pengfei in an instant. Chapter 79. The 100 Sword Formation. Many spectators surrounding the martial arts arena were witnessing the clash between a five-realm powerhouse and a high-tier physical cultivator for the first time. After all, in the currently prefecture, physical cultivators were exceedingly rare, and even fewer reached high tiers. Generally, only certain prominent families would cultivate some physical practitioners to protect their kin, and that was often out of necessity, akin to creating death warriors. Those who willingly practiced physical techniques were few and far between. Zhuge Liuli observed Lin Feng in the arena, struggling to believe that this senior brother of the Shenshao sword sect was indeed a high-tier physical cultivator. Typically, high-tier physical cultivators experience severe depletion of their vital energy, rendering their bodies overexerted. Yet, having been in close proximity to Lin Feng, she felt nothing amiss. Logically, physical cultivators should be distinctly different from ordinary individuals. While others might overlook it, such subtleties could never escape Zhuge Liuli's keen perception, a gift she possessed inherently. Given their close distance, it was inconceivable that she would fail to detect any abnormalities. What could possibly be the reason? Was there something wrong with her? Zhuge Liuli was perplexed. Lin Feng's mastery of physical techniques was genuine. He had indeed cultivated them and reached a high tier, which endowed him with formidable close combat capabilities, even overpowering Bai Pengfei, who was in the mid-fifth realm. Zhuge Liuli found herself increasingly confounded by Lin Feng. Ultimately, her intuition informed her that this senior brother of the Shenshao sword sect was far from ordinary. However, she could not pinpoint exactly how. This peculiar sensation was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Lin Feng, you've just had the advantage. Now it's my turn, Bai Pengfei proclaimed, looking down at Lin Feng from his elevated position. Come, let me see what extraordinary abilities this five-realm powerhouse possesses. Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Hmph, Watch closely. This time, I won't grant you any opportunities. With that, Bai Pengfei raised his hand and sent forth a sword light towards Lin Feng. The latter easily evaded it, the sword light striking the ground of the arena with a resounding clang. The Shunshao Sword Sect's arena, constructed from special materials and reinforced with formations, boasted an exceptionally hard surface that was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach. Unfazed by his missed strike, Bai Pengfei continued to unleash dozens of sword strikes, all of which Lin Feng deftly dodged, not even allowing the tips of his garments to be grazed. During the exchange, Lin Feng attempted to leap into the air to attack Bai Pengfei, but to no avail. He nearly suffered injury from the sword light. Once airborne, a physical cultivator could not harness their strength effectively, limiting their ability to change direction, whereas a fifth realm cultivator could move freely. Sword flight allowed for hovering in the air, but it came with significant limitations, vastly inferior to the freedom of movement enjoyed by those in the void realm. In reality, sword flight was primarily utilized for travel or evasion, offering little advantage in combat and often becoming a liability. Bai Pengfei, stop wasting time. If this is all you can muster, I have indeed overestimated you. Lin Feng taunted from the arena. Bai Pengfei's expression soured as he was publicly rebuffed repeatedly. Since you're so eager, allow me to oblige you. He calmly extracted several flying swords from his storage bag. Suspending them in the AIR.IN moments, hundreds of them hovered ominously. The disciples of the Shanshao sword sect began to murmur. Could this be the 100 sword formation? Is there any doubt? Given the spectacle, it must be the 100 sword formation. Who would have thought senior brother Bai could master the 100 sword formation? It is one of our sect's ultimate techniques. Just by the number of swords, senior brother Bai has likely reached the formation's limit, not far from the 1,000 sword formation. A chorus of astonished exclamations followed. The 100 sword formation, as its name implies, manipulated hundreds of swords to attack an enemy simultaneously. Above the 100 sword formation, there existed the 1,000 sword formation and the immensely powerful 10,000 sword formation. Within the Shunshao sword sect, a saying echoed, with 10,000 swords unleashed, who can contend? This phrase attests to the tremendous might of the 10,000 sword formation. Despite its formidable power, the 10,000 sword formation was not easily mastered. It required a vast mental capacity to control so many flying swords, which in turn was tied to one's spirit. Cultivating one's spirit was complex and challenging. The fact that Bai Pengfei could command the 100 sword formation set him apart as a unique disciple among the true elite. Xiang Winden on the spectators' platform wore a bitter smile. Initially, he had felt some discontent at being bested by Bai Pengfei. Now, however, he was thoroughly convinced, realizing he had not even forced Bai Pengfei to unleash his 100 sword formation. He recognized the need to strive harder, lest he fall increasingly behind. Lin Feng, let us see how you withstand my 100 sword formation, Bai Pengfei declared, pointing his right hand. The flying swords that hovered in the air descended rapidly, hurtling toward Lin Feng. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of flying swords, Lin Feng leaped and dodged, evading most, yet still sustaining some cuts to his clothing. With a series of swift strikes, dozens of slashes marred his garments, and his skin bore wounds that oozed a trace of blood. If one were to act, they must do so convincingly. Lin Feng decided to allow his opponent a taste of success. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's injury, Su Xiao grasped Leng Hanshuang's hand anxiously, exclaiming, "Aunt Leng, senior brother is hurt. Fear not. It is merely a superficial wound. It is inconsequential. Lin Feng will undoubtedly emerge victorious and reclaim Gutsuan Peak," Leng Hanshuang reassured her, though internally she found the situation absurd. Were it not for her knowledge of Lin Feng's true capabilities, even she might have been deceived. How could a formidable 8th realm powerhouse sustain injury from a mere 5th realm opponent? It was quite absurd, yet she had to admit Lin Feng's acting skills were commendable. "How does it feel? Is it painful?" Bai Pengfei inquired with a grin, returning Lin Feng's earlier question. "Not bad. Please, do exert yourself a little more." "I can endure it," Lin Feng replied with a grin. "Keep defying my expectations. I am curious to see how long you can maintain that bravado." Bai Pengfei's smile faded, and the hundreds of flying swords surged once more under his command. Lin Feng continued to evade rapidly, yet numerous flying swords still tore through his garments and skin. Although the injuries were superficial, the sight was quite disheveled, with his blue robe now stained red. This was precisely the outcome Lin Feng sought. As the act approached its climax, he seized one flying sword, flicking his fingers. Clang! The sword shattered into numerous fragments. Lin Feng captured the shards with his fingers and hurled them toward Bai Pengfei. With both hands engaged, he repeated the process, sending the shards flying with a whistling sound akin to projectiles. Bai Pengfei had not anticipated that Lin Feng could retaliate. As danger loomed, he found himself forced to dodge. Yet several sword fragments still struck his body. The piercing pain drove Bai Pengfei nearly to madness. Infuriated, he vowed to eliminate Lin Feng at the first opportunity. Yet before he could act, Lin Feng had already vanished from the arena, leaping high to position himself behind Bai Pengfei. He then delivered a powerful kick. Chapter 80. Victory bang, thud. Two resounding impacts followed in quick succession. The first was the sound of Lin Feng's foot connecting with Bai Pengfei's body. The second was Bai Pengfei crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Struggling to rise, having made intimate contact with the martial arts arena, Bai Pengfei found his efforts futile. Lin Feng, having performed his act sufficiently, no longer wished to waste time. Thus, he exerted force in that kick, creating a dent in the already robust arena, a testament to its power. Bai Pengfei was utterly incapacitated, struggling a few times before losing consciousness. Whether he truly fainted or simply wished to avoid humiliation before the assembled powers remained unclear. Lin Feng landed beside Bai Pengfei, his blue robe now thoroughly stained red. Many assumed he had barely triumphed. Yet only Leng Hanshuang understood that this was all a performance. Lin Feng's injuries were entirely feigned. This battle demonstrated to all that physical cultivators possessed remarkable strength, albeit with a notably short lifespan. Otherwise, many would have been eager to try their hand. Elder Bai Yunxing rose from the spectators' platform, glaring at Lin Feng with a desire to strike him down. Bai Pengfei had been poised to claim first place in the Sect competition, only to be defeated by a seemingly inconsequential figure employing physical techniques. "Master, I have won," Lin Feng announced, facing Luo Yuntian. "Is it truly worth it, Lin Feng?" Luo Yuntian sighed. "Protecting what is important is always worth it," Lin Feng replied with conviction. Luo Yuntian diverted his gaze from Lin Feng to the elder presiding over the competition. "First, take Bai Pengfei away to recuperate, then announce the results of the competition according to the rules." "Understood, Sect leader," the elder responded respectfully, stepping onto the arena and casting Lin Feng a complex glance. A physical cultivator claiming first place in the Sect competition was unprecedented in the history of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Yet, there was no regulation forbidding physical cultivators from participating. Otherwise, Elder Bai Yunxing would have intervened long ago. "I hereby declare that the Sect competition has concluded. First place, Lin Feng. Second place, Bai Pengfei. Third place, Yiching Xien." As the competition wrapped up, only Sect leader Luo Yuntian offered a few remarks. The essence of his message was that physical cultivation was unwise. Practitioners should refrain from the path, as it wasted energy and shortened lifespan. Furthermore, a new rule was instituted. Anyone found secretly practicing physical techniques would be expelled from the Sect. The Sect of Sword Cultivators would not permit the presence of physical cultivators. Next year's Sect competition would similarly bar physical cultivators from participation. Elder Bai Yunxing departed without uttering a word, clearly displeased. Gutsuan Peak was preserved, and Lin Feng, hailed as the first-place winner of the Sect competition, would receive rewards no one could contest. Xu Xiao was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness flowing. For though she had joined Chaoxia Peak, Gutsuan Peak remained her true home. Leng Hanshuang maintained her usual demeanor, showing no signs of elation. She understood that once Lin Feng resolved to participate in the competition, the outcome was inevitable. It was merely a matter of how it unfolded. Their initial plan had been for Lin Feng to reveal some of his strength to claim first place and reclaim Gutsuan Peak, fabricating an account of fortuitous encounters in the Nether secret realm if questioned by the Sect leader. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng employed physical techniques, leading to misconceptions of him as a physical cultivator, thus eliminating the need for any explanations and simplifying matters. Outside the forbidden grounds of the Wujimu sect, a uniquely dressed individual arrived. Although appearing male, they wore heavy makeup. This individual was Yimo, the leader of the Wujimu sect. Once a man, he had undergone the transformation of yin-yang through demonic cultivation, becoming an entity neither male nor female. Yimo requests an audience with the Wujimu old ancestor. He stated respectfully, "Enter." A voice echoed from within the forbidden ground, and a passageway opened. Yimo stepped through it, soon arriving at the entrance of a cave. "What brings you here?" the voice of the Wujimu Taoist resonated from within. Reporting to the old ancestor, the Shunshao sword sect has extended invitations to various factions in Li Prefecture to observe the sect competition. In truth, they are conspiring to discuss strategies for dealing with our Wujimu sect, which is a matter of great importance. Hence, I have come to seek your guidance. How many factions have attended? The Wujimu Taoist inquired. Many, including the traditionally neutral Yawang Valley, Yimo replied. Elaborate on the details. Given the old ancestors' prolonged silence since breaking into the 10th realm, the Shunshao sword sect proposed that during the old ancestors' breakthrough, an accident occurred, leaving him lacking the normal strength of a 10th realm powerhouse. They believe that if the various factions unite, they might stand a chance against him. This hypothesis has garnered affirmation from Yawang Valley, which unanimously agrees that the old ancestor is only slightly stronger than the peak of the 9th realm. Nothing more to Yemo relayed the events transpiring within the Shunshao sword sect, the discussions therein, and the information he had gathered, indicating that there were indeed spies among the factions attending the Shunshao sword sect's events. As one of the 4 top sects in Li Prefecture, the Wujimu sect had infiltrated numerous factions in the shadows. Yiching Xien is not foolish, the Wujimu Taoist chuckled lightly. Old ancestor, should we not unite the factions drawn to the Wujimu sect? Yemo proposed. Otherwise, if the Shunshao sword sect leads a coalition to strike, we may find it challenging to cope. Rest assured. I know Yiching Xien well, he will not rashly attack the Wujimu sect. Besides, I will soon emerge from seclusion, and at that time, I will demonstrate to Yiching Xien where the true divide lies between the 9th and 10th realms. Even if I am weaker than a typical 10th realm powerhouse, I am not something at the peak of the 9th realm can compare to. The Wujimu Taoist spoke with unwavering confidence. In the annals of Li Prefecture, no 10th realm powerhouse had ever emerged. The collective understanding of their might remained speculative. However, the Wujimu Taoist had genuinely brushed against the threshold of the 10th realm and had even entered it, albeit having stumbled at the threshold. Once inside, he realized the vast disparity that existed. Old ancestor, shall we prepare nothing? Yemo asked, no need for preparations. You merely need to wait patiently for my emergence. In the meantime, observe which factions draw close to the Shunshao sword sect. When I emerge, I shall deal with them all at once. Understood, old ancestor. Go. When I emerge from seclusion, it will mark the day of the Wujimu sect's unification of Li Prefecture. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. All who stand against the Wujimu sect must face death. Long live the Wujimu ancestor, unifying the world. Yemo proclaimed loudly. Chapter 81. Punishment atop Gutsuan Peak, beneath a millennia-old tree. Su Shiyao had just ingested a healing elixir and sat cross-legged to recuperate. Lin Feng stood nearby, tending to a barbecue grill featuring a substantial piece of ice serpent meat brought from the 9 Nether secret realm, its surface now golden and sizzling with oil. Once Su Shiyao awakened, they would feast. Healing required ample nourishment, and given the high value of ice serpent meat, it was especially suitable for those recuperating. 3 days had passed since the sect competition of the Shunshao sword sect. Representatives from various factions began their gradual departures, having tentatively formed an alliance to resist the Wujimu sect. Specific arrangements would require further deliberation, given the numerous factors involved, and no one wished to act carelessly. Although the individuals present were the leaders of their respective factions, the true decision-makers had yet to arrive. They would need to return and confer with their elders. Suddenly, Lin Feng halted his actions, sensing fluctuations in the formation. As anticipated, moments later, several figures approached Gutsuan Peak. Leading them was the law enforcement elder, Jiang Jingyi, followed closely by the Shunshao sword sect's enforcement team. Lin Feng stepped forward with courtesy, welcoming Elder Jiang. Upon hearing his voice, Su Shiyao opened her eyes, quickly rising to stand beside Lin Feng, tightly gripping his arms. In the Shunshao sword sect, the arrival of the law enforcement elder typically portended trouble. Lin Feng, you should be aware of the reason I am here, Jiang Jingyi stated, his tone stern. Despite Lin Feng's victory over Bai Pengfei and his claim to first place in the sect competition, the use of physical techniques rendered it hardly commendable. In fact, following the competition, he had become a cautionary example in Luo Yuntian's discourse. The private practice of physical techniques was strictly forbidden within the sect, particularly in a sword-cultivating sect like Shunshao, where such practices were especially prohibited, though not explicitly stated in the sect's prohibitions. Everyone understood that cultivating physical techniques could lead to bodily overexertion and a shortened lifespan. Thus, no one wished to meet an early demise. The few remaining body cultivators in Lizhou are essentially coerced and resemble the assassins trained by certain families from a young age. They are adopted without any choice in the matter. Although Lin Feng has achieved first place in the sect competition, he has not brought honor to the Shenxiao sword sect. Rather, he has shamed it. As a high-ranking elder of the sect, the law enforcement elder cannot possibly maintain a pleasant demeanor. Elder Jiang has come to announce my punishment. Lin Feng inquired tentatively. It seems you possess some self-awareness. Lin Feng, do not think that winning first place in the sect competition will exempt you from punishment. If you had won fairly, I might have turned a blind eye. However, you secretly practiced body cultivation, which is a profound insult to the Shenxiao sword sect. It is a joke that the sect's eldest disciple is a body cultivator. How do you expect me to uphold the reputation of the Shenxiao sword sect? Jiang Jingyi questioned sternly. Lin Feng remained silent, unsure of what to say. During the sect competition, when he was questioned by his master, he had wanted to explain, but there was no opportunity. Now, he felt no desire to offer any explanations. Let the misunderstanding persist. He did not care for his reputation. Upon returning to Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng had inquired with Leng Hanshuang about the situation of body cultivators in Lizhou. Indeed, there are significant drawbacks, as they tend to overdraw their bodies prematurely, reaching a dead end. Outside of forces that cultivate assassins, few engage in body cultivation. The five-animal play is different. It does not harm the body and rather offers substantial benefits, which is why Lin Feng chose to practice it. He was not foolish. Leng Hanshuang was shocked by this revelation but soon came to terms with it. The Nine Nether Saint Master is an existence beyond the 12 realms, possessing extraordinary secret techniques and martial arts that are certainly not mundane. According to ancient texts, Lizhou is located in the most remote and barren area of the Nine Continent. Over the years, there has not been a proper 10th realm expert to emerge, making it incomparable to the central continent where the Nine Nether Saint Master resides, the very heart of the Nine Continent. Once, many from Lizhou sought to cross the endless sea to visit the central continent, but after departing, they vanished without a trace, including several strong individuals of the 8th and 9th realms. Survivors who returned spoke of terrifying entities in the endless sea. Gradually, no one dared to explore anymore. Some may risk their lives for a chance of survival, but none would willingly seek death. Elder, I have tarnished the reputation of the Shenxiao sword sect. As the eldest disciple, I have failed to set a good example, allowing various factions to ridicule us. Regardless of how the sect punishes me, I, Lin Feng, shall not utter a word of complaint. Lin Feng spoke sincerely. Eldest brother, Su Shiyao, beside him, wore a worried expression, gripping Lin Feng tighter. Lin Feng patted her hand in a gesture of comfort. Lin Feng, your awareness is commendable. It shows that the Shenxiao sword sect's efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. As the eldest disciple, with limited talent, you desperately wish to catch up to your peers, thus resorting to extreme measures, which I can understand. Before coming here, I consulted with the sect master. Considering the numerous merits your master, Su Mubai, has contributed to the sect, it was ultimately decided that you would face a month of solitary reflection at the Swordbreak Cliff. Jiang Jingyi announced. The Swordbreak Cliff was once a forbidden area of the Shenxiao sword sect, a place where the founding ancestor meditated and cultivated. Later, it was discovered that aside from some sword marks and the ever-present sword energy, it was not particularly special. Anyone who entered the Swordbreak Cliff would be attacked by sword energy. This sword energy is peculiar. Those injured by it would fall into illusions, enduring both physical and mental torment. Those with weak wills or poor endurance risked mental collapse if they lingered too long. Nowadays, the Swordbreak Cliff has become a place for punishing errant disciples. Generally, punishments last about 3 days or a week. With a maximum duration of half a month, it is rare for someone like Lin Feng to be punished for an entire month. Lin Feng accepted his punishment respectfully. Afterward, he continued, Elder, my junior sister has not yet recovered from her injuries. May I wait until she is well before going to the Swordbreak Cliff? No. Since the sect has issued a punishment, it must be executed immediately. I must take you to the Swordbreak Cliff now. Jiang Jingyi firmly rejected. Lin Feng wished to plead again when a voice came from afar. Lin Feng, do not worry. I will take care of Xiao. As soon as the words were spoken, Leng Hanshuang approached. Cold Master, I appreciate your assistance, Lin Feng agreed after some thought. Su Xiao's injuries cannot be fully healed in just 10 days or half a month. They require a prolonged period of care. Eldest brother, I will accompany you to the Swordbreak Cliff, Su Xiao declared. Do not be foolish. Your injuries have yet to heal. Going there will not only hinder your recovery but worsen your condition. Behave and follow Cold Master. I shall return soon. A month passes quickly. Chapter 82. The Secret of the Sword Break Cliff. From a distance, the Sword Break Cliff of the Shenshao Sword Sect resembles a massive broken sword thrust into the earth. Hence its name. Lin Feng, we will take you here. You may enter alone. We shall return in a month, declared the law enforcement elder Jiangji. Thank you, elder, Lin Feng replied and walked toward the entrance of the Sword Break Cliff. The two guards opened the barrier as soon as he stepped inside. Countless sword energies surrounded him, tearing his clothes and cutting into his skin. A cacophony of sharp sounds echoed. Having practiced the 5-animal play, Lin Feng's physique had become remarkably robust, rendering ordinary attacks incapable of breaching his defenses. He continued deeper. The internal space of the Sword Break Cliff is vast. Many disciples of the Shenshao Sword Sect who have erred sit cross-legged with their eyes shut, their bodies already stained with blood. The sword energy continues to slash at their skin. From their facial expressions, it is evident they are enduring immense suffering, both physically and mentally. The surrounding rock walls are covered with dense sword marks, which are said to have been left by the founding ancestor of the Shenshao Sword Sect. Whether this is true is debatable, given the vast expanse of time. Lin Feng casually found an empty spot to sit. The next month would be spent here. To blend in with the others, Lin Feng made a few cuts on his body, allowing blood to stain his azure robe. He then closed his eyes like everyone else. While others fell into illusions, he continued to cultivate. Days passed, and soon it was the 7th day. The individuals in the Sword Break Cliff changed in batches. Most left after 3 days. Even 3 days left the vast majority in a miserable state. On the 8th day, Lin Feng opened his eyes. During these days, he had consolidated his cultivation and reached the peak of the 8th realm, on the verge of breaking into the 9th realm. Lin Feng planned to combine his efforts with spiritual herbs after exiting, achieving a breakthrough into the 9th realm in one go. Once he reached the 9th realm, coupled with the sword domain and the perfected heavenly slashing sword technique, he believed he could contend with even the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Currently, the strongest individual in Lizhou is at the peak of the 9th realm. At that point, he would be among the top combatants in Lizhou. If his cultivation were to advance further to the mid or late stages of the 9th realm, even those at the peak would have to bow before him. After solidifying his cultivation, Lin Feng found himself with little to do. Many individuals entered and exited the Sword Break Cliff daily. Practicing the extraordinary techniques obtained from the 9 Nether Saint Master would certainly invite unnecessary trouble. Bored, he began to study the sword marks on the rock walls. Since these marks were left by the founding ancestor of the Shenshao Sword Sect, they must possess some extraordinary attributes. The more he observed, Lin Feng seemed to see a figure practicing swordplay. His vision gradually blurred, and he finally closed his eyes completely. When he opened them again, Lin Feng found himself suspended in midair, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. He realized he had fallen into an illusion. Was it not said that one would only experience hallucinations if their skin was cut by the sword energy? His skin had not been harmed by the sword energy. So why was he ensnared in an illusion? Could it be that the sword marks on the rock walls also induce hallucinations? Helplessly shaking his head, he resigned himself to the situation. If so many could endure, he should be fine as well. Spotting a figure ahead, he intended to greet them, but the other party spoke first. You must be a descendant of the Shenshao Sword Sect to have arrived here. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, the figure continued, You need not answer. Even if you did, I would not hear it. This is a recording I left behind. You only need to observe closely. How much you can learn depends on your comprehension. By the way, the 7 swords of Shenshao should not have been lost, right? If they are lost, you must quickly retrieve them after you exit. What you are about to see is the foundation of the Shenshao Sword Sect, the 7 swords unification. Suddenly, 7 swords appeared in mid-air, their tips pointing downward, encircling the figure. They were indeed the 7 swords of Shenshao: Howren Sword, Tai Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Abyss Sword, Flame Dragon Sword, Crimson Lotus Sword, and Ice Soul Sword. Focus your mind. The first move of the 7 swords unification. One sword shakes the mountains and rivers. The figure formed a hand seal with their left hand and raised their right hand, 2 fingers together, pointing skyward. Instantly, the 7 swords shot into the sky, vanishing from sight. Immediately following, a deafening thunderous sound erupted from the heavens. Moments later, to Lin Feng's astonished gaze, the tip of a colossal sword slowly emerged. How massive was this sword? the exposed tip alone was 1,000 feet long. Its full form would surely exceed 10,000 feet. A 10,000-foot sword. Even in an illusion, Lin Feng could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the massive sword. The oppressive force was comparable to the heavenly slashing sword technique. The founding ancestor of the Shanshao sword sect created a technique that rivaled the heavenly slashing sword technique. How could this be? The heavenly slashing sword technique is a renowned skill of a 12th realm expert. Has Li Zhou never produced a 10th realm expert? This implies that this ancestor was at most at the peak of the 9th realm. Such terrifying talent. While Lin Feng was in awe, the figure's voice echoed once more. One sword shakes the mountains and rivers. The key lies in the word shake. Understanding this word is equivalent to grasping the essence of the first move. Next is the second move of the 7 swords unification. 2 swords break the rivers and seas. The key lies in the word break. 3 swords exterminate demons. The key lies in the word exterminate. 4 swords slay monsters. The key lies in the word slay. 5 swords annihilate gods. The key lies in the word annihilate. 6 swords open the heavens and the earth. The key lies in the word open. 7 swords shatter the firmament. The key lies in the word shatter. The 7 swords unification comprises 7 moves, each associated with a keyword. Their powers are not ranked in strength but serve different purposes. As for how to wield them, that is for you to analyze. Very well, take your time to comprehend. My task is complete. Farewell. After the figure finished speaking, it dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke, leaving Lin Feng standing alone in midair, reflecting on the 7 ultimate moves he had just witnessed. Each move had a crucial keyword. Lin Feng began to grasp the 7 ultimate moves of the 7 swords unification within the illusion. Even with his unparalleled talent, it took him 3 full days to comprehend all 7 ultimate moves. After 3 days, Lin Feng awakened from the illusion. The people around him had changed once again. He gazed at the sword marks on the rock wall with a complex expression. Who would have thought that the secrets of the 7 swords unification were concealed within those marks? Each ultimate move possessed tremendous power. 1 wonders whether anyone in the Shanshao sword sect has comprehended them. It is likely not. Otherwise, they would not have separated the 7 swords. The power of the 7 swords unification far exceeds their individual use. Moreover, losing even 1 sword would be troublesome. Chapter 83. Crisis of Reputation. Having grasped the 7 ultimate moves left by the founding ancestor of the Shanshao sword sect, Lin Feng's days in the sword-break cliff grew monotonous. Meanwhile, outside, news of the eldest disciple of the Shanshao sword sect being a body cultivator had spread like wildfire, and Li Zhou. The status of body cultivators is exceedingly low. They are either bodyguards or assassins, often leading short lives. Thus, they find it challenging to earn respect. The Shanshao sword sect, however, is one of the 4 top-tier powers in Li Zhou, regarded as a sacred ground in the hearts of all sword cultivators. How could the eldest disciple of such a force be a lowly body cultivator? Who would believe it? Initially, many thought the news was a joke. However, as time passed, the matter was corroborated by multiple factions, confirming its authenticity. Those who had hoped to join the Shanshao sword sect but failed the assessment felt unsettled. Why should a lowly body cultivator be able to enter the Shanshao sword sect and even become the eldest disciple while they were rejected? Where is the justice in that? Some ill-intentioned individuals began to seize this opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the Shanshao sword sect. As the number of dissenters grew, even the Shanshao sword sect began to sense the severity of the situation. For a sect, reputation is paramount. It forms the foundation for attracting new talent. Should their reputation decline and collapse, leading to an inability to recruit gifted disciples, the sect risks falling into obscurity or even worse, extinction. Without fresh blood, a force will inevitably decline. Currently, the Shanshao sword sect has not reached such a critical juncture, but it is indeed facing its first reputation crisis in recent years. The sect's high-ranking officials convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to address this crisis. What should we do about this matter? Sect Master Luo Yuntian inquired. The Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng was the first to step forward. I propose we immediately revoke Lin Feng's status as eldest disciple, issue an announcement apologizing to the public, and commit to a transparent, fair, and just recruitment process for new disciples. I concur with the Grand Elder's proposal. We must do everything possible to restore the reputation of the Shanshao sword sect. Otherwise, who would dare to join us in the future? Without fresh blood, our sect will gradually decline, and everyone present will be guilty, remarked the Deputy Sect Master Wu Sileng. Bai Yunxing's suggestion was a twofold strategy. First, Revoking Lin Feng's title would allow Bai Pengfei to succeed him. Second, the public apology would certainly require Sect Master Luo Yuntian to take the lead. At that point, all of Lizhou would know that the Shenxiao Sword Sect, under Luo Yuntian's leadership, had taken a wrong path. The founding ancestors' accountability would fall solely on Luo Yuntian. It is possible that this incident could cause the founding ancestor to question Luo Yuntian's capabilities, putting his position as sect master in jeopardy. However, someone soon rose to voice their dissent. Leng Hanshuang, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao. I oppose. Does this not simply confirm our wrongdoing? When did our esteemed Shenxiao Sword Sect need to apologize to the outside world? She was well aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength. Should they strip him of his status as eldest disciple, they would be left to lament afterwards. If a mistake is made, an apology must be issued. The Shenxiao Sword Sect is not afraid of taking wrong turns. It fears knowing the mistake yet refusing to correct it. Repeatedly erring, Wu Sileng stated solemnly. He had been eyeing the position of sect master for some time. Seizing this opportunity, he would not let it slip away easily. I do not believe the Shenxiao Sword Sect has erred. Lin Feng is the true disciple of Su Mubai, who contributed greatly to our sect. His foundation was damaged while executing sect missions, targeted by enemies. We are merely honoring our past by re-employing a meritorious servant. Where is the fault in that? Jiangzhe, the master of the Abyss Sword, remarked that I support Brother Zhang's stance. Let us disclose the true situation. I believe everyone will understand. This simultaneously sends a message that the Shenxiao Sword Sect is not a heartless faction. We will take full responsibility for our meritorious disciples. Not only will this help restore our reputation, but it will also enhance the cohesion within the Shenxiao Sword Sect. What is there to lose? Another of the 7 swords, Lu Yi, the master of the Flame Dragon Sword, chimed in. His words garnered the support of most high-ranking officials present. An apology to the public would be an insult to the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Playing the emotional card is the best strategy. Due to Lin Feng's status as a distinguished descendant of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, he has retained his title as the elder brother, not wishing to dishearten a meritorious individual. This reasoning is both sound and heartfelt. Who wouldn't wish to join such a sect? Within the Shenxiao Sword Sect, even after sustaining grave injuries, there are guarantees for protection, thereby encouraging more individuals to dedicate themselves to the sect. Significantly enhancing its combat prowess, Wu Xiliang, sensing the precariousness of the situation, immediately countered, stating that this is merely your perspective. Who knows if the outside world will accept it? I firmly believe that any rational person would recognize this. As who among us does not have family, friends, or mentors? Unless one belongs to the likes of the Wujima sect or the 7-Kill sect, which solely pursue power, those entities are devoid of emotion and thus require no consideration. Is Vice Sect Master Wu also such a person? Jiangzhe retorted effortlessly. Wu Xiliang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. From a rational standpoint, this explanation indeed seems flawless, providing immense benefits both externally and internally for the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Perhaps realizing that his arguments were no longer tenable, the Grand Elder Bai Yunxing ceased to speak, his expression betraying a simmering anger. A faint smile played on Leng Hanshuang's lips as she felt relieved to have preserved Lin Feng's status as elder brother. Although Lin Feng's character may not be one to care much, what if he harbored grievances? This young man is a prodigy the likes of which has never been seen in the history of the Shenxiao Sword Sect or even the entirety of Lizhou. Given sufficient time, the 10th realm will not be his limit. Perhaps even the 12th realm is within reach. After all, he is the one who opened the 9 Nether Palace within the 9 Nether Secret Realm and gained the acknowledgement of the 9 Nether Sovereign, an entity who transcends even the 12th realm. Many of the war generals under his command are already formidable figures of the 12th realm. Leng Hanshuang is justified in believing that Lin Feng may very well reach such heights in the future. Otherwise, how could he have received the 9 Nether Sovereign's legacy? When that time comes, Lin Feng will undoubtedly leave this place, for Lichou is ultimately too small, on the continent of Jiu. It resides in the most inconspicuous and remote corner. If given the chance, Leng Hanshuang too wishes to venture forth and explore the world beyond. What horrors lie within the endless sea? What awaits beyond the endless sea? As the month drew to a close, observing the silence among the crowd, Luo Yuntian finally spoke, suggesting that since there are 2 differing opinions, they should revert to tradition and decide by vote. Ultimately, Jiangzhe's proposal garnered overwhelming support from the majority of the high-ranking officials of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Wu Xiliang's countenance darkened, as Luo Yuntian had evaded a calamity once again. had Wu and Grand Elder by Yunqing proceeded with their original plan, where Luo Yuntian would publicly apologize on behalf of the Shenxiao sword sect. His prestige would have plummeted to an all-time low, and even the ancestor would doubt his capabilities. Unfortunately for them, their scheme failed. Bai Yunqing remained as composed as ever. This individual possesses a commendable quality. Once he realizes that a course of action is futile, he does not insist further. It was clear that they had lost ground and saw no need to persist. Soon, the Shenxiao sword sect issued an announcement stating that Lin Feng is the master of the Haoran sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, and a true disciple of Su Mubai. Su Mubai had rendered numerous services to the sect. Even the injuries he bears were sustained while executing sect missions. In order to preserve the morale of meritorious individuals, Lin Feng's title as elder brother will remain intact. However, it was noted that Lin Feng, possessing only average talent as the elder brother, had watched helplessly as his junior disciples surpassed him one by one. In a moment of desperation, he quietly turned to the practice of body cultivation. Due to Su Mubai's prolonged absence, no one informed Lin Feng of the dangers associated with becoming a body cultivator, leading him astray. The Shenxiao sword sect expressed their regret regarding this matter and will reflect upon their actions, ensuring that such occurrences of disciples practicing body cultivation do not arise again. Lin Feng, as the elder brother, will also face appropriate consequences. Once this announcement was made, it immediately sparked heated discussions. That is the case. Who would have thought that the Shenxiao sword sect possesses such a sense of humanity? In an era dominated by the pursuit of power and profit, the Shenxiao sword sect stands as a refreshing current. Public opinion began to sway in favor of the Shenxiao sword sect, with many young individuals declaring that it remains their first choice, provided they can gain entry. For the Shenxiao sword sect does not accept just anyone. At this point, the high-ranking officials could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Typically, this would not be an issue, but the current period is particularly sensitive. The sect has just invited various factions to discuss strategies for combating the Wujima sect, and ancestor Yiching Xien is still atop the sword tower. Thus, no unforeseen incidents must occur. Lin Feng, however, remained unaware of the developments in the outside world. Feeling utterly bored at the broken sword cliff, he resorted to inflicting wounds upon himself with sword energy, subsequently entering a realm of illusions. Unlike the illusion entered through observing sword scars, the illusions induced by sword energy injuries felt akin to a purgatory, subjecting the spirit to immense agony. Coupled with the physical torment of continuous sword energy lacerations, it was a dual suffering that few could endure. It is no wonder that those who enter would change every few days. After an extended period, the mind could truly shatter. After half a month at the broken sword cliff, Lin Feng awoke from the illusion, feeling unusually clear-headed, unlike others who often emerged in a daze. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover a slight enhancement in his spirit. Although modest, it was indeed an increase. Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. The broken sword cliff possesses such an effect? At last, he had something to occupy his time. The rewards from this punishment had far exceeded his expectations. The 7 ultimate techniques alone are invaluable treasures. If his spirit could increase further, it would be perfect. A month later, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the broken sword cliff, feeling a bit reluctant to leave. During the last half-month spent in the realm of illusions, his spirit had significantly improved. However, with the punishment period concluded, he had no choice but to depart. Lingering would raise suspicions. Moreover, he felt somewhat fatigued. It would be best to return and rest for a while before returning, as the effects would undoubtedly be splendid. Lin Feng, I never expected you to endure a month at the broken sword cliff. I thought you would barely last 5 days, Jiang Jingyi remarked, observing Lin Feng. The punishment for members of the Shenxiao sword sect sent to the broken sword cliff is not a matter of enduring the total time in one go, as long as one cannot bear it. They may request to leave for recuperation, and upon recovery, they may return. The punishment duration can be cumulative. Elders routinely patrol the broken sword cliff, and if they detect any signs of mental distress, they will escort the individual out. Ultimately, those who enter the broken sword cliff have not committed grave offenses. Those guilty of unforgivable crimes are not sent to the broken sword cliff. Instead, they are confined in the celestial prison, the true zone for severe transgressions. Typically, only traitors to the sect end up there. Once in the celestial prison, one can forget about ever escaping, either perishing within or being rescued by another. Yet, rescuing someone from the celestial prison of the Shenxiao sword sect, it is practically impossible. Such events have never occurred.
Even the former Wujima sect could not manage it. Whether it can be done now depends on whether the Wujima Taoist has indeed broken through to the 10th realm. If he has, it is possible. If not, it is futile. The elder praised him, stating, I have always said that regardless of the sect's punishment, Lin Feng would not harbor any grievances. Now that the punishment is complete, may I return? Lin Feng feigned a weary appearance. He was not pretending. After spending over half a month in the purgatorial realm of illusions, his spirit had been thoroughly exhausted. Very well, you may return to recuperate for a few days. Once you have restored your spirit, there are matters for you to attend to. Jiang Jingyi nodded in agreement. Will I be punished again? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This is not a punishment. All disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, must complete tasks assigned by the sect to contribute. As the elder brother of the Shenxiao sword sect, your combat prowess is now on par with those of the 5th realm. You should contribute to the sect. I did not assign you tasks previously due to your insufficient strength, Jiang Jingyi explained. What does the sect want me to do? Lin Feng inquired. We will discuss this after you have recuperated. The tasks vary at each stage, most of which involve handling manageable issues within the sect's jurisdiction. For instance, if a territory is plagued by ferocious beasts harming people, they report to the Shenxiao sword sect, and we send someone to address it. Alternatively, there may be wanted criminals on the loose that require apprehension, Jiang Jingyi elaborated. Understood. Whatever is needed, please inform me, Elder, Lin Feng said earnestly. Growing up in the Shenxiao sword sect and being the elder brother, it is only natural for him to contribute to the sect. Very well, you may return now. In half a month, someone will come to inform you of your tasks. Lin Feng departed from the Broken Sword Cliff and returned to Gutsuan Peak, where Leng Hanshuang and Su Shiyao awaited him. Master brother. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at Gutsuan Peak, a figure leaped towards him. It was the eagerly waiting Su Shiyao. Master brother, are you all right? I'm fine. The Broken Sword Cliff is merely a trifle for me. Lin Feng reassured her with a gentle pat on her back. Leng Hanshuang observed silently from the side, knowing that given Lin Feng's strength, navigating the sword energy of the Broken Sword Cliff was a trivial matter, warranting no concern. After a lengthy embrace, Su Shiyao finally released him, feeling no embarrassment. After all, she had followed Lin Feng since childhood, even sharing a bed as kids, and had long considered him her closest person. Thank you for taking care of Shiyao during these days. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to Leng Hanshuang. Lin Feng, if you are this courteous, I might just get angry. Leng Hanshuang feigned a stern expression. All right, I was wrong. I will be more mindful in the future. That's more like it. The trio returned to Gutsuan Peak together. After Lin Feng assessed Su Shiyao, he found that her body had nearly healed and she could gradually start practicing again. However, full recovery would still require some time. Upon hearing she could begin her training, Su Shiyao immediately leaped with joy, exclaiming, Great! I can finally cultivate again. During her recuperation period, she had been nearly driven to distraction. Although she could practice, she must not overexert herself. Her body had not fully recovered yet, and she could only proceed cautiously. If any discomfort arose, she must cease immediately. Otherwise, exacerbating her injuries would only prolong her recovery. I understand. Thank you, Master Brother. Thank you, Aunt Leng. Su Shiyao beamed, elated at the prospect of resuming her training. With considerable talent, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm before turning 20 and was on the verge of breaking into the 4th realm. Among the true disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect, she possessed one of the top talents. In the following 3 days, Lin Feng supervised Su Shiyao to solidify her health further before sending her to Chaoxia Peak. Upon returning to Gutsuan Peak, he began preparing a medicinal bath to assist him in breaking through to the 9th realm. As he entered the herbal garden, the little dragon Xiaobai darted out from the flowers and landed on Lin Feng's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his face. Xiaobai, you've worked hard, Lin Feng acknowledged. Roar! Xiaobai chirped affectionately and continued to nuzzle Lin Feng's face. All right, I need to prepare the spiritual herbs for my cultivation. You go play for a while. With a swift motion, the little dragon Xiaobai disappeared into the flowers. While Lin Feng was gathering spiritual herbs, he felt a fluctuation in the formation surrounding Gutsuan Peak. He left the herbal garden and waited beneath the large tree at the peak. Soon, a familiar figure came into view. It was Leng Hanshuang. Aunt, what brings you here? Lin Feng inquired politely. What, are you planning to sever ties now that you no longer need me? Leng Hanshuang replied playfully. How could that be? I am delighted to see you. I thought you mentioned being busy recently. I was merely curious why you arrived today. Please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of being dismissive. Lin Feng quickly clarified, I hope you are sincere. I have come to ask you something. Please, ask away. Leng Hanshuang's purpose for visiting Gutsuan Peak was to seek Lin Feng's insights regarding the ultimate technique, Sword Rain Meteor. Recently, Yiching Xien had encountered difficulties while practicing Sword Rain Meteor. Although she had forced herself to execute it during the competition, reaching only a rudimentary level, the results were consistently unsatisfactory and deviated significantly from what was described in the legacy. Having no experience with Sword Rain Meteor herself, Leng Hanshuang thought of Lin Feng and came to Gutsuan Peak. Otherwise, even if she wanted to visit, she would feel awkward doing so without a valid reason. After Leng Hanshuang explained the situation, Lin Feng quickly identified the issue. To fully unleash the power of Sword Rain Meteor, one must comprehend sword intent. Currently, Yiching Xien had only reached the pinnacle of sword momentum, rendering her unable to manifest it. I see. Thank you, Lin Feng. Leng Hanshuang expressed her gratitude. Having discovered the root cause, she could return to inform Yiching Xien. Otherwise, being unable to answer even a single question would be quite embarrassing for her as a mentor. No need to be so courteous, it was a minor issue. By the way, Lin Feng, many affiliated forces of the Shenxiao Sword Sect have sought assistance from the sect recently. The higher-ups have convened and decided to send true disciples out for training. Have you received the notification for your tasks? Leng Hanshuang inquired. The enforcement elder mentioned it, but no specifics yet. I was told to return and recuperate for half a month. It's a perfect opportunity for me to break through first. Lin Feng replied. You plan to break through. Do you need my assistance? Generally, breakthroughs in cultivation require an absolutely tranquil environment, and preferably someone to guard the practitioner, ensuring safety and tranquility without disturbances. Not necessary. Gutsuan Peak should remain undisturbed. You can attend to your matters. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. His breakthrough differs from that of others. While most require extended periods, especially as they progress to higher realms, Lin Feng might only need 2 to 3 days. For others, moving from the peak of the 9th realm to the 10th can take centuries, sometimes even thousands of years, with many failing to break through before their lifespan expires. Perhaps I should stay to guard you. In case anyone comes, I can help fend them off, Leng Hanshuang suggested after some contemplation. Thank you for your kind offer, but truly, it is unnecessary. Gutsuan Peak is practically deserted now. This is not my first time. So rest assured. Lin Feng insisted once more. Lin Feng, breakthroughs are significant, especially now that you have reached a certain level of strength. You must exercise caution. Otherwise, it may lead to failure. You need not say anything. I have decided to stay and guard Gutsuan Peak, just in case. Leng Hanshuang's expression turned serious. Having experienced breakthroughs herself, she knew the challenges involved and had witnessed prodigies suffer backlash when interrupted, leading to failure and a subsequent decline in their cultivation. While Lin Feng is undoubtedly a rare talent in Licho's history, he must not be careless. Better safe than sorry. The Shenxiao Sword Sect has finally produced such a promising talent. They cannot afford any mishaps. If she were unaware, it would be one thing, but since she knows, she must remain. Seeing Leng Hanshuang's serious demeanor, Lin Feng had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. He could only blame himself for speaking too much. Very well. Thank you, Aunt. Lin Feng conceded helplessly. Lin Feng, I understand your talent is exceptional. In fact, it is unprecedented in the history of Licho. But do not let your guard down. The higher your cultivation, the more challenging breakthroughs become. Many individuals spend their entire lives stuck at their bottlenecks, unable to progress. You must treat each enhancement of your cultivation with the utmost seriousness. Lin Feng sat naked in a wooden tub filled with water and spiritual herbs, which was being heated by a roaring fire beneath. The water boiled continuously, extracting the medicinal properties of the herbs. The immense potency surged into Lin Feng's body as he began to feel the stirrings of a breakthrough from the peak of the 8th realm. Leng Hanshuang stood watch outside, ensuring Lin Feng had the optimal environment for his breakthrough. Though she could not assist him directly, this was all she could do. While Lin Feng had not articulated his needs explicitly, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. However, based on various previous signs, it is not difficult for Leng Hanshuang to deduce that Lin Feng is currently at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, preparing to break through to the 9th realm. If memory serves correctly, this lad is not yet 25 years old. A 25-year-old at the peak of the 8th realm, on the verge of entering the 9th realm? How could such a prodigy emerge in Lijo? In the Shenxiao Sword Sect, The ninth realm already belongs to the ancestral level of existence. It is truly baffling how Lin Feng has cultivated. As for myself, nearing a century in age, I have only reached the late stage of the seventh realm. Taking a deep breath, Leng Hanshuang exhaled slowly, repeating this process several times. She gazed at the house where Lin Feng resided, her eyes filled with astonishment. His cultivation is terrifyingly high at such a young age. He is about to stand at the pinnacle of Lizhou, becoming a formidable ninth realm powerhouse. His comprehension is absurdly strong. Any extraordinary skill or secret technique is effortlessly mastered in his hands, as easy as eating or drinking. The emergence of such a person is destined to disrupt the balance of the cultivation world in Lizhou. Most crucially, his temperament is remarkably stable. Even at such a tender age, he understands restraint, enduring for a full 20 years. Were it not for Su Mubai's injury and the expedition to the Nether Secret Realm, I would still be oblivious. I cannot help but wonder how far Lin Feng will grow in the future. I hope to witness a miracle with my own eyes. However, the news of the Wujidao person breaking through to the 10th realm has cast a shadow over Leng Hanshuang's heart. Even if Lin Feng breaks through to the 9th realm, he may not be a match for a 10th realm powerhouse. Leng Hanshuang has read in ancient texts that there exists a vast chasm between the 9th and 10th realms, which is incomparable to the difference between the 8th and 9th realms. This explains why throughout the history of Lizhou, countless 9th realm powerhouses have emerged, even many at the peak of the 9th realm. Yet there has never been a single 10th realm individual. Only now has the Wujidao person, suspected to be at the 10th realm, appeared, at the moment of Lin Feng's breakthrough to the 9th realm. Within the forbidden grounds of the seven-killing sect, a shout echoed through the skies. The white clouds in the sky gradually turned crimson with the aura of slaughter, a terrifying sight indeed. Wujidao, old demon, do you wish to ride upon my head? Not a chance. I will not let you have your way. All disciples of the seven-killing sect involuntarily turned their gazes towards the forbidden grounds, their faces revealing a fervent expression. Could it be that the ancestor is also about to break through? Inside the forbidden grounds of the seven-killing sect, an elderly man with a head of red hair was howling to the heavens, exuding a potent killing aura that was nearly tangible. It was evident how terrifying this killing intent was. A mere touch would drive an ordinary person to madness, transforming them into a ruthless killer. Surrounding the red-haired elder were thousands of members of the Killing God group, cultivated over many years by the seven-killing sect. All of them had trained in the sect's forbidden technique, Killing God technique. Among them, the strongest had already reached the 8th realm. Yet, at this moment, these members of the Killing God group were all kneeling on the ground, completely devoid of life. The seven-killing sect's purpose in cultivating the Killing God group was not to wage war in Lizhou, but to transform them into a cauldron for the ancestor, assisting him in breaking through to the 10th realm. Initially, the timing had not yet ripened, but the news of Wujidao's breakthrough to the 10th realm left the ancestor of the seven-killing sect unable to remain idle. Although the two sects were in a cooperative relationship, neither wished to be overshadowed by the other. When both parties' strengths were comparable, it was indeed a cooperative relationship. However, once one side gained a substantial advantage, it would devolve into a subordinate relationship. The ancestor of the seven-killing sect was unwilling to be overshadowed by Wujidao, nor did he want the seven-killing sect to become a subordinate force to Wujidao. Thus, he hastened the plan. Absorbing thousands of members from the Killing God group, the killing aura within the ancestor of the seven-killing sect reached an unprecedented intensity. His face twisted in rage, his fists clenched tightly, and the red veins on his body protruded. If one listened closely, they could even hear the blood rushing through his veins. The face of the ancestor of the seven-killing sect transformed from a grimace into a contorted expression, seemingly enduring immense pain. Under normal circumstances, the breakthrough from the pinnacle of the 9th realm to the 10th realm would not be so agonizing. Such suffering only occurs during a forced breakthrough, as though one were fighting for their life, harboring a determination that if not successful, one would perish. An overwhelmingly powerful aura burst forth, piercing the heavens as it began to rapidly descend. I cannot fail. If Wujidao can succeed, why can't I? My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Grant me this breakthrough. In contrast to the arduous struggle of the ancestor of the seven-killing sect, Lin Feng's breakthrough was far more effortless. The medicinal power surged into his body, loosening the boundaries of the 8th realm, gradually increasing until he shattered the barriers of the 9th realm. Remarkably, he succeeded almost inexplicably. the entire process taking less than a day. There was no pain, no howling to the heavens, and no aura leaking. It was as if it came naturally, to the extent that Leng Hanshuang outside felt nothing at all. When she saw Lin Feng emerge, she anxiously inquired, Lin Feng, did you fail? To which Lin Feng replied with ease, no. I succeeded. I told you there was no problem, so you need not wait here. You succeeded? Leng Hanshuang's expression was one of disbelief. When did the breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th realm become so simple? Not even a full day passed, and there was no commotion, yet he successfully broke through. Is this a joke? If it were truly so easy, there would not be so few 9th realm powerhouses in Lizhou. The lifespan of a peak 8th realm cultivator is merely 1,000 years, while that of a 9th realm cultivator extends to 5,000 years, a 5-fold increase. This is also why there are fewer 9th realm cultivators than those at the peak of the 8th realm. Once a millennium passes, if one has not reached the 9th realm, they will eventually turn to dust. I succeeded. Lin Feng nodded with certainty. Really? Leng Hanshuang still found it hard to believe. Absolutely. After a moment, Leng Hanshuang finally regained her composure, staring at Lin Feng in silence. Master Uncle, what is wrong with you? Lin Feng, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, could not help but ask. Nothing. I just wanted to see what kind of monster you truly are. Leng Hanshuang replied, I am not a monster. I am human. No. You are a monster. No human could possess your level of talent. Throughout the entire history of Lizhou, no one like you has ever existed. Master Uncle, I remember you once said that Lizhou is merely a remote corner of the 9 prefectures continent. If Lizhou lacks something, does that mean the other 8 prefectures do as well? Chapter 87. Executing the mission. Yandu County, one of the 100 counties under the jurisdiction of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, is situated in the lower reaches among the counties. The one seeking assistance from the Shenxiao Sword Sect is none other than the County King of Yandu. The County King's plea for help is neither trivial nor insignificant. Thus, the Shenxiao Sword Sect dispatched 2 true disciples and 10 inner disciples, totaling 12 individuals, to assist. Lin Feng is among them, though he is merely an auxiliary, responsible for supporting another true disciple at the late stage of the 4th realm, named Luocha, as the eldest senior brother of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. To be sent on a mission without being the leader is a tale that might be hard to believe. In other factions, even with just true disciples and inner disciples present, if an elder is there, it is still the eldest senior brother who calls the shots. This underscores the high standing of the eldest senior brother. Unfortunately, this status is not reflected in Lin Feng. Previously, everyone assumed this eldest senior brother had mediocre talent, not realizing he had trained in body techniques, becoming a lowly body cultivator. The sect's intention in sending Lin Feng was likely to use him as a bodyguard. After all, he is a high-tier body cultivator, having even defeated by Peng Fei, who was at the mid-stage of the 5th realm, during the sect's grand competition. In terms of combat prowess, he is indeed formidable. However, his physical condition is severely depleted, leading to a significantly shortened lifespan. If he does not use it now, he may never have the chance again. Lin Feng is not particularly concerned about this. He does not wish to take on the role of leader. It is too troublesome. Agreeing to undertake the mission is merely a way to repay the sect for its hospitality. The 12-person team flew on swords towards Yandu County. After 7 leisurely days of travel, they were nearing their destination. Senior brother Lu, when will we arrive at Yandu County? Inquired Tang Dodo, a female inner disciple, in a sweet voice. Among the 10 inner disciples, 4 are female, and among them, Tang Dodo is the most attractive. Since leaving the Shenxiao Sword Sect, the 4 inner female disciples have been devising ways to engage Lu Chaoyang in conversation. Leaning towards him. It is simply the allure of true disciples. If they could develop something during this mission, they wouldn't mind at all. In fact, they would be somewhat eager for it, if all goes well. Lu Chaoyang is likely to become a high-ranking member of the Shenxiao Sword Sect in the future. With a high-ranking figure's protection, life within the sect would be much more comfortable. This scene left several male inner disciples envious to the point of tears. They knew that when they attempted to flirt with Tang Dodo in the past, she completely ignored them. Now, she was actively pursuing Lu Chaoyang. While Lu Chaoyang is not ugly, he is certainly not handsome. His appeal to the beautiful women is solely due to his status as a true disciple. They all fantasized about how wonderful it would be if they could become true disciples themselves, possessing status, women, and respect, everything one could desire. Unfortunately, the number of inner disciples who can ascend to true disciples is exceedingly rare. One must first stand out among the numerous inner disciples and break into the top 10 to have a chance. Such hopes are exceedingly slim. Lu Chaoyang is akin to a star surrounded by the moon, while Lin Feng, as the eldest senior brother of the Shenxiao sword sect, is ignored. Because during the sect's grand competition, he had already exposed his identity as a body cultivator, a fate that promises a short life. Who would waste time on someone destined for an early demise? If Lin Feng had not trained in body techniques, he would not be so neglected, of course. Lin Feng does not care as for beautiful women. He can do without. The women he has encountered are incomparable to these few. The innocent ones are Su Shiyao and Yiching Xien, while the more experienced ones are Leng Hanshuang and Lu Hongwan. Even if they were placed anywhere in the cultivation world of Lizhou, they would be among the rarest of beauties. Tang Dodo and her ilk are merely passable, not eye-catching at all. Up ahead belongs to Yandu County. We will arrive shortly, Lu Chaoyang replied, relishing the feeling of being admired. Senior brother Lu, I'm tired. Would you carry me? Is that really appropriate? Lu Chaoyang turned to glance at Lin Feng, feeling somewhat tempted. To carry her means they would share control of a flying sword, inevitably leading to physical contact, easily taking advantage of the situation. Although Tang Dodo may not compare to someone like Yiching Xien, she is still quite attractive, especially with her alluring figure. Oh dear. After such a long journey, I am just a lowly cultivator without strength. Senior brother Lu, please help me, won't you? Tang Dodo's voice was soft and charming, sending shivers down the spine. Lin Feng, however, found it utterly distasteful. Wasn't he just like those tea-sipping girls on Earth? They see a man of some power and want to cling to him, practically trying to burrow into his bed. Well, if my junior sister is truly exhausted, I will reluctantly assist you, Lu Chaoyang said with a righteous tone, eliciting eye rolls from several male inner disciples. If you want to take advantage, just admit it. Why pretend to be reluctant? Thank you, senior brother, Tang Dodo exclaimed, quickening her pace to Lu Chaoyang's side, then leaping onto his flying sword, retracting her own. The two stood together on a single sword, their bodies pressed closely against one another, and Tang Dodo deliberately rubbed against Lu Chaoyang. Feeling the soft body in his embrace, Lu Chaoyang's heart raced with excitement. This is delightful. Once they reach Yandu County, he plans to find an opportunity to be alone with Tang Dodo. Meanwhile, the 6 male inner disciples were feeling heartbroken. Tang Dodo's beauty ranks among the best among the inner female disciples, and as they could not approach true disciples, their gazes were fixed on inner disciples instead. For many male disciples, Tang Dodo was a goddess. Watching the two bodies pressed tightly together, the other 3 female disciples felt a pang of jealousy. They had neither Tang Dodo's beauty nor her audacity. In the cultivation world of Lizhou, most women seek men based on their strength and potential, while men predominantly look for beauty. This is simply the way of things. It is rare to find cases like Su Shiyao, who, knowing Lin Feng is considered a waste, still strives to cultivate, hoping to protect him in the future. There are countless examples of siblings, having grown up together, gradually drifting apart due to differing talents. Ultimately, in the 9 prefectures continent, might makes right. Strength is paramount, and everything else falls behind. Tang junior sister, are you feeling more comfortable now? Lu Chaoyang asked with a smile, holding Tang Dodo closely. Yes, I feel much better. Thank you, senior brother. Tang Dodo replied sweetly, sensing a change in his body and feeling a sense of pride. What a true disciple. In the end, they all bow beneath her pomegranate skirt, as the saying goes. Heroes have difficulty overcoming the allure of beautiful women, and Tang Dodo considers herself that captivating beauty that heroes cannot resist. Chapter 88. Yandu County. Throughout the journey, Lu Chaoyang and Tang Dodo were inseparable. While the 6 male disciples seethed with jealousy and the 3 female disciples looked on with envy, Lin Feng felt neither jealousy nor envy, but rather disgust. How long had they known each other? And they were already this intimate. If it were just the 2 of them, they would likely have found a place to engage in more private activities. Before long, a vast worldly city appeared ahead. Marking their destination, Yandu County. We have arrived at Yandu County. Let us disembark, Lu Chaoyang announced. Yes, senior brother, the others replied in unison. Lin Feng remained silent, content to keep to himself. No one wished to engage with him, and he was more than happy to enjoy the peace. At this moment, the Yandu County royal residence was festively decorated and bustling with activity. Aware of the Shenxiao sword sect cultivators' arrival, the county king had prepared to welcome them. Lu Chaoyang led the group to descend above the royal residence of Yandu County. Just before landing, Tang Dodo skillfully extricated herself from Lu Chaoyang's embrace, choosing to fly on her own. Their group represented the Shenxiao sword sect, and should outsiders witness such behavior from the sect's prominent disciples, the sect's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Even though Lu Chaoyang was a true disciple, he dared not tarnish the sect's name. For the law enforcement elder Jiang Jingyi would show no mercy otherwise. "Where is the county king of Yandu?" Lu Chaoyang called out from above the royal residence. Soon, numerous figures emerged from various buildings, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Those capable of flying through the skies were regarded as significant figures in their eyes. "I am Zhongli Shi, the county king of Yandu. I have the honor to meet the esteemed cultivators of the Shenxiao sword sect. Please, come down so we may converse," an elder called out, raising his head. The 12 individuals descended before the elder. "Are you the county king of Yandu?" Lu Chaoyang inquired. "Indeed, I am Zhongli Shi, the county king of Yandu," the elder replied respectfully. Despite being the local sovereign with the power to command the winds and rain, he had to lower his stature before the esteemed disciples of the Shenxiao sword sect. "If you have encountered any difficulties, please speak. Once resolved, we must return to report to the sect, and oh hurry. You esteemed cultivators must be weary from your journey. I have prepared a modest feast to welcome you, and will discuss matters once you have rested." The elder replied that it is customary to present gifts when inviting esteemed cultivators for assistance. "What do you all think?" Lu Chaoyang turned to the inner disciples for their opinions. "We defer to senior brother Lu." Tang Dodo replied first. "We defer to senior brother Lu." The others echoed, "In that case, we appreciate your hospitality, County King Zhong. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty to host. Please, esteemed cultivators." The group from the Shenxiao sword sect followed Zhongli Shi into the royal residence, leaving the servants of the royal residence to murmur among themselves that "So these are the cultivators of the Shenxiao sword sect?" One person questioned. Immediately, another chastised, "Silence. Do you think you can address cultivators? Did you not hear that even the county king must refer to them as esteemed cultivators? If you wish to die, do not involve us. It is just a title. It can't be that serious," the first person retorted, clearly unconvinced. "What do you mean, not serious? Some celestial beings possess rather peculiar tempers. Should one of them overhear, they might threaten to annihilate your entire lineage." The man inhaled sharply, quickly closing his mouth and refraining from further speech. Having just entered the duke's residence, he held little reverence for cultivators, even entertaining the notion that he could one day become one himself. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that some fates are preordained. For those of the mundane world wishing to venture into the realm of cultivation, the difficulty is akin to scaling the heavens. The Shenxiao sword sect, they say, is a formidable force even within the cultivation world. Indeed, do you know that in the cultivation realm of Lisu, there are only 4 supreme powers, and the Shenxiao sword sect is one of them? Explained an elder from the duke's residence, pride evident in his tone. "Is it truly that formidable?" "Indeed. Our Yandu County boasts great backing," the elder declared with a sense of pride. Minutes later, Lu Chaoyang and 11 others sat around a table laden with an array of delectable dishes. "We express our gratitude to all esteemed celestial beings for your assistance. I, Zhongli Shi, raise a toast to you all," he declared, raising his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. "Please, esteemed celestial beings, make yourselves at home. Let us also extend our thanks to Duke Zhong for his hospitality," Lu Chaoyang interjected, urging everyone to join in the toast. "Thank you for Duke Zhong's graciousness," the group chorused. "Please, esteemed celestial beings, take a seat without such formality. Your behavior puts me in a state of trepidation," Duke Zhong urged, joining them at the table. As the group settled, Zhongli Shi began to toast each individual in turn. Starting with Lu Chaoyang, "I raise my glass to you, Lu Xianchong," he said. Now aware of Lu Chaoyang's identity, "Duke Zhong, please." Lu Chaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. After toasting Lu Chaoyang, Zhongli Shi continued to honor the next individual. Each introduced themselves, including their names and identities within the Shenxiao sword sect. The gifts prepared by Zhongli Shi varied according to their ranks, which was why such introductions were necessary. Following Lu Chaoyang, all were inner disciples until finally reaching Lin Feng. "I raise a glass to you, esteemed Xianchong," Zhongli Shi said. "Duke Zhong, I am Lin Feng," he replied, stating only his name and omitting his title as the senior disciple of the Shenxiao sword sect. "Oh, so it is Lin Xianchong," Zhongli Shi mused, though he refrained from questioning why Lin Feng had only introduced himself by name. The others remained silent, choosing not to press the matter. After the meal, Lin Feng and the other 8 male disciples were led by Zhong Lishur to a grand hall. Esteemed celestial beings, I have arranged some entertainment for you, Zhong Lishur announced, clapping his hands together. Soon, a group of beautifully clad women, barely covering their modesty, entered the hall and began to dance provocatively. Lu Chaoyang and the other male disciples watched with keen interest. Such hidden benefits accompany their tasks. Where else could one find such indulgence in the sect? Feel free to take any of the esteemed celestial beings you desire. Rooms have been prepared for your rest, and we can discuss matters further tomorrow without disruption, Zhong Lishur said with a smile. The men exchanged knowing glances, scrutinizing the dancers to see who might align with their tastes for the evening's pleasures. Moments later, the dancers approached the 8 men, performing intimate dances that allowed for closer observation. Lin Feng frowned. He was not fond of such settings. He stood, addressing Zhong Lishur, Duke Zhong, I apologize, but I am feeling unwell and will retire to rest. If esteemed Xianchang is uninterested, we can find alternatives. There are many outside. Zhong Lishur assumed Lin Feng had found nothing appealing. No need. Lin Feng firmly declined. Chapter 89. Hidden Benefits. Zhong Lishur was taken aback by Lin Feng's refusal. As one of the counties under the jurisdiction of the Shenxiao sword sect, there had never been a dissatisfied disciple among those he hosted before. Lin Feng was the first. Zhong Lishur turned his gaze towards Lu Chaoyang, the true disciple and leader of the group, for guidance, reasoning that no one would dare disregard his authority. Yet Lu Chaoyang feigned ignorance. In terms of status, Lin Feng was the senior disciple of the Shenxiao sword sect. As for strength, he could defeat by Peng Fei, who was at the mid-stage of the 5th realm. From every angle, Lu Chaoyang felt inferior. Moreover, Lin Feng had previously incapacitated Yin Yuanji, a disciple of considerable background, during the sect's grand competition. To be frank, though Lu Chaoyang looked down upon Lin Feng, he did not dare offend him and even held some admiration. The same sentiment was shared by other true disciples. They might scorn Lin Feng, but none would dare provoke him. Lu Chaoyang's silence did not go unnoticed by Zhong Lishur, who, having risen to the rank of duke, possessed a keen intellect and discernment. He sensed something unusual about Lin Feng. Since entering the duke's residence, Lin Feng had spoken little and appeared quite inconspicuous, seeming isolated. During introductions, he had only mentioned his name, neglecting to reveal his status. While the other disciples expressed delight in the arranged entertainment, Lin Feng's outright refusal highlighted his distinctness. Lu Chaoyang's pretense of ignorance only compounded the suspicion. Since esteemed Xianchang is disinterested, allow me to escort you to rest. You all may enjoy yourselves. Should any of you take a fancy to someone, feel free to take them away. They are specially prepared for your pleasure and are waiting for your attention, Zhong Lishur assured with a grin, turning to Lin Feng. Thank you, Duke Zhong, Lin Feng nodded. Understanding the intent behind the offer, however, he simply did not share that inclination. It was not that he was averse to intimacy. His experiences with the likes of Leng Hanshuang, Su Shiyao, and the exquisite Lu Hongluan and Yiching Xien had rendered his standards exceedingly high, making ordinary beauty utterly unappealing to him. Following Zhong Lishur, Lin Feng departed. Such hidden benefits tied to task execution were best enjoyed collectively. If someone like Lin Feng abstained, discomfort would linger among the group, even if they knew he would not divulge their secrets. The women who had previously leaned against Lin Feng now seemed somewhat uncertain of what to do. Please, continue your dance, Lu Chaoyang encouraged. Yes, esteemed Xianchang. The women returned to the center of the hall, resuming their provocative performance. Lu Shixiang, do you not think Lin Feng is rather unappreciative? Duke Zhong arranged such splendid entertainment, and he showed no regard. Leaving us to wonder how we might enjoy ourselves, one inner disciple complained. Indeed. I cannot fathom his reasoning. Is he perhaps unwell? Strangely, that may be true, considering he is a body cultivator and might indeed have physical issues. Another suggested. Enough of this chatter. You said nothing in his presence moments ago. What purpose does it serve now? If you do not wish to partake, you are free to leave, Lu Chaoyang admonished, his displeasure evident. His silence, however, did not stem from fear. I simply would not dare, one inner disciple muttered quietly. Lu Chaoyang remained silent, his thoughts turning inward. What did it mean to say one would not dare in front of him? Did he not feel the same trepidation? The image of Lin Feng incapacitating in Yuanji loomed large in Lu Chaoyang's mind, casting a shadow over his confidence. Without reaching the 6th realm, one would struggle to emerge from such encounters. The 6th realm served as a watershed, a level unattainable for body cultivators. The women Zhong Lishir selected were all remarkable in various ways. At least in the mundane realm, they were the Sea Army de la Army. There were tall and statuesque figures, petite and delicate ones, as well as those with alluring curves, catering to diverse tastes. Before long, the men had forgotten their discontent concerning Lin Feng, contemplating which of the dancers they might take with them. As cultivators, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary folk. Lin Feng followed Zhong Lishir to the door of a VIP room. "Esteemed Xianren, you may rest here." "Thank you, Duke Zhong," Lin Feng replied courteously. "Would you like me to select a few to bring to you this evening?" Zhong Lishir inquired tentatively. "Please do not. I appreciate your kindness, Duke Zhong, but I simply do not share that taste." Lin Feng promptly refused. He was not the sort to leave seeds of his lineage scattered carelessly. Moreover, some actions entail responsibilities that cannot be dismissed. Though such affairs are commonplace in the realm of Lisu, Lin Feng, having crossed over from Earth, found them hard to accept. Zhong Lishir regarded Lin Feng with curiosity, as so young. Yet one who does not favor women? Is there something amiss? He pondered. What a shame. He is quite handsome. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, such thoughts would have incensed him. What sort of logic was it that disliking superficial beauty implied something was wrong? Men are particularly sensitive to being questioned on their masculinity, as it relates to their dignity. Lin Feng stepped into the room, and Zhong Lishir lingered for a moment before departing. There was little more he could do. If Lin Feng did not favor women, he could not force his hand. It seemed he would have to explore other avenues to secure Lin Feng's satisfaction. If women would not suffice, then he would seek alternative means to pique Lin Feng's interest. Zhong Lishir remained convinced that Lin Feng's identity was extraordinary. Aside from the true disciple Lu Chaoyang, he deemed Lin Feng the most significant figure to please. The rest of the inner disciples did not garner his attention. Winning over Lu Chaoyang and Lin Feng was the key to his success. Upon entering the room, Lin Feng observed the opulent decorations, marveling at the luxurious arrangements, a treatment fit for royalty. He was astonished to discover that within Lisu, the mundane world seemed to revel in indulgence more than the realm of cultivation. Could this be due to the shorter lifespans of those in the mundane world? It was quite plausible. Though the people of Lisu lived a bit longer than those on Earth, their lifespans were still finite. Ordinary individuals might reach 200 years, unlike cultivators who could live up to 5,000 years at the ninth realm. No wonder disciples of the sect relished missions outside. Not only were there numerous benefits, but they could also indulge in behaviors they would not dare attempt within the sect. Perhaps the prolonged confinement within the sect led to their exuberance upon venturing out. Lin Feng found himself curious as to what the female disciples were doing while the male disciples were taken to watch the provocative dances and select their companions. Surely, they would not be seeking out men. That seemed implausible. In such matters, men and women remained inherently different. Chapter 90. The disarray of Zhong Lishir that night, Lin Feng enjoyed a restful sleep on the sumptuous bed, the softness exceeding anything he had experienced in over 20 years since his arrival in this world. Upon waking the next morning and encountering Lu Chaoyang and the others, he paused. Their haggard appearances suggested they had been drained of vitality. Lin Feng speculated whether they had spent the night awake. Was it truly that serious? Even if they had been confined for an extended period within the sect, one ought to care for their well-being. Yet, an occasional sleepless night might not be detrimental. Lu Shidi, your complexion seems off. What troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, I did not sleep well. I am rather particular about beds, and my first night in a strange place is always restless. Lu Chaoyang replied, maintaining a composed facade. Lin Feng nearly laughed. Particular about beds? More like particular about people, he mused, uncertain of how many maidens had been left in his wake the previous evening. Alas, in the eyes of cultivators, the lives of those in the mundane world held little value, akin to that of ants. To say that human lives were as insignificant as grass would not be an exaggeration. The notion of harming a few maidens, or even taking lives in a fit of displeasure, would attract no attention. Since you are particular about beds, let us hasten to complete our mission. This way, we can return to the sect sooner, allowing you to rest properly, Lin Feng proposed with a look of concern for Lu Chaoyang. Lu Chaoyang's expression shifted to alarm. He yearned to linger a while longer. After all, he had ventured out and could not bear to return so soon. Yes, no trouble, de Xixiang. I will become accustomed to it after the first night, he hurriedly explained. Though Lu Chaoyang was the leader of this mission, should Lin Feng insist on returning, he would have no recourse but to comply. We should complete the task first, Lin Feng maintained. Daoxiong, we have come so far. Everyone wishes to stay a bit longer. You wouldn't want to spoil the fun, would you? Lu Chaoyang countered, signaling to several inner disciples nearby. Instantly, they chimed in, indeed, Daoxiong. We wish to enjoy ourselves a bit longer. I concur with Lu Shixiang. Let us delay our return to the sect. Agreed, Daoxiong. You see, this is democracy at play. The majority should prevail, so let us stay a while longer. Alas, I merely worry for your well-being. Lin Feng replied with a hint of resignation, Daoxiong. Fret not. We are in our prime, and our bodies are robust, an inner disciple declared proudly, only to realize the disconnect. Lin Feng had not participated in the festivities the previous night. Lu Chaoyang shot a cold glare, prompting the disciple to hastily close his mouth. Yet we must first complete our task, correct? You may indulge freely once we have attended to business. I will not interfere. Nor will I speak of it, Lin Feng assured. Thank you, Daoxiong, for your understanding. Lu Chaoyang's expression brightened, and the inner disciples echoed their gratitude in unison. After enjoying a hearty breakfast prepared by Zhong Lishur, Lu Chaoyang turned to the matter at hand. As Lin Feng had suggested, they should first accomplish their mission, allowing for greater peace of mind when it came time for leisure. Duke Zhong, what exactly has transpired? Please inform us, for we have come to resolve your issues, Lu Chaoyang inquired. Esteemed celestial beings, have you rested well? If you prefer, we can discuss matters after you have regained your strength, Zhong Lishur suggested. Noting their weary appearances, no need. As cultivators, such trivial matters pose no challenge to us. Please proceed with your account. Only then did Zhong Lishur begin to recount the events. He had long awaited the moment to discuss serious matters, yet feared that if he did not serve them well, they might lack the focus needed for their task. To be candid, esteemed celestial beings, 3 months ago, inexplicable disappearances of young women began occurring within Yandu County. Upon investigation, I discovered it was the work of a mysterious organization, seemingly utilizing these young women for some nefarious cultivation. Fearful that they might be cultivators themselves, I did not act hastily and sought the aid of the Shenshao Sword Sect. Utilizing young women for evil cultivation, is that true? Lu Chaoyang frowned deeply. If what Zhong Lishur said was accurate, the matter held grave implications. While ordinary people might be unfortunate, the ramifications would be dire if cultivators were involved. I possess an 80% certainty, but as I have not witnessed it firsthand, I cannot guarantee 100%, Zhong Lishur added cautiously. What are your thoughts? Lu Chaoyang turned to Lin Feng and the others. Is it not simple to discern the truth? Duke Zhong, you must know the specific location of this mysterious organization? Lin Feng queried. He was bold and undaunted, having successfully broken through to the 9th realm before their arrival. Lin Feng stood atop the pyramid even among the cultivators of Lisu, let alone in the mundane world. He was eager to complete the mission, particularly regarding the heinous act of exploiting young women for wicked purposes, which he could not abide. Zhong Lishur replied, the organization's base is ever shifting. The current location was discovered 3 days ago, but I cannot guarantee if they remain. Would it not be too rash to proceed directly? Lu Chaoyang hesitated. How would we ascertain the true situation otherwise? If they are indeed cultivators practicing malevolent arts, we may not be able to contend with them. Lu Shidi, you are a true disciple of the Shenshao Sword Sect, a formidable cultivator of the 4th realm. Must you be so timid? Do not disgrace the Shenshao Sword Sect with such hesitance. Lin Feng grew impatient. Delays in completing a mere task will hinder your ability to undertake greater challenges in the future. Lu Chaoyang's countenance soured at Lin Feng's words, a fire of indignation smoldering within him. He was eager to retort, to inform Lin Feng that he was the one in charge of this mission, while Lin Feng merely assisted from the sidelines. However, recalling Lin Feng's performance during the sect's grand competition, his anger gradually subsided. He repeatedly admonished himself, do not get angry, do not get angry. Otherwise, one might find oneself at a loss, having been beaten. This senior brother was certainly capable of such actions. The disciples under his hand had not been few, from the formidable Zhan Long who trespassed the solitary peak, to Yin Yuanji and Bai Pengfei during the Sect competition. Each one was an existence he could not provoke. It was better to endure. Zhong Lishur watched in astonishment, his thoughts in disarray. What was happening? Wasn't Lu Chaoyang the leader? What was Lin Feng's role in this? How could he dare speak so brazenly about a true disciple? Oh, Zhong Lishur suddenly recalled that Lin Feng had referred to Lu Chaoyang as Lu Shidi, implying that he too was a true disciple. If that were the case, why did the inner disciple seem to show him no respect? What was the situation here? Zhong Lisher felt his mind swirling in confusion. Despite his exceptional intelligence, he could not comprehend the intricacies of these relationships. Chapter 91. Hell on Earth due to Lin Feng's insistence. Lu Chaoyang ultimately had to agree to go take a look. He felt a deep sense of frustration. He was the mission leader, yet he had to follow Lin Feng's arrangements. Once Zhong Lisher was ready, he notified Lin Feng and the others that they could proceed. Upon arriving at the assembly point, they found a troop of hundreds, all the elite guards of the Yandu Duke's residence, prepared for action. Lu Chaoyang remained silent, but Lin Feng inquired, Duke Zhong, are all these people accompanying us? Indeed, Lu Xianzhang. These are the elite of my duke's residence, Zhong Lisher replied. Duke Zhong, I believe it is better to have fewer people. A large number might inadvertently alarm the enemy before we even arrive, Lin Feng cautioned. Then how many do you think is appropriate? Lu Chaoyang asked. Simply send two familiar with the terrain to guide us, Lin Feng suggested. What do you think, Lu Xianzhang? Zhong Lisher turned to Lu Chaoyang, who was at a loss regarding the nature of Lin Feng's relationship with Lu Chaoyang. Regardless, Lu Chaoyang was the leader, and listening to him would be wise. Seeing Lu Chaoyang remain silent, Lin Feng could not help but speak up. Lu Shidi, Duke Zhong is addressing you. Just listen to your senior brother, Lu Chaoyang replied reluctantly. Duke Zhong, please withdraw the others and leave just two familiar with the area. Too many might complicate matters. Initially, Lin Feng had no intention of involving himself. After all, he was not the one in charge, merely needing to follow along. However, upon hearing Zhong Lisher mention that someone was specifically targeting young women to practice malevolent arts, he could not turn a blind eye. Lu Chaoyang suggested a cautious investigation to ascertain the identities of the culprits, and if they were indeed cultivators, to report to the sect and await their decision on whether to send additional support. But how long would that take? By the time everything was resolved, it would be too late. How many young women would suffer in the meantime? There was no guarantee that upon learning of the Shenshao sword sect's involvement, the culprits wouldn't flee. If they relocated to continue their heinous acts, how could they be tracked? How many more women would fall into peril? The thought of more innocent lives being ensnared in the clutches of dark sorcery because of his inaction left Lin Feng deeply unsettled. It was not that he was overly sentimental. As a virtuous youth from Earth, molded by proper education, his character was already formed. He could not emulate the sect's cultivators, who regarded human life as mere fodder, treating ordinary people as ants to be crushed at will. Yet, he would not hesitate to strike down those deserving of death, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Some matters could be overlooked until encountered. Having faced this issue, he could not simply stand idly by within his capacity. Zhong Lisher withdrew the guards, leaving only two astute individuals to lead Lin Feng and the others to the mysterious organization's hideout discovered 3 days prior. Yandu County City was vast, divided into various strata from within to without. At its core resided the dignitaries and nobles, a place known for its excellent security and living conditions. The further one moved towards the outskirts. The lower the status of its inhabitants, on the outer fringes resided the impoverished masses, where patrols seldom ventured due to rampant crime and appalling sanitary conditions, with refuse strewn about, creating a stench that sharply contrasted with the central district. In Yandu County City, few resided in both the central and outer regions. The most populated areas were in between, where security and conditions were relatively tolerable. Following their guides, Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the city's periphery. Observing the rapidly deteriorating environment, they instinctively covered their noses. The surrounding populace had dwindled significantly. It was hard to believe that this was part of the flourishing Yandu County City. Indeed, it was fitting as a hideout. The group approached an abandoned house, where one of the guides pointed ahead and said, "Sirs, that is the hideout discovered 3 days ago. We have not entered, so we do not know the situation inside. We only saw young women being taken there, never to return." "Thank you for your hard work," Lin Feng said, his gaze fixed ahead. He sensed a thick aura of blood and resentment emanating from within, indicating that many had perished there. Had the captured women met their demise? Such a tragedy. "This is what we ought to do," the two guards responded earnestly. "You have come from afar to assist Yandu County. You are the truly hard-working ones. Let us proceed and investigate," Lin Feng said, his voice subdued. With that, he leaped across to the opposite side, prompting the others to follow suit. Lu Chaoyang had come to understand the situation. With Lin Feng leading the charge, it was advantageous. Should danger arise, he would bear the brunt, allowing Lu Chaoyang time to escape. If it were merely ordinary people who had stumbled upon a method of cultivation, that would be manageable. However, if it were organized dark cultivators, the consequences could be dire. Although the likelihood of organized dark cultivators approaching the Shenxiao Sword Sect's territory was low, it could not be entirely dismissed, especially since Yandu County lay at the edge of the sect's jurisdiction, facilitating their escape. After several leaps, Lin Feng arrived before an abandoned warehouse. Approaching the door, he pushed it open forcefully, and a foul odor of decay, mingled with a strong scent of blood, assailed his senses, causing him to frown involuntarily. What lay before him was a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Hundreds of naked female corpses hung suspended, their bodies marked with various red symbols, fatal wounds at their necks, some still oozing blood, while others had already begun to decompose, attracting countless insects. The ground bore various symbols, with a large pit in the center collecting the blood that flowed from the bodies. The others, including Lu Chaoyang, upon witnessing such a sight, felt a chill run down their spines, a wave of dread surging from their feet to their heads. It was too cruel. Even in the realm of cultivation, such a scene was rare. This was precisely why dark cultivators were reviled in the cultivation world. Their methods were more brutal than those of demonic cultivators, making them utterly detestable. As cultivators, they were not averse to death, yet they were shaken by such a horrifying spectacle. Tang Do and 3 other female inner disciples immediately crouched down, retching uncontrollably. Women, after all, had a lower threshold for such horrors. Lin Feng, gazing at the hundreds of lifeless female bodies, remained silent. In his heart, he had already sentenced the perpetrator to death. Those capable of such heinous acts should not exist in this world. They deserve to descend into hell to repent. Chapter 92. Zhong Lisher's plea for help. Let us depart. The perpetrators have fled. We shall burn this place to grant the deceased peace, and then return to see if Duke Zhong has discovered any new hideouts. We must not allow them to succeed again. Lin Feng said impassively. This is not the work of an ordinary person. It is highly likely that organized dark cultivators are involved. I plan to hold off for now, report to the sect, and await their response. Lu Chaoyang spoke with grave seriousness. Organized dark cultivators are not easily dealt with. In the past, sect disciples have fallen to dark cultivators during missions. A moment's inattention could result in them being lost forever in Yandu County. As a true disciple of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, Lu Chaoyang had a promising future and did not wish to jeopardize it. His priority was safety, waiting for the sect to handle the matter. How long will it take to report to the sect? Do you have any idea how many will suffer in the meantime? Lin Feng glared at Lu Chaoyang. They are just ordinary people from the secular world. If they die, they die. Their lifespans are short. It merely hastens the inevitable, Lu Chaoyang retorted dismissively. In his eyes, ordinary people were akin to ants. The death of a few made no difference since he was not the one responsible. Does not this hellish scene stir something within you? Lin Feng asked incredulously. Any man with even a modicum of justice should feel compelled to ensure the culprits pay dearly for their actions. Moreover, you are a true disciple of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, the elite among the elite. How can you be so timid? Even if it moves me, I cannot risk my life for revenge. We all have promising futures. I refuse to die here. Lu Chaoyang resolutely declined. Lu Chaoyang, I seriously question your manhood. To be indecisive is one thing, but to cower at every turn. As a sword cultivator, one must possess the courage to charge forward. Without that, you are destined to live as a coward, leading an unremarkable life. Lin Feng fumed. The deaths of so many, especially in such a brutal manner, infuriated Lin Feng that Lu Chaoyang would wait for the sect to intervene. By the time the sect's people arrived, who could say if the culprits would still be in Yandu County? And how many more would perish in the interim? Lu Chaoyang, provoked by Lin Feng's words, felt his temper flare. Who wouldn't have a temper? Being humiliated in front of so many junior disciples was intolerable. Lin Feng, understand this. I am the leader of this mission, and you are all to follow my directives. If you are correct, I shall heed you, but if you are wrong, I shall act according to my own judgment. You cannot command me. Lin Feng showed no regard for Lu Chaoyang's authority. Once he had made up his mind, not even the ancestors of the Shenxiao Sword Sect would sway him. Humph, Lin Feng, you believe yourself formidable just because you have trained in body techniques? Your lifespan is short, which is why you fight so desperately. We are not like you. Why must you drag us into this? If you wish to avenge these secular people, do it alone. I will not accompany you. Lin Feng chuckled. So, They thought his urgency stemmed from a belief that his life was fleeting? Fine, I will not drag you along. This mission will be mine alone. You all return to the Yandu Duke's residence to rest and do not interfere. But first, we must incinerate this place. Lu Chaoyang fell silent. As long as he was not involved, that sufficed. If Lin Feng sought death, he could do so alone, without dragging Lu Chaoyang into it soon. Roaring flames engulfed the abandoned warehouse, reducing hundreds of corpses to ashes. The 12 returned to their previous location, where 2 guards from the Yandu Duke's residence awaited. How did it go inside? One inquired. The culprits have fled, and the captured women have perished. We burned the bodies to allow them peace. Lin Feng summarized. How many hideouts have we discovered? Lin Feng asked. The 7th. Were the numbers of captured individuals consistent across each hideout? Not at all. The first hideout had only 3 women, the second increased to 9, the third to 21, the fourth to 49, the fifth to 72, and the 6th reached 99, all of whom met a tragic end. The guard shuddered as he spoke, clearly haunted by the horrific imagery. Very well, I understand. Let us return, Lin Feng commanded. Yes, Xianzhang. The group retraced their steps. As they reached the entrance of the Yandu Duke's residence, Duke Zhonglisher rushed out anxiously, kneeling and crying out, Xianzhang, save me, Xianzhang, save me. What is the meaning of this, Duke Zhong? Lin Feng asked, perplexed as he helped Zhonglisher to his feet. Just moments ago, he had seemed fine. How had he changed so drastically? Xianzhang, my daughter Zhongling has been captured by the mysterious organization. I implore you, please save her. Zhonglisher sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Your daughter has been taken? Was it not said that this mysterious organization only targets young women? Lin Feng questioned, noting that Zhonglisher seemed to be of advanced age. Surely his daughter was not still very young. Xianzhang, you may not know, but I had a daughter late in life, named Zhongling. She is only 16 years old. I have always protected her. Ever since young women began to disappear 3 months ago, I confined her to her room, preventing her from stepping outside and keeping watch over her. I never imagined they would still manage to abduct her. They even left a message, requesting that Xianzhang come to her rescue. Zhonglisher explained. Where's the message? Let me see. Please follow me. Zhonglisher led Lin Feng and the others deep within the Yandu Duke's residence. Upon opening a door, they were greeted by a sea of pink. It was clearly the room of a young woman. On the walls hung red characters. Duke Zhong, since you lack compassion, do not blame us for being unkind. If you dare summon the Shanshao Sword Sect, I will capture your daughter as a furnace. You brought this upon yourself. Ha ha. Farewell, we will first explore the neighboring county, and if we have the chance to return, I will bring your daughter's corpse as a keepsake. Chapter 93. Pursuit. What audacity! These dark cultivators dare to challenge the Shanshao Sword Sect. I will report to the sect immediately and request reinforcements to eradicate them, restoring the dignity of our sect. Lu Chaoyang declared resolutely. He was now certain that a dark cult was indeed behind this. Otherwise, they would not have dared to act so brazenly within the Shanshao Sword Sect's territory, even leaving a provocative message. Initially, he had thought this mission would be straightforward, only to encounter a band of wandering dark cultivators. Lu Shidi, by the time you relay the news and the sect sends support, how much time will have passed? The culprits will have long vanished, and capturing them will be impossible, Lin Feng replied sternly. That is the sect's concern, not ours. We simply need to report according to protocol. I will handle this matter. You need not interfere. Lin Feng, this situation exceeds our capabilities. If you wish to court danger, do not involve us. Angering those dark cultivators puts us all at risk, Lu Chaoyang retorted angrily. Hearing their exchange, Zhonglisher grew anxious. Did they intend to abandon the pursuit? The mysterious organization had already realized he sought help from the Shanshao Sword Sect, if they did not resolve this matter. When the sect sent reinforcements, would they even be able to locate the culprits? The Shanshao Sword Sect could not remain stationed in Yandu County indefinitely. Once they departed, what would stop the dark cultivators from returning for revenge? Moreover, his daughter Zhongling was still in their clutches. Were they really going to do nothing? Zhonglisher suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. He had thought the arrival of the Shanshao Sword Sect's elite would effortlessly eliminate the mysterious organization, only to find that he had lost his daughter in the process. Esteemed immortals, you cannot stand idly by. You must save the young girl. She is merely 16 and should not endure such suffering. Rest assured, Duke Zhong, I will immediately seek assistance from the sect, and help will arrive swiftly, Lu Chaoyang replied. However, Just as Zhong Lishur was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Feng beside him. Duke Zhong, immediately investigate all suspicious individuals in the entire county. They cannot have vanished into thin air. Inform me as soon as you have news. The matter of rescuing her is entrusted to me. The evil cultivators who have taken Zhong Ling will not meet their ends so quickly, as they intend to use her as a furnace. Lin Feng, you must be mad. That is not merely one evil cultivator. Clearly, it is a disciplined and organized group. If we provoke them, we may not escape the confines of Yandu County. Even if the sect sends someone to avenge us afterward, what good will it do? We will already be dead. Do you not understand? We will be dead. Lu Chaoyang suddenly roared. Indeed, he feared death. More so did not wish to die here. Even the slightest possibility of survival must be extinguished. Sacrificing his life and promising future for some ordinary people in the secular world is simply not worth it. I am not mad. Some matters, once encountered, must be addressed by a man, rather than evaded. If I heed your words today, I shall never find peace in my life. Lin Feng spoke calmly before turning to leave. Zhong Lishur hurried to follow. He had come to understand that pleading with Lu Chaoyang was futile. Their only hope rested with Lin Feng. Although the inner sect disciples looked down upon Lin Feng for being a body cultivator, they could not deny their respect for this senior brother. Unfortunately, body cultivation does not promise a long life. If Lin Feng possessed extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly have earned the recognition of the majority of disciples from the divine celestial sword sect, becoming a true senior brother. Soon, Zhong Lishur returned with the latest news regarding the mysterious organization. From the moment his beloved daughter was discovered to have been abducted, he had sealed off the entire county and begun investigations. Senior Lin, we have news, Zhong Lishur gasped as he rushed over. Have you found the evil cultivators? Lin Feng felt a surge of hope within. It should not be too late to find them now. Yes, news has arrived from the city gate. Not long ago, a group of oddly dressed individuals forcibly exited the county. I suspect they belong to that mysterious organization. From which direction did they leave the city? The southwest. I will go investigate immediately. Senior Lin, do you need me to send someone to guide you? After exiting the city to the southwest, the border of Yandu County will not be far. There lies a primitive forest where they may be hiding, and no need. Just provide me with a map, and I will proceed alone. I can move more swiftly. With the map in hand, Lin Feng took to the skies on his sword, pursuing southwestward. Just as he departed, someone rushed to inform Lu Chaoyang. Senior Lu, Duke Zhong has information about the evil cultivators. Lin Feng has already gone, an inner sect disciple reported. This Lin Feng truly fears nothing? Does he genuinely believe that defeating by Peng Fei has rendered him invincible? They are a group of merciless evil cultivators who practice their craft through extremely cruel means, moving with a swiftness that surpasses even that of demonic cultivators. This matter can only be handled by the elders of the sect, Lu Chaoyang said, exasperated. Then what shall we do? I have already reported the situation here to the sect, and a response will arrive shortly. We need only wait. If Lin Feng seeks death, we do not. After all, body cultivators do not live long. Indeed, Senior Lu, the inner sect disciples were certainly afraid of death. Yet that did not hinder their admiration for the senior brother's decisive manner. After Lin Feng exited the city, he continued his journey southeastward. Before long, he encountered the primitive forest spoken of by Zhong Lishur. The trees within the forest towered high, their thick foliage obstructing Lin Feng's view from above. He took out the map prepared by Zhong Lishur. According to the map, he was nearing the edge of Yandu County. Beyond the primitive forest lay another county, outside the jurisdiction of the divine celestial sword sect, known as the Seven Kills sect. This may indeed be the reason the evil cultivators dared to act with impunity in Yandu County. If the divine celestial sword sect had dispatched a strong individual, they would have had ample time to flee. Observing the dense thicket below, he realized that finding anyone within would be nearly impossible with merely his eyes. He would need to activate his sword domain. Lin Feng closed his eyes, releasing his sword domain, enveloping a vast expanse of the primitive forest beneath him. Nothing within the sword domain could escape his perception. However, since Lin Feng had only recently comprehended the intricacies of the sword domain, its range was still limited, and he could not detect any traces of the evil cultivators. He could only continue to shift his position, thereby expanding the area covered by the sword domain. The chances of locating the evil cultivators would increase significantly, at least far superior to searching with his eyes alone. After approximately half an hour, as Lin Feng was moving swiftly, he suddenly halted. It seemed that something had intruded upon his sword domain. Upon careful sensing, he discerned a group exuding a foul, bloody aura. Clearly, those who had breached his sword domain were the evil cultivators who had turned Yandu County into a living hell. Finally, he had located them. They were about to pay the price for their actions. Chapter 94. The Evil Spirit Sect. Somewhere in the primitive forest on the border of Yandu County, a group of individuals adorned with strange patterns on their clothing were resting. They were the very targets Lin Feng had been pursuing. The Evil Spirit Sect? In truth, the Evil Spirit Sect was not as Luocha had described. It was not simply a group of evil cultivators. Over 100 years ago, the sect's leader had originally been a wealthy merchant in the secular world. By a stroke of chance, he encountered the methods of evil cultivation and was astounded. At that time, he was already over 100 years old, and in a few decades, he would have been reduced to dust. To his surprise, he had obtained the means of cultivation at that moment. What is the greatest fear of the wealthy? The answer, of course, is death. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, neglecting even his family's business. 10 years passed, and he had squandered his entire fortune, resulting in his wife leaving him and his children being scattered. Fortunately, he had made some progress in cultivation, which was his only consolation. As his cultivation deepened, the requirements became increasingly stringent, forcing him to roam the streets, capturing overlooked beggars from the common folk to practice his sinister arts. Gradually, he realized that his experiences were limited, leading him to recruit a few core members and establish the Evil Spirit Sect, thus becoming its leader. Perhaps aware that his nefarious techniques were not to be showcased, he had remained active in the secular world, often lingering on the borders of two factions. At the slightest hint of trouble, he would change locations. 3 months ago, he had fortuitously arrived in Yandu County. His evil arts had reached an exceedingly advanced realm, necessitating young maidens for sacrifice. Hence the abduction of young girls in Yandu County. As for the taunting words left behind, they were a calculated move. Knowing full well the enmity between the Divine Celestial Sword Sect and the Seven Kills Sect, he dared to act thus because he understood that the powerful members of the Divine Celestial Sword Sect would not pursue him into the territory of the Seven Kills Sect. Moreover, having long been active in the secular world, he had developed an arrogant demeanor and possessed little understanding of the true strength of the Divine Celestial Sword Sect. When Lin Feng locked onto the Evil Spirit Sect with his sword domain, the sect leader furrowed his brow, sensing that he was being watched, which caused him some concern. Let us depart once we have rested adequately. We must delve deeper to avoid being pursued, commanded the leader. Dozens of Evil Spirit Sect members promptly stood up. Leader, who are we hiding from? An elder member inquired. Yandu County is under the jurisdiction of a powerful sect. We have captured so many young maidens here. They have already dispatched individuals to investigate. A powerful sect. Can we escape? The members asked in a panic. What is there to fear? They are merely young disciples, only in their 20s or 30s. How strong could they be? However, we should withdraw first. Otherwise, if the old ones arrive, it may be too late to escape. The leader explained. I see. Leader, why did you abduct the Duke of Yandu's daughter? Humph! A mere mortal dares to meddle in my affairs? Even if he is the Duke of Yandu, he must endure my wrath. Abducting his daughter is merely the first step. Once the Divine Celestial Sword Sect members depart, I shall return to confront him. Moreover, I require a furnace. Just as the members prepared to leave, a flash of light streaked across the sky, followed by boom, a tremendous explosion, as if a meteor had struck the crowd. Dust and chaos erupted instantly, with individuals and horses thrown into disarray. Dozens of Evil Spirit Sect members were grievously wounded and knocked unconscious by the immense shockwave. Only the sect leader managed to withstand the impact. With a deep voice, he inquired, Who? As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Having committed such heinous acts, do you think you can leave? Surrender your life. The newcomer was none other than Lin Feng, who had come to track the Evil Spirit Sect. Upon discovering their whereabouts, he had rushed over with utmost speed. You are from the Divine Celestial Sword Sect? At least you possess some discernment. However, knowing we hail from the Divine Celestial Sword Sect, you dare to provoke us? You have quite the audacity. Lin Feng's tone was grave, as he struggled to suppress the fury within. The memory of the scene in the abandoned warehouse ignited a desire to send these individuals straight to hell. To take the lives of others for one's own cultivation has always been abhorred by the cultivation world, and the cruelty displayed was utterly unforgivable. What of the divine celestial sword sect? If your master were here, I might hold some trepidation, but you? You have yet to grow a full beard and dare to obstruct my evil spirit sect, the sect leader sneered. Observing Lin Feng's youth, he felt a sense of relief and a hint of contempt. After all, he had cultivated for over a century. Could he truly fear a mere child? So you are called the evil spirit sect. Then it follows that the young girls who met their tragic fates in Yandu County are the doing of your sect. So what if they are? They are but a bunch of mortals, and their demise is a blessing that aids my cultivation, the sect leader scoffed, completely oblivious to the fact that his life was nearing its end. Very well. Since you have admitted it, then you shall all perish, Lin Feng declared, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. By the time the sect leader sensed something amiss, he felt his body lighten and was suddenly lifted into the air, followed by a surge of excruciating pain that forced a scream from his lips. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions echoed. Lin Feng opted to utilize his body techniques, as the visceral nature of his strikes allowed him to vent his inner fury. Annihilate the sect leader would be far too merciful. Before his demise, the sect leader must endure pain to avenge the young women tortured to death. Boom. The sect leader's body collided with a massive tree, coming to a halt. Before he could regain his bearings, Lin Feng was already before him, crashing his shoulder into the leader's chest. Pooh! The leader spat a mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organs. This blow shattered the leader's vital organs, yet it was a deliberate act of mercy on Lin Feng's part. Had he unleashed his full power, his mastery of the 5-animal play would have reduced the sect leader to mere pulp with a single strike. The tree fell under Lin Feng's might. However, Lin Feng's assault was far from over. He controlled his strength, pummeling the sect leader repeatedly, ensuring the latter experienced agony without succumbing to death. Only when the sect leader lay on the ground, gasping for breath, did Lin Feng cease his assault, towering over him. Throughout the encounter, the sect leader had shown no capacity for resistance, merely enduring the punishment. The advantages of body cultivation were fully showcased by Lin Feng. Once he engaged up close, he afforded no opportunity for the enemy to retaliate. You. The sect leader stuttered for what felt like an eternity, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The excruciating pain rendered him nearly unconscious. Chapter 95. The Descent of the Evil Spirit. The evil spirit sect leader remained alive, yet his muscles had decayed, and his bones were shattered into fragments, with only his